A young boy, endowed with the fire elemental spirit root, awakens the ancestral bloodline divine ability known as Yulingwen, possessing a unique technique that allows him to incessantly devour heavenly materials and earthly treasures to awaken his spiritual fire. Witness the boy as he leads his family step by step towards the restoration of their ancestral glory. Chapter 1. The Spirit Root Assessment. Zixia, located at the westernmost edge of Xianyang, Xinyu, and Qianzhou, is a county bordered to the west by the boundless sea. The county derives its name from the enchanting purple evening glow that envelopes the sky at dusk. The boundless sea is home to countless magical beasts. Although these sea creatures have seldom launched attacks against human territories, cultivators dare only to operate within a radius of approximately 10,000 miles from the shore. Even a Yuaning Zhenjuan would hesitate to venture deep into the sea, fearing for their safety, leaving the mysteries beyond the boundless sea unknown. Qingfeng Town, a humble mortal settlement by the sea, lies upon a vast plain, with a beach to the west and a series of mountains to the north. Today marks the quinquennial Spirit Root Testing Festival in Qingfeng Town, an occasion when celestial beings descend to assess the spirit roots of the townsfolk. Those who possess spirit roots may ascend to the ranks of the exalted immortals, and their families shall likewise rise to greatness. At the hour of the rabbit, in the central square of the town, children over the age of 9 stand anxiously, their hands tightly clasped by their parents as they await their turn. Before long, 2 streaks of light rush from afar, arriving above the town in mere breaths. 2 middle-aged male cultivators, clad in Taoist robes, hover gracefully in the air. One dons a white robe emblazoned with a golden sun emblem, while the other wears a robe adorned with the fierce visage of a white tiger. As the 2 cultivators descend, an elderly man approaches to greet them. The villagers of Qingfeng Town extend their warmest welcome to the esteemed celestial beings. There is no need for such formalities. I am tasked with the spirit root assessments. Let us expedite the process. The cultivator adorned with the beast emblem commands with urgency. He then turns to his companion in white robes. Friend, let us commence without delay. The latter, the white-robed figure, is Zhao Peng, an outer disciple of the Qianyang sect, while the former, the one with the beast emblem, is Wang Zixia, a member of the Yuling Wang clan, a foundational power in Ningyi County of Zixia, Qingfeng Town, serves as the mortal habitat for the Yuling Wang clan, a family that, despite its diminished ancestral prestige, commands significant influence within the foundational forces of Zixia and I in this realm of cultivation. Certain resources are monopolized by elite factions. For instance, the spirit root testing apparatus is a treasure possessed only by the most prestigious sects. As such, ordinary foundational families must expend spirit stones to summon sect representatives for assessments. This stratagem allows top-tier factions to not only profit from spirit root testing, but also to discover talented individuals, ensuring the sect's growth while mitigating potential threats from affiliated families. That a lengthy queue has formed in the square. Zhao Peng stands at the forefront, retrieving the spirit root testing apparatus from his storage pouch. One by one, children, guided by their parents, step forward for assessment. No spirit root. Next, Zhao Peng announces in an even tone as each child places their hand upon the apparatus. In this world, spirit roots are bestowed by the heavens and cannot be altered. Possessing a spirit root grants one the ability to sense spiritual energy and cultivate corresponding techniques. However, only 1 in 10,000 individuals is blessed with a spirit root. Spirit roots are categorized into 5 elemental roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the rare wind, thunder, and ice elemental roots. Additionally, they are classified based on their potential into waste spirit roots, pseudo-spirit roots, true spirit roots, earth spirit roots, and celestial spirit roots. Waste spirit roots are those with a mixed elemental affinity, leading to limited sensitivity and refinement of spiritual energy, resulting in sluggish cultivation speeds. Without fortunate opportunities, such individuals may stagnate at the qi refinement stage, comprising 80% of the cultivation community. Pseudo-spirit roots possess 4 elemental affinities, allowing for potential foundational establishment with considerable effort, albeit with a low probability of success past the age of 70. True spirit roots, characterized by 3 elemental affinities, offer a substantial probability of foundational success with diligent cultivation. Those fortunate enough to possess breakthrough artifacts may even attain the status of Zifu cultivators. Earth spirit roots, embodying two elemental affinities, enable swifter cultivation than true spirit roots. But if discovered, individuals with such roots are often taken as disciples by the sects, leaving foundational families like the Yuling Wang clan unable to retain them. Lastly, those endowed with a singular elemental affinity are known as celestial spirit roots, the pinnacle of spirit roots. Each emergence of a celestial spirit root is fiercely contested among the elite factions, as their cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary roots, and they face no bottlenecks. Until reaching the golden core stage in the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy is delineated into stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Zifu, golden core, and finally, Yuaning. Golden core masters are regarded as formidable forces, while Yuaning Zhenjuan epitomizes the apex of power, with the mysteries beyond their realm known only to those who attain it. As Zhao Peng methodically assesses the children, a vibrant array of 5 colors emanates from the spirit root apparatus, signaling the emergence of a potential spirit root bearer. Waste spirit root of the 5 elements, predominantly earth with 30% purity. Next, Zhao Peng's tone remains undisturbed, as if such roots held no intrigue for him. A sturdy young boy, upon learning of his spirit root, rushes to embrace his parents in ecstatic celebration, eliciting envious glances from other families in the square. In that moment, the boy transcends the realm of mortals, elevating his family's status and securing a life free from hardship. To the rear of the queue, a middle-aged couple clad in simple garments accompanies a young boy, with a charming little girl by their side. The boy, exuding an endearing aura, gazes curiously towards the spirit root assessment. The boy's name was Wang Qing, and at this moment, he was filled with excitement. For who would not wish to become a celestial being soaring high above on a sword, effortlessly wielding a myriad of formidable spells, without spiritual roots? Next, 4 types of pseudo-spiritual roots, predominantly water, with a purity of 40%. Next, another individual had their spiritual roots assessed, and it was yet another girl. Several hours passed, and thousands have been tested, yet only 2 possessed spiritual roots, and the end of the testing was near. This was deemed an exceptional stroke of luck. There were times when testing thousands of children yielded not a single one with spiritual roots. However, in this instance, out of the thousands tested, 2 were found to have spiritual roots, one of whom possessed 4 types. Wang Zixia observed this with a sense of joy, realizing that the expenditure of spiritual stones had not been in vain, and he could return home with satisfactory news. At last, it was Wang Qing's turn. By now, his palms were damp with sweat, and his father sensed his anxiety. Do not be nervous, simply follow the Celestial's instructions. Even if you lack spiritual roots, your mother and I will ensure you grow up healthy. Wang Qing's father, Wang Shan, reassured him, though his own heart raced with equal trepidation. Brother, go for it. You will definitely become a celestial being, cheered the little girl bouncing beside him. That was Wang Qing's younger sister, who was only 3 years old at present. Hearing her words, Wang Qing looked up at his parents and then gently patted his sister's head. Yes, Ling I will surely succeed. Next, with the Celestial's command, it was finally Wang Qing's turn. He approached the spiritual summoning artifact, a circular device adorned with inscriptions he had never encountered before. Place your hand upon it, close your eyes, and earnestly sense the spiritual energy of the universe, instructed the Qianyang sect cultivator. Wang Qing promptly followed, placing his hand upon the disc and closing his eyes to attune himself to the energies around him. Within the disc, there seemed to be a wondrous force as he placed his hand upon it. He instantly felt a stream of energy from the cosmos flowing through the artifact into his being. Suddenly, the spiritual summoning artifact emitted a fiery red glow, which appeared rather unremarkable, lacking the resplendent hues of the previous individual with the discarded spiritual roots. Chapter 2. The Fire Elemental Spirit Root. However, this seemingly ordinary crimson glow elicited a moment of astonishment from Zhao Peng, a cultivator of the Qianyang sect, whose previously mundane expression transformed. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Shock, elation, excitement, disbelief. A myriad of complex emotions converged upon the countenance of this Qianyang sect cultivator. Is this a spirit root? Zhao Peng's voice was imbued with incredulity. Beside him, Wang Zeshi exhibited a countenance hardly more composed upon witnessing the emergence of this fiery hue. After a brief moment, Zhao Peng regained his composure. Dao friend, congratulations. Your Wang clan has given birth to a prodigy with a spirit root of exceptional talent. The rewards from the sect alone will surely elevate your family to the status of a Purple Mansion clan, Zhao Peng exclaimed joyously. It seemed as though the fate of the spirit root had been determined in that instant. Indeed, as the foremost force in Qianzhou with a lineage spanning thousands of years, the Qianyang sect, overseen by a golden core true person, could be described as the very heavens of Qianzhou, with no one daring to defy them. Their sole concern now was to keep the news of the spirit root from reaching other paramount forces. Should any Yuaning forces learn of it, the Qianyang sect would likely be unable to safeguard this spirit root. It is worth noting that such spirit roots are exceedingly rare in the entire Xianyang immortal domain, and it has been countless years since one appeared in Zixia County. Furthermore, as a fire element spirit root, it is renowned for its prowess in combat, rivaling even the lightning element in power. Congratulations indeed. This time, we are fortunate to have your assistance. Without the guiding spirit artifact from the sect, our Wang clan would likely have let this miraculous child fade into obscurity. Wang Zeshi also emerged from his earlier shock, though a certain inscrutable expression lingered in his eyes. Since the spirit summoning task is complete, I shall return to the sect to report. Fear not. Upon my return, the sect's rewards will be substantial. With that, he prepared to depart with Wang Qing. It was as if he possessed a treasure of immense value, unwilling to linger any longer. Though the entirety of Zixia County was under the jurisdiction of the Qianyang sect, caution was prudent in the presence of a spirit root. Just then, Wang Zeshi urgently called out, Dao friend, please wait. What is it? Zhao Peng's expression bore a hint of irritation. As a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had initially been reluctant to undertake this task, never anticipating such an opportunity would arise. To personally identify a disciple with a spirit root would yield rewards sufficient for him to break through to foundation establishment, and perhaps, if the sect leader were pleased, he might even receive another chance to ascend to the Purple Mansion. Do not be hasty, Dao friend. Let this child bid farewell to his parents first. Once he embarks on his journey to immortality, it is uncertain if he will see them again, Wang Zeshi said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's expression softened slightly, and he forced a smile as he addressed Wang Qing. Very well, young one, go say goodbye to your parents, and then accompany me back to the Qianyang sect. Wang Qing, coming to his senses, understood the significance of his exceptional talent. He bowed deeply to the two immortals before hastily returning to his family. At that moment, Wang Qing's family realized that their son had been born with a spirit root, destined to become an immortal. Amidst their joy and excitement, a tinge of sorrow also lingered. They had heard that once one became an immortal, a chasm would separate them from mortals. His 3-year-old sister, oblivious to the implications, joyfully hugged her brother's leg and cheered. Wow, brother is going to become an immortal. Just as the Wang family reveled in this happy atmosphere, suddenly, a sharp metallic clang resonated. Dao friend, how dare you? At the 7th level of Qi refinement, strike against me? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Peng exclaimed in anger. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss earlier and had preemptively prepared a defensive talisman. Wang Zeshi paid him no heed and instructed the town chief of Qingfeng, arrange for others to evacuate the square. He then continued to wield his sword against Zhao Peng. At this moment, Zhao Peng realized that Wang Zeshi was committed to a fight. It seems you are determined to seek death. The spirit root is not something a mere foundation establishment family like yours can covet. It may even bring about the downfall of your Wang clan. Surrender now, and upon my return to the sect, the rewards from the spirit root will undoubtedly elevate your family to a Purple Mansion force. Moreover, even if this child joins my Qianyang sect, he remains of your Wang lineage. Zhao Peng attempted to persuade Wang Zeshi. Though he possessed a higher cultivation level than Wang Zeshi, as a disciple of the Qianyang sect, his artifacts and talismans were superior to those of a foundation establishment family disciple. However, since the other party was audacious enough to engage him in battle despite knowing these disparities, it was evident he had some hidden cards up his sleeve. Moreover, this Ningyi County was the Wang clan's territory, situated millions of miles from the Qianyang sect. Even at top speed, he would take 2 days to return. Thus, the paramount objective remained to safely transport the spirit root back to the sect. Dao friend, you jest. This child belongs to my Wang lineage. I cannot make such a decision. Why not accompany me back to the family to consult the clan leader? Perhaps the clan leader will directly agree to this child joining the sect, Wang Zeshi said, while continuing his sword assault. Humph. It appears you are truly seeking death. I shall not hold back. Even a clay figurine has some temper. Provoked by an opponent of lesser cultivation, Zhao Peng felt his anger rise. He retrieved a shield talisman from his storage bag and activated it with spiritual energy, placing it before him. Simultaneously, he summoned a talisman that transformed into a blazing fire dragon, launching itself toward Wang Zexi. Wang Zexi remained unfazed by the approaching fire dragon. He produced a defensive talisman, channeling his mana to manifest a golden elemental shield that enveloped his entire being. The fire dragon struck the shield, causing it to tremble but failing to breach it. Subsequently, Wang Zexi opened a spirit pouch, and a creature resembling a rhinoceros with a horn appeared before him. This creature, akin to a rhinoceros, stood 2 meters tall, its formidable physique and innate majesty instilling dread in any adversary. Upon emerging from the beast pouch, this spirit beast let out a mighty roar, and in an instant, flames enveloped its body, charging toward Zhao Peng with a torrential force. Upon witnessing the appearance of this spirit beast, Zhao Peng's expression shifted dramatically. The Bahuang Tayanxi, the Wang clan of Ningyi County, renowned for their beast-taming prowess, claimed this Bahuang Tayanxi as one of their signature spirit beasts. Proficient in both wind and fire dual-element spells, it possesses a second-tier spirit beast bloodline. Unlike human cultivators, the bloodline is paramount for spirit beasts. Those with high bloodline ranks achieve corresponding strength upon maturation. However, success and failure both hinge on the bloodline. Their future is nearly predetermined by their lineage. Barring extraordinary fortuitous events, their strength upon adulthood becomes their zenith, with no further advancement possible. Nevertheless, even so, they should not be underestimated. In the Xianyang immortal domain, the power of the demon clan is hardly inferior to that of the human clan, not to mention the countless demon beasts dwelling in the seas. To the north of Zixia County lies the vast Tai Ao mountain range, extending millions of miles across Qianzhou, teeming with powerful bloodline demon beasts. The demon beasts of Tai Ao mountain are unlike those inhabiting the seas. They frequently erupt in violent uprisings every few decades, leading to beast tides that inflict significant losses on humanity. A second-tier spirit beast bloodline signifies that this Bahuang Tayanxi, upon reaching adulthood, will possess the strength equivalent to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. It is worth noting that some powerful bloodline demon beasts often surpass their human counterparts of the same tier. This Bahuang Tayanxi stands as a paragon among second-tier spirit beasts, adept in dual-element spells of wind and fire, and possesses unparalleled physical strength, rendering it nearly unrivaled among its peers. Although this particular Bahuang Tayanxi is not yet fully matured, it already boasts strength at the late stage of the first tier, equivalent to that of a human cultivator in the late stage of qi refinement. Chapter 3, Bahuang Tayanxi. Damn it, Zhao Peng, upon sighting the Bahuang Tayanxi, almost instantly recognized that he was no match for this man-beast duo. It appeared that Wang Zexi held a significant status within his family. Although the Wang clan was merely a foundational beast-taming lineage, it possessed 2 types of second-tier bloodline spirit beasts, one being this Bahuang Tayanxi, and the other, the second-tier bloodline spirit beast, the Ban Lan Ling Hu. However, due to the extreme rarity of these spirit beasts, those capable of forming a contract with them were typically nurtured as foundational seeds. Zhao Peng had initially presumed that Wang Zexi's strength was not formidable, at most capable of contracting a first-tier bloodline spirit beast. Yet, at this moment, he could not help but reflect deeply as he watched the Bahuang Tayanxi, engulfed in flames, charging towards him. He quickly recited a spell, and a sturdy earthen wall materialized before him. A first-tier superior spell, the Earth Wall Technique. Simultaneously, he activated his middle-grade defensive artifact shield. As the Bahuang Tayanxi collided with the earthen wall, its horns smashed through it effortlessly, before striking Zhao Peng's middle-grade defensive artifact, sending him flying several dozen zhang away. At that moment, Wang Qing, who was hiding several hundred zhang away, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of excitement. Was this the power of an immortal? He pondered whether he might one day attain such strength. However, the fact that the two were fighting because of him suggested that his talents were indeed commendable. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, having been sent tumbling by the Bahuang Tayanxi, felt as though his bones were shattering. After several futile attempts to rise, he saw Wang Zexi approaching him. "Are you certain you want to kill me? You must understand that I was sent here by the sect to test my spiritual root. If I perish here, how will you account for Qianyang sect?" Zhao Peng gasped, his eyes filled with a glimmer of pleading. What had initially been a simple spirit summoning task unexpectedly revealed a celestial spiritual root. To his astonishment, Wang Zexi had the audacity to strike at him. Even more infuriating was the predicament he now found himself in. It was uncertain whether Wang Zexi acted on his own accord or if there were other factors at play. Clearly, the beast-tamer Wang clan was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, the most crucial priority was to preserve his life. Humph. It is rather late to plead for mercy now. Wang Zixia scoffed coldly. He then commanded the Ba Huang Tai Yunshi to crush Zhao Peng's head beneath its foot. Wang Zixia had no intention of letting him return, even if Zhao Peng swore an oath. Who knew what extraordinary means the Qianyang sect, a top-tier force, might possess? Since he had already taken action, there was no room for compassion, lest it bring catastrophe upon the entire clan. After collecting Zhao Peng's artifacts into his storage pouch, he proceeded to tidy up the battleground. Once these tasks were completed, he summoned the town mayor. Let everyone in the town keep this matter to themselves. We shall claim it was a beast attack. Should anyone dare to divulge this incident and bring trouble upon our Wang clan, they shall not blame me for being merciless. A murderous intent surged in Wang Zixia's eyes, radiating a formidable aura. The mayor, unable to withstand this pressure, hurriedly knelt in fear, declaring, "Yes, immortal. I swear on my life that I will ensure everyone in the town keeps quiet." Very well. The spirit root assessment has concluded. Bring forth the 3 children who were found to possess spiritual roots. I must return them to the clan at once. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qing and the other 2 children were brought before Wang Zixia. Without a moment's delay, Wang Zixia summoned a spirit sword from his storage pouch, infused it with spiritual energy, and transformed it into a colossal flying sword several dozen zhang long. With a wave of his hand, the 3 children were lifted by a surge of spiritual energy and gently settled upon the massive sword, which began to ascend slowly into the sky. "Brother, you must come back to see me." The voice of his sister gradually faded until it was no longer audible, leaving only the howling wind of the sea in his ears. The figures of his family shrank smaller and smaller below him, and Wang Qing finally withdrew his gaze. Lost in myriad thoughts, he silently vowed to become a powerful cultivator to protect his family. Thus, after flying for several hours, they finally arrived at the territory of the Beast-Tamer Wang clan, the Lingwu Valley. Nestled within a mountain range of Zixia County, Ningyi County, the valley was shrouded in mist, majestic and grand, surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy. Wang Zixia guided the sword down to a valley within the mountain range and retrieved a jade tablet from his storage pouch. He performed a spell, channeling spiritual energy into the tablet, causing the mist surrounding the valley to dissipate and revealing a winding path. Following Wang Zixia, the group traversed several hundred zhang until their surroundings opened up magnificently before them. Before them lay a plain within the valley, divided into several areas. Pavilions nestled among the mountains and waters were clearly the residences of the Wang clan's cultivators. Portions of the plain were designated as spirit fields, cultivating various spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits. Additionally, some areas functioned as spirit beast gardens, housing an array of spirit beasts, perhaps due to their lineage as beast tamers. The Wang clan's spirit beast garden was exceptionally vast. The children, having grown up in a small town, had never witnessed such a spectacle. As they walked, Wang Zixia introduced them to the various sites. Upon reaching a towering mountain, several hundred zhang high, densely populated with bamboo, it was evident that this was a place abundant in spiritual energy, serving as the residence of the clan leader, Zizhu Peak. As they walked along the stone-paved path, their vision gradually cleared, revealing several palatial structures built against the mountainside. Wang Zixia led the group to the entrance of a hall known as Taixing Hall. Clan leader, the spirit summoning task in Qingfeng Town has been completed. Come in. A calm and steady voice resonated from within the hall, followed by the sudden opening of the great door. The group stepped inside, where they beheld a robust, imposing middle-aged man seated in the main position. A natural line adorned his forehead, indicative of one who had long occupied a position of power. He was Wang Xiaoji, the clan leader of the Beast-Tamer Wang clan, and one of the few foundational cultivators in the clan. "Greetings, clan leader." The group bowed respectfully. "Clan leader, these are the 3 Wang clan offspring who were found to possess spiritual roots during the assessment." Upon this, he gestured for the 3 children to introduce themselves. "Greetings, clan leader. I am Wang Qing, Wang Yu, and Wang Fuguei." The children introduced themselves in turn. "Be at ease. Please, take a seat," clan leader Wang Xiaoji said. Sipping from his tea, Wang Zixia cast a glance at the clan leader before kneeling partially on the ground, stating, reporting to the clan leader, "There were some unforeseen circumstances during this spirit summoning task. The situation is urgent, and I humbly request your understanding of my unilateral actions." "Oh, what occurred?" A hint of curiosity flickered across Wang Xiaoji's face. Wang Zixia then recounted the events that had transpired in their entirety. Chapter 4. Family Council. Upon hearing Wang Zixia's account, excitement and joy marred the otherwise stoic expression of clan leader Wang Xiaoji. However, being a person accustomed to authority, he soon composed himself, shifting his gaze to Wang Qing. He understood well the implications of a celestial spiritual root for a foundational clan. Yet, He also recognized the adage that a humble individual might remain innocent, while one adorned with jewels could invite calamity. You have indeed handled this matter well, but dealing with Qianyang's sect will not be easy. We must confer thoroughly with the elders. Otherwise, this could spell disaster for the clan, Wang Xiaoji remarked after a moment of contemplation. He then addressed the children. Very well. From this point forward, you shall be disciples of the Wang clan's long lineage. You will henceforth be known as Wang Chongqing, Wang Chongyu, and Wang Chongwei. Zixia, please make arrangements for the children's accommodations and inform the clan members that these 3 children shall enter the ancestral hall tomorrow. Yes, clan leader. After Wang Zixia had finished speaking, he led the 3 children outside. Once they had departed, Wang Xiaoji immediately instructed someone to notify the elders for a discussion. Inside the Wang clan's assembly hall, the clan leader Wang Xiaoji occupied the main seat, flanked by 4 elders. These 5 individuals represented the entirety of the Wang family's foundation cultivators at this moment. To his left sat an elderly man with hair as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura resembling a sage. This was the family's eldest elder, Wang Shua, a late-stage foundation cultivator with roots in the wood, metal, and earth elements. His wood affinity was notably pure, comprising 40%. At over 170 years of age, he was the most accomplished and senior cultivator within the clan. Opposite him sat the second elder, Wang Shuxing, of the same generation but 2 decades younger, possessing an early-stage foundation cultivation with roots in fire, wood, earth, and water. With a fire affinity also at 40%. He was the only second-tier mid-grade alchemist in the family, overseeing the clan's alchemy chamber. The other 2 elders were the 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan and the 4th elder Wang Xiaoying, both early-stage foundation cultivators and of the same generation as the clan leader. 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan had roots in gold, wood, fire, and earth, with a gold affinity of 30%, tasked with protecting the clan's scripture pavilion. 4th elder Wang Xiaoying was the only female foundation cultivator in the Wang family, with roots in water, fire, wood, and gold, her water affinity at 30%. And she was also a second-tier talisman master. Among the foundation cultivators of the Wang family, the one with the finest aptitude was none other than the clan leader Wang Xiaoji, whose roots lay in gold, fire, and water, with a gold affinity comprising 50%. Clan leader, may I inquire what matters necessitate our gathering? Asked 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan. Wang Xiaoji surveyed the elders and replied calmly. That lad Zixia has just returned from Qingfeng Town, and during the test, he exhibited a heavenly spiritual root. What? Exclaimed Wang Xiaoyuan, his face a mask of shock. The other 3 elders, though more composed, shared expressions of disbelief. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. That boy has eliminated the cultivators sent by the Qianyuan sect to draw out spiritual energy, and he has brought back that heavenly root. Wang Xiaoji broke the silence. The elders remained silent, for they suspected they would have acted similarly had they been in his position. Thus, we must deliberate on how to provide an account to the Qianyuan sect. Otherwise, if this investigation leads back to us, the Wang family could face annihilation. Wang Xiaoji stated gravely. Upon uttering these words, the room was once again enveloped in silence as the elders pondered. In my opinion, we could assert that it was a sea beast attack, considering Qingfeng Town is conveniently located by the sea, suggested Elder Wang Shua. While the eldest elder's reasoning was somewhat plausible, the fact remained that sea beasts typically showed little interest in human territories, making it unlikely that the Qianyuan sect would easily accept such an explanation. The only female cultivator present, Wang Xiaoying, spoke up. If we were to offer some compensation, I believe the Qianyuan sect would not make a significant uproar over the actions of a mere qi refinement cultivator. After all, the eldest elder had lived nearly 2 centuries and possessed some experience in handling such matters. Then it shall be so. The second elder had a favorable relationship with the Danyang master of the Qianyuan sect in his youth. Wang Xiaoji concurred, finding the plan feasible. The Danyang master of the Qianyuan sect was a Zifu stage cultivator and a 3rd-tier alchemist. In his youth, he had met the second elder Wang Xiaoji at an alchemy conference, fostering a good friendship. Upon returning to the sect, the Danyang master had leveraged his talents and the resources of the Qianyuan sect, now standing as a Zifu stage cultivator and a 3rd-tier alchemist. Even in the Qianyuan sect, which was overseen by golden core stage cultivators, a 3rd-tier alchemist held considerable status. Well, since you all have made your decision, I shall make a trip to the Qianyuan sect, said the second elder without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning the family's survival. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that we nurture this heavenly spiritual root. It is the key to our clan's prosperity. According to the clan's records, cultivators with heavenly roots do not encounter bottlenecks before reaching the golden core stage. Under ample resources, they typically enter the foundation stage around the age of 25. The Zifu stage at 50, and join the ranks of golden core true beings by 100 years of age. However, if there are no bottlenecks, we can generally provide the resources necessary to enhance their cultivation. After all, the most crucial resources for cultivators are elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, with elixirs being paramount, especially those that aid in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Ordinary spiritual root cultivators risk death when attempting to transcend their boundaries. And even treasured elixirs like Foundation Establishment Pills or Xiang pills do not guarantee success. This is why heavenly roots are so vital. The absence of bottlenecks is exceedingly significant for a cultivator. Even the powerful wind, thunder, and ice elemental roots, despite their formidable combat capabilities, cannot compare to the importance of heavenly roots. Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens favor our Wang family. I never imagined that within our lifetimes we would witness the Wang family ascend to the ranks of golden core families. The eldest elder appeared quite elated, as if he could already envision the day the Wang family attained golden core status. It was no wonder they were so exhilarated. In this realm of cultivation where the Yuanying true monarchs were the apex, golden core families were considered significant powers. Even the mighty Qianyuan sect, which dominated vast territories within Xianzhou, only had 2 golden core true beings to assert its authority. Indeed, we must also keep the existence of the heavenly root concealed, publicly claiming it to be a 3-element root, asserted clan leader Wang Xiaoji. Tomorrow, let us have these children enter the ancestral hall and begin their cultivation. The second elder shall set out for the Qianyuan sect without delay, as this matter must be addressed promptly. Delay could expose our family to extermination risks. Given the Qianyuan sect's operational style, we should also contact the clan's disciples within the Qianyuan sect and encourage them to engage more actively. The clan leader and the elders deliberated until late into the night regarding how to nurture Wang Qing and what compensation to offer the Qianyuan sect. Chapter 5, Cultivation Techniques. The following morning, Wang Qing awoke in his room. Being still a child, the excitement of soon becoming a cultivator had kept him awake until dawn, and he had finally succumbed to heavy drowsiness. Upon opening his door, he found the valley shrouded in mist. After a short while, clan members brought breakfast, as they had yet to commence their cultivation and required nourishment to sustain their daily needs. The Wang clan ancestral hall was situated on a peak in the Lingwu Valley, known as Zixia Peak, where auspicious energy flows from the east. All Wang clan cultivators, except those engaged in tasks or in closed-door cultivation, were present. Clan leader Wang Xiaoji led the assembled cultivators in front of the ancestral tablets to pay their respects. They offered incense and worshipped. Subsequently, Wang Qing, Wang Changyu, and Wang Changgui took turns to offer incense and pay their respects. Wang Qing, hailing from the Wang family's jurisdiction over Qingfeng Town, possessed true spiritual roots in fire, earth, and wood, with a fire affinity purity of 70%. Some clan members expressed surprise upon hearing of Wang Qing's roots. This lad's aptitude exceeded that of the clan leader, with one of his 3 roots boasting a purity of 70%, comparable to some dual-element earthly roots, was it not? This conclusion was also reached during the elders' deliberations, as it would provide an explanation for Wang Qing's rapid cultivation speed in the future. Wang Changyu, also from Qingfeng Town, had pseudo-spiritual roots in wood, fire, gold, and earth, with a wood affinity purity of 40%. Wang Changgui, likewise from Qingfeng Town, bore waste spiritual roots across the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with a soil affinity purity of 30%. Afterward, the assembly once again worshipped their ancestors. May our ancestors bless the Wang family for eternity. Following the ancestral homage, the other clan members gradually departed, leaving only the clan leader and several foundation elders behind. At this moment, Wang Qing trembled under their gaze, which seemed to regard him as a peerless treasure. It was clan leader Wang Xiaoji who ultimately spoke, alleviating Wang Qing's anxiety. Qing, do you know why we have decided to keep you here? Wang Qing glanced at several elders and spoke in a crisp voice. Is it because of my spiritual root aptitude? I heard from the Xian elder who assessed my spirit that I seem to possess a heavenly spiritual root. Indeed, it is surprising to see that you are quite clever. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, nodded in satisfaction. He then continued, do you comprehend what it means to have a heavenly spiritual root? Such roots are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Yet they may also bring numerous calamities to you and your family. Therefore, after deliberation with the elders, we have decided to conceal the news of your heavenly spiritual root. You are the first in our Wang clan to possess such a gift in nearly a millennium. Our family has established itself in the Xianxiaaudiobooks through the mastery of beast-taming for countless years. Although some of our traditions have faded, we will spare no resources to assist you in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing felt deeply moved and hurriedly bowed, saying, rest assured, clan leader. I will strive to cultivate diligently and repay the family. Seeing Wang Changqing's understanding, the elders of the Wang family nodded in approval. The Grand Elder, with a benevolent expression, said, "Haha, good child, you possess a fire-type spiritual root. Here are several fire-type cultivation methods collected by our Wang family. Choose one to cultivate." With that, he handed Wang Changqing a jade slip. Pressing the slip against his forehead, Wang Changqing concentrated to absorb its essence. The Yuling Wang clan, having inherited its legacy since ancient times, has made significant achievements in the art of beast-taming. The cultivation methods passed down within the clan are far more potent than those of ordinary foundational families, even surpassing the Qianyang sect, the dominant power in Qianzhou. Upon receiving the jade slip from the Grand Elder, Wang Changqing followed his instructions, pressing the slip against his forehead and focusing his mind. Instantly, several pieces of information flooded into his mind. The Yin-Yang Zhenhuiju is a supreme cultivation method that can be cultivated up to the Yuaning stage. To practice this method, one must also consume the essence of fire and the blood of fire-type demonic beasts. At the Qi refining stage, it grants two accompanying spells, Yin-Yang Pemieji and Yin-Yang Zhenhuatong. The Ziwei Zhenhuijing is another supreme cultivation method that requires the refinement of 7 types of fire seeds: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. Each level of cultivation necessitates the refinement of 1 fire seed, ultimately converging into the Ziwei Tianhua. It is said that mastering this fire allows one to communicate with the 7 stars, granting an unending flow of magical power under their influence. This method also provides 2 spells during the Qi refining stage, Xing Chen Zhonghuidun and Xing Chun Huiyinshu. The Dihuaduan Ti Jing is a supreme cultivation method that requires both fire and earth attribute spiritual roots and can be cultivated up to the Yuaning stage. This method is focused on physical cultivation, drawing upon the earth fire in conjunction with the essence of earth to refine the body. It is rumored that upon achieving great mastery, one can withstand the spiritual treasures of Yuan Ing, true monarchs of the same tier, without faltering. This method also includes 2 spells at the Qi refining stage, Yanji Zhenshun and Di Huizhenquan. The Dari Jin Wu Jing is a transcendent cultivation method that can be cultivated up to the Yuaning stage, requiring one to possess a fire-type heavenly spiritual root. During cultivation, one must pair it with the blood of a demonic beast possessing the Jin Wu true spirit lineage. Additionally, when breaking through to the Jin dance stage, one must refine a beast core with the Jin Wu true spirit lineage. This method grants 2 spells at the Qi refining stage, Jin Wu Guanchonghong and Jin Wu Zhenshun. It is said that upon mastering this method, one can transform into the Great Sun. The Wanhua Funtian Jing is yet another transcendent cultivation method, requiring a fire-type heavenly spiritual root for practice. At each stage of cultivation, one can awaken a type of heavenly spiritual fire by refining top-tier materials and treasures. Furthermore, upon reaching the Yuaning stage, one can freely awaken spiritual fire through the refinement of heavenly materials. Remarkably, this method does not include accompanying spells, relying instead on mastery of the spiritual fire for combat. Note that this method integrates the cultivation of law, body, and soul. Each awakening of spiritual fire necessitates enduring the pain of burning through one's meridians and soul, with even a slight misstep leading to dire consequences. Since its inception, very few have successfully mastered this method, so choose wisely. These are the few fire attribute supreme cultivation methods preserved by the family, suitable for cultivation up to the Yuan Ing true monarch stage. In the Xianyang Xinyu, cultivation methods are classified into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and supreme methods, along with the even more formidable transcendent techniques. Low-tier methods can be cultivated up to the foundational stage, mid-tier methods to the purple mansion stage, high-tier methods to the golden dance stage, while supreme methods can reach the Yuaning stage. As for transcendent techniques, they require one to possess a heavenly spiritual root to practice, making practitioners of transcendent techniques virtually invincible among their peers. However, the Tao is fair. Transcendent methods are not without their drawbacks. Besides the extreme danger, the cultivation speed of those practicing transcendent techniques is significantly slower than that of ordinary cultivators. Wang Changqing, absorbing the information in his mind, was left in astonishment. Each of these 5 methods was immensely powerful, ensuring an advantage in battles against peers. It is no wonder that this ancient clan has remained so formidable. Each method could serve as the core technique of a top-tier faction. Yet, despite their strength, he could only choose one. Wang Changqing pondered for a moment. First, he immediately eliminated the Di Hui Duan Ti Jing as he lacked an earth spiritual root, making it incompatible. The Ziwei Tian Hui Jing could also be disregarded, as the 7-star fire seeds were not within the reach of a foundational family. The yin yang zhen huoju, although requiring the least resources, lacked the offensive capabilities of the other supreme methods. The Da Ri Jin Wu Jing, one of the two transcendent techniques requiring a fire-type heavenly spiritual root, had moderate resource requirements. While the demonic beasts with Jin Wu true spirit bloodlines were rare, they were not entirely unattainable. The Wanhua Funtianju was the method Wang Qing yearned to learn most, boasting the highest potential, as its strength directly correlated with the quality of the refined heavenly materials. The stronger the awakened spiritual fire, the greater the combat power. Chapter 6. First Cultivation. After a moment of deliberation, Wang Qing turned his gaze toward the clan leader and the elders, saying, "Qing wishes to hear the advice of the esteemed elders." Noticing Wang Qing's dilemma, the clan leader and the elders seemed to recall their own past, dazzled by the array of powerful methods. However, this child exhibited more wisdom than they had in their youth, seeking the counsel of his elders. There is no need to be so anxious. Wang Xiaoji laughed heartily at Wang Qing's demeanor. These cultivation methods are the pride of our Wang clan's legacy. Even the Qianyang sect's techniques can only be cultivated to the Golden Dance stage. So whichever method you choose will undoubtedly give you the upper hand in battles against fellow cultivators. With that, Wang Xiaoji cast a proud glance at Wang Qing. Among these methods, the Yin Yang Zhen Huoju is the easiest to cultivate, and nearly all fire root cultivators with good aptitude in the family have practiced it. While it requires the least resources, it is still significant compared to the others, even within the Wang family. Only those with 4 spiritual roots or more have a chance at foundational cultivation. Those with lesser aptitude need not attempt it, as the family cannot afford the resources for all to cultivate such top-tier methods. The Da Ri Jin Wu Jing requires the blood of a beast with the Jin Wu true spirit lineage, which is not too difficult for the family to procure. Moreover, this method's requirement for a fire-type heavenly spiritual root aligns perfectly with your attributes. As for the other methods, either your spiritual roots do not match, or the resources required for mastery are beyond what the family can provide. Truly, as the clan leader, he discerned which method was best suited for Wang Qing at a glance. After considering the clan leader's advice, Wang Qing fell back into deep thought. After a moment, he declared, "I have made my decision. I choose the Wanhua Funtianju." Wang Qing ultimately chose to follow his heart and cultivate the Wanhua Funtianju. The potency of this technique is indisputable, standing as the most formidable among the various methods available. The path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens, and adhering to one's innermost desires is of paramount importance. Upon hearing Wang Qing's declaration, the clan leader and several elders were left in astonishment, never having anticipated that he would opt for this particular method. Perhaps you should reconsider. Although this technique is powerful, it is fraught with peril, and there is no need for you to take such a significant risk. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, decided to persuade him further. Indeed, throughout history, very few have successfully mastered this technique. You must not overreach. The elders echoed his sentiments, concerned about the fragility of their family's newfound hope for ascendance, fearing it could be extinguished due to a single technique. The other methods were also commendable, so there was no necessity to undertake such a dangerous endeavor. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your concern, but Qing has made up his mind. Wang Qing affirmed with unwavering resolve. Since you are so resolute, I shall acquiesce. Should you wish to change your technique in the future, simply inform the third elder, the clan leader, and the elders. Seeing Wang Qing's determination, ceased their objections. With that, the third elder retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch. This is the transcription of the Wanhua Funtianju cultivation method. Take it. Wang Qing took the jade slip in hand and bowed deeply to the clan leader and the elders. Thank you, esteemed clan leader and elders, for your support. In the following period, under the guidance of the Grand Elder, Wang Qing began to learn the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world. Months later, within his secluded cave dwelling, he sat cross-legged upon a mat, initiating his first attempt to draw in spiritual energy. The Wanhua Funtianju harnesses the very essence of creation, allowing mastery over myriad spiritual flames upon completion. It is an exceptionally rare method that cultivates body, soul, and spirit simultaneously, filled with profound mysteries. However, the requirements set by the heavenly laws for practicing this technique are exceedingly harsh. Not only must the practitioner possess a fire-type celestial root, but also must endure 3 trials to awaken the spiritual flames: burning body, burning meridians, and burning spirit. Any misstep could lead to death and the scattering of one's soul. Fortunately, the initial stages of mastering this technique are relatively straightforward. It is only during the awakening of the spiritual flames that precious celestial materials are necessary. Wang Qing opened the jade slip and followed the prescribed steps of the technique. He silently recited the incantations, gradually attuning himself to the surrounding spiritual energy. He absorbed the sensed fire elemental energy into his body, guiding it slowly toward his dantian. Once he felt the accumulation of spiritual energy within the dantian reach a certain threshold, he directed this energy toward the first acupoint. In an instant, the acupoint burst open, and he successfully reached the first layer of qi refinement. To his astonishment, the process had gone so smoothly. Was it due to his celestial root? Just as Wang Qing was immersed in his cultivation, the second elder of the Wang family, Wang Qing, was riding his spirit beast, the Ba Huang Ta Yun Shi, soaring towards the Qianyang sect. Although cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can fly on their own, it consumes a considerable amount of mana. The distance from Ningyi County to the Qianyang sect's mountain gate spans several 100,000 miles. Even the spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator could not sustain such expenditure. The Ba Huang Ta Yun Shi, being a second-tier spirit beast proficient in both wind and fire spells, was the perfect companion for travel. After a day and a half of swift flight, he finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Qianyang sect. The journey was uneventful. After all, he was a foundation establishment cultivator riding a second-tier spirit beast, deterring any potential bandits from targeting him. The Qianyang mountain range, located in the central region of Qianzhou, harbors a fourth-tier spiritual vein and serves as the stronghold of the dominant Qianyang sect. Upon reaching the main peak of the sect, Wang Qing soon encountered his old friend, the Danyang Shangren. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang, it has been quite a while. Why have you left your family to come to the Qianyang sect? Danyang Shangren was genuinely pleased to see Wang Qing. In their youth, they had shared a strong bond, often traveling together to gather spiritual herbs for alchemy. Oh, it is a long story, Wang Qing stated candidly, revealing his purpose for being there. After listening, Danyang Shangren's expression gradually grew serious. It seems. Noticing Danyang Shangren's hesitation, Wang Qing continued, "This matter indeed stems from my Wang family's actions. You need not feel burdened. Our family is willing to bear all losses and provide compensation." Upon hearing this, Danyang Shangren no longer hesitated. "Very well, however, regarding the resolution of this matter, I must consult with the headmaster." Wang Qing retrieved a square box made of white jade from his storage pouch. "This tianxin fruit was acquired by our family at great expense. I have yet to use it, and now I present it to you as a gift." Upon hearing the name of the tianxin fruit, Danyang Shangren was momentarily taken aback before replying, "This is far too generous. Such a trivial matter should not warrant such an extravagant gift. The tianxin fruit is a third-tier spiritual fruit known for enhancing one's spirit. It is crucial for alchemists to maintain focus during their craft, making this fruit invaluable. How can I let my friend assist me without compensation? You, as a third-tier alchemist, need it even more than I do. Please accept it," Wang Qing insisted, pressing the gift into Danyang Shangren's hands, leaving no room for refusal. "Very well, I shall accept this tianxin fruit. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I will do my utmost to persuade the headmaster." Danyang Shangren relented, accepting the gift without further protest. Chapter 7. Compensation. Danyang Shangren returned shortly after leaving. "Brother Wang, I have conveyed the matter to the headmaster. The attack by the demonic beasts cannot be solely attributed to your Wang family. For the Qianyang sect, the loss of an outer sect qi refinement disciple is significant, but not insurmountable. However, the spirit tool used to summon the spirits, along with the belongings of the deceased disciple, must be surrendered, and your family is required to compensate the sect with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, as these terms were agreeable. "Naturally, I have all those items with me. 50,000 spirit stones is quite a substantial sum for a foundation establishment family, enough to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Yet it pales in comparison to the value of the tianxin fruit, which is worth approximately 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, after deducting the expenses for the daily cultivation of family members, the Wang family's annual income barely exceeds 10,000 spirit stones. This is largely due to the Wang family's status as a beast-taming family, which incurs greater resource consumption compared to typical foundation establishment families. The Wang family was now parting with a total of 150,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 15 years of income, yet it was not entirely a loss. Exchanging 150,000 spirit stones for a celestial root is a remarkable bargain. After resolving matters with the Qianyang sect, Wang Qing took the opportunity to check on the family's disciples at the sect before embarking on his return journey. Time flew swiftly. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Within Wang Qing's cave dwelling, he exclaimed, "Finally, I have reached the 7th layer of qi refinement." At this point, Wang Qing was 19 years old. During these 10 years, he had rarely ventured outside, with all necessary resources for cultivation supplied by his family. Although he had several times expressed a desire to venture out for training, he was consistently met with refusals from the family elders due to his insufficient cultivation level. However, After steadfastly insisting, the elders finally acquiesced, allowing him to embark on his journey once he reached the later stages of qi refinement. Thus, throughout this decade, Wang Qing diligently cultivated, driven by the desire to gain experience beyond the confines of his cave. Alas, I did not realize the life of a cultivator could be so monotonous. Departing from his cave, Wang Qing made his way directly to the purple bamboo peak, where the clan leader resided. Changqing, what brings you here? You have already reached the later stages of qi refinement? Upon seeing Wang Qing enter, Wang Xiaoji was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he realized Wang Qing had indeed reached the later stages of qi refinement. Truly, you are a celestial root. Your rate of cultivation is astonishing. Although our family records detail this, witnessing it firsthand is still hard to believe. It is noteworthy that he, as the most gifted genius of the Wang family, possessed a tri-spiritual root, with the purity of his metal attribute root reaching 50%. Even so, it took nearly 40 years for him to achieve the later stages of qi refinement. Indeed, Patriarch, I have reached the late stage of qi refinement and wish to venture out for some experience, Wang Qing stated. Hearing this, Patriarch Wang Xiaoji nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed time for you to undergo some practical training. While your meditation has significantly enhanced your cultivation, it is not without its drawbacks. Combat experience is equally crucial for a cultivator. He concurred that Wang Qing should be allowed to venture forth, yet the Grand Elder opposed this notion, insisting that Wang Qing should only embark on such a journey once he had fully mastered the late stage of qi refinement. The Grand Elder's insistence was not without merit. The likelihood of encountering danger at the 7th level of qi refinement was negligible, provided one did not cross paths with a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if faced with a late-stage qi refinement opponent, one could still escape. You have been cultivating within the family without any magical artifacts. Now that you have reached the late stage of qi refinement, here is a set of artifacts crafted for you by the family. Patriarch Wang Xiaoji retrieved a set of artifacts from his storage pouch, a long sword, a shield, and a piece of soft armor. These artifacts were all top-tier, first-grade items, prepared by the family, and were more than adequate for Wang Qing's use before reaching foundation establishment. The flying sword, named Shihuojian, was forged from a chunk of red iron ore, perfectly aligning with Wang Qing's fire affinity. The shield, known as Heijia shield, was crafted from the shell of a second-tier spiritual beast, the Heijia Yengui, which could have been used to create a second-tier artifact, but was intentionally made as a first-tier item for Wang Qing's utilization. The soft armor was fashioned from the skin of a first-tier monster, the Qingxian. It could be said that for a cultivator at the qi refinement stage, this set of artifacts was indeed top-notch. Now, proceed to refine these 3 artifacts. After expressing his gratitude to the Patriarch, Wang Qing sat cross-legged on the spot, infusing his spiritual energy into each artifact for refinement. After half an hour, he successfully completed the refinement of all 3 artifacts. Remember to exercise utmost caution while you are out. Do not fear trouble, but do not seek it either. If any issues arise, remember that the family will always support you, the Patriarch advised earnestly. Wang Qing understood. Thank you for your wisdom, Patriarch. Departing from Zixia Peak, Wang Qing's first destination was to visit his younger sister, Wang Linger. It is worth noting that 5 years prior, Wang Linger was also discovered to possess spiritual roots. Although her aptitude was not as remarkable as his, she, too, possessed fire, gold, and earth affinities, with her fire attribute purity reaching 50%, marking her as a minor prodigy within the Wang family. Upon arriving at his sister's cave dwelling and triggering the protective barrier, the door opened shortly. A graceful young girl emerged, and upon seeing Wang Qing, her face lit up with joy as she rushed into his embrace. Brother, what brings you here? Were you not in seclusion? Wang Qing smiled tenderly at his sister. You are already a young lady. Is it proper to still seek refuge in your brother's arms? Hearing this, Wang Linger pouted, playfully striking his chest before turning away with a huff. Observing her reaction, Wang Qing found it rather endearing. I will be leaving for a while to gain some experience. You may not see me for a short period. Upon hearing this, Wang Linger turned back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What? You are going out to play? Take me with you. Without hesitation, Wang Qing firmly declined. What play? I am not going out for leisure. I will undoubtedly encounter many dangers. It would be a blessing if you do not cause me trouble. We shall discuss this when you reach the 7th level of qi refinement. I see that you have been rather idle. Having only reached the 3rd level after 5 years of cultivation, Wang Linger was immediately displeased. What do you mean? If you do not want to take me along, just say so. I am not slacking off. Not everyone can achieve your level. Wang Qing quickly soothed his sister. All right. Do not be upset. I have a bottle of gathering qi pills given to me by the second elder. Now that I am in the late stage of qi refinement, it is of little use to me, so I shall give it to you. Remember to cultivate diligently. I will take my leave now. I plan to visit our parents as well. It has been 10 years since I came to Lingwu Valley, and I miss them. The mention of their parents brought tears to the corners of Wang Linger's eyes. Realizing his mistake in bringing up such an emotional topic, Wang Qing silently scolded himself for his thoughtlessness. Do not be sad. If you cultivate well, you will see them again soon. I must go now. With that, he departed from his sister's cave. Chapter 8. Venturing out for experience. After leaving his sister's cave, Wang Qing made it a point to pay his respects to the various elders, as it was customary to inform them of his venture for experience. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face their ire upon his return. After gathering provisions from the elders, Wang Qing's storage pouch was filled to the brim with healing elixirs from the second elder and various talismans from the fourth elder. Reflecting on his preparations, Wang Qing proceeded to the family's Good Deeds Hall. Qing, what brings you to the Good Deeds Hall? An elderly man with graying hair greeted Wang Qing's arrival. Sixth granduncle, I came to see if there are any tasks available. The elder in charge of the Good Deeds Hall, Wang Xiaoheng, shared the same generation as the patriarch, being the sixth in line of the Xiao family name, and was a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Having surpassed the late stage of qi refinement at over 80 years of age, he did not consume a foundation establishment pill, as the likelihood of success for a 5-spirit root was already minimal, given that he had surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment. Even consuming the pill would only yield a 50% chance of success, leading him to forego the opportunity for the benefit of others. You have reached the 7th level of qi refinement? Haha, splendid, splendid. It appears that the hopes of the family rest on the shoulders of the younger generation. Although the elder was not entirely aware of Wang Qing's specific talents, he understood that it was certainly not the 3-spirit root rumored in the outside world. While the family did possess individuals with 3 spirit roots, he had never witnessed one with such an astonishing rate of cultivation. This was undoubtedly a positive development for the Wang family, and he had no intention of dispelling the rumor. What kind of tasks are you interested in? Feel free to browse. With that, he retrieved a ledger from a nearby table. Wang Qing accepted the ledger and flipped through its pages. Hunt the first-grade beast, Yuan. On the outskirts of Tai Ao Mountain. Good deeds, 300 points. Capture a late-stage first-grade beast, Quangshualang Wang. Good deeds, 500 points. Collect a century-old spiritual ginseng. Good deeds, 300 points. Collect a 300-year-old black spiritual ginseng. Good deeds, 1000 points. Guard the family's mortal town, Mingyue Town, for 3 years. Good deeds, 300 points. Oversee the family South Pharmacy in Chaofa Square for 3 years. Good deeds, 300 points. Transport a batch of talismans and elixirs to Chaofa Square. Good deeds, 30 points. Guard a first-grade Qijin iron mine located 3,000 miles from the family for 3 years. Good deeds, 800 points. Wang Qing scrutinized the list, noting that the tasks primarily involve collecting spiritual herbs and overseeing the family's various enterprises. 1 point of good deeds was equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone. Although in practice, good deeds possessed slightly greater purchasing power, as the family's spiritual beasts, elixirs, and talismans were cheaper than those available outside. After careful consideration, Wang Qing chose not to accept any tasks. Gathering spiritual herbs did not require assignment, as one could directly exchange them for good deeds. And he had no interest in guarding family properties. After bidding farewell to his 6th granduncle, he resolved to visit his parents first before exploring Chaofa Square, having long heard tales of its bustling atmosphere from others in the family. Upon exiting the family's protective array, Wang Qing summoned his flying sword and stood upon it, instantly ascending into the sky with a burst of crimson light. Standing atop the flying sword, he gazed at the mountains and rivers below, filled with excitement. This was his first experience of flying on a sword. Although he had previously flown once, it had been in the company of another, making this moment distinctly different. Truly, it was a top-tier first-grade flying sword. The journey spanning thousands of miles was covered in mere hours. The sea breeze caressed his face, bringing with it the refreshing and briny essence of distant shores, instantly intoxicating Wang Qing in this vastness and infinity. He gazed down at the seaside town of his childhood, opening his chest to embrace the wind. With a deep sigh, Wang Qing felt an unprecedented sense of ease after a decade of monotonous meditation and cultivation. The bustling townsfolk seemed to have noticed him as well. Look, is that an immortal? Wow, mother. An immortal stands in the sky. How could there be an immortal this year? Isn't the spiritual assessment still a year away? Just then, another middle-aged cultivator soared on his sword, reaching the same altitude as Wang Qing. Friend, this town is the domain of the Beastmaster Wang clan. May I inquire why you are here? Qing, what brings you to this place? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wang Qing smiled faintly. Uncle 19, it has been a long time. I see you have been assigned to guard Qingfeng Town. The visitor, named Wang Zitong, ranked 19th in the Zhe family, possessed 5 spiritual roots, and had attained the 5th level of qi refinement. They had met a few times within their clan. Chongqing, are you not cultivating at home? What brings you here? Has something happened in the clan? Wang Zitong inquired, puzzled. There is nothing amiss in the clan. I came out to experience the world and thought I would visit my parents. Wang Chongqing replied with a gentle smile. Experience the world? Wang Zitong scrutinized him closely, realizing he could not discern Wang Chongqing's cultivation level. You have surpassed my level. No wonder the clan leader and the elders regard you as a genius. Wang Chongqing chuckled modestly. Oh, it is all thanks to the nurturing from the clan leader and the elders. Enough with the modesty. Let me take you to see your parents, he said, and they descended on their swords. Shortly thereafter, Wang Chongqing learned the whereabouts of his parents. Residing in a quadrangle in the town's central area, the Wang family in Qingfeng Town received monthly stipends as long as they had a child with spiritual roots, ensuring their livelihood, and Wang Chongqing's parents were blessed with a pair of such gifted children. Thus, the clan arranged for them to reside in this courtyard, even providing servants to attend to their needs. Arriving at the courtyard entrance, Wang Chongqing excitedly knocked on the door. Hello, may I help you? A young woman's head peeked out, her expression one of confusion. Is this the Wang residence? My name is Wang Qing. I am looking for my parents. Wang Chongqing was surprised to find the doorkeeper was a woman in her 20s whom he did not recognize. What? Upon hearing the name, the woman was taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, You are young Master Qing? Without another word, she dashed into the courtyard, shouting, Young Master Qing has returned. Master, Madam, young Master Qing is back. Wang Chongqing stood momentarily stunned before he walked into the courtyard. Before long, a middle-aged man and woman rushed out. Upon seeing Wang Qing, the middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. Her eyes reddened, and she rushed to embrace Wang Chongqing tightly. Qinger, these two were Wang Chongqing's father, Wang Shan, and mother, Li Zuixia. Father, mother. At that moment, Wang Chongqing felt a lump in his throat, unable to utter a word. After embracing him for a while, his mother's emotions began to stabilize. Wang Shan approached to comfort her, saying, All right, how long will you hold him? Our son is now an immortal. Your tears are unbecoming. Father, mother, I am unfilial for not returning sooner, Wang Chongqing said, feeling a pang of guilt as he looked at his parents, relieved that they had not suffered since his departure and appeared much as they did when he left. Qinger, just your thoughtfulness is enough. You are now an immortal. Wang Shan mused, gazing at his son, who had grown taller than him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As parents, they always wished for their children to succeed, yet longed for the family to enjoy the peace of togetherness. It was his mother who snapped back to reality. Come, Qinger, come inside. I will make your favorite steamed fish from your childhood. The family finally left the courtyard and entered the house. The courtyard was quite spacious, consisting of 3 sections. Wang Chongqing's parents lived in the main house, while the east and west wings were reserved for him and his sister Wang Ling. Even if they might not stay there for years, the household had 8 servants, all arranged by the clan to serve Wang Chongqing's parents, residing inside rooms in the front and back courtyards. The young woman who had opened the door was not a servant, but rather the adopted daughter of his parents, taken in after Wang Ling was discovered to have spiritual roots. Upon learning this, Wang Chongqing felt a surge of guilt. His parents were afraid they would have no one to support them in their old age. Despite having so many servants, they could never replace family. The family sat together, enjoying the meals prepared by his mother, who constantly added food to Wang Chongqing's bowl. Since becoming a cultivator, he had not eaten but relied on fasting elixirs. They chatted until evening, and only then did Wang Chongqing return to his room to sleep. After spending a few days at home, Wang Chongqing finally bid farewell to his parents. Before he left, his mother's eyes were filled with tears, yet she said nothing. They all understood that their son was now an immortal with his own path to follow, separated from the mortal realm. Following the directions given by the clan elders, Wang Chongqing soared on his sword, flying towards the towering Songshan market located in the eastern part of Ningyi County, far from Qingfeng Town. The market was established by the Wang clan of Ningyi County in collaboration with 2 foundational families from neighboring counties. The 3 major foundational families were the Beastmaster Wang clan in Ningyi County, the Wu clan in Huili County, renowned for their prowess in weapon forging, and the Sun clan in Fufeng County, skilled in talisman crafting. These 3 foundational families built Songshan Market at the intersection of the 3 counties, utilizing a second-tier spiritual vein. Wang Chongqing flew at full speed towards Songshan Market, and just as he neared, a golden giant blade, radiating fierce aura, suddenly cleaved towards him from the mountains below. Instantly sensing danger, Wang Chongqing altered his flight path to evade the attack. He then retrieved a first-tier superior defensive spirit talisman, the Golden Shield Talisman, from his storage bag, As the talisman ignited, a golden protective barrier enveloped Wang Qing. He descended on his sword towards the source of the attack. A middle-aged male cultivator stood among the trees. Realizing his strike had missed, hastily recalled his flying dagger. Seeing the young man descending on his sword, remarkably youthful, yet possessing cultivation equal to his own, adorned with a white tiger emblem on his robe, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, a disciple of the Beastmaster Wang clan. I've truly kicked a steel plate this time. Upon seeing Wang Qing approach, the middle-aged man quickly donned a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. My apologies, friend. I was lying in wait for an enemy and mistook you for him. I beg your forgiveness. Hearing this, Wang Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, are you jesting with me? Without further ado, Wang Qing drew his magical artifact, raising the black armored mysterious shield before him, and swung the scarlet fire sword at the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged man, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was not one to be intimidated. Realizing the situation had escalated, he quickly summoned his long knife to defend against Wang Qing's assault. The clash of sword and blade resonated, sending the middle-aged man's weapon flying. Feeling the pressure, he realized, a superior magical artifact. This is truly a formidable opponent. In haste, he produced a talisman, igniting it to form a golden light shield around himself. Spare me, friend. I am willing to offer all I possess in exchange for my life. Please, spare me. In just a few exchanges, he realized that he was no match for this person. Although both were at the late stage of Qi refinement, the quality of their magical artifacts was simply not on the same level. Now you regret it, but even if I kill you, your possessions will still be mine. Despite these thoughts, Wang Qing remained vigilant, knowing that this middle-aged loose cultivator, while belonging to the lowest tier of the cultivation world, had managed to reach the late stage of Qi refinement. Who could say what hidden tricks he might possess? He continued to weave hand signs, instantly forming a fireball that surged toward the middle-aged cultivator. The first-tier spell, Fireball Technique. Wang Qing had not mastered many spells, as his focus had always been on cultivation, and he had only learned a few first-tier fire spells. However, it had sufficed before reaching the Qi refinement stage. And due to his training in the Wanhua Fun Tianju and his innate Tianling Jin, the power of his first-tier spells was 30% stronger than that of others. As the fireball approached, the middle-aged cultivator sensed the terrifying energy radiating from it, potent enough to destroy his first-tier spiritual talisman, the Golden Light Shield. He hastily cast a defensive spell, Earth Wall Technique. The fireball collided with the earth wall, and although Wang Qing's fireball was more powerful than an ordinary one, it merely left a small crack in the wall. How long will you remain a coward? Seeing that he was at an impasse, Wang Qing initiated a psychological tactic. The middle-aged loose cultivator felt anxious. Being constantly on the defensive left him no choice. But his attacks were unable to breach the defenses of Wang Qing's black armor shield. My friend, I know of a secret location belonging to a golden core real person. If you spare my life, I am willing to reveal its whereabouts. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to have made a significant decision. Oh, a secret location? Do enlighten me. Wang Qing feigned interest. The middle-aged cultivator, sensing Wang Qing's curiosity, hurriedly continued. This secret location is in a valley on the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range. I discovered its position by chance. If you are willing to swear a heart demon oath and spare me, I will disclose the location to you. Chapter 10, Cha Gufeng Shi. Since you know the position of this golden core secret location, why don't you go there yourself? Wang Qing inquired, puzzled. The middle-aged cultivator, noticing Wang Qing's skepticism, embellished his story further. Ah, my friend, you do not understand. The secret location lies on the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range. I attempted to go there once, but before I could reach halfway, I encountered several second-tier demonic beasts. He cautiously observed Wang Qing's expression. With your talent, having reached the late stage of Qi refinement at such a young age, you will surely succeed in establishing your foundation soon. At that time, the Golden Core Real Person's secret location will be yours for the taking. After this, the middle-aged cultivator gazed at Wang Qing with flattery. Very well then. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Qing's flying sword shot towards the middle-aged cultivator. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator's first-tier golden light shield talisman had expired, and Wang Qing's sword swiftly ended his life. The look on his face before he died was one of disbelief that Wang Qing would suddenly strike. Talking about a golden core secret location, why not mention a Nascent Soul True Monarch secret location instead? Wang Qing rummaged through the middle-aged cultivator's storage bag and magical artifacts, discovering only a few dozen low-grade spiritual stones and a handful of first-tier talismans. Hardly anything valuable. What is this? Wang Qing pulled out a peculiar map from the storage bag, made of an unknown material. The marked location appeared to be within the Tai Ao mountain range, but not on the outskirts. Could this be real? But this fellow clearly mentioned the outskirts of Tai Ao mountain range. Wang Qing found it hard to believe that a loose cultivator at the Qi refinement stage could have any connection to a golden core secret location. Nevertheless, he tossed the map into his storage bag. Whether it was genuine or not would be revealed when he had the strength to investigate further. In truth, the map was not related to any golden core secret location. It was merely a fabrication by the middle-aged cultivator. He had no knowledge of the place marked on the map, which he had obtained through murder and plunder. After assessing his gains, Wang Qing continued on his way to Qingfeng Town, encountering no further troublesome cultivators along the way. After flying for half an hour, he finally arrived at Qingfeng Town, which was situated on a plain within a valley. Many cultivators, like Wang Qing, landed at the entrance of the marketplace. Flying was prohibited within the market. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards recognized the vibrant spirit tiger insignia on Wang Qing's chest and allowed him to use the expedited passage. While other loose cultivators were required to pay spiritual stones for entry, the Wang family, being one of the management factions, enjoyed certain privileges. The bustling atmosphere of Qingfeng Town resembled that of a mundane marketplace, with various shops lining the streets. The market was established through a collaboration of three major foundation establishment forces. The profits, after allocating 40% to the Qianyang sect, were divided among the three forces, each taking 20%, with representatives from all three overseeing the operations. The Wang family owned 3 shops on the central street of the market: a spirit beast pavilion selling spirit beasts, a Wang family alchemy shop selling medicinal pills, and a restaurant named Tai Lu. Although the Wang family excelled in beast-taming, the restaurant generated the highest revenue among the 3 shops, bringing in thousands of spiritual stones monthly. While the spirit beast pavilion offered only first-tier spirit beasts, they were still beyond the reach of average loose cultivators. Even those who could afford them struggled to sustain them, as most cultivators could barely manage their own cultivation resources, let alone nurture companion beasts. The alchemy shop faced stiff competition, with the Qianyang sect and the other 2 foundation establishment forces also establishing alchemy shops within the market. Upon entering the marketplace, Wang Qing made his way directly to the Tai Lu, a 5-story establishment located at the center of the market, built with great luxury. Before he even stepped inside, a sharp-eyed waiter noticed him and promptly welcomed him in. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged cultivator seated at the owner's desk. When the cultivator looked up and saw Wang Qing being let in, his face lit up with surprise. "Qing, what brings you here?" Seeing the middle-aged cultivator, Wang Qing also smiled. "Fourth uncle, it has been a long time." The middle-aged cultivator was a member of the Wang family, ranked 4th in the Zhe generation. Named Wang Zibin, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and the owner of the Tai Lu, he exclaimed, "You've reached the late stage of Qi refinement. No wonder the clan leader and elders allowed you to come out. Come, today, your 4th uncle is in a good mood and will arrange a banquet for you." He instructed a nearby waiter to prepare the feast. Wang Qing smiled wryly at this. "Then I shall humbly accept your offer." Wang Zibin led Wang Qing to a private room on the 5th floor, retrieving a jar of wine from his storage bag. A rich aroma of liquor filled the room. "This is the Fu Feng wine that I have treasured for many years. Today, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated." Fu Feng wine, a specialty of the Sun family from Fu Feng, possessed a unique fragrance and brought in substantial profits each year. Soon, 3 or 4 dishes were served to the table. The 2 toasted each other, sharing amusing stories from recent times, when Wang Zibin suddenly said, "You've come at just the right time. In a few months, the Wanbao Pavilion will hold its biennial auction, and they will present numerous valuable items. The 2nd elder will also attend, and your 4th uncle will take you to broaden your horizons." At this news, Wang Qing's interest was piqued. An auction? What treasures will be available? Noticing Wang Qing's enthusiasm, Wang Zibin continued the conversation. The Wanbage holds a grand auction every 20 years, and it is said that during this event, Qianyangzong will release 10 GB Dan. Your uncle and your 6th uncle have both reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and this time the family aims to secure at least 2 GB Dan, allowing the Zhe lineage to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Wang Qing's uncle and 6th uncle are the only 2 Qi refinement 9th level practitioners among the Zhe lineage. His elder uncle, Wang Ziren, is the eldest among the Zhe lineage, possessing 3 spirit roots and achieving great perfection in Qi refinement at the 9th level. The 6th uncle, Wang Zixia, was the one who went to Qingfeng Town to test spirit roots. Upon discovering that Wang Qing possessed a heavenly spirit root, he swiftly eliminated a fellow practitioner from Qianyangzong, leaving a profound impression on Wang Qing with his decisive actions. Now, a decade later, he has also cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Speaking of this 6th uncle, Wang Qing holds him in high regard. He possesses fire, earth, and wood spirit roots, with his fire root reaching a purity of 50%. And he practices the family's top-tier technique, the Dihua Duanti Jing. He is the most gifted individual in the Zhe lineage. With this in mind, Wang Qing raised a toast to his fourth uncle, wishing him success in achieving foundation establishment soon. Upon hearing this, Wang Zabin laughed heartily and said, "Haha, you have quite the way with words. No wonder the clan leader and elders dote on you. May your auspicious words come true for me as well. However, you must also strive to cultivate diligently. Who knows, you might be the first to utilize the Zhibi Dan before I do." He was unaware that Wang Qing, being a heavenly spirit root, could break through the foundation establishment bottleneck without the need for Zhibi Dan. Chapter 11. The mysterious stone. The uncle and nephew engaged in lively conversation fueled by wine, only returning to their rooms to rest as dusk fell. The following morning, Wang Qing greeted his fourth uncle before stepping out to wander. The CG market, while not vast, was arranged similarly to an ordinary town, the sole distinction being that it was populated by thousands of practitioners. The entire market was enveloped by a third-tier defensive formation, and every 5 years, one of the 3 major foundation establishment powers would rotate to station a foundation establishment practitioner at the formation's core. Currently, the market was guarded by the Wu clan from the neighboring Huili County. A central street divided the market into eastern and western sections, with shops operated by various factions lining the main street, while the remaining vendors were scattered cultivators. Alongside the central street were stalls where various scattered cultivators displayed an array of bottles, jars, and peculiar items. The atmosphere was bustling with voices and lively shouts, creating a vibrant scene. As Wang Qing strolled through, despite the multitude of stalls, he found nothing of particular significance. Just as he was about to head back, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in his cultivation technique, prompting it to operate autonomously. What could this be? The source of this involuntary activation was a stall run by a scattered cultivator. It is worth noting that Wang Qing practiced the Wanhua Wentianju, a top-tier profound skill. Driven by curiosity, Wang Qing approached the stall, where he found an assortment of ancient-looking medicine bottles and various written cultivation insights from other scattered cultivators, none of which seemed extraordinary. "Young master, what are you looking to buy?" The scattered cultivator, upon noticing Wang Qing's presence, became somewhat reserved, recognizing the insignia of the Yusho Wang clan on his attire. "I'm just browsing." After inspecting several times, Wang Qing still found nothing special. What could be causing this disturbance? Just then, something beneath the stall table caught his attention, a stone resting on the ground. This stone appeared unremarkable at first glance, had it not been for the unusual energy emanating from his technique. Wang Qing might have doubted whether it was merely a stone picked up by the scattered cultivator on the roadside. Nevertheless, he sensed an inexplicable allure of this stone towards his technique. It must be this stone. Confirming that it was indeed this stone that triggered the automatic operation of the Wanhua Wentianju, Wang Qing turned to leave. In the full view of the crowd, he knew he could not simply buy an ordinary table stone, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and alert others. Wang Qing found a seat by the window in a nearby tea house, waiting for the scattered cultivator to pack up before making his move. As he surmised that the stone would likely be left behind, he sat in the tea house until evening, when foot traffic had dwindled significantly, and the stall owner finally began to pack up. Just as Wang Qing had anticipated, the stall owner collected the items from the table into a storage bag and departed. Once the stall owner had left, Wang Qing approached the stall and discreetly retrieved the stone, attracting no attention. Upon returning to the detail building, he greeted Wang Zabin, who was seated at the manager's desk, before retreating to his own room. Suppressing his excitement, he took the stone from his storage bag and examined it closely. After fiddling with it for a while, he still could not discern any special attributes of the stone. How peculiar! What secrets does this stone hold? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He decided to test it by placing his hand on the stone and channeling his technique. Instantly, the stone radiated a fiery red glow, and its outer shell began to shed, revealing its true form. It was an egg, emanating a spectrum of colors, adorned with intricate patterns. Simultaneously, information regarding the egg's origin flooded Wang Qing's mind. This egg was actually an ancient phoenix egg that had failed its rebirth. The failed rebirth of this ancient phoenix egg had encountered an unexpected mishap. Time had passed, and perhaps the treasure had concealed itself, devolving into an inconspicuous stone, unnoticed by anyone. Regrettably, the phoenix's spirit had dissipated, rendering it incapable of hatching. It could only be refined by the Wanhua Wentianju. Otherwise, Wang Qing might have considered contracting a phoenix as a pet. However, the potential to awaken a spirit fire was already satisfying. It is well known that the essence of the Wanhua Wentianju lies in its ability to refine treasures of heaven and earth to produce spirit fire. Wang Qing had previously worried about the lack of suitable materials for cultivating spirit fire during the qi refinement stage. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired the necessary materials for cultivating spirit fire with such ease. The ancient phoenix egg. What kind of spirit fire would emerge from its refinement? Would it be the South Mingli fire or the Nirvana flame? Contemplating the various innate spirit fires possessed by the phoenix lineage, Wang Qing felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of which spirit fire was awakened, it would enhance his strength manifold. It appeared that his choice to cultivate the Wanhua Wentianju was unquestionably wise. Even the awakening of this first type of spirit fire was not inferior to other top-tier techniques. Once he reached the Yuanying stage, he could refine spirit fire without restriction. Among practitioners of the same tier, who would stand as his equal? Suppressing his inner fervor, Wang Qing returned the ancient phoenix egg to his storage bag, resolving to wait until he achieved great perfection in qi refinement before attempting refinement. The time was not yet ripe. The refinement process was fraught with peril, with the constant risk of mortal danger, necessitating thorough preparation. Otherwise, like the phoenix, even with its innate divine ability, the Nirvana flame, it had still encountered an accident during its revival. In the days that followed, Wang Qing diligently consumed pills and meditated, spending several months at the Datai building. At this point, he was merely a step away from reaching the mid-stage of the 7th level of qi refinement. As the Wanbage auction approached, the second elder, Wang Shuxing, arrived at the market. He was there to procure Jibi Dan for his elder uncle and 6th uncle, both of whom had already entered the 9th level of qi refinement. This was a matter of utmost importance for the clan. Although the Jibi Dan was merely a second-tier pill, its primary materials were monopolized by top-tier factions, rendering it a rare commodity. Every 20 years, Qianyangzong would release 10 Jibi Dan through the Wanbage auction, and these 10 Dan were often fiercely contested by various powerful factions. Although 10 Jibi Dan may seem plentiful, aside from the 3 major foundation establishment powers overseeing the CG market, scattered cultivators from nearby regions and other counties would also come to participate in the bidding. Therefore, each session that manages to acquire 2 Zhuji Dan is considered remarkably fortunate. Should this occasion fail to yield 2 Zhuji Dan, it would imply that a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement must wait an additional 20 years to establish their foundation. For a cultivator in the qi refinement stage, how many 20-year spans can one afford to squander? Hence, the family is determined to secure these 2 Zhuji Dan. Chapter 12, Wanbao Pavilion Auction. The day of the Wanbao Pavilion Auction has finally arrived, with unfamiliar faces populating the marketplace. Cultivators from various foundational factions across surrounding counties, as well as scattered practitioners who have been in seclusion for years, can be seen on the streets. Wanbao Pavilion is a premier force overseen by a Yuanying Zhenjuan, even more formidable than Qianyang sect, with branches dispersed throughout the Xianyang immortal domain. The second elder, Wang Shuxing, led Wang Zabin and Wang Changqing to the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, as one of the most prestigious powers in the Xianyang immortal domain, even a single branch occupies an enormous area. Within the entire Chaoga marketplace, there is no structure more magnificent than Wanbao Pavilion. Inside, the pavilion reveals a hidden paradise, with a hall boasting hundreds of seats, already filled with numerous attendees. Above the seats, there are 2 or 3 tiers of private rooms. And under the guidance of the second elder, they took their seats in a private room on the 2nd floor. Before long, the seats in the hall were completely occupied, and the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were similarly claimed by other factions. A young and beautiful woman stood on the stage. Thank you, esteemed friends, for attending the Wanbao Pavilion auction. I am Ning Yan, the auctioneer for this event. We shall now commence the auction. The first item up for bid is a bottle of 2nd-tier medicinal pills, Jinyuan Dan, which enhances the cultivation of foundational practitioners. 1 Jinyuan Dan is equivalent to several months of arduous training, and there are 6 in total. The starting price is 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100 spirit stones. As the Jinyuan Dan was presented, many cultivators began to bid. 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. 1,800 low-grade spirit stones. After several rounds of bidding, this bottle of 2nd-tier Jinyuan Dan was acquired by a foundational scattered practitioner. The second item for auction is a 2nd-tier medicinal pill, the Fuyuan Dan. This pill is specifically designed to heal severe injuries, and, due to its gentle properties, will not harm an already injured body. It is an exceptional remedy for serious wounds. The starting price is 500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50 spirit stones. Ultimately, this pill was also secured by a scattered practitioner for 850 low-grade spirit stones. Next is the third item for auction, a 2nd-tier superior medicinal pill, the Ha Maiden. This pill serves to protect the meridians and body. The starting price is 500 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50 spirit stones. Upon hearing the introduction of this pill, Wang Changqing's eyes lit up. As he is about to refine and cultivate spirit fire, he must endure the trials of burning the meridians, body, and spirit. This pill is tailor-made for him. 550 low-grade spirit stones. 600 low-grade spirit stones. This pill has limited utility for ordinary scattered practitioners, thus only a few participated in the bidding. 600 spirit stones for the first time. 600 spirit stones for the second time. 700 spirit stones. At this moment, Wang Qing decisively raised his bid. Upon hearing his offer, Ning Yan, the auctioneer, revealed a smile. The Hamaiden is of limited use, and securing 700 spirit stones was an unexpected delight. This esteemed friend bids 700 spirit stones. Is there any further bidding? 700 spirit stones for the first time. 700 spirit stones for the second time. 700 spirit stones for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. Observing Wang Qing's bid for the Hamaiden, the second elder inquired curiously, Qing, what do you need this Hamaiden for? Second granduncle, I recently stumbled upon a rare treasure intended to awaken spirit fire, and I will need this Hamaiden for that process. Wang Qing did not conceal anything from the second elder. Oh, so quickly you have obtained a treasure capable of awakening spirit fire. It seems your fortune is quite favorable. However, the process of awakening spirit fire is exceedingly perilous, and the Hamaiden alone will not suffice. By the way, I have some extra Dealing Dan from when I prepared them for your sixth uncle. You may take them. The Dealing Dan is also a remarkable medicinal pill, used to protect the user from being scorched by flames during consumption. Wang Zixia, the sixth uncle, requires it for cultivating the Dihua Duanti Jing. Gratefully accepting the Dealing Dan, Wang Qing expressed his thanks. With both the Dealing Dan and Hamaiden in hand, he was now fully prepared. Shortly thereafter, a maid delivered the Hamaiden he had won at auction. After handing over 700 spirit stones to the maid, he was left with only 100 spirit stones. Feeling somewhat pained to have spent a decade's savings in one fell swoop, the auction continued with the fourth item, a third-tier medicinal pill, the Qingming Shodan. Consuming this pill can extend one's lifespan by 10 years, and each person may only take it once in their lifetime. The starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 5,000 spirit stones. The entire auction house erupted in excitement, as such longevity-enhancing pills are exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, this pill holds little value for the Wang family, as the eldest elder is merely 180 years old and has over 60 years remaining before his time is up. As expected, this pill was ultimately sold to the Huari Wuxia for 150,000 spirit stones. Following the auction of several second-tier pills and second-tier magical artifacts, they finally arrived at the highlight of the evening. The next item to be auctioned is the Zhuji Dan. The first Zhuji Dan has a starting price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000 spirit stones. As the Zhuji Dan was revealed, many cultivators in attendance brightened, and some scattered practitioners at the pinnacle of qi refinement found their breaths growing heavy. 31,000, 32,000, 35,000. The bidding intensified, and before long, the price climbed to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, the pace of bidding began to slow significantly, as the major factions in the upper private rooms commenced their offers. 45,000 spirit stones. Wang Wenbin called out decisively. At this point, no scattered practitioners were making bids. This Zhuji Dan was successfully acquired by the Wang family for 45,000 spirit stones. As for why the other foundational factions refrained from bidding, it is simply a matter of their unspoken understanding. The earlier Zhuji Dan had already been distributed among the major factions. Once one faction placed a bid, the others would typically refrain from interfering, lest they inadvertently benefit the Qingyang sect. Subsequently, the second Zhuji Dan was won by the Fufeng Sun family for 48,000 spirit stones. The third was acquired by the Huari Wuxia for 47,000 spirit stones. The fourth was taken by the Liu family from Zixia County for 50,000 spirit stones. This county borders Fufeng County. The fifth was secured by a scattered practitioner for 52,000 spirit stones. The sixth was similarly taken by another scattered practitioner for 50,000 spirit stones. As the seventh Zhuji Dan came up for auction, the Wang family prepared to make another move, as the prices for the remaining pills were expected to escalate. 48,000, 50,000, 51,000. Wang Zabin called out. 52,000. A Huari Wuxia practitioner countered. 53, 54. Wang Wenbin glanced at the second elder, who nodded, and continued. 55. Seeing the Wang family so resolutely intent on acquiring this Zhuji Dan, the Hu family practitioner withdrew. The seventh Zhuji Dan was finally secured by the Wang family for 55,000 low-grade spirit stones. The subsequent three Zhuji Dan were won at 56, 57, and 57,000 spirit stones by the Fufeng Sun family, Huari Wuxia, and another foundational faction, respectively. The auction concluded successfully. After returning to Ditai building for a celebration, The next day, the second elder took Wang Qing back to the family. Chapter 13, Tai Gang's Secret Realm. Upon returning to the family, the second elder presented a Zhuji Dan to his uncle, Wang Ziren, with a 3 spiritual root aptitude and the assistance of the Zhuji Dan. As long as luck does not run exceedingly low, he should generally succeed in establishing his foundation. It is anticipated that soon the Wang family will welcome its first foundational practitioner from the Zhe generation, bringing their total number of foundational practitioners to 6. Concurrently, Wang Qing began secluding himself for cultivation, hoping to reach the 9th level of qi refinement at the earliest opportunity. After several months of meditation and cultivation, and having consumed several Juki pills, Wang Qing finally reached the mid-stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Just as he was engrossed in his closed-door training, the prohibitions of his cave dwelling were triggered. A family member arrived to inform him that the clan leader had summoned him for an important matter. Upon arriving at Zizhu Peak, he found 2 others present in the Taxing Hall, his 3rd aunt Wang Ziyao and his 6th uncle Wang Zishur. Once all 3 were assembled, the clan leader Wang Xiaoji spoke. The reason for your summons is that the Taigang's secret realm is about to open. At that time, all factions affiliated with Qianyang sect will send representatives, and our family will also have 3 slots. The Taigang's secret realm belongs to a top-tier faction known as Taigang Sword Sect, which existed tens of thousands of years ago. At its peak, the Taigang Sword Sect was several times stronger than the Qianyang sect, with multiple Nascent Soul true monarchs stationed there. However, for reasons unknown, they attracted a formidable enemy and were obliterated, losing their legacy. According to records, this secret realm serves as an entrance trial for the Taigang Sword Sect, accommodating 500 qi refinement cultivators each time it opens, which occurs once every 100 years. The clan leader elaborated on the specifics of the Taigang's secret realm trial, which consists of 3 stages. The first stage requires defeating a puppet of the same realm within the duration of an incense stick. In the second stage, all cultivators who pass the first stage will engage in mutual battles, with victors advancing to the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage entails defeating demonic beasts within the secret realm to obtain trial tokens. After 24 hours, participants will be ranked based on the number of tokens collected, with rewards distributed accordingly. In the previous trial, among the 3 disciples from the family who entered, only Wang Qing made it to the 3rd stage, resulting in a rather low ranking. In the final stage, many factions would form teams to slay the demonic beasts and subsequently hand over the trial tokens to one individual. The previous ranking champion was a disciple of the Qianyang sect, who, despite starting with 50 participants in the last trial, had only about 20 remaining by the 3rd stage, whereas other factions had at most 2 or 3 members. It can be said that the competition in this final stage is exceedingly fierce, with the risk of losing one's life. With half a year remaining until the Taigang's secret realm opens, you should return and make preparations. Once inside the secret realm, prioritize your safety and do not act recklessly. Especially you, Qing, who have been focused solely on cultivation and lack practical combat experience. Adhere strictly to your 6th uncle's arrangements and do not act independently. The 3 responded in unison, yes, we shall diligently follow the clan leader's directives. After departing from Zizhu Peak, Wang Qing made his way to Yanhua Peak, where the family's scripture repository was guarded by the 3rd elder Wang Xiaoyuan. Following the previous battle, Wang Qing felt the inadequacy of his combat techniques. Had it not been for the advantage of his magical artifacts, he feared he would struggle against even some loose cultivators. He resolved to learn several spells before the secret realm's opening. Upon arriving at the scripture repository and stating his intentions, the 3rd elder opened the protective array to allow him entry. In the section housing 1st-tier fire spells, Wang Qing scrutinized the available options. The 1st-tier spell Fire Meteor summoned fireballs for area attacks. The 1st-tier spell Blazing Shield formed a sturdy flame barrier around the body. The 1st-tier spell Fiery Step gathered fiery energy beneath his feet to enhance speed and evade enemy attacks, while the 2nd-tier spell Fire Escape served as a precursor. The 1st-tier spell Fire Arrow concentrated fiery energy into sharp arrows for precise strikes against foes. The 1st-tier spell Flame Blade infused fire energy into weapons, augmenting attack power and inflicting additional fire damage. The 1st-tier spell Flame Explosion accumulated a massive amount of fire energy, creating a devastating explosion, with the 2nd-tier spell Wrath of the Flame God serving as a precursor. The 1st-tier spell Flame Embodiment enveloped the user in flames, significantly boosting strength and speed, while the 2nd-tier spell Divine Power of Flame served as a precursor. The repository contained numerous 1st-tier fire spells, and ultimately, he chose to learn Flame Embodiment, Flame Explosion, and Flame Blade, focusing on those that would be most effective in the trial. Returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Qing immediately began practicing the spells. Over the next 6 months, not only did he master these 3 spells, But his cultivation also advanced to the late stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement. At last, the time for the secret realm's opening arrived. In front of the Taxing Hall on Zizhu Peak, as the clan leader's forehead glowed with a radiant pattern, a formidable lion wreathed in flames appeared before everyone, a second-tier spirit beast known as the Blazing Lion. This blazing lion possessed an extraordinary bloodline, obtained through the clan leader's fortuitous encounter, and was the only one of its kind in the entire family. What kind of miraculous technique is this? Is it a spell, a divine ability, or a certain secret art? Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Qing was profoundly astonished, realizing that the beast was not summoned from a spirit beast pouch, but appeared out of thin air. However, it seemed that only the clan leader bore such a pattern on his forehead. Meanwhile, Wang Zixia and Wang Xiao appeared unfazed, showing no change in expression. With a swift movement, the clan leader mounted the blazing lion and beckoned the three to join him. As Wang Qing sat atop the mighty beast, he felt a tinge of nervousness, for the lion exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Once they were securely seated, the blazing lion took flight, soaring into the sky. The Taiging secret realm was located in the eastern part of Qianzhou, several million miles away from the Wang family. But the blazing lion was remarkably swift, flying at nearly several times the speed of sword flight, reducing what would have been a journey of 4 to 5 days to less than a single day. After a millennium of excavation, a small marketplace had formed at the entrance of the Taiging secret realm. As the opening date approached, the group could only find lodging within the marketplace. Finally, the moment arrived for the secret realm to open. The entrance was guarded by representatives of the Qianyang sect, and only 500 individuals could enter at a time. The entrance resembled a colossal spatial gate, and as spatial fluctuations rippled through the air, individuals began to queue with tokens issued by the Qianyang sect, with Wang Qing and his companions standing at the back of the line. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Several figures soared from the queue, darting toward the spatial gate. Before they could reach it, a beam of sword light severed them in two, and the queue quickly returned to normal. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it was finally Wang Qing and his companions' turn. Approaching the spatial gate, a wave of spatial energy enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Qing found himself in an unfamiliar place. Chapter 14, The Trial. As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a grayish haze. Just as Wang Qing began to assess his surroundings, a humanoid puppet materialized before him. Standing at 5 feet tall and wielding a long sword, the puppet matched Wang Qing's cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Upon the puppet's arrival, an ethereal voice echoed from the space. The first stage of the trial begins. With that announcement, the puppet sprang into action, charging at Wang Qing with its sword in hand. Wang Qing hastily retrieved his magical artifact from his storage pouch and brandished the Qihua sword to confront the puppet. The clan leader had mentioned that the puppet would not use spells in this first stage, but its swordsmanship was exceptional, with strength comparable to that of a physical cultivator. With a resounding clash, the two artifacts collided, sending a jolt through Wang Qing's arm. Hiss. After exchanging several blows, he decided not to engage the puppet head-on any longer and initiated a spell instead. First-tier spell, Flame Explosion. In an instant, an abundance of fiery energy coalesced around him, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds as flames engulfed the puppet. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the puppet into countless pieces. After defeating the puppet, Wang Qing settled down to meditate and recover. A few moments later, a voice announced, "First stage cleared." Immediately, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Wang Qing found himself atop a large arena, facing another cultivator. The monk appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a standard Taoist robe, wielding a long spear as a magical artifact. An intricate pattern was etched across his chest, suggesting he was a member of a prominent family and had attained the 8th level of qi refinement. Upon seeing Wang Qing, the monk was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Wang's youth. With the commencement of the second round of trials, a voice echoed, and both individuals scrutinized one another, refraining from immediate conflict. At last, the monk could no longer contain himself. He drew forth his long spear and launched a swift, lethal attack towards Wang Qing. Wang summoned his He Jia Xian Dun to defend against the onslaught, channeling his mana to wield the Qi Hua Jian against his foe. The monk hastily retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, and a golden aura enveloped him, forming a golden light shield. In an instant, flames erupted as the two combatants clashed, each evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. After exchanging several blows, the monk sensed his spiritual energy dwindling and promptly produced another talisman. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, Wang's heart raced. It was a second-tier talisman. As the talisman ignited, it morphed into a fiery dragon, exuding immense power as it surged toward Wang. Wang quickly infused his He Jia Xian Dun with mana, while simultaneously conjuring a water spirit shield talisman for protection. The fiery dragon struck, shattering the spirit shield upon impact with the He Jia Xian Dun. Fortunately, the He Jia Xian Dun, forged from a second-tier tortoise shell, withstood the force of the attack, though it sustained some damage. The monk, witnessing that even his second-tier talisman had not inflicted significant harm on Wang, felt a jolt of unease. Wang, determined to conclude the battle, unleashed the Yan Bao Shu, summoning a terrifying inferno that threatened to rend the very fabric of space. The monk, having exhausted his mana, shouted for surrender. Just as the words left his lips, he vanished from Wang's sight. With the second trial concluded, Wang settled himself to meditate, replenishing his mana while awaiting the initiation of the next challenge. The third trial's arena unfolded into an expansive realm, a stark contrast to the previous grayish space, resembling a vibrant world brimming with life. Sunlight filtered through layers of verdant leaves, saturating the environment with a refreshing and tranquil ambience. As Wang soared through the forest on his sword, he soon encountered a demonic beast, a Qingmu Shi, a first-tier late-stage creature adept in wood-based spells, often found lounging among the trees. Upon noticing Wang's intrusion into its territory, the Qingmu Shi coiled and hissed at him. Wang retaliated with a strike from his sword, prompting the serpent to shrink its body and unleash a barrage of wooden needles, a first-tier wood spike spell. Simultaneously, a wall of foliage materialized to intercept Wang's sword. Undeterred, Wang executed a hand gesture, igniting flames upon his sword. The fiery blade met the wooden wall, igniting it instantly and reducing it to mere ashes within moments. As Wang prepared to deliver the final blow to the Qingmu Shi, a vine emerged, ensnaring his sword while the serpent darted towards him with incredible speed. Recognizing the threat, Wang unleashed the Yan Bao Shu once more. A torrent of fiery energy erupted from his hand, detonating upon contact with the Qingmu Shi. The explosion fragmented the creature, yet it still clung to life. Wang swiftly recalled his sword, delivering a fatal strike that ended the Qingmu Shi's existence. After collecting the trial token, Wang resumed his meditation, replenishing his mana before continuing his aerial search for other beasts. Within a short span, he encountered other cultivators. However, they merely exchanged glances before parting ways, each seemingly uninterested in conflict. Wang continued his hunt, and after 3 hours, he amassed 5 trial tokens in his storage pouch. While searching for more beasts, he suddenly heard the sounds of battle emanating from the northwest. Following the noise, he discovered Sangu, Wang Xiao, engaged in combat with 2 unfamiliar cultivators. One of them, a level 8 Qi refiner, faced Sangu, while her companion, the magnificent Ling Hu, contended with another at level 9 Qi refinement. Sangu, upon hearing Wang's voice, Sangu, Wang Xiao, beamed with relief. Chongqing, help me. The standoff was precarious, with neither side able to gain an advantage, but Wang's intervention altered the dynamics. The 2 male cultivators exchanged anxious glances at Wang's arrival. Despite his 7th level Qi refinement, they were already struggling against 1 person and 1 beast. With Wang joining forces alongside the Ling Hu, they concentrated their efforts on the level 9 Qi refiner, who soon found himself overwhelmed. As a family renowned for beast-taming, the Wang clan raised 2 second-tier spirit beasts, the Ba Huang Taiyun Shi and the Ling Hu. In terms of power, the Ling Hu surpassed the Ba Huang Taiyun Shi, hence its status as the family totem emblazoned upon their garments. The Ling Hu possessed a trace of divine blood from the legendary Bai Hu, making it one of the most formidable spirit beasts among second-tier creatures and the hallmark of the Wang clan's beast-taming prowess. Seeing the dire situation, the level 9 Qi refiner, while defending with his magical artifact, shouted in desperation, "Retreat." He swiftly produced a second-tier talisman, shattered it, and vanished underground. A second-tier talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman. Wang was taken aback, realizing the cultivator had resorted to such measures to flee. This left the other level 8 Qi refiner stunned. Witnessing his allies escape, he relinquished resistance with a wry smile. "I am a disciple of the L clan from the Qingshui prefecture under the Zifu forces. I implore you, spare my life." Wang, silent, turned his gaze towards Sangu. "I may grant you mercy, but relinquish your storage pouch and magical artifacts." After a moment's contemplation, Sangu decided to let him go, deeming it unnecessary to embroil the family in further complications with the Zifu forces. Ultimately, it was the prospect of capturing one that influenced her decision. Had both been apprehended, they would have faced execution without hesitation. However, with one having escaped, they could only allow the remaining cultivator to depart. The latter, understanding the situation, promptly discarded his storage pouch and artifacts, hastily retreating to avoid any change of heart from them. Sangu collected the pouch, discovering that despite the level 8 Qi refiner's affiliation with the Zifu forces, its contents were rather meager. Merely a few hundred spirit stones, several vials of healing and cultivation elixirs, and a handful of first-tier talismans. However, the artifacts he wielded were of higher quality, one a bracelet-shaped artifact, the other a bell-shaped one, both of first-tier quality, which had posed significant challenges during their skirmish. The bracelet artifact was versatile, capable of transforming into a circular blade for offensive strikes, and could also split into 4 short blades for formidable attacks. The bell-shaped artifact served a dual purpose, providing both offense and defense. The golden light emanating from it formed a protective barrier while simultaneously allowing for counterattacks. Holding the storage pouch and the 2 artifacts, Sangu remarked, "Chongqing, your timely arrival was fortuitous. Let us divide these spoils. Choose one of the artifacts for yourself. Even if you had not intervened, your aunt's prowess would have sufficed to vanquish those 2. Wang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Sangu playfully scolded, "You rascal. Hurry up. With your aunt, why the formality? Do you believe your cultivation is swiftly catching up with mine? Your wings have hardened?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qing awkwardly smiled and, foregoing further pleasantries, directly chose the bell-shaped artifact, one that serves both offensive and defensive purposes. Additionally, he noticed that Sangu held a particular fondness for the bracelet-shaped artifact, which she toyed with for quite some time. Subsequently, the 2 restored their spiritual energy at the original spot before continuing their journey, hunting demonic beasts while searching for Lu Shu to reunite. The combined efforts of 2 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners and a Tier 1 late-stage Banlon Linghu significantly accelerated their hunting pace. The Banlon Linghu, indeed the king of beasts, exhibited remarkable ferocity, indicating that Sangu had invested considerable effort into this companion beast. Wang Qing had always wished to raise a companion beast himself, being a disciple of a beast-taming family, yet he had yet to find a suitable one. Currently, the Wang family possessed 2 Tier 2 bloodline companion beasts, the Banlon Linghu and the Bahuang Tianyangxi, both of which exhibited extraordinary capabilities. However, as a practitioner with a heavenly spirit root, Tier 2 bloodline beasts offered little assistance to Wang Qing. Such noble bloodline beasts typically required substantial resources and time, and he believed it more prudent to devote that effort to enhancing his own cultivation, not only with beast-taming, but also in the myriad arts of cultivation. He had yet to learn a single one, reasoning that he could always study them later once he reached the foundation establishment stage. As 2 hours passed, Wang Qing and Sangu swiftly hunted nearly 20 demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered several other cultivators from different factions, yet no attempts to seize trial tokens occurred. As the trio appeared formidable, ultimately, they crossed paths with Lu Shu, who was engaged in hunting demonic beasts within a mountain range. Notably aided by his companion beast Bahuang Tianyangxi, whose familiar roar was impossible to overlook. Gathering together, along with their companion beasts, their subsequent hunts became significantly simpler. Regrettably, the number of demonic beasts in the trial space had dwindled considerably, with many cunning beasts having sought refuge. By the time the trial's 3rd round concluded, the trio managed to collect 70 tokens, which Wang Qing and Sangu presented to Lu Shu for the rewards. With the trial concluded, preparations for the reward settlement were announced. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened. What is this place? Wang Qing opened his eyes to find himself not in the secret realm, but within a grand palace. The palace was spacious and resplendent, with intricately carved beams and golden embellishments. The eaves arched upwards at the corners, resembling soaring eagles, supported by massive red pillars, each adorned with vividly carved golden dragons, creating a spectacular sight. Suddenly, an elder appeared before Wang Qing. Though aged with graying hair and a white beard, his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a child, radiating brilliance, standing there like an unparalleled sword revealing its sharpness. "Haha, young one, I have awaited you for a millennium. You have finally arrived." A voice resonated like a distant bell. Startled, Wang Qing sensed no fluctuation of spiritual power from this elder, yet he had suddenly materialized before him. The elder's cultivation must be extraordinarily formidable. Wang Qing promptly bowed. "Senior, may I inquire what this is about?" "Do not be afraid, young one. I am but a remnant soul. Do you wish to inherit the legacy of my Tai Gang sword sect?" The elder raised his hand. "Dare I ask, senior, why have you chosen me?" Wang Qing was skeptical about such an unexpected fortune, even though he had received several fortunate encounters in this world. The elder paid no heed to Wang Qing's doubts. "Naturally, it is due to your fire-type heavenly spirit root. Grateful for your recognition. May I ask what is required of me?" "Haha, you need only to establish my Tai Gang sword sect once you attain the Nascent Soul stage." The elder appeared in high spirits, then seemed to fear Wang Qing's refusal. "Of course, there is no obligation to expand the Tai Gang sword sect. Simply recruit some talented disciples and impart to them the cultivation methods of my sect, allowing them to develop freely." "Understood." I shall comply, Wang Qing replied without further hesitation. Good. This jade slip contains the teachings of my Tai Gang sword sect, and I now entrust it to you. The elder, pleased with Wang Qing's agreement, presented the jade slip. Wang Qing accepted it, infusing it with spiritual energy to prepare for refinement. Chapter 16, Spirit Taming Patterns. Wang Qing infused the jade slip with spiritual energy, and soon, darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint. This is not good. This was Wang Qing's final thought. I knew this old man harbored ill intentions. At that moment, a foreign spiritual presence invaded Wang Qing's sea of consciousness, intent on gradually extinguishing his soul. Just then, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from his bloodline. No, what is this? How can such a terrifying force exist within you? A frantic voice echoed from Wang Qing's body. The remnant soul was forcefully expelled, leaving the elder of the Tai Gang sword sect in a state of disarray, stripped of his earlier grandeur, resembling a frail old man on the brink of death. Yet, no one answered him, for Wang Qing remained in a stupor. The elder lay on the ground, seemingly in a daze, muttering frantically, "Haha, it is fate. I have waited for thousands of years, yet I have failed. Fate seeks to destroy my Tai Gang sword sect." Indeed, the elder had intended to seize Wang Qing's body, yet he had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable power within Wang Qing's bloodline, which expelled the elder's soul, preventing the possession from commencing. In truth, body snatching defies the heavens. Not only is the success rate exceedingly low, but each practitioner may only attempt it once in their lifetime. Even if one were to succeed by chance, their soul would suffer irreversible damage, losing the opportunity for reincarnation. Time passed without Wang Qing's awareness until he finally regained consciousness and rose from the ground. What is happening? At that moment, he felt somewhat dazed. Had there been a mirror, he would have noticed a spirit pattern on his forehead, identical to that of the clan leader Wang Xiaoji. Suddenly, a torrent of profound information flooded his mind, and upon absorbing the knowledge, enlightenment dawned upon him. This matter requires elaboration. The Yuling Wang family is an ancient beast-taming lineage, its bloodline harboring a divine ability passed down from ancestors known as Yuling One. Bloodline divine abilities are those inherited within ancestral bloodlines, said to belong to descendants of innate deities. It is known that divine abilities can only be wielded by cultivators at the Zifu stage, while those below lack the qualifications to cultivate. However, bloodline divine abilities are different. Once awakened, even Qi refinement practitioners can utilize these powers. In the Xianyang fairy domain, there are very few families possessing bloodline divine abilities, and they are typically elite celestial clans protected by Nascent Soul true monarchs. Of course, there may also be families, like the Wang family, that conceal their bloodline powers. Wang Qing realized that only 2 Nascent Soul factions in the entire Xianyang fairy domain possessed bloodline divine abilities. The Lingxiuli family has a sword cultivator bloodline divine ability, where those who awaken it form a sword pill within their bodies. Practitioners with this bloodline divine ability possess extraordinary destructive power, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. The other family, the Lingmulu clan, is also a Nascent Soul faction, but they are exceedingly low profile, keeping their bloodline divine ability shrouded in secrecy, with few aware of its capabilities. Returning to the Wang family's Yuling One bloodline divine ability. Its power is remarkably extraordinary. First and foremost, those who possess the Yuling One will form a beast-taming space within their bodies. The newly awakened beast-taming space is already 200 cubic feet, a misty realm that expands with the growth of one's cultivation. Moreover, this beast-taming space can heal companion beasts, regardless of the severity of their injuries. As long as they are returned to the beast-taming space, they will gradually recover. In each significant realm, one can contract a pet beast through Yuling One, while an ordinary cultivator is limited to a single spirit beast throughout their lifetime, only able to contract another upon the death of the first. Furthermore, spirit beasts bound by Yuling One exhibit unparalleled loyalty to their masters, never betraying them throughout their lives. Another remarkable ability of Yuling One is the continuous nurturing of the beast's bloodline, leading to potential evolution over time. It is worth noting that the materials capable of inducing such evolution are of astronomical value. Lastly, Yuling One possesses a unique ability known as bloodline reversion, allowing a pet to ignite its essence blood to awaken the true bloodline of divine beasts, temporarily evolving into a true divine spirit. However, the conditions for utilizing bloodline reversion are exceedingly stringent. The contracted pet must be a descendant of a divine beast, and after employing this secret technique, the pet will enter a prolonged state of weakness, requiring substantial nourishment of blood and flesh to recover. After digesting this information, Wang Qing managed to calm his astonishment. "Little one, are you awake?" At that moment, the voice of the elder from Tai Gang's sword sect reached him. Initially enraged, Wang Qing retorted, "You old coot. How dare you feign innocence? I nearly fell into your trap." The elder held a sword-shaped token, explaining, "This token is a treasured legacy of Tai Gang Sword Sect. With it, you can sense all the secret realms of our sect, and upon reaching the corresponding strength, you may control these realms." The elder seemed to have come to terms with his situation. "Do not worry, my soul is fading. Your bloodline is extraordinary. Remember your promise to ensure the continuation of Tai Gang Sword Sect's legacy." Before Wang Qing could counter, the elder's soul dissipated into thin air. Stunned, Wang Qing stood there, thinking, "This old man didn't let me finish my words." Gazing at the token floating before him, he grasped it in his hand. The material of the token was unknown, resembling jade, yet not quite. He infused a hint of magical energy into it, but it yielded no response. Could it be? With that thought, Wang Qing squeezed a drop of blood onto it. Suddenly, the token emitted a radiant white light, and Wang Qing felt an immediate connection to it. This token, known as Tai Gang Sword Order, could only be wielded by those of Yuanying Xinjuan cultivation level. Given Wang Qing's current qi refining stage, this treasure was less valuable than a first-tier magical artifact. However, from the moment he recognized this Tai Gang Sword Order with his blood, he felt he had gained control over this trial space, allowing him to appear anywhere within it instantaneously. It turned out that this trial space, aside from the previous 3 challenges, also contained a treasure repository. With his eyes lighting up, Wang Qing swiftly appeared within the repository. Unfortunately, this trial space was originally designed for the Tai Gang Sword Sect to recruit outer disciples, meaning the treasures were scarce. Additionally, over the years, rewards had diminished the inventory, leaving only about 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a few first-tier pills, spirit materials, talismans, and over 200 first-tier magical artifacts, among which the most precious was the Tai Gang Sword Sect's legacy technique, the Tai Gang Sword Classic, albeit only the qi refining portion. Regrettably, this technique required a gold-type spiritual root for cultivation. After tallying his spoils and storing everything in the Beast Master space, which had just awakened, Wang Qing found it could accommodate all these items. As for the rewards from the next trial, who cared? By then, he might have already become a Jindan cultivator. After emptying the treasure repository, Wang Qing swiftly departed from the trial space. Chapter 17. The bell tolls 6 times. Emerging from the secret realm, he found that the other cultivators who had entered had already left, leaving only Sangu and Lu Shu waiting anxiously. Wang Qing greeted them. The two were taken aback upon seeing him, and then they noticed the Yulingwen on his forehead. "Is that Yulingwen? Let's head back and discuss it," Wang Qing suggested with a glance. Upon returning to the market, the clan leader was still awaiting them in his cave dwelling. His eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Wang Qing, followed by overwhelming joy. "Qing, you have awakened Yulingwen as well." Wang Qing recounted his experiences, though he withheld details about the Tai Gang Sword Order and the other legacy realms. Upon hearing that Wang Qing had nearly been possessed by an ancient monster, the others were filled with dread. "What? You obtained the legacy of this Tai Gang secret realm?" Lu Gu, Wang Xiao, exclaimed in surprise. "You can't possibly be the illegitimate child of the heavens, can you?" The clan leader, ever composed, noted, "While our family is not lacking in Tai Gang Sword Sect's techniques, the several 100,000 spirit stones within that secret realm could alleviate our family's immediate crisis." Previously, they had nearly depleted their savings to auction 2 foundation establishment pills. So these spirit stones were indeed more beneficial than top-tier techniques, which the Wang family had in abundance. Nonetheless, you have turned misfortune into fortune. Prior to you, only the clan leader had awakened Yulingwen. When discussing Wang Qing's Yulingwen, even the usually taciturn Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of jealousy. The clan leader advised, "You must keep your bloodline abilities concealed. If this information leaks, it could spell disaster for our family." Then he shifted the topic. "You 3 have done a great service for the clan. Upon your return, we shall reward you well." "Thank you, clan leader," the 3 responded, bowing in respect before embarking on their journey back to the clan. Once home, Wang Qing selected some resources he needed from the treasures he had brought back from the secret realm, leaving some for his sister's cultivation while submitting the rest to the clan. After all, the clan provided him with unlimited resources for his cultivation, so it mattered little. Arriving at his sister's cave dwelling, he found that she had reached the 4th layer of qi refining. "Not bad. It seems you have been diligently cultivating." Upon seeing her brother, Wang Qing beamed with joy, proudly declaring, "Humph, of course. Do you not know who I am? I am the future Yuanying Xinjuan, Wang Qing's beloved sister." Wang Qing chuckled at his sister's boastful demeanor, presenting her with some cultivation resources and 3 first-tier upper-grade magical artifacts. "Enough with your antics. These cultivation resources and these 3 first-tier upper-grade artifacts are for you." Remember to cultivate diligently. He was exceptionally indulgent toward his only sister, specifically selecting 3 first-tier upper-grade artifacts from the treasure repository of Tai Gang Sword Sect for her. Given that Tai Gang Sword Sect was a Yuanying-level force, the quality of the artifacts in their repository surpassed that of the Wang family, which was at the Foundation establishment level. One artifact was called the Blaze Fire Glaze Silk, capable of ensnaring enemies while providing continuous fire damage. Another was the Wildfire Battle Spear. For some reason, his sister preferred spear-type artifacts over swords. Lastly, there was a rare flying artifact, the Primordial Earth Spirit Shuttle, which rivaled second-tier escape techniques in flight. Holding the artifacts in her hands, Wang Qingling was enamored, eager to refine them, and promptly pushed Wang Qing out. Wang Qing could only return to his own cave, dwelling with a wry smile. He first refined the previously acquired artifact, the Diamond Xuanzhong, as the black armor Xian shield had been damaged, and submitted to the clan. Currently, Wang Qing possessed 3 artifacts, the Diamond Xuanzhong, the Scarlet Fire Sword, and the Azure Xianyuan armor. Of course, there was also the treasured Tai Gang Sword Order, but regrettably, Wang Qing lacked the cultivation level to utilize it. Thus, he selected another artifact for himself, the Tai Fixation Mirror, a rare control-type artifact that could paralyze enemies for several seconds when reflected in the mirror. After successfully refining the artifact, Wang Qing began to prepare for seclusion. He took out a vial of cultivation pills, consumed one, and gradually directed the medicinal power toward a specific acupoint using his spiritual energy. With the impact of the medicinal power, the acupoint was instantly opened, and he continued this process for several months. Eventually, Wang Qing broke through, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of qi refining. After his breakthrough, Wang Qing chose to exit his seclusion. It was imperative to solidify his enhanced cultivation, otherwise, he risked undermining his foundational abilities. Just as Wang Qing was about to emerge, a solemn bell tolled, its sound deep and resonant. Subsequently, a second and third toll followed, culminating in a total of 6 solemn bell chimes. Upon hearing the final toll, Wang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. He understood the significance of these 6 tolls. According to the Wang family's ancestral rules, a single toll indicated that the clan leader had an announcement. 3 tolls signified an important event, while 6 tolls foretold a calamity that could lead to the annihilation of the Wang family. As for 9 tolls, upon hearing them, one should flee the family without delay. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Qing hastened towards the ancestral hall on Zixia Peak. Along the way, he encountered fellow cultivators of the Wang family, all wearing grave expressions. Even those who had long secluded themselves for rigorous training were emerging. Upon reaching Zixia Peak, he found the clan leader and 5 elders already seated at the table, their faces darkened. His uncle, Wang Ziren, had successfully advanced to the Foundation establishment stage and had thus naturally become one of the 5 elders of the family. As all were assembled, the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, spoke. Everyone, that old man from the Wu family has advanced to the Purple Mansion stage. The revelation stunned everyone present. How could this be possible? Where could they have obtained a Xiangdan? An elderly cultivator from the clan expressed disbelief. The Xiangdan is a rare elixir used for a Foundation establishment cultivator to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. It is even scarcer than the Foundation establishment Dan, tightly controlled by the Qingfeng sect and seldom available for auction. Only families that have made significant contributions to the Qingfeng sect are rewarded with such treasures. I know you all find this hard to believe, and I too wish it were not true, the clan leader Wang Xiaoji said with a wry smile. It was said that the Wu family had exhausted all their savings to acquire this Xiangdan at an auction in Liangzhou. Liangzhou is billions of miles away from Qianzhou, indicating that the Wu family had been plotting this for quite some time. The second elder's face darkened, as if he had realized something. I suspected that old fellow spent a fortune on the Xianming longevity Dan. It is not surprising that the Wang family's cultivators reacted this way. The animosity between the Huili Wu family and the Wang family had long been entrenched, akin to water and fire. Prior to the establishment of the Qingfeng market, the 2 families had clashed multiple times. If not for the Qingfeng sect mediating, the 2 Foundation establishment clans would have long been embroiled in a deadly struggle. Chapter 18. Undercurrents rising. The Wu family's ancestor has just broken through and should still be consolidating his cultivation, the first elder remarked. However, we must prepare early. After pondering for a moment, clan leader Wang Xiaoji continued, we should unite with the Sun family. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? If the Wang family encounters trouble, the Sun family will likely be next. Indeed, although the Wu family possesses a Purple Mansion cultivator, if we ally with the Sun family, our combined Foundation establishment combat power will far exceed theirs, the third elder Wang Xiaoyuan added. The clan leader further elaborated, currently, The family's external assets consist of only 20% of the profits from the Qingfeng market and 3 shops, along with a first-tier Qijing iron mine, which still yields several hundred thousand in output. Given that the Qingfeng market operates under the Qianyang sect's share, the Wu family should not dare to act recklessly. If they do strike, they will most likely target the Qijing iron mine, which is currently protected solely by Xiao Hui, who has attained the peak of Qi refinement. Among the 3 families, the Wu family boasts the most foundation establishment cultivators, excluding the newly ascended Purple Mansion ancestor. They have 6 foundation establishment cultivators, 2 in the middle stage and 4 in the early stage. Previously, at the Wanbao Pavilion, the Wu family had also acquired 2 foundation establishment Dan, indicating they likely possess Qi refinement cultivators as well. The Wang family ranks second in terms of foundation establishment numbers. With Wang Ziren's recent success, they currently have 6 foundation establishment cultivators, but as a Beast-Taming family, only Wang Ziren, who has just established his foundation, lacks a second-tier spirit beast, while the other elders each have 1, which forms the basis of the Wang family's strength. Thus, overall, the Wang family's strength still surpasses that of the Wu family. However, the emergence of a Purple Mansion cultivator changes the equation entirely. Though the gap between a Purple Mansion early-stage cultivator and a Foundation Establishment peak cultivator may seem slight, in the realm of cultivation, crossing such a significant boundary in battle is virtually impossible. The disparity between realms is insurmountable. As for the Sun family, they rank at the bottom among the 3 Foundation Establishment families, yet they still possess 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators, 1 in the middle stage and 3 in the early stage. After a thorough discussion, the Wang family's cultivators established certain regulations. All family cultivators were temporarily prohibited from venturing outside. The Wang family activated their protective mountain formation, a second-tier array that even the Wu family's Purple Mansion cultivator would struggle to breach in the short term. Furthermore, they dispatched the 2nd and 3rd elders, both Foundation Establishment cultivators, to guard the Qijing iron mine. With these 2 elders and their spirit beasts, the Foundation Establishment combat power would be formidable enough to withstand any assault unless the Wu family's ancestor personally intervened. Lastly, they resolved to ally with the Sun family to collectively resist the Wu family. Thus, the entire family commenced preparations. Eventually, after several months, the Wu family officially announced that their ancestor, Wu Lingchun, had ascended to the Purple Mansion stage. This news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Zixia County's cultivation community. The Qianyang sect has always exercised strict control over the Xiangdan, and it has been nearly a century since a new Purple Mansion cultivator emerged in Zixia County. An undercurrent of tension began to rise. While the surface appeared calm, an impending storm loomed, palpable to all. The prices of elixirs, artifacts, and talismans in the Qingfeng market surged sharply, with many items becoming unavailable. The 3 major families shut their shops in the market, gearing up for the impending conflict. Some timid loose cultivators began to contemplate leaving Zixia County for other regions, as they could easily make a home anywhere. Meanwhile, the Qianyang sect remained silent, seemingly allowing the situation to unfold. Finally, seeing the Qianyang sect's lack of response, the Wu family could no longer contain their impatience. However, nobody anticipated that their target would not be the Wang family, but rather a minor spirit stone mine belonging to the Sun family. This mine, located at the border of Qingfeng County and Huili County, was guarded by 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Sun family, while the Wu family deployed 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators for the assault. The Sun family not only lost the mine but also suffered casualties among their 2 cultivators, 1 dead and 1 injured. The Sun family hastily sought assistance from the Wang family, requesting aid to reclaim the spirit mine. At this moment, within the Wang family's ancestral hall, the first elder remarked grimly, "I never expected the Wu family to be so treacherous." Nobody had foreseen that the Wu family would target the Sun family, which had maintained neutrality and had no grievances with either of the other 2 families. Had it not been for the sudden ascension of the Wu family's ancestor to the Purple Mansion stage, the Sun family would likely have continued to remain neutral. Clan leader Wang Shaoji inquired, "Who shall assist the Sun family this time?" Currently, the 2nd and 3rd elders were stationed at the Qijing mine, leaving only 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators in the family, and Wang Ziren, who had just established his foundation, lacked a powerful spirit beast. After deliberation, it was decided that the first elder would lead the charge to assist the Sun family in reclaiming the mine, while the clan leader would remain to oversee family matters. As for the rest of the cultivators, unable to provide much assistance, they resumed their training. The first elder, a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, and his spirit beast, a splendid spirit tiger, had already reached late 2nd-tier strength. Thus, even in a one-on-one scenario, he would find it challenging to lose. With this formidable pairing, even if they encountered the Wu family's ancestor, they could manage an escape. Before departing, the first elder concealed his cultivation and disguised himself, making his way towards the Sun family, aware that both sides had numerous spies scattered around their respective gates. Meanwhile, the Sun family dispatched personnel to welcome him, bringing Wang Shu into their fold. Haha, Wang Leiguai, I didn't expect you to come personally this time. The Sun family truly feels honored. Upon receiving the news, Sun family's first elder, Sun Yongqing, emerged to greet him along with a throng of Sun family cultivators. Yet, there lingered a shadow upon his visage that seemed impossible to dissipate. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that we, on the brink of our demise, would still have the chance to stand side by side in battle? Upon meeting an old friend, the Grand Elder appeared exceedingly delighted. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. When do you intend to take action and reclaim the spiritual mine? The Grand Elder stated directly. Alas, with Quang Heng's sacrifice, our family now counts only 3 foundation establishment cultivators, including myself. Quang He is still recovering from injuries and will need several more days before he can fully heal. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Sun family slammed the table in frustration, cursing the Wu family, vowing that this grievance would not go unavenged. Alas, my friend, take heart. The Grand Elder offered his consolation. Recently, we procured 2 foundation establishment pills, which have already been consumed by 2 peak Qi refinement cultivators who are currently in seclusion. However, it seems unlikely that they will be able to provide assistance in the near term. This is the only piece of good news to comfort the ancestor of the Sun family. He then turned and said, we have gathered intelligence indicating that the spiritual vein is guarded by 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wu family, 1 in the mid-foundation establishment stage and 2 in the early stage. We must ensure that we eliminate them all. Should we allow them to escape, it may lead to endless troubles in the future. Chapter 19, The Formal Declaration of War. The Grand Elder stayed at the Sun family for several days, waiting for the recovery of the injured foundation establishment cultivator. The group swiftly made their way to the spiritual stone mine, with the ancestor of the Sun family remaining behind to guard the family, while 2 foundation establishment cultivators, accompanied by the Grand Elder at Peak Foundation Establishment and his cherished beast, set out. They arrived at the spiritual stone mine, intending to catch their opponents off guard. At that time, the mine was occupied by 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wu family, Wu Jiazhua, Wu Jiahe, and Wu Shirexian. Among them, Wu Jiazhua was in the mid-foundation establishment stage, while the other 2 were in the early stage. Sun Quanghe, last time we let you escape. Who would have thought you would dare to return? Upon seeing the Sun family members, the Wu cultivators spoke with arrogance. Hearing these words, Sun Quanghe clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, clearly infuriated to the utmost degree. Without a second thought, he summoned his magical artifact and charged forward. The other 2 each selected an opponent, while the Grand Elder concealed his true cultivation level at mid-foundation establishment to confront the Wu family's mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The 6 soared into the sky. The Grand Elder summoned his magical artifact, simultaneously masking his strength to confuse the enemy while seeking an opportunity. After several rounds of combat, just as the battle reached its peak intensity, the Grand Elder seized a moment of distraction from his opponent and unleashed his full power. Second-tier spell, Gung Jin Sword Qi. A terrifying sword energy, radiating an aura of dread, surged towards the Wu cultivator's head with astonishing speed. The Wu cultivator had no time to react. Believing until his last moments that his opponent was merely a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Following the demise of the Wu cultivator, the Grand Elder released a colorful spirit tiger from his spirit beast pouch. Instantly, the battlefield shifted to a 4 against 2 scenario, and the remaining 2 Wu cultivators wore grim expressions, exclaiming, the colorful spirit tiger. The Wang family. You are the Grand Elder of the Wang family? At this moment, the Grand Elder ceased to conceal his power, unleashing the full aura of Peak Foundation Establishment. The remaining 2 Wu cultivators finally recognized who stood before them, exchanged glances, and instantly transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in opposite directions. However, their speed could not match that of the colorful spirit tiger. The Grand Elder and the spirit tiger each pursued one of them, and it was not long before both were caught up with. No, damn Wang family. Our ancestor will surely avenge us. The voice of the Wu cultivator, just before his demise, was filled with rage and bitterness. After clearing the scene, the 2 Sun cultivators expressed their gratitude to the Grand Elder, who then returned directly to the Wang family. 3 days later, at the Wu family. Bang! At this moment, the ancestor of the Wu family was seething with rage. The table before him shattered into fragments with a single slap. How dare that damned Wang family? No one could comprehend why the Wang family would dare to take the initiative to attack. Ancestor, what should we do now? Inquired another elder of the Wu family. Originally, The Wu family had 6 foundation establishment cultivators. After acquiring 2 foundation establishment pills from the Wanbao Pavilion, they had added 2 new cultivators. However, now they had lost 3, including 1 in the mid-foundation establishment stage, leaving only 1 in that stage and 4 in the early stage. Inform the clan. All foundation establishment cultivators and above shall accompany me. Today, I will make the Wang family pay in blood for their debts, roared the ancestor of the Wu family. The group surged toward the Wang family, whose mountain gates were tightly shut, and the protective array was operating at full strength. Wang Shuhe, come out here, shouted the ancestor of the Wu family at the gates of the Wang family, but no one responded from within. Witnessing this, the ancestor of the Wu family bellowed with fury, attack with all your might to breach this formation. I want to see how long your second-tier formation can hold out. Upon receiving the order, the 5 remaining Wu cultivators unleashed their full strength, recklessly hurling magical artifacts, spells, and spirit talismans at the protective array of the Wang family. For several hours, the 5 foundation establishment cultivators bombarded the protective array, which finally began to show signs of cracking. Observing this, the ancestor of the Wu family commanded, everyone, stand back, I shall take action. A golden long knife floated before the ancestor of the Wu family. This knife was a spirit artifact. With a thought, the knife expanded several times and cleaved down towards the protective array of the Wang family, shattering it instantly. The ancestor of the Wu family shouted towards the direction of the Wang family. Humph. Do you think you can withstand me with a mere second-tier formation? All members of the Wang family, come out and face your doom. Finally, several streaks of light shot out from the Lingwu Valley. 6 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family rode their respective spirit beasts, facing off against 6 cultivators from the Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family sneered. Do you truly believe that your spirit beasts can withstand me? Even if you all band together, you are no match for me. It seems that you, Wang Lingchan, have not only improved your cultivation but also sharpened your tongue. The Grand Elder of the Wang family replied, whether we can defeat you, we must first try. Humph. When your Wang family is annihilated, I hope your tongue remains as sharp. The ancestor of the Wu family wasted no further words. The golden long knife suddenly surged in size, ready to strike. The members of the Wang family felt an immense pressure, as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon them. Yet, there was no other choice. With their backs against their family gate, they could only summon their magical artifacts and prepare to fight. The battle was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a streak of light shot in from the distance, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye. This person was clad in the Taoist robe of Qingyang sect, and upon assessing his strength, it was clear he was at the Zifu stage. Qingyang sect decree. The demon beasts at the outer perimeter of the Tai Ao mountain range have gone berserk. All major families in Zixia County must cease hostilities, lay down their arms, and unite to resist the demon beasts. This decree was delivered with authority. After the Zifu stage cultivator finished speaking, he turned to address the gathered crowd. Friends, the demon beasts outside the Tai Ao mountain range have inexplicably gone on a rampage. I hope you all can temporarily set aside your conflicts. Upon hearing this, the Wang family cultivators were overjoyed, for no one had anticipated such a sudden turn of events. We shall obey the decree. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Wu family was grim-faced, nearly dripping with blood. He had been on the verge of annihilating the Wang family, and no one had foreseen this sudden occurrence. However, they could not disregard the command of the Qingyang sect. Otherwise, facing the sect's wrath would be as simple as crushing an ant. Let the Wang family live a few more days. The ancestor of the Wu family declared ominously as he departed. After the Wu family ancestor left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. Once the beast tide passed, they would need to devise another plan. A few days later, news arrived from the Qingyang sect. Numerous demon beasts had gathered at the outer perimeter of the Tai Ao mountain range, on the verge of forming a beast tide. The Qingyang sect commenced a large-scale mobilization of cultivators to eradicate the demon beasts. All affiliated forces of the Qingyang sect, families with 5 or more foundation establishment cultivators, must dispatch 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 peak qi refinement cultivators. Families with fewer than 5 foundation establishment cultivators must send 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 5 peak qi refinement cultivators. To counter this beast tide, the Qingyang sect offered substantial rewards, including foundation establishment pills, magical artifacts, spiritual veins, and even the coveted Xiang pills for breaking through the Zifu bottleneck. Chapter 20, Tai Ao Mountain Range. Upon receiving the news, the Wang family was resolutely determined to acquire the Xiang Dan rewarded by the Qingyang sect. Attaining the Xiang Dan was essential for enabling the Grand Elder to break through to the Purple Mansion stage, which in turn would alleviate the true crisis currently facing the Wang family. Otherwise, once the beast tide passed, the Wu family would undoubtedly seek revenge. In this hunt, The inner cores of first-tier demon beasts could be exchanged for 1 point of merit, while those of second-tier demon beasts could be exchanged for 50 points, and third-tier demon beasts for 500 points. A single foundational cultivation pill was valued at 2,000 merit points, implying that one would need to hunt 2,000 first-tier demon beasts or 50 second-tier ones to obtain it. As for the Xianxiadan, it was even more exorbitant, requiring 10,000 merit points for exchange, which meant that one would have to hunt 10,000 first-tier demon beasts or 200 second-tier beasts. However, this pricing was reasonable. If everyone could afford it, the Qingyang sect would struggle to provide such quantities of Xianxiadan. Ultimately, the Wang family confirmed the selection of personnel for resisting the beast tide. In a bid to hunt as many demon beasts as possible to exchange for Xianxiadan, the family deployed its main forces, led by the Grand Elder and the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, both foundational cultivators. 2 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Xiao generation, Wang Xiaoheng and Wang Xiaohui, were dispatched. 6 Qi refinement cultivators from the Zhe generation participated. 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin, 9th level of Qi refinement. 3rd Aunt Wang Ziao, 8th level. 4th Uncle Wang Zabin, 8th level. 5th Uncle Wang Ziyu, 8th level. 6th Uncle Wang Zishir, 9th level. 7th Uncle Wang Zikong, 8th level. And 8th Aunt Wang Zixia, 8th level, along with Wang Qing, also at 8th level of Qi refinement. The Tai Ao mountain range, located in the northern part of Qianzhou, was within the territory of the demon race, teeming with a variety of demon beasts in diverse forms. The mountain range sprawled over hundreds of millions of miles, stretching across the sky like an ancient dragon twisting and coiling. On the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range, the ominous low roars and growls of demon beasts echoed, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. The Qingyang sect divided the personnel for this extermination into small teams, each led by a foundational cultivator accompanied by 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Naturally, the cultivators dispatched by the family formed one team, while freelance cultivators formed their own groups. Wang Chongqing's team was led by clan leader Wang Xiaoji, with the remaining 4 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators being Wang Xiaoheng, 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin, 3rd Aunt Wang Ziao, and 6th Uncle Wang Zishir. The group released their spirit beasts from their pet bags, summoned their magical artifacts, and commenced the hunt for demon beasts. The demon beasts on the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range were primarily first-tier, with second-tier beasts being rare. Thus, in order to exchange for the Xianxiadan, everyone utilized their full capabilities from the outset, hunting with remarkable speed, especially the clan leader and his spirit beast, the Flame Lion. The Flame Lion, engulfed in roaring flames, swiftly dispatched dozens of first-tier demon beasts. As the group continued their hunt, they finally encountered their first second-tier demon beast, a black-scaled wolf. This imposing creature was significantly larger than an ordinary wolf, covered in black scales that gleamed ominously, resembling dark armor, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Upon sighting the group, the black-scaled wolf let out a piercing howl, summoning at least a dozen more of its kind, 2 of which were also second-tier. Witnessing this, the group felt a surge of trepidation. The clan leader promptly produced a pet bag, releasing a second-tier Ba Huang Tynx, matching it against one of the second-tier black-scaled wolves. The clan leader was the only one in the family to have awakened the spirit contract mark, but since he had already reached foundational cultivation at that time, he could only contract a single spirit beast. The Ba Huang Tynx had been contracted using the family's ordinary method prior to his foundational cultivation. The clan leader and his 2 spirit beasts engaged in battle against 1 black-scaled wolf, while the remaining 10 first-tier wolves faced the other 5 family members, with Wang Qing contending against 2 first-tier black-scaled wolves. Wang Qing drew forth his magical artifact from his storage bag, summoning the Vajra mystic bell above him, casting a golden light that enveloped him. The 2 wolves relentlessly charged against the light barrier, while the red fire sword flew from his storage bag, striking one of the black-scaled wolves. However, the sword merely bounced off, unable to penetrate its formidable defense. Realizing this, Wang Qing resorted to casting a first-tier spell, the flame explosion technique, igniting a fierce blaze around the black-scaled wolf, resulting in an immediate explosion. Although the wolf appeared somewhat ruffled, it sustained minimal damage. In response, Wang Qing recalled his artifact, continuously thrusting it toward the black-scaled wolf, while elsewhere on the battlefield, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. After several rounds of combat, clan leader Wang Xiaoji grew anxious. If his mana continued to dwindle, it would be detrimental to their side. He decisively commanded the Flame Lion, invoking the bloodline ancestry technique. This secret art was notoriously demanding, requiring the contracted spirit beast to possess divine beast bloodlines. Upon invoking this technique, the spirit beast would temporarily evolve into a true divine spirit. However, the cost was steep, necessitating the burning of its own vital essence, resulting in the spirit beast entering a weakened state post-use, requiring substantial replenishment of blood and flesh essence. The flame lion understood the gravity of the command, and in an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying energy erupted from its form. A lion adorned with golden wings materialized, its golden fur glimmering with brilliance, exuding a potent presence. Flames engulfing its wings. As it appeared, the numerous black-scaled wolves felt a pressure from its bloodline that etched deeply into their souls. The 3 second-tier black-scaled wolves held their ground, while several first-tier wolves cowered in fear. The golden-winged lion let out a deep growl and pounced upon the black-scaled wolf with swift elegance, its razor-sharp claws tearing into its flesh. The black-scaled wolf howled in agony. Sensing its fear escalate, the golden-winged lion pressed its advantage, leaping to strike at the wolf's neck, swiftly bringing its life to an end. Within moments, the remaining black-scaled wolves fell victim to its might. Shortly thereafter, the flame lion, having reverted from the bloodline ancestry state, lay weakened on the ground. Now, let us extract the demon beast inner cores, the clan leader declared, awakening everyone from the recent spectacle. So this is the bloodline ancestry? Wang Qing mused, deeply astonished. It was evident that the family's bloodline powers were not to be underestimated, as even a single secret technique exhibited such formidable prowess. Subsequently, the group extracted the inner cores of the demon beasts, feeding the flesh of the slain black-scaled wolves to the flame lion, which began to regain its strength. Chapter 21, Thunderfire Fighting Bear. After a brief respite, the group resumed their hunt for lower-tier demon beasts. Days passed, and they had lost count of the number of demon beasts they had slain, as countless human cultivators continued their hunt. The demon beasts on the periphery of the Tai Ao mountain range dwindled in number, just as the human cultivators were engaged in their pursuits. A thunderous roar echoed from within the Tai Ao mountain range, heralding the appearance of a massive figure several dozen miles away. It was an enormous gray-brown bear, its fur ablaze with flames and crackling with arcs of lightning, emanating a soul-stirring roar. Its muscular form caused the ground to tremble with each step. Resembling an earthquake, the dominant entity of the Tai Ao mountain range, the 4th-tier Thunderfire Fighting Bear. Following its arrival, 8 additional figures trailed behind it, representing a full contingent of 8 third-tier great demons. At that moment, all human cultivators engaged in the hunt felt a chill run down their spines. As the Thunderfire Fighting Bear howled to the heavens, the 8 third-tier great demons sprang into action. Before them stood a colossal rock turtle, its head thrown back as it let out a piercing cry. From the depths of the earth, a spike of soil erupted, claiming the lives of 3 scattered cultivators who were engaged in a fierce battle against a demon beast. Concurrently, a gigantic eagle swooped down from the heavens, its talons seizing 2 human cultivators. In an instant, they were reduced to mere blood mist, dissipating into the air. A bull-like demon beast charged forward, kicking up a storm of dust, and several unsuspecting human cultivators were left mangled and broken. Witnessing this scene, all human cultivators present hastily retreated. Let us flee, quickly. At the command of the clan leader, all members of the Wang family mounted their respective beasts and hastened towards the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountains. Wang Qing, lacking a beast of his own, could only ride upon the back of the clan leader's other beast, the Ba Huang Tai Yunxi. Observing the rampant slaughter of human cultivators by these third-tier demons, the human side could no longer remain passive. 12 streaks of light shot up from the rear, each confronting the formidable third-tier demons. In that moment, a powerful voice resonated. You wretched beasts, you dare to emerge from the Tai Ao mountains? Today, I shall ensure you leave with your lives forfeit. A middle-aged cultivator donned in a golden robe appeared in midair, a golden long sword hovering around him. With a mere gesture of his finger, the sword transformed into countless tiny flying swords, all darting towards the Lei Yendo Xiong. This individual was none other than the Jindan cultivator Hengyang Jinren, the second most powerful figure in the Qianyang sect after the sect leader. Qianyang Jinren, seeing the Lei Yendo Xiong let out a thunderous roar, the multitude of flying swords were shattered before they even reached it. Dissolving into the ether, the Lei Yendo Xiong raised its paw and unleashed a violent bolt of lightning towards Hengyang Jinren. Unfazed, Hengyang Jinren summoned a massive golden cauldron that floated in the air, absorbing the seemingly ferocious lightning strike with ease. Infuriated that its prideful lightning attack was so effortlessly thwarted, the Lei Yendo Xiong stomped the ground and charged at Hengyang Jinren, intending to engage in close combat. However, Hengyang Jinren was no fool. He swiftly activated a talisman, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished from sight. Roaring in frustration after several failed attempts, the Lei Yendo Xiong ignited in fierce flames, unleashing a colossal wave of fire that surged through the air with overwhelming force. With no place to evade, Xianxiadrama quickly summoned his golden cauldron in an attempt to absorb the flames, yet the sheer volume of fire was too great. A massive wave of flames crashed toward him, propelling Xianxiadrama into the air, leaving him bloodied and gasping. Seething with rage, he activated a talisman. This 4th-tier spirit talisman was crafted specifically for you by my senior brother. It would be no great loss for you to perish beneath its power. As the talisman ignited, a colossal golden seal manifested in the sky, radiating an imposing aura as it descended upon the Lei Yin Doxiong. The beast strained against the golden seal, refusing to let it fall, yet it felt as though the earth itself trembled under the seal's immense might. With a chilling declaration from Xianxiadrama, the golden seal erupted. A deafening explosion resonated across the land, blinding flashes illuminating the sky as if to consume the entire world. The Lei Yin Doxiong, bloodied and battered, let out a final roar before hastily retreating into the depths of the Tai Ao Mountains. Witnessing this, Xianxiadrama was momentarily stunned. The beast's resilience was remarkable, and he had not anticipated that even a 4th-tier talisman's explosion would allow it to escape. However, he chose not to pursue, having sustained considerable injuries during the confrontation. With the Lei Yin Doxiong's retreat, the remaining demon beasts at the outskirts of the Tai Ao Mountains lost their will to fight. Continue the hunt. We must ensure these beasts do not dare to set foot in our territory again. With that proclamation, Xianxiadrama transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. As the higher-tier demon beasts fled, the lower-tier beasts at the mountain's edge became easy prey, and the situation shifted dramatically. The previously scattered human cultivators returned, eager to hunt down these lower-tier beasts. As the human cultivators engaged in a frenzied hunt, the population of lower-tier demon beasts dwindled significantly. Days passed, and as they assessed their spoils, the clan leader Wang Xiaoji led his group to a total of over 900 first-tier beasts and more than 50 second-tier beasts slain. Even with the contributions from the elders team, they were still far from accumulating enough to exchange for a Ziyangdan. With the lower-tier demon beasts becoming increasingly scarce, the group convened and resolved to venture deeper into the Tai Ao Mountains, into the territory of second-tier beasts. As they proceeded further, the encounters with lower-tier beasts diminished. Given their strength, only the clan leader was deemed capable of hunting second-tier beasts, while the remaining late-stage Qi refinement cultivators could only assist him and their beasts. Consequently, their pace in hunting slowed considerably. At that moment, clan leader Wang Xiaoji and his 2 second-tier beasts were engaged in combat against a second-tier demon beast, the Qing Yanhu, while the other Qi refinement cultivators of the Wang family provided magical support from the sidelines. The Qing Yanhu, engulfed in blue flames, was an anomaly among second-tier beasts, yet it was no match for the ferocity of the flame lion and soon succumbed beneath its claws. Chapter 22. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox. As the group ventured deeper into the Tai Ao Mountains, time seemed to stretch on without the sight of any beasts. Leader, have we lost our way? It's been 2 hours since we encountered a single demon beast, remarked Ba Gu Wang Zixia. Everyone, be cautious. We may have inadvertently entered the territory of a powerful demon, the clan leader cautioned, uncertain of the situation. Upon hearing this, the group hastily summoned their magical artifacts and clutched their defensive talismans, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a low, resonant cry pierced the silence from the distant mountains. Akin to an ancient beast awakening, the group hurried towards the source of the sound. A demon beast materialized before their eyes, a graceful spirit fox with 3 tails. Its form elegant and ethereal, its tails dancing like ribbons, exuding an aura of ancient mystery, flames flickering upon them. It is the Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox, exclaimed Sangu Wangziao. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox, a creature of 3rd-tier bloodline, could reach the Purple Mansion stage upon maturity and harbored within it a trace of the divine bloodline of the legendary 9-tailed fox. At that moment, a rift appeared in the sky, lightning cleaving through the night, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. It is the heavenly tribulation. Could it be that this demon beast's bloodline is about to evolve? The Wang family cultivators gasped in astonishment. Typically, demon beasts only faced the heavenly Tao's tribulation during bloodline evolution. As time progressed, the lightning intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged. The ground trembled, and the cultivators felt as though their bodies were being torn apart. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox appeared gravely injured, lying there with a resolute and defiant expression in its human-like eyes, accompanied by several drenched fox cubs nestled beside it. The Crimson Flame Three-Tailed Fox was giving birth. The Wang family's cultivators were left speechless, astonished that it would choose to undergo the heavenly tribulation while in labor. Even with the Wang family's extensive experience in beast-taming and their vast collection of beast manuals, they had never encountered such a bewildering phenomenon. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation was imminent, and the crimson three-tailed fox displayed a flicker of turmoil in its eyes, as if it had noticed the members of the Wang family. Weakly, it stood up, clutching a fox cub in its mouth, and tossed it towards the direction of the Wang family. 1, 2, in total 4. Was this a final act of entrusting its offspring? After casting the 4 cubs aside, the first bolt of heavenly thunder finally descended. The crimson three-tailed fox cast a pleading glance at the crowd before surrendering to its fate and lying down on the ground. Boom. The first. The second. Even those at a distance could sense the aura of destruction emanating from the heavenly thunder. 3 consecutive bolts of thunder struck, leaving the crimson three-tailed fox motionless on the ground, as though it had lost all vitality. At this moment, the onlookers, cradling the 4 drenched fox cubs, approached the crimson three-tailed fox, their expressions heavy. This was a noble mother, though they could not fathom why the heavenly tribulation had descended during her time of labor. "Let us give her a proper burial," said Sangu with a sorrowful expression. Indeed, just as the crowd prepared to inter the body of the crimson three-tailed fox, a faint voice emanated from beneath its corpse. The group moved aside the body, revealing a small fox lying on the ground, leaving everyone in astonishment. This fox had been charred black by the heavenly thunder, its fetal fur scorched away, and faint currents of electricity occasionally coursed through its body. "Can we save this little fox?" Sangu, seeing the pitiful state of the cub, was instantly awakened by maternal instincts. "This cub has been struck by the heavenly tribulation and is barely clinging to life. Its prospects look grim," sighed the third elder. The fox emitted only the faintest breath, as if it could perish at any moment. Even the individuals accustomed to the deceit and violence of the immortal cultivation realm displayed expressions of compassion. Perhaps it was the maternal love of the crimson three-tailed fox that stirred the goodness within them. "Allow me to give it a try." Wang Qing spoke up. Upon hearing him, the clan leader quickly understood Wang Qing's intentions and attempted to dissuade him. "Alas, Qing, I recognize your kind heart. But this crimson three-tailed fox has sustained severe injuries. Even if you revive it through your spirit control runes, its essence has already been damaged, leaving little potential for growth." "Thank you for your concern," clan leader Wang Qing replied resolutely. "Moreover, the immortal cultivation realm is filled with treasures. Perhaps I might encounter something that can restore its essence." With that, Wang Qing approached the injured fox cub, squeezed a drop of blood from his hand, and let it fall onto its forehead. A mysterious rune appeared, and Wang Qing felt a sudden connection between himself and the beast, signaling the success of the contract. With a thought, he summoned it into his beast control space. Upon inspection within the space, he found that the fox cub's injuries were indeed healing slowly, though it would take a considerable amount of time. The area they occupied was now close to the interior of the Tai Ao mountain range. Continuing further could lead to encounters with other third-tier great demons. After deliberation, the group decided to retreat and continue hunting lower-tier beasts. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, and encounters with beasts on the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range had become scarce. Finally, news arrived from the Qianyang sect that the beast tide had subsided. After reuniting with the Great Elder, they began to tally their gains, hunting a total of 130 second-tier beasts and over 6,000 first-tier beasts, converted into merit points. They accumulated over 13,000, sufficient to exchange for a Xiang pill with a surplus. On their return journey, they unfortunately crossed paths with the Wu family. After this beast tide subsides, it will be the demise of your Wang family. The Wu family's ancestor glared at the weary members of the Wang family, as if he wished to devour them whole. In response, the Wang family's great elder retorted without hesitation, "Aren't you afraid the wind will cause your tongue to slip? We shall see." The Wu family ancestor scoffed before leading his entourage away. Upon returning to their clan, they first placed several crimson three-tailed foxes in the spirit beast garden for nurturing, marking the Wang family's first third-tier bloodline spirit beast. After returning, Wang Qing immediately entered seclusion to cultivate, realizing the significance of cultivation rank. He was but a step away from the 9th layer of qi refining. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, he consumed a yuan-enhancing pill and began to circulate his spirit energy. Half a month later, with a sudden pft, Wang Qing finally reached the 9th layer of qi refining, now just a step away from foundation establishment. Most importantly, he could now refine the ancient phoenix egg. Once he mastered the spirit fire, no one in the qi refining stage would be his match. Then, he suddenly recalled something and inspected the beast control space, confirming that the injuries of the crimson three-tailed fox had indeed healed. Chapter 23, The Fox Cub. With a thought, the crimson three-tailed fox appeared in his room. Upon its arrival, the cub's eyes sparkled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings, bewildered by its presence in this new environment. The little fox was petite and delicate, as light as a fallen leaf. However, Wang Qing found it peculiar that while the other cubs had crimson fur, This one exhibited a slight purplish hue. The little fox gazed at Wang Qing with lively eyes, and a connection of understanding blossomed between them, making it instantly aware that this person before it was its master. It elegantly approached Wang Qing, nuzzling its small head against his leg, exuding cuteness. Understanding the unspoken message, Wang Qing realized that it was hungry. He promptly recognized that this little fox had not eaten anything since its birth, but lacking experience in raising pets. He quickly scooped the cub into his arms and rushed towards the clan's spirit beast garden. Within the garden, a gentle and serene middle-aged female cultivator was instructing a group of young Wang family cultivators in constructing a habitat for the crimson three-tailed fox. The Wang family placed great importance on these crimson three-tailed foxes. As third-tier bloodline beasts, they would possess the strength of a Zifu upon maturity. If the Wang family could successfully nurture these 4 foxes, their overall strength would ascend to a new level. Wang Xiaoying was currently the only female foundation cultivator in the Wang family, responsible for managing the spirit beast garden. Upon seeing Wang Qing enter, she greeted him with a warm and friendly smile. "Qing, what brings you to the spirit beast garden today?" "Fourth aunt, I came to visit you." Fourth elder had watched Wang Qing grow up and was deeply fond of him. "Oh, spare me. I know you too well. What business do you have in the spirit beast garden?" Fourth elder chuckled, lightly tapping Wang Qing's head. With his thoughts exposed, Wang Qing grinned sheepishly and presented the small fox from his arms. "Fourth aunt, I just contracted a spirit beast and would like to ask you what food I should feed it." "Oh, the clan leader is truly generous, granting you a contract with a newly acquired crimson three-tailed fox." At this moment, Fourth elder was unaware of the origins of Wang Qing's crimson three-tailed fox and assumed it was similar to the others. The food for a crimson three-tailed fox is quite varied. You can feed it some meat from small demon beasts or ordinary spirit fruits as well, Fourth elder explained directly. "Just so happens that I have some ordinary spirit fruits in the spirit beast garden. You can go pick some." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing hurriedly expressed his gratitude and dashed towards the fruit trees laden with spirit fruits, carefully placing the harvested spirit fruits before the crimson three-tailed fox. The little fox immediately began to nibble on one. Wang Qing stroked the purple fur of the little crimson three-tailed fox and said, "Let's give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Zixia." It seemed that the little fox, engrossed in eating the spirit fruit, understood Wang Qing's words. With a soft yip, it nodded its head, appearing quite pleased with the name. After finishing the spirit fruit, Zixia prepared to lie down. "Zixia, please demonstrate your abilities for me." Wang Qing was quite curious about the capabilities of his spirit beast. As a member of the Beastmaster family, he longed for the opportunity to contract a spirit beast. However, such an opportunity had eluded him until now. The mother of the Xianxiaaudiobooks fox and the clan leader's blazing lion had both left a profound impression on him. How? The little fox immediately comprehended its master's intention, casting a disgruntled glance at Wang Qing, as if to express its dissatisfaction at being made to work right after a meal. The little fox then rose, its 3 tails swirling gracefully, with arcs of purple lightning dancing along them. Bang! With a flick of its tail, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth, striking a nearby stone, which shattered into countless fragments in an instant. "What is this?" Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback. "Is this not the Xianxiaaudiobooks fox? Why is it casting a lightning spell?" It is well known that lightning spells symbolize immense destructive power in the realm of cultivation and are not restrained by other attributes. What could be the reason for this? Could it be due to the impact of the heavenly tribulation? Pondering this, Wang Qing hurriedly scooped up the little fox and rushed to consult Elder C. After explaining the situation, Elder C fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. "There is a rare phenomenon documented in the family's Beastmaster texts, spirit beast mutation. It is extremely uncommon, and it is possible that your fox has undergone such a transformation." Spirit beast mutation? Wang Qing also began to reflect. "However, you need not worry. This is a fortuitous occurrence. The records indicate that mutated spirit beasts tend to become even more powerful." Noticing Wang Qing's lingering concerns, Elder C comforted him. "Make sure to peruse the family texts frequently. They contain invaluable wisdom compiled by our ancestors throughout generations." As Elder C prepared to continue his lecture, Wang Qing quickly bowed and took his leave, saying, "I understand, fourth aunt. I will go and study the clan's texts." Without looking back, he hurried away. Observing Wang Qing's retreating figure, Elder C shook his head in silence. Having exited the spirit beast garden, Wang Qing swiftly made his way to the family's library. "Qing, what brings you here?" Elder San, who had been meditating within the library, opened his eyes upon Wang Qing's arrival. "Grandfather San, I recently contracted a spirit beast, a Xianxiaaudiobooks fox. However, I find it peculiar that this fox is casting lightning spells. Given your extensive knowledge, I have come to seek your guidance." Wang Qing stated his purpose directly, knowing that Elder San, being the overseer of the library, had perused all family texts. "Oh, such an occurrence is remarkable. Please let me see that fox," Elder San replied, intrigued by Wang Qing's description. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing promptly released the little fox from its spirit beast space. The little fox, upon seeing Elder San, initially felt shy and scurried to Wang Qing's feet. Observing this, Wang Qing quickly offered words of reassurance, allowing the little fox to relax. Elder San scrutinized the fox. This little creature is indeed different from other xianxiaaudiobooks foxes. While their fur is typically a fiery red, yours possesses a unique violet hue. It appears to have undergone a mutation. Wang Qing recounted the incident of the fox's mother enduring the heavenly tribulation while carrying it. "Oh, such a wondrous tale. It seems fortune is on your side," Elder San exclaimed, clearly impressed. "Indeed, nurture this fox well. With its third-tier bloodline, after the mutation, it will surely become a significant asset for you." "Yes, I shall certainly heed Grandfather San's advice." Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder Achieves the Purple Mansion. Elder San, satisfied with Wang Qing's response, continued, "Coincidentally, our family possesses a text detailing the phenomenon of spirit beast mutations. Take it and see if it can provide you with any insights." Wang Qing promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grandfather San." Following Elder San's guidance, Wang Qing found the book that elaborated on beast mutations within the library. Upon opening the text, he discovered that spirit beasts could mutate due to various unidentified factors. However, the probability of such mutations occurring was exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1 in a billion. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, mutated ones boasted superior qualifications and longevity. In confrontations, mutated spirit beasts were significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts and possessed additional innate abilities. After finishing the reading, Wang Qing closed the book, realizing that the conditions for a spirit beast mutation were exceedingly stringent, resulting in even more formidable capabilities. His fox, the xianxiaaudiobooks fox, originally adept in fire spells, had transformed its abilities to lightning spells after undergoing heavenly tribulation. The text also chronicled the history of other mutated spirit beasts within the Xianyang immortal region, including a legendary Bentiang Jichui fox, which had lived in the frigid ice plains since its birth, and over time, its fire spells had mutated into ice spells. After its mutation, this fox wielded immense ice-based powers. The records described an incident where it had successfully countered 4 human cultivators of the Nascent Soul stage who attempted to capture it, even managing to slay one before making its escape. This incident garnered widespread attention, earning it the illustrious title of Ice Extreme Celestial Fox. At this moment, Wang Qing felt a surge of excitement, envisioning his own fox evolving into a 9-tailed being, commanding the might of thunder. Returning the book to the shelf, Wang Qing sought out several tomes authored by the family elders on beast mastery. Time flowed swiftly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the disciples of the Qianyang sect finally distributed the rewards for the Wang family's successful hunt of demonic beasts, and the family received the coveted Xiang pill. Currently, the only Foundation establishment grandmaster in the Wang family was the Grand Elder, who began secluding himself to cultivate upon receiving the Xiang pill. Subsequently, the family's gates were tightly shut, and the protective mountain formation was fully activated, wary of a sudden assault from the Wu family's ancestor. The Grand Elder, being only slightly over 170 years of age, still had ample time before his limit, and after consuming the Xiang pill, he had an impressive 80% chance of breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage. In truth, the ease with which the Wang family acquired the Xiang pill was well understood by all. It was part of the Qianyang sect's strategy for balance. The Wu family's ancestor had procured the Xiang pill at an auction held by other factions, enabling him to break through to the Purple Mansion stage, thereby upsetting the equilibrium within the Zixia County, which the Qianyang sect was keen to avoid. Months passed in succession. Boom. The spiritual energy from the entire Lingwu Valley converged upon the Grand Elder's cave dwelling. Moments later, an overwhelming pressure emanated from within, felt by every member of the Wang family. The Grand Elder has broken through. Wonderful. The Grand Elder has reached the Purple Mansion stage. Our Wang family has become a Purple Mansion force. All members of the Wang family erupted in joyous cheers. With the Grand Elder's breakthrough, let us see if the Wu family dares to provoke us again. If the Wu family's ancestor dares to come again, let him find no way back, exclaimed one outraged family member. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was still immersed in his cultivation. Upon hearing the news of the Grand Elder's breakthrough, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the Wang family's cultivators currently scoffed at the Wu family's ancestor, he remained a formidable Purple Mansion cultivator, casting a significant shadow over the Wang family. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a Qinyang sect cultivator, the Wang family might have faced utter annihilation by now. With the Grand Elder's successful breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, the pressure on the family began to dissipate. Several more days passed, and the Grand Elder finally stabilized his cultivation. Dong! A melodious yet profound bell tolled thrice. Upon hearing the sound of the bell, the cultivators of the Wang family hurried to the family shrine, where the Grand Elder sat in the seat of honor. Congratulations, Grand Elder, on achieving the Purple Mansion. May our Wang family prosper for generations to come. Upon gathering, the family members bowed in unison to offer their congratulations. No need for formalities. The Grand Elder raised his hand in response. At this moment, the clan leader remarked, now that the Grand Elder has broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, the immediate crisis facing our Wang family has been averted. However, all members must remain vigilant when venturing outside to guard against potential ambushes from the Wu family cultivators. Currently, the Grand Elder has successfully broken through to the Zifu stage, and the family has only 2 foundation establishment pills remaining. Zixia, you have also reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. The clan leader turned to Wang Zixia and said, I bestow upon you this foundation establishment pill, hoping you will establish your foundation soon. Thank you, clan leader. I shall surely break through to foundation establishment and relieve the family's burdens. Wang Zixia expressed his gratitude with a bow before accepting the pill. At present, only 1 foundation establishment pill remains in the family. Zixia, you have also reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Come to me for your pill once you attain the peak of qi refinement. Thank you, clan leader. I will strive diligently in my training and live up to your expectations. Upon hearing this, the second uncle, Wang Zixia, was overjoyed and quickly expressed his thanks. As for the other clansmen, once you reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, the family will prepare foundation establishment pills for you as well. Upon finishing his words, the clan leader gazed at Wang Qing. Qing, you have also reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Strive for foundation establishment as soon as possible. Wang Qing responded, yes, I understand. Subsequently, the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, announced several matters before the Wang family's cultivators dispersed. After leaving the ancestral hall, Wang Qing walked alongside his sister. Brother, now that the family's crisis is resolved, may I go out for some training? His sister, Wang Qingling, timidly inquired. What? Wang Qing was taken aback at first, but then resolutely refused. No. With your current mid-qi refinement strength, you cannot go out for training. Wait until you reach the late stage of qi refinement. Wang Qing relayed the words of the clan leader and elders verbatim to his sister. Having become the very figure he wants to test it, how long will it take for me to reach the late stage of qi refinement? Just say you don't want me to go out. Wang Qingling huffed, stamping her foot in anger before turning to leave, ignoring Wang Qing. Seeing this, Wang Qing was both amused and exasperated, quickly chasing after his sister to comfort her. All right, don't be angry. How about this? I will take you home to visit father and mother, and when we return, you will obediently continue your training, all right? Wang Qingling halted her steps, excitedly shaking Wang Qing's arm. Really? That's wonderful, brother. She then jumped in place, exclaiming, yay, I can see mother and father soon. Wang Qing was at a loss for words, feeling completely at the mercy of his sister, unable to do anything about it. Chapter 25 Encountering an Attack. After reporting to the clan leader and elders, Wang Qing left the family with his sister. Suddenly, while flying on his sword, Wang Qing sensed something amiss. As if a dangerously potent aura had locked onto him. He quickly opened his storage bag, summoning the King Kong Xian bell to hover above his head, enveloping the siblings in a golden protective barrier. Bang! A flying sword shot towards Wang Qing and his sister, but upon striking the golden barrier, it was repelled. Haha, the quality of your magical artifact is impressive. It seems you siblings hold a significant position in the Wang family. A middle-aged cultivator appeared in the air, and Wang Qing's pupils contracted upon seeing him. A foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Qing quickly shouted to his sister, Wang Qingling, hurry back to the clan and report to the elders. Upon seeing this foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Qing realized he was no match for him. Not wanting to leave, Wang Qing shouted loudly, go now. Your magical artifact, the Han Yuan Di Ling Suo, is extremely fast. Quickly seek the elders for help, otherwise, we will both perish here today. Hearing Wang Qing's words, Wang Qingling snapped back to her senses, no longer hesitating. She took out the Han Yuan Di Ling Suo from her storage bag and transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the family. Brother, you must hold on. The middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator, noticing Wang Qingling escaping on the Han Yuan Di Ling Suo, looked astonished. There are flying magical artifacts. It seems I've caught a big fish today. He chose not to pursue her. Who are you? Do you know I am a cultivator of the Beast Wang family? How dare you ambush me here without fearing the Wang family's retaliation? Wang Qing spoke, drawing out the Qihua sword from his storage bag. This place is 2 hours away from Lingwu Valley, and Linger can return to the family in less than an hour on the Han Yuan Di Ling Saw. The elders will take about half an hour to arrive for assistance. Thus, Wang Qing must preserve his life against this foundation establishment cultivator for the next hour and a half, which is no easy feat. Upon hearing Wang Qing invoke the Wang family's name, the middle-aged cultivator's face displayed a hint of disdain. I kill those from the Wang family. Realizing that today's situation could not end peacefully, Wang Qing remained remarkably calm, pondering strategies to turn the tide. The middle-aged cultivator, aware that Wang Qingling had gone to seek help, knew he must end the fight quickly. He immediately formed hand seals. A vine covered in thorns surged toward Wang Qing. In response, Wang Qing hastily released a fireball spell to counter it. The fireball ignited upon contacting the vine, but failed to incinerate it. After all, the opponent unleashed a second-tier spell, far beyond the capabilities of Wang Qing's first-tier spell. The thorny vine struck the golden barrier emitted by the King Kong Xian bell. Ding! The bell emitted a deep and resonant chime, shattering the golden barrier instantly. Seeing this, Wang Qing furrowed his brow and took out a talisman from his storage bag. Grasping it tightly, as the talisman ignited, Wang Qing burrowed into the ground, heading towards the family. The Earth Escape Talisman was a second-tier talisman bestowed upon him by the clan leader before he departed. Using the Earth Escape Talisman, Wang Qing moved at great speed. But he understood that relying solely on a second-tier talisman to escape from a Foundation establishment cultivator was sheer folly. The middle-aged cultivator had not anticipated that Wang Qing possessed another second-tier talisman, and his expression darkened as he glared in the direction Wang Qing fled. After hesitating for a moment, he summoned his flying sword, standing upon it as he quickly pursued Wang Qing. The second-tier flying sword was incredibly swift, and moments later, Wang Qing found himself pursued. The duration of the Earth Escape Talisman was nearly over, and Wang Qing frequently glanced back at the approaching middle-aged cultivator. As time passed, and the middle-aged cultivator drew ever closer, the talisman's effect finally expired, forcing Wang Qing to emerge from the ground. At this point, Wang Qing was less than 100 miles from the family, and he could reach them in under half an hour. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a mountainous area shrouded in mist. Wang Qing immediately concealed his aura, hiding in a small lake and holding his breath. Moments later, the middle-aged cultivator arrived, expanding his consciousness to search for Wang Qing's presence in the mountains. The divine sense of a Foundation establishment cultivator could reach several hundred zhang. However, after several searches, he found nothing. At this point, the middle-aged cultivator's face was extremely grim. He had not expected that a mere Qi refinement cultivator could slip away from him. Stop hiding. I see you, kid. The middle-aged cultivator realized that Wang Qing was indeed hiding nearby, but despite probing with his divine sense multiple times without success, he could only resort to luring Wang Qing out. After calling out several times without receiving a response, the middle-aged cultivator lost patience. This location was already very close to the Wang family, and he presumed this kid's elders would arrive shortly. After a moment's deliberation, the middle-aged cultivator reluctantly chose to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Qing remained concealed at the bottom of the lake, holding his breath and focusing, still unwilling to act hastily. He was wary of whether the middle-aged cultivator was employing tricks. After spending some time at the bottom of the lake, Wang Qing suddenly sensed a trace of spiritual energy emanating from the lake bed. Had he not examined it carefully with his divine sense, he might not have noticed. Wang Qing swam towards the source of the spiritual energy and indeed found a trace of it. Using his flying sword, he cleared the mud at the bottom of the lake, revealing a small opening just large enough for him to crawl through. This lake was quite small. With only a few ordinary fish and shrimp, Wang Qing did not encounter any demonic beasts. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qing decided to investigate further. As he delved deeper into the opening, the space inside gradually expanded. What is this? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a block of iron exuding a sharp aura from the stone wall. Gungjing is an exceedingly precious and sharp treasure. When infused even in minute quantities during the crafting of magical artifacts, it bestows unparalleled sharpness and enhances their power significantly. Moreover, Gungjing is not only used in the refinement of magical weapons, but also extensively in the creation of spiritual artifacts and even the treasures of golden core practitioners. Hence, Gungjing is incredibly valuable, with even a small piece worth thousands of spiritual stones. Suppressing his inner excitement, Wang Qing struck the surrounding walls with his flying sword. Indeed, this was a Gungjing mine. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Wang Qing's face, although he was still uncertain of the mine's output. With this thought in mind, he swam towards the lake's surface, eager to report this news to the clan leader. Upon leaving the lake, Wang Qing summoned his flying sword and hurriedly flew in the direction of his family. At this moment, the elder of the Wang clan was also hastily flying towards this direction, his entire magical energy operating at full throttle. Chapter 26. Investigating the Gungjing Mine. Wang Qing represented the future of the Wang family. Despite the elder now being a Zifu practitioner, he was nearing the end of his path. Advancing from Zifu to Golden Core was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. Even in a sect like Qianxiaodong, there were only 2 Golden Core practitioners capable of assisting others in overcoming the Golden Core barrier, and each of their treasures was worth a fortune. Even Qianxiaodong could only produce 1 Golden Core practitioner every few centuries. Thus, upon learning that Wang Qing had been ambushed, the elder of the Wang clan immediately rushed towards the direction indicated by Wang Qingling. After flying several miles, he encountered Wang Qing approaching at great speed. Qing. The elder exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Wang Qing, startled by the swift light approaching him, initially feared it to be the middle-aged practitioner. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the elder who had come. Greetings, great-grandfather. Qing, are you unharmed? The elder scrutinized Wang Qing and, upon confirming his safety, heaved a sigh of relief. Great-grandfather, I have urgent news to report. Wang Qing promptly informed the elder about his discovery of Gungjing. The elder was first taken aback, then filled with exuberance. This matter is of utmost importance. Let us return to the clan. Upon returning to the clan, they found Wang Qing's brother safe and sound, while his sister, Wang Qingling, rushed over, embracing her brother with tears in her eyes. Woo, brother, I'm sorry. I promise I won't be willful again. Wang Qing hurriedly comforted his sister. Do not cry. This matter is not your fault. Look, I am perfectly fine. We shall visit our parents once I establish my foundation. After some soothing words, Wang Qingling finally calmed down. At that moment, the clan leader and several elders were present as Wang Qing recounted his experiences. Bang! Upon learning that Wang Qing had been pursued by a foundation establishment practitioner, the clan leader slammed the table in anger. This damned Wu family. After hearing Wang Qing's description, the clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, recognized who had attacked him. There were only a handful of foundation establishment practitioners who bore grudges against the Wang family. This matter must be dealt with swiftly, otherwise, the clan members would not dare to venture outside. The second elder's expression darkened as well. For now, we must temporarily prohibit the clan members from going out, declared clan leader Wang Xiaoji. As for the Gungjing mine that Qing mentioned, how shall we proceed? The Gungjing mine was indeed immensely precious, yet it was unfortunate that the Wang family could not monopolize it. Even if the Wang family could conceal the existence of the Gungjing mine, it would be challenging to act upon it in the future. If the quantity were substantial, it would only bring calamity to the Wang family. Let me investigate first and then decide. If the output is low, we shall keep the existence of this Gungjing mine a secret. If it is abundant, we will have no choice but to report it to Qianxiaodong, suggested the second elder. Agreed, let it be as the second elder advised. After deliberating, the second elder set off to investigate the Gungjing mine. After escorting his sister Wang Qingling back, Wang Qing returned to his cave abode. Had it not been for the second-tier spiritual talisman granted by the clan leader, he might have already perished at the hands of that Wu family foundation establishment practitioner. At this moment, Wang Qing's urgency to refine the ancient phoenix egg intensified. Only by successfully refining the ancient phoenix egg could he break through the foundation establishment stage and secure his right to self-preservation in this ruthless world of cultivation. Wang Qing first summoned the little fox for a feeding session. Due to the bond of the spirit-controlling pattern, the little fox shared a deep connection with its master and seemed to sense Wang Qing's inner tension, constantly nudging him with its head in a comforting manner. Wang Qing stroked its head and reassured, "Do not worry, I will succeed." After speaking, he returned the little fox to the beast-controlling space, seated himself on the cushion, and took out the ancient phoenix egg along with the auxiliary medicinal pills he had prepared, the pulse-protecting pill and earth spirit pill. Additionally, he possessed a blood lotus pill, which the elder had bestowed upon him upon learning that he was about to cultivate spiritual fire. Its effect was similar to that of the pulse-protecting pill, as the latter protected the body's spiritual meridians, while the blood lotus pill safeguarded the internal organs. Wang Qing first consumed several pills, allowing their medicinal properties to envelop and protect his spiritual meridians and organs. Then, he placed the ancient phoenix egg before him and began to operate his cultivation technique, channeling spiritual energy into the egg. This process required immense concentration and patience. Should the spiritual energy run amok, it could potentially destroy the energy within the phoenix egg. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed in, a vortex of energy emerged from the ancient phoenix egg, surging towards Wang Qing. Soon, he felt an increasing heat within his body. and after an indeterminate amount of time, a flame ignited inside him. The first step had been completed. Next, following the instructions of the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique, Wang Qing guided the flame to circulate within his spiritual meridians. As the flame burned, it expanded Wang Qing's meridians. Wang Qing cried out in agony. The power of the flame was exceedingly intense, and as it burned, he felt immense torment, his body drenched in sweat. Finally, the flame had traversed his meridians, completing the first step of meridian burning. This step was primarily to strengthen Wang Qing's spiritual energy, and after the meridians were burned, they became exceptionally wide, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy. Then came the second step, which was equally crucial, body burning. This step was fraught with danger, as a moment's negligence could lead to death. According to records, many practitioners of the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique perished at this stage. Wang Qing held his breath and focused, guiding the flame to continue its journey through his body, burning through his organs and bones. Gritting his teeth, his veins bulged. And at last, this step was completed. Next was the third step, soul burning, which involved igniting the soul. This step was even more elusive, and Wang Qing had not consumed any pills to protect his soul, rendering it extremely perilous. With a surge of determination, Wang Qing guided the power of his soul closer to the flame. He felt an indescribable pain consuming his spirit, a suffering that transcended the limits of the flesh. Wang Qing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turmoil within. Yet, the pain surged like a tide, overwhelming him. His soul trembled in agony, a tearing pain akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows, making life unbearable. His spirit struggled within the flames, writhing in torment. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, enduring the endless suffering, allowing his soul to be tempered in the flames. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the flames extinguished and the pain dissipated. Wang Qing opened his eyes, feeling utterly drained. Finally, success. As this thought flickered through his mind, Wang Qing collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 27. Awakening Spiritual Fire. After an unknown duration, Wang Qing gradually opened his hazy eyes, feeling an intense chill. His clothing had vanished without a trace. Wang Qing regained his senses and promptly turned his attention inward to assess the condition of his body. Within his dantian, he beheld a flame of extraordinary mystique and intensity. This flame shimmered in a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of the sun, while its core radiated a deep crimson, where a golden phoenix could be faintly observed soaring. Extending his right hand, Wang Qing summoned this flame to ignite within his palm, a manifestation that seemingly contained unfathomable vitality. This is the Nirvana flame. Wang Qing exclaimed with uncontainable joy. The Nirvana flame is a potent, innate, divine ability of the Phoenix clan, said to ignite when the true spirit of the Phoenix perishes, incinerating all that it was in its life and allowing for rebirth. Each time a Phoenix undergoes Nirvana, it grows stronger, yet it is not a choice made lightly. For the process does not guarantee success. To possess the Nirvana flame, such a miraculous fire, Wang Qing's voice trembled with excitement, even having anticipated this moment. The actual mastery of such ethereal fire left him utterly exhilarated. The Nirvana flame embodies unparalleled life force, and for Wang Qing, who cultivates the Wan Hua Funtianju, this flame would ensure that future awakenings of other spiritual fires would not be as perilous as the first. At this juncture, it is the most advantageous spiritual fire for him. The Wan Hua Funtianju records that the Nirvana flame not only possesses an extraordinary temperature, but also the ability to purify all things, incinerating impurities and malevolence entirely. More astonishingly, by utilizing the Nirvana flame to burn oneself, one can harness its energy to heal injuries. Imagine, in the midst of battle, continuously employing this flame, healing wounds as though one were an indomitable cockroach. How incredibly miraculous. Is this indeed the Nirvana flame? Wang Qing mused inwardly. Furthermore, due to the immense life force contained within the Nirvana flame, it can also be utilized in alchemical concoctions. It is well known that typical alchemists draw upon the earth's fire from below, and a select few powerful alchemists hunt ferocious beasts to employ beast fire, while those fortunate enough to acquire spiritual fire are exceedingly rare. This is merely the first type of spiritual fire cultivated within the Wan Hua Funtianju. Clearly, I made the right choice. Although this technique does not provide accompanying spells, the ability to forge spiritual fire surpasses that of many other top-tier techniques. Reclaiming the Nirvana flame, Wang Qing used his spiritual sense to perceive the changes within his body. Not only were his spiritual meridians significantly broadened, allowing for the accommodation of more spiritual energy, but his soul had also grown stronger. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he summoned the Qi Hua sword from his storage bag, swinging it towards his arm. With a clang, a spark flew, yet his arm remained unscathed. His physical body had now attained the strength to withstand a high-grade first-tier magical artifact. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and if he were to face his former self, unrefined by spiritual fire, he could defeat him in a single blow. After donning a fresh Dao robe from his storage bag, Wang Qing contemplated the future. Once he reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would be ready to establish his foundation. However, for now, he chose to exit his seclusion first. Upon emerging from his cave, Wang Qing made his way to the residence of the clan leader on Zixia Peak. Qing, you have emerged from seclusion? It appears you have awakened your spiritual fire, the clan leader remarked, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wang Qing. Prior to his retreat, Wang Qing had informed the clan elders of his impending cultivation of spiritual fire. Now that you have awakened the spiritual fire, it seems you will soon be ready to establish your foundation. The clan leader, stroking his beard with satisfaction, replied, "It is due to the diligent guidance of the clan leader and the elders that I have progressed so swiftly. I will strive to cultivate diligently and alleviate worries for the clan," Wang Qing humbly stated. Hearing Wang Qing's words, the clan leader nodded in approval. "Indeed, well said, my child. Then, I shall take my leave," Wang Qing said, bowing respectfully before departing, noting the clan leader was busy with affairs. In the days that followed, Wang Qing devoted himself to both cultivation and caring for his spiritual pet, which had now reached mid-tier first rank. Wang Qing marveled at the prowess of this mutated third-tier bloodline beast. Notably, the second elder had explored a nearby lake and discovered an abundant vein of gung essence, stretching for miles. After discussions, the Wang clan elders promptly reported this find to the Qingyang sect. Such a vast gung essence vein was beyond the Wang family's aspirations. Upon learning of this vein, the Qingyang sect dispatched a purple mansion cultivator to investigate. After thorough exploration and deliberation, it was decided that the Qingyang sect would claim 90% of the profits from the gung essence vein, while allocating 10% to the Wang family. Additionally, the Qingyang sect guaranteed that once the Wang family had another foundation-establishing cultivator, they would provide a xiangdan to aid in his breakthrough to the purple mansion. Upon receiving this news, the Wang family was exceedingly pleased. Even a mere 10% represented a significant gain for them, not to mention the xiangdan. Wang Qing's life was exceptionally tranquil. He occasionally fed his pet, played with his younger sister, and enjoyed a leisurely existence. Simultaneously, his cultivation did not lag behind. He had reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, his 6th uncle, Wang Zeshi, had also reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer and, after receiving a foundation-establishing dan from the clan leader, entered seclusion. Wang Zeshi shared a close bond with Wang Qing, being the clan uncle who had spent the most time with him. Months later, Wang Zeshi finally emerged from seclusion, becoming the 6th foundation-establishing cultivator of the family. Wang Qing hurried to his uncle's cave, activating the array's restrictions, and was welcomed inside. Upon seeing his uncle, Wang Qing was taken aback. There was a spiritual pattern emblazoned upon his forehead, unmistakably the family's bloodline divine ability, the spirit mastery pattern. "Congratulations, uncle. I did not expect you not only to become a foundation cultivator, but also to awaken the family's bloodline divine ability," Wang Qing bowed respectfully. "Haha, there is no need for formality between us, nephew," Wang Zeshi replied, his spirits high. "I too did not anticipate such fortuitous circumstances that led to the awakening of our bloodline divine ability." As the uncle and nephew conversed, the array's restrictions were triggered once more. The clan leader, upon seeing the newcomer, both rose and bowed in greeting. "Haha, Qing. I did not expect to find you here as well," the clan leader remarked, slightly surprised. "Ah, Zeshi, you too have awakened the spirit mastery pattern? Haha, excellent. Our Wang clan has been blessed with good fortune lately. It seems our ancestors are watching over us. Thanks to the support of the family, Zeshi has attained his current state," Wang Zeshi stated, producing a square wooden box from his storage bag. "What is this?" the clan leader inquired, puzzled. "This is the foundation-establishing dan that you bestowed upon Zeshi. He has not used it, and now returns it to you, to be granted to other clan members," Wang Zeshi said with utmost respect. "What? You managed to establish your foundation without consuming the foundation dan?" the clan leader exclaimed in astonishment. "You? How could you act so recklessly?" Wang Zeshi, recognizing his error, explained, "I wish to save a foundation dan for another clan member." The clan leader sighed, alas. "Very well. Since you have successfully established your foundation, let it be. However, do not act so rashly in the future." Wang Qing was equally astonished that his uncle had broken through without consuming the foundation dan. It is known that the success rate for a 3-rooted cultivator to establish their foundation without the dan is merely 60%. However, upon reflection, Wang Qing understood. His uncle had always been strong-willed, and not consuming the Dan not only saved it for the clan, but also ensured that he would possess denser spiritual energy after establishing his foundation, often surpassing those of the same level who had consumed the Dan. It seemed clear that his uncle had considered this aspect when choosing not to consume the Dan. And fortunately, he had succeeded. The clan leader sighed, alas. Let us not dwell on such discouraging matters. Since you have successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage, it is time for you to select a few second-tier magical artifacts from the family treasury. Coincidentally, the Gungjing mine requires a foundation establishment cultivator to oversee operations. And you shall be the one to go. I shall adhere to the clan leader's decree. After the clan leader provided further instructions, everyone returned to their respective caves. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. During these months, Wang Qing diligently immersed himself in his cultivation, hoping to achieve foundation establishment at the earliest opportunity. One day, while Wang Qing was engrossed in his training, the formation of his cave was triggered, prompting him to deactivate the restrictions. Greetings, second uncle. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Qing hurriedly bowed, recognizing his second uncle, Wang Zixia. No need for excessive formality. The clan leader has sent me to summon you for an important discussion, his second uncle stated directly. The clan leader wishes to see me? Very well. I shall accompany you at once. With that, Wang Qing immediately set off. Upon arriving at Zixia Peak, he found not only the clan leader but also two others, fifth uncle Wang Ziyu and seventh uncle Wang Zikong. Greetings to the clan leader and esteemed uncles. Wang Qing saluted the assembled company. A surge of spiritual energy lifted Wang Qing. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have gathered you here because a clan member has spotted dozens of colorful spirit fish in the endless sea. Therefore, I have called upon you to capture these spirit fish. Wang Qing recalled having seen descriptions of the colorful spirit fish in a tome. Although they were merely first-tier bloodline demon beasts, they were exceedingly rare. Their flesh was exquisite, promoting rapid enhancement of spiritual energy without destabilizing one's foundation, unlike medicinal pills. Due to these properties, they had been nearly eradicated by cultivators from the Xianyang immortal domain thousands of years ago. I have heard tales of the miraculous effects of the colorful spirit fish in boosting spiritual energy. It is astonishing to learn that they have not yet gone extinct. Seventh Uncle Wang Zikong exclaimed. Prepare yourselves and make haste to the endless sea. I shall have the clan member who discovered these fish guide you, the clan leader instructed. After gathering the necessary magical tools for capturing the spirit fish, Wang Qing and his three uncles, accompanied by the clan member who had discovered the colorful spirit fish, journeyed towards the endless sea. The party consisted of 5 individuals, second Uncle Wang Zixia at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 5th Uncle Wang Ziyu at the 8th level, 7th Uncle Wang Zikong, also at the 8th level, and the guiding clan member, Wang Zixing, ranked 19th in the Zhe lineage, yet only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. They flew on swords, passing by Zixia Town. But Wang Qing did not stop and continued on until reaching a cluster of islands in the endless sea. These islands were nearly 100 miles from the mainland, comprising dozens of small isles where spiritual energy was scarce, with only a few larger islands inhabited by mortals. Led by the 19th uncle, the group arrived at one of the islands. According to this clan uncle, his parents were ordinary folk residing on this island, and while returning home to visit family, he had discovered the colorful spirit fish in the sea area. After searching the waters, they initially found no sign of the colorful spirit fish. However, they remained undeterred, settling on the island and taking turns to patrol daily, confident that they would eventually discover the spirit fish if they remained in the area. Months passed with no sign of the colorful spirit fish, and they began to suspect the fish had vacated the region. After some discussion, they resolved to enter the ocean in search of the fish, but they had only brought 2 water-repelling magical artifacts with them. It is important to note that the endless sea is home to countless demon beasts, although this area belongs to the periphery of the endless sea. Encounters with low-tier demon beasts were still possible. After deliberation, it was decided that second Uncle Wang Zixia and Wang Qing, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement, would utilize the Bai Shui magical artifact to search underwater. The water-repelling artifact was a water-repelling pearl that, upon infusing spiritual energy, would form a protective barrier around the user. As Wang Qing entered the sea, he encountered only ordinary fish and shrimp. Not only had he not seen the colorful spirit fish, but he had yet to spot any other ordinary demon beasts. After searching for several hours, Wang Qing's gaze sharpened. There, several hundred meters away, he observed a flurry of colorful spiritual light moving about, dozens of fish radiating vibrant hues, shimmering as they swam in the ocean. The colorful spirit fish. Indeed, this group of colorful spirit fish still resided in these waters. Wang Qing forced himself to remain calm, holding his breath and focusing, daring not to act recklessly. He discreetly retrieved a fishing net from his storage pouch. Despite its unassuming appearance, this net was a first-tier superior magical artifact. Crafted from the silk of a second-tier demon beast, the ghost-faced venomous spider. As the colorful spirit fish swam within a few meters of him, Wang Qing suddenly sprang into action, casting the net over the fish and instantly ensnaring a dozen of them. Though these colorful spirit fish were all first-tier demon beasts, and to even reach the superior first tier, they struggled against the net in vain. It was remarkably sturdy, and it was nearly impossible for first-tier demon beasts to break free. Having captured the colorful spirit fish, Wang Qing wasted no time and swiftly ascended to the ocean surface, where his uncles were standing on their swords. "I have caught them," Wang Qing shouted excitedly. "What? Wonderful!" his uncles exclaimed with delight. Upon returning to Zixia Peak, the clan leader was engrossed in family affairs. Upon seeing the group return, he quickly inquired, "Well, did you capture the colorful spirit fish?" "We have succeeded, and we owe it all to Qing, who managed to catch them," second uncle replied. "Excellent." The clan leader was overjoyed to learn of their success. "Qing, go and take the colorful spirit fish to the Spirit Beast Park," he started to say, but then reconsidered. "No, let us all go together. I have matters to discuss with Elder Four as well." The clan leader led the group to the Spirit Beast Park, where clan members were feeding the spirit pets raised by the family. Upon the clan leader's arrival, they all bowed in respect. "Greetings, clan leader." The group arrived at a cave within the Spirit Beast Park and activated the restrictions. Shortly, Elder Four emerged from the cave. Wang Qing and the others hurriedly bowed. "Greetings." "Elder Four, what brings you all to the Spirit Beast Park?" Elder Four asked, puzzled. The clan leader chuckled heartily. "Huh? These young ones have captured several colorful spirit fish in the Endless Sea, so I brought them here to discuss how to raise these fish." "What? The colorful spirit fish are not extinct?" Elder Four exclaimed in surprise. As the keeper of the family South Spirit Beast Park and a frequent reader of clan texts, she was well aware of the significance of the colorful spirit fish. However, the Spirit Beast Park's spiritual lake space for raising fish-type demon beasts was already insufficient. If they were to raise these colorful spirit fish, a new pool would need to be constructed for them. Upon hearing Elder Four's words, the clan leader pondered for a moment. "Then we shall build a new pool for them." "Very well, I will arrange for this to be done," Elder Four replied. Before adding, "Additionally, we must urgently find owners for those red flame three-tailed foxes. Otherwise, as they grow larger, it will be difficult to assign them to masters." The clan leader considered this carefully. Indeed, as the red flame three-tailed foxes continued to grow, they could no longer be housed in the Spirit Beast Park. These foxes were third-tier bloodline demon beasts, and if they grew any larger without finding masters, even Elder Four would struggle to contain them. "I have been remiss. In that case, I shall arrange a family competition to select masters for the red flame three-tailed foxes." Upon hearing this, the clan members without spirit pets in the Spirit Beast Park were overjoyed, while those who had already bonded with spirit beasts displayed expressions of regret. For the red flame three-tailed foxes were third-tier bloodline spirit beasts with the potential to reach Zixia level strength as they matured. A few days later, the clan leader announced that he would seek masters for the 4 xianxiaaudiobooks foxes. The rules were quite simple. A family competition would be held, and any clan member without a spirit pet could participate. Those who secured the top 4 positions would earn the right to contract a xianxiaaudiobooks fox. To stimulate interest in this contest, the clan leader even offered numerous enticing rewards, including elixirs for enhancing cultivation and first-grade superior magical artifacts. Consequently, a wave of excitement swept through the family. Originally, this matter had little to do with Wang Qing, as he already possessed a mutated lightning attribute fox. Although he could still contract a spirit beast using ordinary methods, he chose not to do so. Just as Wang Qing was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the late stage of qi refinement, the formation of his cave abode was unexpectedly triggered. Upon lifting the restrictions, he saw his sister, Wang Qing, walking through the door. "What brings you here?" Wang Qing asked, somewhat surprised. "I came to chat with you, brother. Just wanted to see you," Wang Qing replied, her bright, lively eyes sparkling. Wang Qing could not help but chuckle, for he understood his sister well. "Very well, but I must enter seclusion for my cultivation. We can talk when I emerge." Seeing that Wang Qing was about to usher her out, Wang Qing quickly interjected, "Wait. Don't send me away just yet. I have something to discuss with you." A smile broke across Wang Qing's face. "All right then, what do you need me for?" Wang Qing hesitated, and then said, "Brother, look at me. I am already at the mid-stage of qi refinement, yet I still don't have a spirit beast." Wang Qing stifled a laugh and replied, "In that case, I will take you to find Elder Four, so she can help you select a spirit beast from the Spirit Beast Garden." Realizing she had been teased by her brother, Wang Qing's expression shifted to one of urgency. "What? I'm not talking to you anymore. You know very well what I want. Seeing his sister's reaction, Wang Qing laughed heartily and said, all right. What do you want me to do? Just so you know, I definitely cannot help you participate in the contest. It ultimately depends on your own abilities. Most participants in this competition were from the Zhang generation, while those from the Zhe generation had already contracted spirit beasts. Despite being of the same generation, Wang Qing refused to exploit his strength over others, as he could not afford to lose face. I don't need you to compete. Just give me a few magical artifacts, Wang Qing said, her eyes filled with longing. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing playfully tapped her on the head. Magical artifacts? Why not just ask for spiritual treasures? Ouch! Wang Qing quickly covered her head, feeling wronged. Why hit me if you want to give me anything? Your magical artifacts are all first-grade superior. Are there any in the family at your qi refinement stage that are of better quality? Wang Qing replied, noting that, given his sister's cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, she would be unable to utilize any higher-grade artifacts. How about this? I'll give you a few first-grade superior spirit talismans, and additionally, I'll provide you with a first-grade superior magical artifact. Combined with your Qihua Liuli Ling and the Liao Yuan Baijian spear, you will have the advantage in battles among peers. After speaking, Wang Qing retrieved his Qingfeng Town from his storage bag and handed it to his sister, Wang Qingling. Since he was soon to establish his foundation and would be replacing his second-grade magical artifacts, giving the Qingfeng Town to his sister bore no consequence for him. It was precisely what she needed for defense. Wang Qingling accepted the Qingfeng Town with immense excitement and promptly sat down on the mat in Wang Qing's cave to refine the magical artifact. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the day of the family competition, in the Lingwu Valley at the clan's martial arts arena, numerous clan members who had already contracted spirit beasts gathered to enjoy the festivities. Even some who had been in seclusion for a long time emerged to witness this grand family event. The Wang family's martial arts arena is situated atop a peak within the Lingwu Valley, named Xingwang Peak. The arena, built at the summit, is vast and divided into 4 square sections. Changqing. As soon as Wang Qing arrived at the martial arts arena, he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he recognized his uncle, Wang Zixin, accompanied by several clan members. Greetings, uncle and esteemed cousins. Wang Qing bowed respectfully. Changqing, I didn't expect you to join the fun. His uncle chuckled. I came to see how Chongling performs in the competition, Wang Qing replied. Oh, Chongling is participating too? Then I shall extend my early congratulations. Hoping she successfully contracts a Qi Yin Sanwei fox, his uncle said to Wang Qingling. Thank you, uncle, Wang Qingling replied, maintaining her graceful demeanor, appearing poised and refined in front of others despite her earlier antics with her brother. Just as the crowd was chatting, a booming roar echoed through the air, revealing a mighty and imposing fire lion descending amidst flames. The clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, had arrived, prompting all clan members to bow in respect. Greetings, clan leader. The clan leader raised his right hand slightly. No need for such formalities. Since the time has come, Zixin, you shall preside over this competition. Yes. After bowing again, his uncle announced, the family competition begins now. First, I will declare the rules. First, only clan members without contracted pets may participate in this competition. Second, the competition will consist of individual battles, allowing only the use of magical artifacts and spirit talismans. No elixirs are permitted. Third, the competition will be conducted in a manner that prohibits harming the lives of fellow clan members. Fourth, the top 4 competitors will earn the right to contract a Qi Yin Sanwei fox, with the champion receiving an additional reward of a vial of Yuan enhancement elixir and a first-grade superior magical artifact. I hereby declare the competition officially commenced. The first match, Wang Qing versus Wang Qingshu. Wang Qing was a familiar face, also a member of Qingfeng Town, who arrived in the Lingwu Valley around the same time as Wang Qing. However, the two had rarely interacted since their arrival. Wang Qing possessed 5 spirit roots and had only reached the 4th level of qi refinement, but his opponent matched his strength. This match was rather uneventful, featuring 2 individuals at the 4th level of qi refinement, and Wang Qing soon found it tedious. Ultimately, Wang Qing emerged victorious. It seemed he practiced a body cultivation technique, granting him significant strength, which led to his opponent conceding once engaged closely. The second match, Wang Qingfeng versus Wang Qingning. The third match, Wang Qingping versus Wang Qingbao. The fourth match, Wang Qingxing versus Wang Qingyun. After several ordinary matches, nothing particularly stood out. The fifth match, Wang Changyi versus Wang Changwu. Finally, an interesting match emerged. Wang Changyi was the eldest of the Zhang generation, possessing 3 spirit roots and being slightly older than Wang Qingqing. He was the direct descendant of the third elder. Currently, he was at the 7th level of qi refinement, making him the first among the Zhang generation, aside from Wang Qingqing, to reach the late stage of Qi refinement. His opponent, Wang Qing, had 4 spirit roots and was at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After both stood in the arena and exchanged respectful bows, Wang Qing made the first move, summoning a long knife magical artifact from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy, and attacking Wang Qing. Wang Qing quickly summoned his flying sword magical artifact to counter the long knife's assault. The 2 magical artifacts clashed, resulting in a stalemate. Wang Qing then produced a spirit talisman from his storage bag, which transformed into a flame that surged toward Wang Qing. Calmly, Wang Qing retrieved a shield-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag, enlarging it to block the flames entirely. After a few more exchanges, Wang Qing exhausted his spiritual energy and had no choice but to concede. After several matches, it was finally time for Wang Qing to compete. But her opponent was also a familiar face, Wang Qing, who, like Wang Qing, hailed from Qingfeng Town and was currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The two stood in the arena. "Sister Linger, please," Wang Qing said, holding her sword and bowing respectfully. "Sister Yu, be careful." Wang Qing wielded a long spear as she lunged at Wang Qing. Wang Qing countered with her sword, but after several exchanges, she realized this approach was untenable. Swiftly employing a lightness technique, she distanced herself and retrieved a talisman from her storage pouch, which transformed into a vine that reached toward Wang Qing. Unperturbed, Wang Qing summoned her already refined Vajra mystic bell from her storage pouch, which cast a protective light that repelled the vine. Following this, she produced the blazing fire glazed silk, which ignited and surged toward Wang Qing. In haste, Wang Qing activated a spirit talisman, channeling her spiritual energy into it, forming a water spirit shield that enveloped her. However, the blazing fire glazed silk relentlessly assailed the shield, and before long, it shattered, forcing Wang Qing to concede. The onlookers, family members, whispered among themselves, astonished at the multitude of magical artifacts wielded by Wang Qing, concluding that this duel was purely a contest of artifact quantity. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, wealth, artifacts, companions, and land are paramount. After all, who could argue against the benefits of having a supportive elder brother? Subsequently, several more duels ensued, leading to the second round. This round featured the victors of the previous battles, but it was equally unremarkable. After observing a few matches, Wang Qing discerned who his sister's rivals were. Among the Qing generation, including his sister, there were 4 cultivators with 3 spiritual roots. These 3 individuals surpassed his sister in cultivation level and possessed ample battle experience. Even with the artifacts she had, it was uncertain if she could triumph over them. Although reaching the top 4 seemed plausible. As anticipated, Wang Qing advanced into the top 4, where she faced another female cultivator, Wang Qing. Wang Qing, at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, held a higher cultivation level than Wang Qing, although her artifacts were inferior. Nevertheless, her experience in combat was extensive. As they stood on the stage, Wang Qing employed her previous strategy, positioning the Vajra mystic bell above her, while the blazing fire glazed silk launched continuous attacks. However, Wang Qing, being astute, chose not to confront directly, but instead retrieved a dome-shaped artifact from her storage pouch, deftly evading the assaults. Ultimately, Wang Qing, overwhelmed by the simultaneous activation of 3 artifacts, exhausted her spiritual energy and had to concede. Seeing his sister's dejection, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, Wang Qing offered words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened. Securing a contract with the Scarlet Flame Three-Tailed Fox is what truly matters." Upon hearing about the Scarlet Flame Three-Tailed Fox, Wang Qingling's dismal expression began to brighten. Next, Wang Qing engaged in battle with another cultivator of 3 spiritual roots, Wang Qinglin. Both were at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, resulting in a fiercely contested match. Ultimately, Wang Qing, leveraging his advantage in artifacts, emerged victorious. The subsequent championship contest was devoid of suspense, as Wang Qing, aware of her disadvantage against Wang Qing, conceded without contest. After the conclusion of the tournament, Wang Qingling rightfully formed a contract with her long-desired pet, the Scarlet Flame Three-Tailed Fox. Upon returning home, Wang Qing entered seclusion. Now only a step away from the late stage of Qi refinement. Sitting on his meditation mat, he swiftly broke through the bottleneck of the later stage of Qi refinement without any hindrance. Choosing to maintain the momentum, he consumed a yuan-enhancing pill from his storage pouch. Thanks to the Nirvana Flame, the medicinal properties of the pill were fully refined and absorbed without destabilizing his foundation. Months later, Wang Qing opened his eyes, having fully opened all 108 acupoints in his body, and his magical power had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. At last, he had achieved complete mastery of the 9th layer of Qi refinement and was now ready to consider foundation establishment. However, he opted to exit seclusion first. to inform the elders of his family, and to peruse the foundation establishment notes left by senior cultivators. Though he possessed a heavenly spiritual root, the bottleneck of foundation establishment was still a concern, and he wished to avoid any missteps during the process. Upon leaving his cave, Wang Qing first visited the Zixia forest to inform the clan leader of his impending foundation establishment. Upon receiving the news, the clan leader exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. You may proceed with your foundation establishment, Wang Qing. I will inform the other elders." After departing from Zixia Peak, Wang Qing retrieved the foundation establishment notes from the clan's library and returned to his cave. He activated the array of his cave and sat cross-legged on the mat, meticulously studying the notes. Days passed, and finally, Wang Qing set down the book, now fully acquainted with the intricacies of foundation establishment. He began to circulate his internal spiritual energy, continuously gathering it in his dantian. Gradually, as time elapsed, a drop of true essence formed in his dantian, followed by more drops falling and accumulating into a pool of true essence. Outside the Lingwu Valley, waves of spiritual energy converged toward Wang Qing's cave. Many clan members, engaged in their cultivation, sensed the sharp decline in spiritual energy and were compelled to cease their practices. Who is establishing their foundation? Why is there such a commotion? They wondered. The family was about to gain another foundation cultivator. How wonderful! At this moment, Wang Qing was nearing the final stages, fully activating the 10,000 flames burning heaven technique. As vast amounts of spiritual energy coalesced around him, he guided the true essence through his meridians and acupoints, nourishing his entire being. Finally, the moment arrived. Foundation establishment was successful. Wang Qing keenly felt the transformation within his body. His consciousness had magnified several-fold. Upon exiting seclusion, he soared into the air and arrived at Zixia Peak. The clan leader burst into hearty laughter upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You are now the 7th foundation cultivator of our clan and the first among the Qing generation." The clan's strength was continually augmenting, and as the leader, he was immensely pleased, especially considering that there were still 2 foundation establishment pills available, promising to add 2 more cultivators soon. The Wang clan was poised to become extraordinarily formidable, boasting 1 purple mansion and 7 foundation cultivators, already the strongest in Zixia County. Now that you have established your foundation, what are your plans? The clan leader inquired. Wang Qing replied, "I intend to take my sister home to visit our parents, and upon our return, I shall devise further plans." "Very well, then you may return home for now," the clan leader nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Since you have successfully established your foundation, you can no longer use your first-tier artifacts. Choose a few second-tier artifacts from the clan treasury." With that, he gestured, and a concealed chamber appeared in the room, guarded personally by the clan leader. Acknowledging the leader's words, Wang Qing realized he lacked second-tier artifacts and promptly expressed his gratitude. Entering the treasure vault, he proceeded to the section housing second-tier artifacts and began his selection. After half an hour, he finally chose 2 superior second-tier artifacts, one flying sword known as the Xianyang Golden Shield, and another called the Li Hua True Essence Shield. One was for offense and the other for defense, both possessing fire attributes, sufficient for his immediate needs. Leaving Zixia Peak, Wang Qing visited his sister's cave, where she was presently frolicking with the scarlet flame, 3-tailed fox. "Brother, you have successfully established your foundation?" Upon seeing Wang Qing, Wang Qingling's face lit up with joy. "Yes, I was fortunate to succeed," Wang Qing replied nonchalantly. Observing her brother's demeanor, Wang Qingling felt a pang of annoyance, wishing to land a few punches on his seemingly nonchalant face. Summoning his flying sword, he took his sister on a swift flight. True to its second-tier classification, the speed was remarkable, and in less than half an hour, they returned to Qingfeng Town. Wang Qing descended his sword into the courtyard, where several servants, witnessing the arrival of cultivators, hurriedly bowed in reverence. "Father, mother, we have returned," Wang Qingling exclaimed excitedly as she called into the house. Hearing the commotion, Wang Qing's parents rushed out. Upon seeing their children, Wang Qing's mother's eyes turned red, glistening with tears as she ran to embrace them. Linger. At that moment, Wang Qingling was also filled with tears. "Mother, I missed you so much." The family gathered in the courtyard, sharing heartfelt emotions before eventually returning indoors. Wang Qing's mother personally took to the kitchen, preparing a feast of dishes favored by her children. Although Wang Qing had already established his foundation and no longer required sustenance, he found himself longing for the taste of his mother's cooking after such a long absence. The siblings spent several months at home before bidding farewell to their parents and returning to Lingwu Valley. On their journey back, Wang Qingling appeared to be in a state of deep despondency. "As long as you diligently cultivate your skills, You will be able to visit our parents anytime after you become a Foundation Establishment practitioner, Wang Qing reassured her. Indeed, Wang Qingling resolved to put forth her utmost effort in cultivation to achieve Foundation Establishment as soon as possible. Upon returning to the family clan, Wang Qing remained there for several months, during which his pet beast, Zixia, also reached the late stage of the first tier. At this point, he felt the urge to venture out and explore, so he went to Zixia Peak to seek the clan leader's approval. Traveling is acceptable, but you must exercise caution while outside. The clan leader consented upon learning of Wang Qing's intentions. There are no significant matters within the clan at present, and there is unlikely to be any major conflict with the Wu family in the near future. Thank you, clan leader. Wang Qing expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. After departing from Zixia Peak, he made sure to bid farewell to several elders who had watched him grow up since childhood, out of respect. Leaving Lingwu Valley, Wang Qing flew swiftly, making his first stop at the Taiyao mountain range. During his previous journey, he had acquired a mysterious map from a wandering cultivator, and the location marked on that map was within the Taiyao mountain range. Thus, he intended to investigate that site first. Chapter 32, Lengia Market. Lengia Market is located in the northern part of Qianzhou and is the closest market to the Taiyao mountain range. Many cultivators who hunt demonic beasts in the Taiyao mountain range use Lengia Market as a transit point. As a renowned market within Qianzhou, its area is several times larger than Chaoqiao Market. Upon entering the market, Wang Qing first visited the Wanbao Pavilion, where a mid-stage qi refining maid greeted him with a radiant smile. Esteemed guest, what would you like to purchase? She inquired. Do you accept magical artifacts? Wang Qing decided to sell a few of his items. Of course we do. May I ask what kind of magical artifacts you wish to sell? The maid led Wang Qing to a private room after he retrieved his previously used magical artifacts, the Qihua sword and the Tai Yi fixed body mirror. Having given the Qingxian python armor to his sister before departing, the maid promptly fetched the manager, Master Guanyu, who entered shortly after. Master Guanyu, a man in his 50s with Foundation Establishment abilities, scrutinized Wang Qing, who was dressed in casual attire rather than the clan's formal garb. Seeing a young man of such caliber, Master Guanyu silently speculated that he was likely a scion of a powerful family embarking on a journey of experience. What kind of magical artifacts do you wish to sell? He asked. Wang Qing presented 2 magical artifacts, both of which were high-quality first-tier items he had used prior to Foundation Establishment. After examining them, Master Guanyu noted their superior materials and functions. For these 2 high-quality first-tier artifacts, our Wanbao Pavilion would offer 700 spirit stones for the Qihua sword and 1,000 for the Tai Yi fixed body mirror. Wang Qing found the prices reasonable. Very well, I accept the proposed prices. He then inquired, I would like to purchase several second-tier talismans and some second-tier healing pills. Do you have these items available? Master Guanyu's expression brightened with joy. Certainly, we have them. What specific types of talismans and pills are you interested in? After a moment's thought, Wang Qing replied, for the talismans, I would like the highest tier of escape talismans, either the fire escape talisman or the earth escape talisman. As for the pills, I need some that can quickly restore spiritual energy. We have all that you seek, Master Guanyu assured him and instructed the maid to retrieve them. A short while later, the maid returned with several wooden boxes. Here are 2 boxes. One contains a second-tier fire escape talisman and the other a second-tier earth escape talisman. Additionally, this vial contains second-tier recovery pills, known for their rapid efficacy in restoring spiritual energy with a gentle medicinal effect. Wang Qing expressed his satisfaction and inquired about the prices. Each of these escape talismans is priced at 1,500 spirit stones, while this vial of recovery pills is valued at 2,500 spirit stones, totaling 5,500 spirit stones. Very well, I will take them all, Wang Qing replied, feeling a pang of regret over the expenditure. Your 2 magical artifacts can offset 1,700 spirit stones. Thus, you will need to supplement the remaining 3,800 spirit stones, Master Guanyu informed him. Wang Qing took out the spirit stones from his storage bag, realizing that he had depleted nearly all his resources. The demands for cultivation materials had increased significantly after Foundation Establishment, prompting him to consider acquiring a skill to earn more spirit stones. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing departed from Lengia Market, heading toward the Taiyao mountain range. Being in the Foundation Establishment stage, he encountered no obstruction from any unruly cultivators along the way. Following the map's guidance, he entered the Taiyao mountain range. Given the previous large-scale hunts by Qianyang sect, the number of demonic beasts at the periphery had significantly diminished. Thus, he faced no obstacles and ventured deeper into the mountain range until he reached the territory of second-tier demonic beasts. At this point, he ceased flying openly on his sword and adopted a more cautious approach, leaping from tree to tree. Suddenly, as he neared his destination, a fire-based spell shot toward him. Wang Qing quickly employed a lightness technique, leaping to another tree. The fire spell struck the tree he had just vacated, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed throughout the mountain range. A second-tier demonic beast, the Qihua monkey, appeared on a tree several meters away. The monkey, frustrated by its missed attack, began to leap toward Wang Qing. Recognizing the threat, Wang Qing swiftly retrieved his artifact, the Xianyang Golden Barrier Sword, and launched it at the Qihua monkey. The monkey evaded the attack by leaping aside and continued its charge toward Wang Qing. In response, he summoned the Lihua True Essence Shield to protect himself. As the Qihua monkey lunged at him, its arm ignited with flames, striking the shield but failing to penetrate it. Enraged by its thwarted assault, the monkey let out a furious howl, which resonated through the mountains, eliciting responses from others nearby. Realizing the impending danger, Wang Qing hastily retracted the Lihua True Essence Shield and raised his right hand, conjuring a flame known as the Nirvana Fire. The Qihua monkey, witnessing the oncoming fire, remained undeterred, confident in its fire-based abilities. However, it was unprepared for the intensity of the Nirvana Fire, which engulfed its body in an instant. The monkey attempted to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Within moments, it was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After dealing with the Qihua monkey, Wang Qing noticed several other monkeys converging on his location. Without hesitation, he took flight in the opposite direction. Several hours later, he finally evaded a dozen or so Qihua monkeys and continued toward his destination. As he drew nearer to the marked spot on the map, he remained exceedingly vigilant, opting to proceed on foot through the mountains. At long last, Wang Qing arrived at the location marked on the map, nestled within a tranquil valley, surrounded by verdant trees and dense bamboo groves. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that created an atmosphere both mysterious and serene. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Cave. A crystal-clear waterfall cascaded down the mountainside, forming a magnificent curtain of water. Wang Qing summoned his Lihua Yuan to envelop himself, passing through the waterfall to find himself in a spacious yet dim cave, its environment unique and beautiful. The cave was moist and cool, the air infused with a refreshing scent, and the occasional sound of dripping water added to the tranquil and enigmatic ambience. As he ventured deeper, the space opened up, revealing several acres of spiritual fields and a wooden cottage. Were it not for the fragrant spiritual herbs and fruits emanating from the fields, one might mistake it for an ordinary rural homestead. Wang Qing approached the medicinal garden, where he found various herbs such as danshin, lingshun, and huangjingji, alongside numerous spiritual flowers and plants he had never encountered before. Could it be the Tianlingua tree? Wang Qing gasped in astonishment. For the Tianlingua was incredibly precious, one of the main ingredients for concocting the foundation-building pill, with only one such tree existing in the entire Qianzhou, belonging to the Qianyang sect. The deeper he ventured, the more exhilarated he became, discovering Qi Xingqiao and Yu Chuizhi. This was a windfall. Each plant here, if brought to the outside world, would be worth a considerable fortune. Growing increasingly excited, he reached the wooden cottage and opened the door. Inside, a stone table and stone chairs were arranged, with an elderly man, his hair white as snow, seated on a mat. Wang Qing was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he felt no trace of vitality emanating from the old man. Despite the passage of years, he appeared as lifelike as a living person. Wang Qing looked around and noticed a notebook resting on the stone table. He approached, picked it up, and began to read. Half an hour later, he closed the notebook, realizing that this elder was a golden core cultivator named Xuanxin Jinren, who had once been an elder of the Xianyao sect, a Yuaning force in the Yuan prefecture, and a fourth-grade alchemist. Xuanxin Jinren had achieved the perfection of the Golden Core stage, but had failed to compete for the opportunity to advance to Yuan Ying against another Golden Core cultivator from the same sect. Consequently, he chose to retreat to this Tai Ao mountain range in Qianzhou to live in seclusion until he attained enlightenment. Wang Qing bowed respectfully before Xuanxin Jinren, expressing his gratitude for the elder's legacy. After performing the customary rites, he removed the storage ring from Xuanxin Jinren's hand. A drop of his blood dripped onto it, and instantly, the ring recognized its new master. Wang Qing's consciousness entered the ring, revealing a vast space of several thousand cubic units, filled with a plethora of items. Upon taking inventory, he found dozens of techniques, spells, and various alchemical formulas. Some of these techniques were inherited from the Xianyao sect, while others were acquired by Xuanxin Jinren himself, including a compendium on alchemy compiled by the sect. He discovered 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 42 high-grade spirit stones. Knowing that a single high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 mid-grade stones, and a mid-grade stone for 10,000 low-grade stones, making these spirit stones immensely valuable. Additionally, there were dozens of spiritual artifacts and 3 treasures used by Xuanqing, one of which was the alchemical furnace he had employed. However, there were no magical tools to be found. The most beneficial item for Wang Qing was the Xianxiao sect alchemy compendium. As he was preparing to learn the art of alchemy, the only regret he harbored was that some of the elixirs crafted by Xuanqing had lost their potency, rendering them unusable. He selected a few vials that remained intact. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Wang Qing stepped outside. The most crucial task now was to gather the spiritual herbs, flowers, and fruits cultivated in this garden. After some contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him. He still possessed the beast mastery space. Since establishing his foundation, the area of his beast mastery space had expanded significantly. With a thought, Wang Qing found himself within the beast mastery space, where the lazily lounging Zixia was startled upon his arrival. Seeing Wang Qing, Zixia eagerly bounded over, affectionately circling around him. Zixia, enough of the antics. I have matters to attend to. After playfully engaging with the little creature, Wang Qing carefully surveyed the beast mastery space. Its area now encompassed 3,000 square feet, ample enough to accommodate the spiritual trees and herbs from outside. Without further ado, he proceeded to transplant a spiritual ginseng along with its soil into the beast mastery space, and to his delight, it was successful. Thus, Wang Qing began to cultivate several acres of spiritual fields within the beast mastery space, systematically transplanting each spiritual tree and herb from the outside world. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate duration, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. All the spiritual flowers and fruits had been relocated into the beast mastery space, along with their soil. Wang Qing meticulously categorized the spiritual flowers, herbs, and trees, each assigned to its own designated area. However, as he had been focused solely on cultivation, he had not studied alchemical knowledge extensively, thus he only recognized a few of the more common plants among those cultivated by Xuanqing. Once he completed this task, Wang Qing prepared to depart from the Tai Ao mountain range. He remained exceedingly cautious along the way, suppressing his aura and refraining from flying on his sword until he reached the outskirts, where, after several days, he finally arrived at the periphery of the Tai Ao mountain range. Only then did he summon his flying sword and set off towards the xianxiafans. Upon returning to the market, Wang Qing first went to Wanbao Pavilion to find Master Guanyu, presenting several carefully selected vials of elixirs suitable for sale, all aimed at enhancing cultivation. Master Guanyu, please take a look at these elixirs. Master Guanyu examined the elixirs, his eyes widening in astonishment. These elixirs are of exceptionally high quality. May I inquire who was the master alchemist behind their creation? These elixirs were personally crafted by the elders of my clan. Please assess their value. Wang Qing naturally chose to conceal the origins of these elixirs. After careful consideration, Master Guanyu replied, "These elixirs are of remarkable quality, and I will offer you an additional 10% above the market price." Wang Qing feigned contemplation for a moment. "In that case, I must thank you, Master." Ultimately, the elixirs were sold for a total of 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Wang Qing inquired, "Do you have a second-grade alchemical furnace for sale?" Upon hearing Wang Qing's question, Master Guanyu immediately grasped his intent. "Indeed, we have second-grade alchemical furnaces at Wanbao Pavilion." However, noticing the hesitance on Master Guanyu's face, Wang Qing curiously asked, "Is the second-grade alchemical furnace exceedingly expensive?" Master Guanyu forced a bitter smile. "That is not the case. Rather, our Wanbao Pavilion is set to host an auction next month, and the only available second-grade alchemical furnace has already been designated as an auction item." Wang Qing understood immediately. Chapter 34, The First Attempt at Alchemy. With half a month remaining until the auction, Wang Qing first established a cave dwelling in xianxiafanshire and settled in. Besides his daily cultivation, he devoted his spare time to studying the Xianxiao sect alchemy compendium, familiarizing himself with the foundational principles of alchemy. In the blink of an eye, the day of the auction at Wanbao Pavilion arrived. Wang Qing arrived early, as the layout of this pavilion was quite similar to that of the one in Chaogafanshire, with the auction taking place in the Grand Hall. After paying the entrance fee of 20 spirit stones, Wang Qing found a place to sit. A graceful woman clad in purple stood on the stage, welcoming the attendees. "Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Wan Xiang, the host of this auction. Let us now commence the auction with our first item, a second-grade high-quality magical tool, the Qi Jing He Lin Dao, starting at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must exceed 500 spirit stones." Wang Qing exhibited little interest in the preceding events, until the moment the alchemical furnace was presented, at which point he straightened in his seat. This alchemical furnace exuded an aura of ancient elegance and solemnity, its body adorned with exquisite carvings. a second-tier superior quality alchemical furnace, personally crafted by our esteemed Master Jiang Qingzi of the Wanbao Pavilion. Commenced bidding at the starting price of 20,000 spirit stones, with each successive bid required to exceed 1,000 spirit stones, 25,000 spirit stones, 30,000 spirit stones. As bids were placed, the price swiftly escalated to 40,000 spirit stones. This esteemed friend bids 40,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? 40,000 spirit stones once. 40,000 spirit stones twice. It was then that Wang Qing called out, 41,000 spirit stones. A second-tier superior quality alchemical furnace typically hovers around the price of 40,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing Wang Qing's bid of 41,000 spirit stones, the previously bidding elder's expression darkened. This elder, having reached the early stage of foundation establishment, appeared to have just made his breakthrough. Angered by the sudden interference, he glared at Wang Qing and shouted, 42,000 spirit stones. Wang Qing disregarded the elder's glare and countered, 43,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing Wang Qing's offer, the elder ceased further bidding. Esteemed friend bids 43,000 spirit stones, 43,000 spirit stones, once, 43,000 spirit stones, twice, 43,000 spirit stones, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. With the successful acquisition of the alchemical furnace, Wang Qing felt a sense of relief. He possessed merely 45,000 low-grade spirit stones and dared not touch the spirit stones within the storage ring of Xuanxinjinren. The mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention if he were to reveal them. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qing obtained the second-tier superior quality alchemical furnace and, upon exiting the Wanbao Pavilion, noticed the elder's malevolent gaze fixated on his retreating figure. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Qing activated the restrictions and took out the second-tier alchemical furnace to begin the ritual of refinement. After completing the refinement, he had grasped some foundational knowledge of alchemy and subsequently retrieved the formula for the recovery pill. The recovery pill is the most basic first-tier alchemical product, requiring inexpensive materials for its creation, which Wang Qing decided to practice with. Following the instructions of the formula, Wang Qing prepared the necessary materials for the alchemical process, summoned the nirvana flame, and meticulously placed the materials into the furnace while controlling the spirit fire. As the flames within the furnace gradually subsided, the first batch of pills was finally successfully refined. Wang Qing extracted the pills, each one plump and exuding a fragrant aroma. The nirvana flame contained an exceptionally pure vitality, and even a novice like Wang Qing was able to produce such remarkable pills. It could be said that only the legendary ninefold true fire could rival its potency. It is said that pills refined with ninefold true fire bear 9 distinct pill patterns, possessing medicinal efficacy several times that of ordinary pills. Wang Qing continued to refine dozens of basic pills within his cave over the course of several months, and as time passed, his fire control skills became increasingly adept. After several months in seclusion, Wang Qing finally departed the cave and made his way back to the Wanbao Pavilion. Esteemed friend, it has been a long time. Upon Wang Qing's entrance, Master Guanyu promptly rose to greet him. Master Guanyu, it has indeed been a while. Their familiarity had grown significantly over time. Wang Qing produced several of the pills he had refined from his storage bag, inquiring if the Wanbao Pavilion would be interested in acquiring them. Master Guanyu took the pills from Wang Qing, examining them closely, and was increasingly astonished. Are these truly the pills you have refined recently? Wang Qing was somewhat at a loss for words. Was there any doubt? Master Guanyu, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Please do not take offense. But it seems you possess remarkable talent in the art of alchemy. Each pill is perfectly formed and exudes a rich aroma, entirely unlike those produced by a novice." Unspoken was the realization that he sensed a profound vitality emanating from these pills, indicating they were not forged using ordinary flames or terrestrial fire, suggesting the individual's extraordinary background. "I shall take charge. We at Wanbao Pavilion will purchase these pills at 10% above market value," Master Guanyu declared with generosity. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to you." Wang Qing held a favorable impression of Master Guanyu. After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing procured some materials necessary for refining second-tier pills and returned to his cave to continue his alchemical endeavors. Several months passed, and he became proficient in refining second-tier pills, albeit primarily basic pills for enhancing cultivation. During this time, Wang Qing focused on refining pills and selling them at the Wanbao Pavilion. While he could have set up a stall in the marketplace, that approach would have been far too slow, potentially taking months to sell out his stock. After selling the last batch of pills to the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing prepared to depart from the Langya marketplace and make a brief visit home. Upon leaving the marketplace, Wang Qing summoned his flying sword. A faint smirk gracing his lips. He deliberately slowed his pace, and after flying several miles, two figures finally pursued him. Recognizing one of them, Wang Qing identified the elder who had contended with him for the second-tier alchemical furnace, while the other was a middle-aged cultivator. Both were at the early stage of foundation establishment. Noticing Wang Qing's intentional halt, the elder sneered coldly. It appears this brash young man is truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Heifeng, do not waste words. Let us strike directly. The middle-aged cultivator remarked, somewhat surprised by Wang Qing's pause. However, upon observing the surroundings, he found no indication of Wang Qing having any companions. With that, the middle-aged cultivator summoned a hammer-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag and, chanting a spell, caused it to swell to several times its original size as it hurled toward Wang Qing. Unfazed, Wang Qing summoned the Li Huijin Yuan shield. With a tremendous crash, the colossal hammer was successfully repelled. The elder, named Heifeng, witnessing this, quickly summoned a pennant-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag. With a flourish, several wind blades surged toward Wang Qing, an exceedingly rare wind-type artifact. The wind blades struck the Li Huijin Yuan shield, which absorbed them entirely. Wang Qing summoned the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword, chanting a spell as flames enveloped the sword and surged toward the middle-aged cultivator. In a panic, the middle-aged cultivator summoned a shield-shaped magical artifact for defense. Yet, being limited to blocking attacks from one direction, he found himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Wang Qing unleashed the Nirvana flame upon the elder named Heifeng. The elder remained remarkably calm, wielding the pennant to conjure a tornado in defense. However, upon contact with the Nirvana flame, the tornado dissipated instantaneously. The Nirvana flame engulfed the elder, and with a pained scream, he was reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged cultivator, previously occupied with deflecting the Xianxiaaudiobooks sword, turned pale with fear and sought to flee, producing a talisman that transformed into a beam of golden light as he dashed away. Wang Qing, contemplating for a moment, ultimately decided to spare him. Although he could pursue with a second-tier escape talisman, it seemed a waste of resources to expend on the middle-aged cultivator. After collecting the elder's magical artifacts and storage bag, Wang Qing continued on his journey. A day later, he finally returned to the Lingwu Valley. Upon returning to his family, Wang Qing first visited Zixia Peak. The clan leader, delighted to see Wang Qing return from his travels, inquired whether he had encountered any misfortunes during his journey. Wang Qing recounted his experiences, and upon hearing them, the clan leader's expression transformed to one of astonishment. What? The cave dwelling of a golden core true person. The Tianling fruit tree. Indeed. I have already planted the Tianlingua tree within the Yusho space, Wang Qing stated honestly. Upon hearing this, the clan leader nodded, acknowledging, you have done well. While the Tianlingua tree is of utmost importance to our family, it could also bring about calamity. Thus, its placement in the Yusho space is indeed safer. My return this time is to gather materials for concocting the foundation establishment pill, which I intend to refine myself. Wang Qing refrained from purchasing the necessary materials in the Langya Square to avoid drawing attention. The clan leader was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you have now become a second-tier alchemist? He distinctly remembered that Wang Qing had no prior experience in alchemy before establishing his foundation. Yes, I have been refining pills in Langya Square for several months, Wang Qing replied, a hint of pride evident in his voice. In less than a few months, he had transformed from a novice into a second-tier alchemist, a feat that was enough to instill a sense of pride in him, albeit largely due to the influence of the Nirvana flame. The clan leader was overjoyed, saying, in that case, I will immediately have someone prepare the materials for the foundation establishment pill. He then took out a jade stone and infused it with his spiritual energy. Wang Qing was momentarily puzzled. What is this? The clan leader explained. This is a communication jade that our clan acquired at an auction some time ago. After that, he retrieved another piece from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Qing. Now all core members of our clan possess one. This is yours. The communication jade was pure white, akin to mutton fat, and felt incredibly smooth in hand. Noticing Wang Qing's uncertainty in using it, the clan leader quickly added, this item requires a drop of blood to establish a bond, after which you can infuse your spiritual energy to connect with other clan members who possess the communication jade. Wang Qing squeezed out a drop of blood onto it and infused a wisp of spiritual energy. Indeed, he could sense the presence of others who possessed the jade. Such a wondrous item. As Wang Qing was admiring the communication jade, the second elder entered the room. Qing, when did you return? Wang Qing promptly bowed. I have just returned to the clan. The second elder then turned his attention to the clan leader. Clan leader, what did you summon me for? The clan leader recounted Wang Qing's recent experiences, and upon hearing this, the second elder was struck with astonishment. The Tianlingua tree? This truly is a blessing for our Wang family. With that, he hurriedly left to prepare the remaining materials for the Foundation establishment pill. A few days later, within the Wang family's alchemy chamber, Wang Qing took out the alchemy furnace and summoned the Nirvana flame, placing the materials for the Foundation establishment pill into the furnace according to their proportions. Boom! As the flames within the furnace extinguished, Wang Qing opened the cauldron, revealing 7 Foundation establishment pills in his hands. He carefully placed the pills into a vial and stepped out of the alchemy chamber, where the clan leader and several elders awaited. Upon seeing Wang Qing emerge, the clan leader rushed forward. How did it go? Were you successful? Wang Qing handed the vial to the clan leader. I have not failed you. The clan leader accepted the vial and, upon opening it, the room was instantly filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs. Indeed, these Foundation establishment pills surpass those auctioned by the Qianyang sect and carry a rich vitality. The eldest elder, upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, was overwhelmed with excitement. I never imagined that one day our Wang family could refine the Foundation establishment pill ourselves. The second elder was equally unable to contain his emotions. Their fervor was understandable. They had witnessed countless clan members halted at the peak of chi refinement due to the lack of Foundation establishment pills, watching helplessly as their time ran out. Alright, let us conclude matters regarding the Foundation establishment pill here. We must ensure this information remains confidential. If the Qianyang sect learns of it, the consequences would be dire. The eldest elder stated gravely. Given that Qing is now a second-tier alchemist, why not have him oversee the pharmacy in Chaoyi Square? The clan leader suddenly suggested. The eldest elder pondered for a moment and then asked, Qing, what do you think? Qing will follow all arrangements. Wang Qing bowed respectfully. The eldest elder nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then you shall oversee the Chaoyi Square. Subsequently, Wang Qing spent a few days with the clan, leaving some cultivation resources for his sister, Wang Chongling, before embarking on his journey to Chaoyi Square. Upon arriving in Chaoyi Square, Wang Qing first visited the Datai building, which was still under the management of his fourth uncle, Wang Zabin. Upon seeing Wang Qing, his fourth uncle was overjoyed, and the two naturally indulged in a nostalgic conversation. Ha ha ha, Qing, it has been far too long since we last met. We must share a drink. The two relatives sat in a private room, and soon, a dozen dishes were served. Is this the 5-colored jinxing fish? Wang Qing inquired curiously upon seeing one of the dishes. Haha, indeed. I heard the clan leader mention that the capture of this 5-colored jinxing fish was largely thanks to you. His fourth uncle replied with great enthusiasm. This accomplishment is primarily due to Uncle 19, who discovered the 5-colored jinxing fish, Wang Qing humbly remarked. The 5-colored jinxing fish, cultivated by the fourth elder, had now grown considerably and had become a signature dish of the Datai building, attracting cultivators from other counties. His fourth uncle expressed his excitement over this development. Since the Datai building started selling jinxing fish, many cultivators from other counties had flocked to it, resulting in profits that had nearly quadrupled, leading to a current policy of limited daily sales. It should be noted that the price for a single 5-colored jinxing fish was 500 spirit stones, nearly equivalent to a first-tier magical artifact. After hearing his fourth uncle's account, Wang Qing was left utterly astonished. A price of 500 spirit stones creating such a frenzy indicated that the clan had gained yet another substantial source of income. Wang Qing quickly picked up his chopsticks and sampled a few bites. The 5-colored jinxing fish truly lived up to its reputation. And even with Wang Qing's Foundation establishment stage strength, he could distinctly feel a surge of spiritual energy within him. After the uncle and nephew had their fill, Wang Qing bid farewell to his fourth uncle and proceeded to the Wang family's pharmacy. In contrast to the bustling Datai building, the Wang family's pharmacy appeared rather desolate. In Chaoyi Square, there was no shortage of pharmacies. Whether it was the Wanbao Pavilion, the Qianyang sect, or various other influential forces from Zixia County, even some rogue cultivators had established their pharmacies in this square. Comparatively, the pills refined by the Wang family held little competitive edge. At that moment, only one attendant was present in the pharmacy, propping himself up on the counter as he dozed off. Wang Qing approached the counter and tapped it lightly, startling the attendant awake. How may I assist you, sir? Qing, is that you? Upon raising his head, the attendant turned out to be his fellow townsman, Wang Chongwei. Chongwei, you may call me Qing directly. There is no need for such formality. Wang Qing, having advanced to the position of 7th elder after establishing his foundation, felt a sense of camaraderie with this old acquaintance from Qingfeng Town, despite their limited interactions within the clan. Is that so? That is splendid news, Wang Chongwei replied, visibly delighted to learn that Wang Qing was now in charge of the pharmacy. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something, and his expression darkened. Alas, While the pharmacy is located in an excellent spot, there is hardly any business throughout the day. Oh, let me see the account book, Wang Qing said, intrigued. Logically, the pills refined by the Wang family should at least hold their own against those of other families, not to mention those run by rogue cultivators. After reviewing the account book and examining the recent earnings, Wang Qing's expression soured. The profits of the Wang family's pharmacy had reached a point that could only be described as dismal. What is going on? At this moment, Wang Qing began to recount the situation. It turned out that after the Wang family had a falling out with the Wu family, although the clan's eldest elder had risen to the status of a Zifu cultivator, the two families remained in a state of enmity. In contrast to the Wang family, the Wu family has consistently dedicated itself to the art of weapon forging and alchemy. Originally, there were two second-tier alchemists within the Wu clan, and after the ancestral figure of the Wu family achieved a breakthrough to the Zifu realm, he successfully ascended to a third-tier alchemist. The Wang family, however, boasts only one second-tier mid-grade alchemist among its ranks, the second elder. Following the elder's elevation to the Zifu realm, the hostilities between the two families gradually subsided. Nevertheless, the Wu family began to strategically undercut the Wang family's business. Were it not for the vibrant and colorful Lingyu fish that brought immense popularity to the Datai building, the Wang family's affairs in the QoE square would have become exceedingly dire. The Wu family's approach towards the Wang family was rather straightforward. They offered discounts on their elixirs. Purchasing from the Wu family's apothecary would earn points that could later be redeemed for discounts on future purchases. However, the situation took a sinister turn when the Wu apothecary audaciously declared that cultivators holding points were prohibited from buying elixirs from the Wang family, lest their points be rendered null. This tactic was exceedingly insidious, as the potency of the elixirs crafted by the Wang family was already inferior to that of the Wu family. Consequently, the Wang family's business suffered a steep decline. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Qing began to devise a counter-strategy. He first instructed Wang Qing to procure materials necessary for crafting elixirs. Entering the alchemical chamber within the apothecary, Wang Qing ignited the earth fire and commenced his alchemical work. The reason for not utilizing the nirvana flame was that while it produced elixirs of exceptional quality, the resulting concoctions contained a rich essence of life. In the Lingyu square, this was manageable, as no one could recognize him. However, using the nirvana flame in QoE square could lead to unnecessary complications. Before long, Wang Qing had produced a batch of elixirs, but upon lifting the lid of the furnace, he was disheartened to find only 4 elixirs, revealing a dismal success rate. Fortunately, there was no explosion. Subsequently, he spent half a month in the alchemical chamber, tirelessly refining his elixirs until his success rate rose to 70%. Although this was still not comparable to the success rate achieved with the nirvana flame, it was nevertheless commendable. Wang Qing decided to lower the prices of the elixirs, prioritizing the restoration of business before it became irretrievable over time. Months passed, and following the reduction in prices at the Wang's apothecary, some customers gradually returned. Wang Qing also gleaned some practical alchemical techniques from the Xianxiaaudiobooks alchemy overview, leading to a remarkable improvement in his skills. Although the elixirs produced with ordinary earth fire lacked the robust essence of life, their potency surpassed that of the average elixirs sold elsewhere. One wandering cultivator, after trying the Wang family's elixirs, was astonished to find their effects gentle yet superior to those purchased from other shops. Gradually, the reputation of the Wang family's elixirs spread among wandering cultivators, and after several months of development, the news reached every cultivator in QoE Square. With Wang Qing subtly orchestrating this surge, the performance of the Wang family's apothecary soared, capturing the attention of the clan leader in the distant Lingwu Valley, who sent a message to commend Wang Qing. In the Wu family's council chamber, the ancestral figure of the Wu family was exceedingly enraged. Who can explain this? Why is it that despite our efforts to undermine them, the Wang family's apothecary has been resurrected? The other members of the Wu family dared not breathe a word. At that moment, the Wu family leader, Wu Guangxing, spoke tremulously, reporting to the ancestor, for reasons unknown. The quality of elixirs sold by the Wang family's apothecary has drastically improved compared to before. The Wu ancestor, filled with fury, demanded an investigation into who had produced this batch of elixirs, declaring that Wang Xuxing, that old fool, surely lacked such capability. Meanwhile, within the Wang family's apothecary, Wang Qing was engrossed in perusing the alchemical notes of the esteemed Xuanxin Jinren, which contained profound insights into the art of alchemy. As he turned to the final page, he was captivated by an entry regarding a unique tea tree grown in the spirit herb garden. This tea tree, known as the Lingyu Cha Shu, was a rare treasure he had stumbled upon in a secret realm, with the entire Xianyang immortal domain possessing only this one specimen. The tea produced from this tree, named Lingyu Wu Cha, was described by Xuanxin Jinren as a divine elixir, its aroma lingering and intoxicating, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Furthermore, the consumption of Lingyu Wu Cha could remarkably enhance one's spiritual consciousness, an extraordinary phenomenon. Intrigued by the description of Lingyu Wu Cha, Wang Qing felt a surge of excitement. With a swift motion, he transported himself to the beast-taming space, arriving at the area designated for cultivating fruit trees. Following the guidance from Xuanxin Jinren's notes, he finally located the tea tree. The tree emanated a delicate fragrance that was refreshing and uplifting. When he initially transplanted this tea tree, he had merely considered it an unknown spirit fruit tree, unaware of its exceptional nature. Wang Qing harvested some tea leaves and, adhering to the instructions in the notes, dried them before tasting a sample. Instantly, he felt as though he had transcended reality, his soul seemingly cleansed. Upon careful reflection, he realized that his spiritual consciousness had indeed strengthened, albeit slightly. Regrettably, there was only one tea tree, yielding a meager amount. Had the production been more abundant, selling it at Datai Building could have rivaled the profits brought in by the vibrant Lingyu fish. Subsequently, Wang Qing glanced at his companion beast, noting that Xiaozi was merely a step away from reaching the second tier. Suddenly, he was struck with the idea of concocting elixirs suitable for nurturing his beast. With this thought, he eagerly sifted through Xuanxin Jinren's recipes and indeed discovered a formula for an elixir, the first-tier superior-grade Yuling Dan. This elixir was noted to be immensely beneficial for first-tier demon beasts, accelerating their growth without any adverse effects. Wang Qing's face lit up with joy as he grasped this recipe, recognizing that the Yuling Dan was perfectly suited for first-tier demon beasts. The materials required for the Yuling Dan were not particularly rare. A brief survey revealed them to be quite ordinary, with the only notable ingredient being the main Lingyuan grass, of which he had cultivated a considerable quantity in his beast-taming space. After a brief preparation, he commenced the alchemical process, opting to use the nirvana flame for this particular endeavor. Several hours later, a delightful fragrance wafted from the furnace. Upon opening the lid, he beheld 7 smooth, jade-like elixirs resting at the bottom, radiating an enticing glow. As he held one of the Yuling Dan in his hand, he could distinctly sense the rich potency emanating from it. He then entered the beast-taming space and presented one Yuling Dan to Zixiao. Upon catching a whiff of the elixir's potent aroma, Zixiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it promptly swallowed the elixir whole. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within, Xiaozi let out a contented moan, lying down motionless as it focused intently on digesting the elixir's potency. Witnessing this scene, Wang Qing smiled, realizing that the Yuling Dan was indeed extraordinary. Before long, Zixiao would likely break through to the second tier. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Xiaozi successfully achieved the second tier. Upon breaking through, Xiaozi's height had reached 2 meters, exhibiting a majestic presence. Its once sparse purple fur had grown denser, and the thunderous energy crackling from its tail exuded a formidable aura. "Master, I have broken through," a youthful voice resonated in Wang Qing's mind. "Zixiao, is that you?" Wang Qing exclaimed with immense excitement, realizing that Zixiao could now communicate with him. "Indeed, master. It is thanks to your elixir that I was able to break through to the second tier." Zixiao affectionately nudged its head against Wang Qing's cheek, now standing at the same height as him. Upon advancing to the second tier, Zixiao was no longer limited to merely wielding the power of thunder as in the first tier. Instead, he comprehended 4 formidable spells: Thunderous Fury, Binding Lightning, Thunder Escape Technique, and Thunder Armor. Thunderous Fury concentrated the entirety of his thunderous energy within his tail, delivering a merciless punishment to his foes. Binding Lightning wove a massive electric net from the thunderous power, ensnaring individuals within it, rendering them unable to escape while inflicting continuous lightning damage. Thunder Armor enveloped his entire body in electricity, forming a formidable shield with astonishing defensive capabilities. Thunder Escape Technique, as its name implies, allowed him to instantaneously traverse vast distances with the aid of thunderous energy. It could be said that at this moment, Zixiao in the second tier could potentially rival even Wang Qing. After frolicking with Zixiao for a while, Wang Qing's thoughts shifted, prompting him to leave the beast-taming space. During this time, the Wang family's apothecary business had not only returned to normalcy, but had even flourished beyond previous levels. Meanwhile, there had been no commotion from the Wu family, allowing Wang Qing to continue refining elixirs. One day, within the DTI building, his fourth uncle, Wang Zabin, exclaimed, "Qing, I never anticipated that your Lingyu Mist tea could be so extraordinary. It is truly unprecedented. If it were to be sold in DTI building, the profits would undoubtedly surpass those of the colorful spirit fish." After savoring a sip of Lingyu Mist tea, Wang Zabin was utterly enchanted. Wang Qing lamented the situation. acknowledging that the yield of Lingyu mist tea was exceedingly low. Merely bestowing it upon the elders of the clan was insufficient, let alone selling it in DTI building. The following day, as Wang Qing was engrossed in elixir refinement, the restrictions of the alchemy chamber were triggered. Upon deactivating the barriers, Wang Qing rushed in, his tone anxious. "Qing, you must come out quickly. There are people causing a ruckus outside." Wang Qing hurried to the main hall upon hearing this. A rather ordinary-looking man with a square face was loudly accusing, "My brother purchased elixirs from your Wang family's apothecary. And now there is an issue. You must give me an explanation." Wang Qing approached, stating, "Fellow Taoist, I am in charge of this Wang family apothecary. Please tell me what transpired." The square-faced man, seeing a mere youth before him, retorted defiantly, "Humph. My brother recently bought a bottle of Xingyuan Dan from your apothecary. Unexpectedly, while cultivating, he was afflicted by Dan poison, resulting in a regression of his cultivation, and now he lies at home." Wang Qing furrowed his brow, recognizing that this individual was seeking trouble, though he was uncertain if the Wu family was behind it. Chapter 38. Encountering an ambush. At this moment, numerous cultivators who had come to purchase elixirs stood by, observing the commotion. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing asked, "May I inquire what your brother's name is, and when he purchased the elixir from our Wang family's apothecary?" "My brother's name is Zhao Wang, and he bought a bottle of Xingyuan Dan 3 days ago from your shop," the square-faced man replied, unfazed as if he had anticipated the question. Wang Qing perused the account book and indeed found a record of the sale from 3 days prior, indicating that this man had done his homework. "Would you happen to have that bottle of elixir?" Wang Qing inquired. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man produced a vial of Peiyuan Dan from his storage bag. Wang Qing accepted the vial, detecting a hint of unease on the man's face, and opened it for a closer inspection. After a moment, Wang Qing stowed the elixir away, casting a cold gaze at the man. "You claim that your brother's cultivation regressed after consuming this elixir?" The square-faced man, feeling the weight of Wang Qing's stare, quickly averted his gaze, stammering, "Why yes. Is there a problem?" Wang Qing's expression grew increasingly frigid. "This elixir is clearly not from our apothecary. Who sent you to slander my Wang family?" The square-faced man looked visibly frightened as he glanced around at the gathered cultivators for reassurance, stammering, "What do you mean? Is your Wang family attempting to bully customers?" Wang Qing brandished the elixir, asserting, "This vial is not the Xingyuan Dan sold by my family. Although it shares the same name, our formula has been modified. You did not purchase this from my Wang family. Speak. Who sent you to defame us?" As he spoke, Wang Qing's foundational aura surged toward the square-faced man, who, being only at the 8th layer of qi refinement, turned pale with fear and despair. "I don't understand what you're saying. This Xianxia Square market isn't solely run by your Wang family. Just you wait. I'll go report this to the market's management." The square-faced man, in a panic, fled the apothecary. Half an hour later, within a cave dwelling in Xianxia Square market, a middle-aged cultivator clad in black brocade scolded angrily. "You incompetent fool. You managed to botch such a simple task?" The man before him was none other than the square-faced troublemaker from the Wang family's apothecary. The square-faced man, trembling with fear, replied, "I had no idea. That young brat saw through the elixir's issues at a glance. Humph. The Wang family surely suspects you now. You must leave Xianxia Square market and find another place to reside," the middle-aged cultivator ordered. What about the compensation you promised me? When will I receive it?" The square-faced man inquired, quaking in his boots. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes before dissipating. "Rest assured, your promised reward will not be lacking." As he spoke, he handed the square-faced man a storage bag. The square-faced man accepted the bag, peered inside, and quickly sealed it, a fawning expression crossing his face. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall depart from Zixia County at once." As he turned to leave, however, a sound of air being sliced filled the air, and his head was severed in an instant. The middle-aged cultivator stepped forward to collect the storage bag, scoffing. "With your level of strength, you dare covet my Wu family's possessions? Truly deluded." Wang Qing arrived at DTI building, recounting the entire incident, prompting his fourth uncle to send individuals to investigate. The outcome revealed that the square-faced man had long since vanished. The Wu family. Wang Qing sat within his cave dwelling, his gaze icy. Who else possessed the capability to target the Wang family within Xianxia Square market? Before reaching the foundational stage, Wang Qing had been pursued by a foundational cultivator from the Wu family. Were it not for the second-tier Earth Escape talisman granted by the clan leader, he would have perished long ago. Thereafter, Wang Qing spent his days either refining elixirs or cultivating, and before long, several months had slipped by. One day, after completing his elixir refinement, he received a message through a communication jade. After reading it, Wang Qing's expression darkened. The clan leader had sent word that the family's Qijin iron mine had been attacked. This mine was overseen by Wang Changqing's uncle, and the assailants dispatched 4 foundational cultivators. Although his uncle's pet had also reached the second tier, 2 against 4 remained insufficient. Fortunately, with his pet's cover, his uncle managed to return to the family, sustaining only minor injuries. The only culprits could be the Wu family. Following the incident, the Wang family's elder was exceedingly enraged. Deciding to retaliate against the Wu family without delay, the Wang family promptly dispatched 3 foundational cultivators to assault a Wu family's spirit stone mine. Tensions escalated between the 2 clans, leading to continuous skirmishes. Finally, one day, while Wang Changqing was refining elixirs, a message from the family head reached him, instructing him to return immediately. With disciples of Qianyuan sect stationed in Xianxia Square Market, the Wu family would likely refrain from causing trouble. After tidying up, Wang Changqing departed Xianxia Square Market, unaware that the moment he stepped outside, a message had already spread throughout the market. After half an hour of flying with his sword, Wang Changqing was intercepted by 2 cultivators, while another figure pursued him from behind. Observing this, a cold smile crept across Wang Changqing's lips. 3 foundational cultivators truly regarded him highly. In the midst of the 3 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, one was an elder in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the other 2 were middle-aged men in the early stages. Among them was the very cultivator who had pursued Wang Changqing on that fateful day. Upon noticing Wang Changqing's halt, they wasted no time and summoned their magical artifacts. The elder conjured a long knife, instantly engulfed in flames, and swung it towards Wang Changqing. The other 2 cultivators summoned their respective weapons, one a flying sword, the other a flying wheel, both aimed at Wang Changqing. In response, Wang Changqing retrieved a magical artifact from his storage bag, enveloping himself in a protective barrier of Li Huazhen Yuan. The sounds of collision echoed as the attacks rained down, and after several exchanges, the spiritual light of the barrier began to dim. Swiftly, Wang Changqing summoned the Xianyang Jing Gang sword to parry one of the strikes. Following this, he invoked another magical artifact, the Feng Mo Fan, which he had acquired after vanquishing that elder in Langyafang. As the Feng Mo Fan trembled, 3 razor-sharp wind blades shot forth towards his assailants at remarkable speed. The 3 foundation establishment cultivators were taken aback and quickly summoned their defensive artifacts to shield themselves. Observing this, Wang Changqing unleashed a flame, the Nirvana Flame, which ignited upon contact with the middle-aged cultivator who had once hunted him. The man attempted to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. With a horrendous scream, he was reduced to ashes. The remaining 2 cultivators were struck with terror, exclaiming the names of their fallen comrades, Guang Yin and Sigu, their fury palpable. 3 foundation establishment cultivators had encircled and attempted to kill a single one, only to suffer a counterattack. Without hesitation, Wang Changqing summoned the Zixia, which shared a profound bond with its master. Upon its arrival, it unleashed a bolt of thunderous energy at the other early-stage cultivator, who was caught off guard and fell instantly. The last mid-stage cultivator, witnessing this, let out a roar, calling out for Guang Ting. In a mere 10 minutes, the Wu family had lost 2 of their foundation establishment members, including 2 of his nephews. It was unimaginable that they, with a mid-stage cultivator among them, had laid an ambush for an early-stage one only to be slain. However, there was no time for contemplation as Wang Changqing directed a flying sword at him. The elder of the Wu family quickly regained his composure and produced a second-tier defensive talisman. In response, Wang Changqing commanded Zixia to ensnare him with a lightning net, then unleashed the Nirvana Flame once more. The shield conjured by the talisman was pierced through, and the flames consumed the elder, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. Afterward, Wang Changqing surveyed the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the 3 Wu cultivators before continuing on his way back to his clan. Upon returning, he found all the foundation establishment and above cultivators of the Wang family gathered in the clan's council hall. His second uncle, Wang Zixin, had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, bringing the total to 8 in the Wang family, aside from the great elder, who was a Zifu cultivator. Wang Changqing recounted his ordeal, and upon hearing of the ambush by 3 foundation establishment cultivators, the clan leader was filled with rage. However, disbelief crossed everyone's faces upon learning that Wang Changqing had managed to slay all 3. With a resounding bang, the great elder slammed his palm on the table, declaring the Wu family beyond redemption. In light of Wang Changqing's elimination of the 3 Wu cultivators, only 2 remained, prompting the suggestion to capitalize on the moment and eradicate the Wu family entirely. The second elder spoke with indignation, and the assembly fell into contemplation. After a brief silence, the clan leader voiced, "I believe this course of action is feasible. Yet, the Wu family is under the protection of their great elder, a Zifu cultivator. Although we too possess a Zifu cultivator, Annihilating the Wu family would not be a trivial endeavor. The fourth elder, who had remained silent thus far, chimed in, expressing that if only the great elder's colorful spiritual tiger could advance to the third tier, they would possess two Zifa-level combatants. The assembly was reminded that the great elder's colorful spiritual tiger had lingered at the pinnacle of the second tier for quite some time. However, as the colorful spiritual tiger was merely of second-tier bloodline, advancing to the third tier without rare heavenly materials would be exceedingly difficult. Wang Qing seemed to have an epiphany, and with a flicker of his consciousness, he rummaged through his storage ring. Indeed, amidst the alchemical recipes collected by the Xuanxin Jinren, he found a second-tier elixir known as the Cui Shui Dan, capable of evolving a beast's bloodline. However, as he scrutinized the recipe, his brow furrowed further. The Cui Shui Dan required the core ingredient of a third-tier demon beast's inner core. Acquiring such an inner core was no trivial task. Nevertheless, Wang Qing voiced the possibility that, as a family with a long-standing tradition of beast-taming, they might possess a third-tier demon beast's inner core hidden away. With this thought, he announced, I may have a way to help my great-grandfather's beast break through to the third tier. Instantly, the assembly was captivated by Wang Qing's words, their attention drawn to him. I possess a recipe for an elixir called Cui Shui Dan, which can enhance the bloodline of a second-tier demon beast, Wang Qing stated. However, this elixir requires a primary ingredient, a third-tier demon beast's inner core. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's expression turned serious. Recalling that the clan had previously possessed a third-tier demon beast's inner core, but regrettably sold it to Wanbao Pavilion to auction a foundation establishment elixir. Indeed, third-tier demon beasts' inner cores are rare. Why not inquire at Wanbao Pavilion to see if they have any for sale? Suggested the second elder. That is a feasible approach. I shall send a message to Zai Bin, instructing him to inquire at the Wanbao Pavilion in the market, the clan leader responded. Producing a message Jade to contact Wang Zixin. Half an hour later, they received a reply. There were no third-tier demon beasts' inner cores available at the Wanbao Pavilion in Xianxiafans. At this moment, Wang Qing proposed. Since there are none in Xianxiafans, we should consider checking other markets, particularly Xianxiafans, as it is close to the Tai Ao mountain range and likely to have third-tier demon beasts' inner cores for sale. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader concurred. That sounds reasonable. In that case, Chongqing, you shall make the trip to Xianxiafans. Subsequently, Wang Qing set off once more towards Xianxiafans. Traveling swiftly on his flying sword, he could reach his destination within a day. Upon arriving at Xianxiafans, he headed directly to Wanbao Pavilion. Having visited several times before, the attendant recognized him and promptly ushered him inside. Wang Qing settled into a private room, and before long, Master Guanyu entered, exclaiming jovially, Ah, my friend. It has been a while. What brings you to Wanbao Pavilion this time? Wang Qing replied, I recently had matters to attend to within the clan, which is why I returned. After leisurely exchanging pleasantries, he then addressed the matter at hand. I wonder, dear friend, does Wanbao Pavilion have any third-tier demon beasts' inner cores for sale? Indeed, we do have third-tier demon beasts' inner cores, but the price? Master Guanyu remarked. Wang Qing's heart raced with joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor as he inquired. I recently acquired a recipe for an elixir and wish to experiment with it. Pray tell, what is the price of the third-tier demon beast's inner core? After a moment of thought, Master Guanyu responded, I feel a strong connection with you, my friend. Thus, I am willing to gift you the third-tier demon beast's inner core, provided you assist me with a small matter. Wang Qing was taken aback, uncertain of what Master Guanyu required. With a gentle smile, Master Guanyu explained, this task will be simple for you. 2 years from now, our Wanbao Pavilion headquarters in Qianzhou will host an alchemy competition, and I wish for you to represent our Xianxiafans branch in this event. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing fell into contemplation. Perceiving his hesitation, Master Guanyu continued, you need only to participate. There is no requirement for you to achieve any ranking. Wang Qing then replied, in that case, it would be an honor to comply. Seeing Wang Qing's agreement, Master Guanyu's face lit up with joy, and he turned to give instructions to the attendant. Moments later, the attendant entered carrying a square wooden box. Chapter 40, Blood Refinement Pill. After making an appointment with Master Guanyu, Wang Qing departed from Xianxiafans, carrying the inner core of a third-grade demon beast. As he soared through the skies on his sword, he was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of a fierce battle. Upon passing by, he heard a cry for help. Fellow cultivator, please pause and save my life. Wang Qing was initially inclined to bypass the scene when a familiar figure caught his eye. On one side of the fray stood a middle-aged female cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment, appearing exceedingly distressed. On the opposing side were two middle-aged men, one of whom was the very individual who had previously pursued Wang Qing alongside the old man, known as Heifeng. After narrowly escaping using a second-grade escape talisman, he found himself face-to-face with an enemy once more. The other cultivator possessed a rather gaunt appearance, but was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Noticing Wang Qing's presence, the middle-aged man recognized him, and his expression shifted dramatically. What are you staring at, brat? Do you think you can play the hero? You should evaluate your own strength. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave now. Before the middle-aged man could utter another word, his companion interjected. The middle-aged man's complexion drained of color as he hastily informed his ally, Xianxia, this brat is the one who killed Heifeng. Something is off about him. Upon hearing this, the cultivator named Xianxia paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, dismissing the concern with a scoff. Hian, why are you so cowardly? This boy only managed to kill Heifeng because of your incompetence. As he spoke, he summoned a claw-shaped magical artifact and launched an attack towards Wang Qing. In response, Wang Qing drew forth the Xianyang golden sword from his storage pouch, igniting it with flames as he advanced to meet the assault. With the sword in hand, he executed a series of lethal strikes, forcing his adversaries into a position of defense. After several exchanges, Xianxia retreated a step and barked at his companion. Hian, you useless fool, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and assist me. Hian promptly summoned a large hammer artifact and rushed forward, but Wang Qing remained unfazed. After a series of exchanges, neither of them managed to gain the upper hand against Wang Qing. Sensing that the time had come to conclude the skirmish, he summoned the Zixia, ensnaring both opponents in a lightning net that left them astonished. They hurriedly attempted to cast defensive spells, but Zixia offered them no reprieve. In an instant, bolts of lightning struck, consuming them before they could even utter a cry, leaving nothing but ashes. Wang Qing approached Zixia and praised, "You are truly remarkable." At the sound of her master's commendation, Zixia raised her proud head, but before she could respond, she was returned to the beast space. Gazing at the familiar surroundings of the beast space, Zixia collected the storage pouches and magical artifacts of the fallen foes. At this point, the middle-aged female cultivator had already vanished. Wang Qing resumed his journey on the flying sword, returning to his clan to report to the patriarch. Afterward, he proceeded to the alchemy chamber. He placed the materials for crafting the blood refinement pill into the alchemical furnace and summoned the nirvana flame to commence the process. After several hours, the flames within the furnace extinguished, and Wang Qing bottled the blood refinement pill before making his way to the mountain where the elder resided. Great-grandfather, I have successfully refined the blood refinement pill. The elder, visibly elated, took the vial and summoned his beloved spirit beast, the patterned spirit tiger. After consuming the pill, the tiger lay motionless on the ground, exerting all its energy to absorb the pill's potency. According to the alchemical formula, while the blood refinement pill could enhance bloodlines, it was exceedingly volatile. A moment of carelessness could lead to the beast's demise. However, as it was refined using nirvana flame, the life force contained within could neutralize the violent energy. The patterned spirit tiger writhed in agony on the ground for several hours before finally ceasing its movements. A surge of wild energy emanated from the tiger, signifying its successful advancement to a third-grade demon beast. Its form expanded dramatically, with black and white stripes covering its body, exuding an aura of power and majesty. Ha ha ha, splendid. Qing, I owe you my gratitude for this. The elder exclaimed joyously. Great-grandfather, this is merely my duty. Wang Qing replied with a respectful bow. Half a month later, as the elder's spirit beast stabilized its realm, within the ancestral hall of the Wang clan, Patriarch Wang Shaoji stood at the head of the assembly. With the elder's spirit beast having broken through to the third grade, he called upon everyone to resolve matters with the Wu clan once and for all. Fight! 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 The Wang clan cultivators fervently echoed. The clan retained 4 elders, an uncle and a second uncle, all foundation establishment cultivators, to guard the clan, while the elder led the remaining 5 foundation establishment cultivators toward the Wu clan's location in Huili County. 2 hours later, before the gates of the Wu clan, a booming voice resonated, Wu Lingchun, come out. At that moment, within the Wu clan's council hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Ever since dispatching 3 foundation establishment cultivators to ambush Wang Qing, their failure to return raised alarm bells for Wu Guangzhou. Who could have anticipated that a mere youth, newly ascended to foundation establishment, could turn the tables and slay 3 foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom was at mid-stage? Those shameless Wang clan members. I have already reported to Qianyanzong. You must activate the mountain protecting formation with all your might. I will distract them for a while. Qianyanzong will not stand idly by as the Wu clan is annihilated. The Wu clan's ancestor declared through gritted teeth, before transforming into a streak of light and soaring outward. Just as the Wang clan members prepared to forcefully breach the formation, a streak of light shot forth from the Wu clan. It was none other than the Wu clan's ancestor, Wu Lingchun. Humph. Wu Lingchun, you old cur. I thought you could hide forever, the elder mocked. Wang Shua, do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against my Wu clan? The Wu clan's ancestor retorted furiously. How dare you speak? When you launched your attack on my Wang clan, did you not consider this day? As he spoke, the elder summoned his spiritual artifact Flying Sword and charged toward the Wu clan's ancestor. The Wu clan's ancestor hastily conjured a defensive spiritual artifact to counter the assault. Two purple mansion cultivators clashed, causing mountains and rivers to shatter in their wake. After several exchanges, the elder, seeing no breakthrough, opened his beast pouch and summoned the patterned spirit tiger. In an instant, the patterned spirit tiger materialized as a streak of light. The Wu clan's ancestor's eyes narrowed in shock as he exclaimed, a third-grade demon beast. The patterned spirit tiger lunged, claws bared, towards the Wu clan's ancestor. While the elder renewed his assault, the Wu clan's ancestor summoned a defensive spiritual artifact to withstand the onslaught. But the claws of the third-grade patterned spirit tiger proved exceedingly sharp. The elder deftly maneuvered his flying sword, and after countless exchanges, the Wu clan's ancestor's defensive artifact began to crumble. The combat scene between the two factions was dazzling, with various spells and talismans soaring through the air. Finally, the Wu clan's defensive artifact shattered. As the patterned spirit tiger seized the opportunity, it lunged forward once more. Chapter 41, Alchemy Conference. After several exchanges, the Wu clan's ancestor, outnumbered 2-1, soon found himself at a disadvantage. Just as the battle appeared to be nearing its conclusion, a voice called out, "Show mercy." A figure clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared before everyone, adorned with a sun emblem on his chest, revealing him to be a cultivator from Qianxiaaudiobooks. This Qianxiaaudiobooks cultivator flew before the others and spoke, "Fellow cultivators, after years of diligent practice, you have both attained the Purple Mansion realm. Why must you turn against each other?" The Wang clan elder addressed the Qianxiaaudiobooks cultivator. "It is not that my Wang clan desires conflict with the Wu clan, but rather that the Wu clan has repeatedly provoked us. They not only sent assassins after my clan's juniors, but also attacked our mining resources. I implore you to discern the truth." Upon hearing the elder's words, the Wu clan's ancestor seethed. "Humph. You old cur, how dare you speak? My Wu clan is left with merely 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The sect has dispatched me to mediate the disputes between your 2 clans. It would be more prudent to resolve your differences peacefully, allowing me to return to the sect with favorable news," the Qianxiaaudiobooks cultivator suggested. Smiling as he adopted a stance of Tai Chi upon witnessing the attitude of the Qianxiaaudiobooks cultivator, the Grand Elder had no choice but to concede for the day. However, the Wang family could not have made the trip in vain. With the mediation of the Qianxiaaudiobooks cultivator, the Wu family's ancestor compensated the Wang family with 200,000 spirit stones, thereby quelling the flames of conflict between the Wang and Wu families once more. Wang Qing then returned to the Xianxiafans, where he dedicated his days to either cultivation or alchemy. As time swiftly passed, there remained merely half a month until Wang Qing was to fulfill his promise. After refining the last batch of medicinal pills, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. By this point, his alchemical skills had reached a remarkable level, achieving a success rate of 90% even without the use of spirit fire. On occasion, fortune favored him, allowing him to produce pills adorned with pill patterns. The patterns on these pills signify their quality. Many ordinary alchemists spend their entire lives without ever creating a pill marked with such patterns. Nevertheless, Wang Qing had only managed to craft a single pill featuring 1 pattern, as legend spoke of pills with 1, 3, 6, or 9 patterns. Stepping outside, he found Wang Qing selling pills to a cultivator in the apothecary. By this time, Wang Qing had attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement. A cultivator with 5 spirit roots who could cultivate at such a rapid pace undoubtedly benefited from the medicinal pills Wang Qing regularly provided. Upon seeing Wang Qing emerge from the alchemy chamber, Wang Qing hurried over. "Qing, have you finished refining the pills?" "Yes, I've completed this batch. I need to return to the family for a while. Please oversee the shop for the next couple of days. My second uncle will come to take my place soon." Wang Qing replied calmly. His second uncle had recently advanced to become a second-tier alchemist shortly after his foundation establishment. Although Wang Qing had been engaging in alchemy over the past 2 years, he could only refine low-grade first-tier pills at most. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Qing first visited his sister's cave dwelling. 2 years had passed, and under the constant nourishment of medicinal pills, his sister, Wang Qingling, had also reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. "Brother, what brings you back?" Upon seeing her brother, a joyful expression broke across Wang Qingling's previously serene face. After a year apart, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. "I am about to embark on a journey, so I wanted to check on you," Wang Qing said. offering a fond smile as he retrieved some pills from his storage ring and presented them to her. Some of these pills were meant for Wang Qingling, while others were for her spirit beast. Wang Qingling squinted her eyes, resembling a little treasure hunter as she accepted the pills. All right, focus on your cultivation. I must pay a visit to the clan leader, he said. Upon arriving at Zixia Peak, the clan leader set down the jade slip in hand and greeted, Qing. You have returned. Greetings, clan leader, Wang Qing responded with a slight bow. Having attended the Wanjia Pavilion Alchemy Conference, remember not to disclose your possession of spirit fire. The clan leader advised solemnly. Wang Qing nodded slightly, understanding the importance of the matter. After spending a few days in the clan, he set off for Xianxiafans just 2 days before the appointed time with Master Guanyu. Upon his arrival in Xianxiafans, Master Guanyu eagerly approached him. Qing, you have finally arrived. He promptly ushered Wang Qing into a private room where exquisite food and fine wine awaited. Master Guanyu, please enlighten me about the details of this alchemy conference, Wang Qing requested as he sipped his drink. Master Guanyu then began to elaborate, revealing that the alchemy conference was hosted by the Wanjia Pavilion every 50 years. Alchemists of the 1st to 3rd tiers would participate in the competition. Given that the Wanjia Pavilion is a force of the Yuan-Ing level, the rewards for the competition were exceedingly generous. Furthermore, those who ranked among the top 3 in the competition held in Qianzhou would be invited to the headquarters of the Wanjia Pavilion to compete. Ah, I see, Wang Qing responded, a look of understanding crossing his face. The Wanjia Pavilion's headquarters was located in Qingfeng County of Qianzhou, a journey of hundreds of millions of miles from Zixia County. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would require half a month to fly there at full speed. However, they would not be flying on swords. Master Guanyu produced a ship-shaped magical artifact from his storage bag. The flying vessel hovered in the air, and with a series of hand gestures, Master Guanyu infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to enlarge dramatically. This ship, grand in size, radiated a soft spiritual light. With intricate runes and patterns engraved upon its hull, Wang Qing could sense a formidable magical power emanating from these runes. He had never witnessed such a marvelous sight before. Master Guanyu invited him aboard, and the interior of the ship revealed a breathtaking expanse, lavishly adorned and spacious. Master Guanyu manipulated the ship's formation with a wave of his hand, and in an instant, the vessel transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Qingfeng County. The speed of the ship was astonishing, nearly several times that of a foundation establishment cultivator, making what would have been a 4 or 5 day journey be completed in less than a day. However, such rapid travel came at a heavy cost. Master Guanyu needed to infuse a mid-grade spirit stone into the ship approximately every 2 hours. Qingfeng County, located in the eastern part of Qianzhou, was the site of the Wanjia Pavilion's headquarters, which sprawled across an extensive plain. Although named the Wanjia Pavilion, it was far more grandiose than any marketplace Wang Qing had previously encountered. As the ship descended before the Wanjia Pavilion, it gently landed, and Master Guanyu performed a hand gesture, causing the ship to transform back into a streak of light and return to his storage bag. At this moment, thousands of cultivators were queuing outside the Wanjia Pavilion. Master Guanyu led Wang Qing to the entrance and presented a token, allowing them direct entry. He explained to Wang Qing that the alchemy conference not only included alchemists from the Wanjia Pavilion, but also participants from other factions. Once inside the Wanjia Pavilion, and with several days remaining before the commencement of the alchemy conference, Master Guanyu first escorted Wang Qing to a guest room for him to settle in. Chapter 42, Achieving First Place. A few days later, the Wanjia Pavilion Alchemy Conference officially began. Due to the overwhelming number of alchemists, all participants were divided into groups. Wang Qing was assigned to the 13th group of second-tier alchemists. The rules were straightforward. Each group of 10 alchemists would enter the alchemy chamber to refine pills, using formulas and materials provided by the Wanjia Pavilion. The resulting pills would then be evaluated by the pavilion, with successful participants advancing to the next round. After 2 rounds, 10 alchemists would be selected to compete in the finals, where the rewards were exceptionally generous. Each of the top 10 would receive a second-tier upper-grade magical artifact and a bottle of second-tier Xingyuan Dan. Moreover, the first-place winner would be granted the opportunity to select a treasure from the Wanjia Pavilion's vault. Upon hearing the rewards, Wang Qing could not help but marvel at the Wanjia Pavilion's wealth and generosity. Soon, it was Wang Qing's turn to compete. He entered the alchemical chamber provided by the Wanjia Pavilion, where the formula for his group was the second-tier middle-grade pill, Fudi Dan, a healing elixir. Wang Qing took out the alchemical furnace, performed hand gestures to summon the earth fire, and cautiously placed the prepared materials into the furnace, carefully controlling the flames. Half an hour later, as the flames in the furnace dimmed, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Wang Qing lifted the lid of the furnace and retrieved 8 Fudi Dawn. Not bad. The materials provided by the Wanjia Pavilion could yield at most 9 pills. He thought to himself as he carefully bottled the pills. After leaving the alchemical chamber, he presented the pills to the Wanjia Pavilion staff before making his way to the eagerly waiting Master Guanyu. Upon seeing Wang Qing emerge, Master Guanyu asked anxiously, "How did it go?" Wang Qing replied with a confident smile. Advancing to the next round should pose no issue. Hearing this, Master Guanyu felt a wave of relief. He had faith in Wang Qing's alchemical skills. As a representative of the Langyu branch, a high-ranking placement would also result in substantial rewards for their Langyu Fangshi. As expected, the results were announced, and Wang Qing easily advanced to the next round. He returned to his cave dwelling and, 3 days later, once again accompanied Master Guanyu to the competition venue. After a round of eliminations, the number of remaining alchemists had dwindled significantly. Wang Qing was assigned to the 6th group, and after a brief wait, it was finally their turn to compete. Only those alchemists who have reached a certain level can enter the 2nd round, and this time, it is imperative to give it their all. Taking out the alchemical furnace, Wang Qing focused intently on controlling the earth fire. Fully aware of the seriousness of the task at hand, not daring to let his mind wander even for a moment. After half an hour, Wang Qing looked at the elixirs in his hand with immense satisfaction. Each pill was plump, exuding a rich fragrance. This should secure his position, Wang Qing exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, he advanced to the next round. With 3 days remaining until the finals, he wandered aimlessly around the Wanbao Pavilion, contemplating the purchase of a magical artifact. Although he possessed several second-tier artifacts, many were unsuitable. After 2 years of alchemy, Wang Qing had amassed considerable wealth. Entering a shop within the Wanbao Pavilion dedicated to magical artifacts, he approached the counter and exchanged the artifacts from the 3 Wu Family Foundation establishment cultivators and the 2 from Haiyan and Haisha, totaling 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. These artifacts were not appropriate for him, as their quality was merely mediocre among second-tier artifacts. Wang Qing began to select the artifacts he required. At that moment, he owned 3 high-quality second-tier artifacts: the Xianyang Golden Sword, the Li Hua True Essence Shield, and the Feng Mo Banner. The Wanbao Pavilion, indeed a hub of the Yuanying faction, offered a diverse array of artifact styles. Ultimately, he chose a sealing artifact named the Jin Lingyin, which could control the speed of an opponent's spirit energy mobilization when placed above their head, proving to be extremely practical. The 3 days passed swiftly, and finally, the day of the alchemy competition arrived. Master Guanyu led Wang Qing to the competition venue, approaching an elderly man with white hair. "Jinren, this is Wang Qing, the one I mentioned to you." He then introduced Wang Qing, saying, "Qing, this is Jinren Guiyue, the head of our Wanbao Pavilion's Qianzhou headquarters." Despite his gray hair and beard, Jinren Guiyue's eyes sparkled with vitality, seemingly capable of penetrating one's soul. He was the head of the Qianzhou headquarters and possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage. Wang Qing promptly bowed and said, "I am Wang Qing. Honored to meet you, Jinren Guiyue." Jinren Guiyue smiled kindly at Wang Qing and said, "I have long heard from Guanyu that you possess exceptional talent in alchemy. Today, it is indeed evident." Wang Qing humbly replied, "Senior, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." The group engaged in casual conversation, beginning with a competition among 3rd-tier alchemists, followed by the 2nd-tier alchemists. Finally, after an hour, the competition among 3rd-tier alchemists concluded, and it was time for the 2nd-tier alchemists to compete. 10 2nd-tier alchemists entered the alchemical chambers, with the final competition centered around the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Wanbao Pavilion was indeed affluent, daring to produce Foundation Establishment Pills during the competition. Wang Qing was already familiar with this pill, having crafted it once before. He extracted the furnace and placed the necessary materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill inside. Holding his breath and concentrating, he guided the earth fire. Half an hour later, the flames in the furnace extinguished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retrieved the elixirs from the furnace. Each Foundation Establishment Pill bore a distinct alchemical pattern. This particular pattern enhanced the success rate of Foundation Establishment by 40% compared to ordinary pills. According to the records in Jinren Xuanqing's notes, alchemists capable of creating such patterns were exceedingly rare, with only a handful in the Xianyao sect. Indeed, when Wang Qing submitted the pills, the master responsible for evaluating them at the Wanbao Pavilion was astounded. Is this an alchemical pattern? Throughout history, those who could produce pills with alchemical patterns were undoubtedly exceptional talents. Even Jinren Guiyue praised Wang Qing profusely, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. Young friend, your talent in alchemy is truly remarkable. To craft a pill with an alchemical pattern at such a young age is extraordinary." Ultimately, Wang Qing secured the first place among second-tier alchemists without contest. The top 3 alchemists of the competition, led by Zhenren, proceeded to the treasure vault of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering the vault, a dazzling array of treasures greeted them, with Foundation Establishment pills and Xiang pills located at the periphery. As he was already well equipped with pills and artifacts, Wang Qing's attention was drawn to an egg. The egg's surface displayed a marbled pattern of gold and black, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. Beneath the egg was a small inscription reading, Qi Jin Xianing. The Qi Jin Xianing is a third-tier bloodline beast, possessing a trace of the golden-winged rock bloodline within. After circling the vault, Wang Qing found no other items of interest, and ultimately chose the Qi Jin Xianing egg. Now that he had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, he was capable of forming a contract with a spirit beast using the Yuling pattern. Chapter 43, Qi Jin Xianing. Exiting the vault, Zhenren chuckled upon seeing Wang Qing holding the Qi Jin Xianing egg. "Ah, young friend, you have a discerning eye." Master Guanyu chimed in. "You truly know how to pick. This Qi Jin Xianing is exceedingly rare. Its physical strength is unparalleled among beasts of the same tier, with remarkable speed and proficiency in gold-based spells." Subsequently, Wang Qing returned to his cave abode, promptly extracting a drop of blood to form a contract with the Qi Jin Xianing egg. As the Yuling pattern manifested, Wang Qing successfully established the contract, and the egg began to tremble slightly, as if responding to a faint life force within. This tremor gradually intensified until a tiny crack appeared on the eggshell. The crack widened, and a small, exquisite head emerged from the egg. The Qi Jin Xianing hatchling's eyes remained closed, but were already capable of sensing external light and temperature. Struggling with all its might, it freed itself from the constraints of the eggshell, eventually sliding out entirely. The Qi Jin Xianing possessed a distinctive appearance, its feathers displaying a striking gold and black pattern akin to a magnificent cloak, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Its head was exceptionally refined, with sharp eyes resembling sparkling stars, revealing intelligence and curiosity. Its beak appeared robust and powerful as it pecked at and devoured its eggshell. Despite its small size, its muscular contours were already visible, brimming with strength and vitality. Although its wings were not yet fully unfurled, they hinted at impressive size and might, as if ready to soar through the skies. Moments later, the Qi Jin Xianing finished consuming its eggshell and lay on the ground, beginning to digest. Wang Qing gently stroked the hatchling's metallic-like sharp wings and said, "I shall name you Jinyu." "Caw, caw." The Qi Jin Xianing, in tune with Wang Qing's thoughts, responded to him. After a brief moment, Wang Qing returned the Qi Jin Xianing to the spirit beast space. In the spirit beast space, Zixia was startled by the sudden appearance of the Qi Jin Xianing. After Wang Qing communicated with it mentally, Zixia relaxed, approaching the Qi Jin Xianing with curiosity. After spending several days in the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing did not return to Langyafang City with Master Guanyu. As he had secured first place among the second-tier alchemists, he would represent the Qianzhou branch of the Wanbao Pavilion at the headquarters for the alchemy competition in a year. Rather than accompanying Master Guanyu back, Wang Qing set off alone towards Jinlu County, adjacent to Shuofang County. Since reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, he had sensed a different secret realm of the Taigang Sword Sect through the Taigang Sword Command, which was located within Jinlu County. Throughout his journey, Wang Qing flew on his sword, stopping intermittently, and finally arrived at Jinlu County after 7 days. The Sisui River, a renowned river within Jinlu County, spanned approximately 15 miles in width. At that moment, Wang Qing stood upon the air above the Sisui River. "This is the place," Wang Qing murmured to himself. He summoned the Taigang Sword Command, infusing it with spiritual energy, forming a spatial vortex, and instantaneously a spatial door appeared above the Sisui River. Wang Qing flashed through and entered the secret realm, followed by a wave of spatial fluctuations as the spatial door vanished above the Sisui River. However, at this moment, several cultivators near the Sui Shui River sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and hurried over. Nevertheless, this had little relevance to Wang Qing, who had already entered the secret realm. Upon entering, his figure flickered and he directly arrived within the treasure vault of the secret realm. Inside this vault, the hall was adorned with numerous spiritual stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs scattered about. Wang Qing made his way to the innermost part of the vault, where a beautifully crafted square treasure box was displayed. He picked up the box and, upon opening it, found a stone within. Upon seeing the stone, the Wanhua Funtianju activated on its own. "What is this?" A look of delight instantly appeared on Wang Qing's face. The last time he encountered an ancient phoenix egg, it was a similar situation, signifying that he could refine and absorb this stone to awaken his spiritual fire. This stone was distinctly different from the ancient phoenix egg he had seen before. It was evidently not an ordinary item. Its surface radiated a profound blue hue, shimmering as if it contained the vastness of the starry sea. Wang Qing grasped the stone, preparing to refine it within the secret realm. He took out some auxiliary elixirs, such as the Humai Dan, and sat cross-legged, commencing the awakening of his spiritual fire. With experience from the past, Wang Qing operated the Wan Hua Fun Tianju, infusing spiritual power into the stone and constantly refining it. Although bolstered by the nirvana flame, Wang Qing remained exceedingly cautious. As he gradually refined the stone, a flame manifested within his dantian. After 2 hours, the stone was finally almost completely refined, and a spiritual fire had formed within Wang Qing's body. The flame appeared transparent, as if the very space around it was ignited. Wang Qing guided the flame, step by step, to burn through his internal spiritual veins, body, and soul. Even having experienced this once, pain still flickered across his face. After several hours, he completed the final step, and the awakening of the spiritual fire was a success. With a thought, a flame appeared before him, its appearance a deep blue, at the center of which seemed to swirl a miniature vortex, continuously devouring surrounding energy and light. The edges of the flame glimmered with a silvery light, reminiscent of brilliance emitted from a torn space. As it burned, slight distortions and fluctuations appeared in the surrounding space, as if another realm was intertwining with it. The name of this spiritual fire emerged in Wang Qing's mind, Pesu Xianhua. This was a spiritual fire possessing rare spatial abilities, and Wang Qing now understood the origin of the stone he had refined, known as Pesu Xianxia. The Pesu Xianxia is a remarkably rare celestial stone found within the xianxiaaudiobooks, said to be a treasure of the immortals. The Tai Gang sword sect had obtained it by chance, intending to use it to forge a life-bound spiritual treasure for a certain Yuaning true monarch. But plans had changed unexpectedly. The abilities of the Pesu Xianhua were also extraordinarily formidable, capable of instantly igniting enemies and tearing open spatial rifts to consume them directly. After awakening this spiritual fire, Wang Qing also acquired the ability to traverse space, allowing him to instantly move to any location touched by the flame. This ability granted him tremendous mobility and tactical advantages in combat, although with his current foundational cultivation strength, he could only perform short-distance spatial movements. Testing it within the secret realm, he discovered that the maximum range of his spatial movement was within 500 meters. Truly remarkable. Wang Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 44. Pesu Xianhua. After awakening this spiritual fire, his spiritual power, physique, and soul were all further enhanced. At this point, his spiritual power and soul vastly exceeded those of other foundational cultivators, and his bodily strength had reached the level of a high-grade second-tier magical artifact. It could be said that in future battles against cultivators of the same rank, even without defensive artifacts, his opponents would be at a loss against him. Subsequently, Wang Qing selected a magical artifact for himself from the treasure vault, named Gui Yuan Zi Jin Hu, an artifact of extraordinary complexity that could absorb all spells released by enemies. After refining the artifact, he remained in the secret realm for several days, also storing all the treasures he found in the beast control space before leaving. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Wang Qing reappeared above the Sui Shui River. Upon emerging, he was momentarily taken aback. 2 cultivators were hovering above the river, witnessing his sudden appearance. Both cultivators possessed mid-foundational strength, and upon seeing Wang Qing appear, they were momentarily stunned. One of the cultivators spoke to Wang Qing in a hostile tone. "Fellow Taoist, have you discovered any treasures?" Noticing their unfriendly gazes, Wang Qing remained silent, immediately taking action by summoning the Pesu Xianhua. 2 flames appeared out of thin air, igniting the 2 individuals in an instant, reducing them to ashes in a matter of moments. Following this, Wang Qing summoned his flying sword and departed from the area. In Yifangshi, a small market located within Jianlujun. This market was comparable in size to the Cha Gufangshi. Wang Qing arrived at the market and rented a cave dwelling for himself. Every day was spent either in cultivation or alchemy, and months passed in this manner. During this time, his pet, the Qi Jin Xianing, had reached mid-tier 1 due to Wang Qing's daily feeding with elixirs. Wang Qing's alchemical skills also progressed rapidly, and he was now able to consistently produce pills inscribed with a single pattern. One day, in the alchemy room, Wang Qing held his breath and focused intently, guiding the earth fire as he placed the alchemical materials into the furnace. After half an hour, the flames in the furnace dimmed, and Wang Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Upon retrieving the elixir, he found 3 patterns inscribed upon it, marking the first time he had successfully crafted a pill with 3 patterns. After several more months, his success rate for creating 3 patterned elixirs had risen to 30%. At this point, he finally set out to leave in Yifangshi, heading towards the direction of the Wanbao Guqianzhou branch. Days later, Wang Qing appeared at the Wanbao Guqianzhou branch, first settling into a guest room. After half a month, it was finally time to set off for the Wanbao Gu headquarters. A Zifu Shangren led Wang Qing and two other alchemists, one a first-tier and the other a third-tier alchemist, who, like Wang Qing, represented the Qianzhou division in the finals at headquarters. The Wanbao Gu headquarters, located within the Xianzhou of the Xianxiaaudiobooks, could only be accessed via a teleportation array. Under the guidance of the Guyuzhen Run, the three arrived at the site of a teleportation array. Qianzhou was several hundred million miles away from Xianzhou. Even using a spirit boat would take over half a year. So utilizing the teleportation array was the most convenient option. This was also Wang Qing's first experience with teleportation. The teleportation array was extremely costly, consuming nearly 10 mid-grade spiritual stones for a single use. The group stood on the array, and as a spatial vortex formed, everything went dark before they found themselves on another teleportation altar. Upon looking around, Wang Qing and the others stood on another altar, surrounded by a vast plaza teeming with activity. At least several thousand cultivators were present, with some even setting up stalls in the plaza. Before arriving, Wang Qing had heard that the Wanbao Gu headquarters was situated within a market known as Wanbao Fengshi, constructed by the Wanbao Gu. This market was grander than any he had ever seen, resembling a colossal city with no end in sight. As Wang Qing and his companions walked through the plaza, numerous cultivators set up stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Qing even spotted a Zifu cultivator hawking goods at one of the stalls. Under the guidance of Guyuzhen Ren, the group made their way to the inner city of Wanbao Fengshi. After registering, they learned that Wang Qing and the others had come to participate in the alchemy conference, and accommodations were arranged for them. With several days remaining before the conference, Wang Qing decided to explore the Wanbao Gu first. Wanbao Fengshi was immensely vast, seemingly without boundaries. Wang Qing returned to the plaza from which he had just teleported. There were no fewer than several thousand stalls in the plaza, surpassing the number of shops in the Chagu Fengshi. Wang Qing strolled through the marketplace, where, despite the multitude of stalls, he found nothing that piqued his interest. His collection of treasures within his beast mastery space and storage ring was likely on par with that of some smaller sections. As he wandered, he was suddenly captivated by an item at a loose cultivator's stall, a seed from a spirit tree, radiating a unique aura of spiritual energy. The stall owner, a practitioner of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, displayed a variety of spirit plants, spirit herb seeds, and some low-tier medicinal pills, all while the square bustled with passers-by oblivious to this inconspicuous stall. Approaching the stall, Wang Qing picked up a packet of spirit herb seeds and inquired, "How much for this packet of seeds?" The cultivator, who had been meditating, promptly opened his eyes upon hearing Wang's voice. "Ah, discerning customer. These are the seeds of the qixing grass. If you're interested, it's 70 spirit stones." The price seemed reasonable, yet Wang Qing replied, "A single qixing grass seed is worth at most 7 spirit stones. This packet contains merely 9 seeds. How about 55 spirit stones?" The cultivator, sensing Wang's genuine intent to purchase, hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Very well, 55 spirit stones it is." Wang Qing continued to select several spirit tree seeds and spirit herb seeds, including the peculiar spirit plant he had noticed earlier. Calmly, he addressed the cultivator. "Please tally the total for these." The cultivator beamed with joy, realizing he had encountered a significant customer. He quickly calculated the price, oblivious to the true nature of the obscure spirit plant that Wang had chosen, as it had garnered little interest from other cultivators. Ultimately, Wang Qing spent over 300 spirit stones to acquire several spirit plants and herbs, which he stored in his pouch. Returning to his cave dwelling without drawing attention, he examined the spirit plant closely but found nothing remarkable. Thus, he proceeded to his beast mastery space, planting all the newly acquired spirit plants and herbs. 3 days swiftly passed, and the day of the alchemy conference arrived. Wang Qing arrived at the square, which now bore no resemblance to the previous bustling scene. It was eerily quiet as cultivators entered the marketplace, weary from travel. The alchemy conference hosted by Wanbao Pavilion attracted alchemists from across the Xianyang immortal domain, with some cultivators having embarked on their journey months in advance. Wang Qing stood before Wanbao Pavilion, where hundreds of cultivators were already queuing. After 2 hours, it was finally his turn to enter, where he registered his identity and received a token. The internal space of Wanbao Pavilion was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators. The rules of this alchemy conference differed significantly from those in Qianzhou. All alchemists, regardless of rank, would refine pills together, with no regard for tier, only for quality, ultimately selecting 10 alchemists. The rules were straightforward, and the rewards for placing in the top 10 were exceedingly generous. Winners could choose a treasure from the Wanbao Pavilion's vault. Upon learning of the rewards, Wang Qing found himself at a loss for words. It seemed Wanbao Pavilion held great confidence in the treasures within its vault. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am an alchemist from Xianzhou. Where do you hail from? A young cultivator beside Wang Qing struck up a conversation. This cultivator appeared only slightly older than Wang and was at the early stage of foundation establishment. I come from Xianzhou, Wang Qing replied coolly, maintaining a degree of distance from the stranger's enthusiasm. Xianzhou, you say? It lies beyond Yanzhou. It seems you have journeyed quite a distance. If you have time, I could show you around Xianzhou. The cultivator was quite friendly. By the way, I am Lu Feng. May I know your name? I am Wang Qing. Wang Qing was taken aback by Lu Feng's garrulous nature. As they conversed, a stir arose from the crowd. Look, it's xianxiaaudiobooks. This was indeed the renowned xianxiaaudiobooks of Xianzhou, appearing as if a celestial being had descended. Lu Feng, standing beside Wang, sighed in admiration. Ah, this is the illustrious xianxiaaudiobooks of our Xianzhou. To see her up close is truly a life fulfillment. Wang Qing followed the gaze of the crowd to see a female cultivator entering, her beauty reminiscent of the first light of dawn, exuding a serene and gentle aura simply by standing there. With a faint smile that conveyed tranquility and detachment from worldly strife, she captivated all present. Wang Qing cast a glance and then diverted his attention, while Lu Feng continued his enthusiastic chatter. You may not know, but this xianxiaaudiobooks is not only stunningly beautiful, but has also reached the purple mansion stage at the tender age of 70. Excelling in alchemy as a third-tier alchemist. Her lineage is equally remarkable, being the direct descendant of a true monarch in our Xianzhou. If I had not heard she would be here, I wouldn't have bothered to attend this trivial alchemy conference. Lu Feng lamented. Gifted talents and noble lineage, qualities that ordinary folk can only aspire to. He sighed. Alas, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to win her favor. Just as Lu Feng was speaking, a middle-aged cultivator appeared in midair. This seemingly ordinary man resembled a rustic farmer. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Wanbao Pavilion for this alchemy conference. I am the host, Zhenjun Tianbao, and I hereby announce the official commencement of the conference. His voice resonated like the vast ocean, revealing him to be a true monarch. This marked Wang Qing's first encounter with a Yuanian cultivator. Wang Qing's number was assigned to Group D, Position 20. The conference allowed only one opportunity to refine pills, with the finished products evaluated by 5 golden core experts from Wanbao Pavilion, ultimately selecting the top 10 alchemists. After several hours, it was finally Wang Qing's turn to showcase his skills. He entered the alchemy chamber and took out his alchemical furnace. The required pill to be refined was the Pei Yuan Dan, a fundamental elixir for cultivators, commonly used to enhance cultivation levels. Due to its variations from first to third tier, although the materials differed, it remained fundamentally the same. Wang Qing focused intently, guiding the earth fire into the furnace, adding materials one by one. For an alchemist, the most crucial aspect is the power of the soul. Wang Qing's soul had been tempered by 2 types of spiritual fire and regular consumption of spiritual rain mist tea, allowing it to rival that of purple mansion cultivators. After several hours, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace as Wang Qing retrieved 10 vibrant pills, each adorned with 3 distinct patterns. Observing this, Wang Qing felt immense satisfaction. Achieving 3 patterns was not an easy feat, yet in this pivotal moment, he succeeded. Exiting the alchemy chamber, he handed the pills to a nearby staff member for registration. Before returning to his original spot, to his surprise, the loquacious Lu Feng was still waiting, and upon seeing Wang Qing emerge, he eagerly asked, How did your refining go? Qing Dao you. Fairly well, Wang Qing replied nonchalantly. Sensing Wang's disinterest, Lu Feng fell silent, waiting patiently. After 4 or 5 hours, all alchemists had completed their refining. The Tianbao Zhenjun reappeared. I now announce the numbers of the top 10 cultivators. Those who have placed in the top 10, please proceed to the stage. If you do not appear within 3 breaths, your rewards will be forfeited. As he spoke, he began to announce the identification numbers of the top 10 alchemists, each of whom possessed a unique identifier. Wang Qing's number was Ding Group, number 20. The 10th place was from Bing Group, number 52. Tianbao Zhenjun said in a calm tone, and after a moment, a practitioner stepped onto the stage from the crowd. The 9th place was from E Group, number 31. The 8th place was from Gui Group, number 12. The 3rd place was from Jia Group, number 4. To Wang Qing's surprise, it was the elegant xianxiaaudiobooks. Although Lu Feng was chatty, he had not exaggerated. The 2nd place was from Gung Group, number 7. This 2nd place contestant was also a third-tier alchemist, but he was an elderly practitioner with white hair. The 1st place was, of course, Ding Group, number 20. Wang Qing walked towards the stage. Although he was extremely confident in his alchemical skills, upon hearing his number, he could not help but display a hint of a smile. Lu Feng, noticing Wang Changqing's departure, hurriedly called out, "Ah, Changqing, where are you going?" Upon seeing Wang Changqing standing on the stage, he was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 46, Zixia Luwei Fox. Wang Changqing arrived on stage and respectfully saluted Tianbao Jinjuan, saying, "Junior Wang Changqing pays his respects to the Jinjuan." Tianbao Jinjuan did not speak, but merely nodded in approval. Among the 10 alchemists, 7 were third-tier alchemists, with only 3 being second-tier, and there were none from the first tier. Wang Changqing was the only second-tier alchemist to enter the top 5, and he held the first position, which drew the curious gazes of the other alchemists. Subsequently, Tianbao Jinjuan led Wang Changqing and the others to the Wanbao Pavilion's treasury, which was noticeably more grand than that of the Qianzhou Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering this treasury, Wang Changqing was immediately dazzled by the array of treasures within. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, and spiritual items were abundant, yet Wang Changqing found himself lacking nothing. After wandering around for a while without discovering anything that piqued his interest, he was drawn to a spiritual fruit while preparing to take a Zhangdan. This spiritual fruit was known as Longshuegua. Longshuegua was an exceptionally rare fruit capable of aiding beasts or humans in evolving their bloodlines. Said to only grow in places that had been bathed in the blood of true dragons. This fruit contained immense energy that could awaken latent bloodline powers within one's body, enhancing the quality of the bloodline. Ultimately, he chose this Longshuegua. After leaving the treasury, Wang Changqing, under the guidance of Guyu Zhenren, returned to Qianzhou through the teleportation array. Within the Beastmaster space, Wang Changqing presented the Longshuegua to Zixiao, uncertain if it would trigger an evolution in Zixiao's bloodline. Upon consuming the Longshuegua, Zixiao lay on the ground, refining the medicinal properties. After spending a few days at the Qianzhou headquarters, Wang Changqing requested to take his leave and set off towards Xixiajun. This location was half a month's journey from Xixiajun. When he arrived, he had traveled here aboard Master Guanyu's spirit vessel, but now that Master Guanyu had returned, he had to make the journey alone. Wang Changqing summoned the Zijin Xianing, though it was merely a first-tier superior beast. Its flying speed surpassed that of Wang Changqing on his sword. Observing the golden-feathered creature with a wingspan of 5 meters, Wang Changqing leaped onto its back, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped towards Xixiajun. After a leisurely journey, Wang Changqing returned to Xixiajun in less than half a month. Gazing upon the familiar scenery, he felt a swell of emotions. Returning home amidst riches is like walking in splendid garments at night. Upon reaching Lingwu Valley, and just as he was about to enter, a figure appeared before him. "Changqing, you've returned?" Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was his 5th uncle, Wang Ziyu, who had now attained the 9th level of qi refinement. He promptly bowed, saying, "Changqing pays his respects to uncle." Wang Ziyu waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "Ah, Changqing, you are now an elder of the family. There is no need for such formalities." "Uncle, you flatter me. You will always be my elder," Wang Changqing said earnestly. "Furthermore, you have reached the 9th level of qi refinement. I believe you will successfully establish your foundation soon. Ha. I shall take your good fortune to heart. Once I break through to the foundation establishment, I will surely host a feast for you. And we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Wang Ziyu chuckled with satisfaction. "By the way, during my absence, how has the family fared?" Wang Changqing shifted the topic. Uncle Ziyu replied leisurely, "Ha, you lad, you care for the family more than the clan leader. Come, let us return, I will tell you all on the way." The two then made their way back to the clan, where Uncle Ziyu recounted all the happenings of the family during Wang Changqing's absence. After mediation by the Qianyang sect, the Wu family had become much more subdued and no longer dared provoke the Wang family. Within the Wang family, 3rd Aunt Wang Ziyao and 4th Uncle Wang Zabin had also successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, bringing the total number of foundational practitioners in the Wang family to 10. Moreover, as the breeding scale of the colorful Jinlingyu expanded, the reputation of the Datai building soared. And they even opened a shop in the Langjia commercial district, indicating that the Wang family's development was flourishing. The only regret was that currently, only 3 practitioners in the family had awakened the beast spirit patterns. Before long, the two arrived back at the family estate, and as per tradition, Wang Changqing first visited Zizhu Peak. Upon seeing Wang Changqing's return, the clan leader also breathed a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Though Wang Changqing's current foundation establishment strength significantly reduced the likelihood of encountering danger, they exchanged pleasantries before Wang Changqing took his leave. Arriving at his sister's cave, he had just inquired with the clan leader and learned that Wang Chongling had also broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement. After triggering the protective formation at the entrance, Wang Chongling emerged shortly after. Upon seeing her brother, Her face instantly lit up with joy. "Brother." Wang Qing gazed at his sister. Noting her growth over the 2 years, she had become much more poised. "How have you fared during my absence?" he inquired with concern. Wang Qingling's eyes were slightly red, but she appeared more mature than before. Had it been earlier, she would have likely lunged into Wang Qing's embrace. "I have been well in the family." "Brother, you haven't encountered any danger outside, have you?" Wang Qingling scrutinized him, only relaxing upon confirming her brother's safety. After a brief chat, Wang Qing gifted his sister some cultivation resources before returning to his own cave. At this moment, Wang Qing's cave had not been occupied for a long time, yet it remained tidy and clean, likely due to his sister's frequent visits to tidy up. Wang Qing sat cross-legged on the mat, directing his consciousness into the Beast Master space, where Zixia had completed its evolution. Now, Zixiao's entire body was a radiant purple, surrounded by crackling purple lightning, with 6 tails flowing elegantly, exuding a terrifying thunderous power, communicating through the beast's spirit patterns. Zixia had evolved into a 4th-tier bloodline and would reach the golden core stage upon maturity. Although it remained a 2nd-tier beast for now, its strength had increased several-fold after the bloodline evolution, allowing it to contend evenly against a perfected foundation establishment practitioner. Wang Qing approached the imposing Zixia, which affectionately nudged its face against him. After the evolution, Zixia had grown to a height of 2 zhang. Wang Qing then swiftly moved to the area where spiritual herbs were planted. The spiritual plants he had previously purchased had grown significantly, but that one peculiar spiritual plant showed no change. He had perused numerous texts from the Xianxiao sect and Taigang sword sect, but found no information regarding this plant. So he had no choice but to give up. In the following period, Wang Qing devoted himself to cultivation within the family. The family's development had now stabilized, with his second uncle, a 2nd-tier alchemist, overseeing the medicinal shop. Chapter 47. The Village Under Attack. Upon returning to the cave, Wang Qing swiftly entered the spirit beast space, seeking to acquire several spells for study. Although he possessed 2 types of spiritual fire, his combat techniques remained insufficient. At this moment, Wang Qing owned numerous spell manuals, including the heritage of the Taigang sword sect and the medicinal arts collected by the esteemed Xuanxin Jinren. After thorough examination, he ultimately selected the Taigang Jianshu, a high-tier 2nd-level spell capable of conjuring thousands of flying swords when mastered to perfection. Moreover, this spell served as a precursor to the sect's revered divine ability, the Taigang Shenshenjian. Subsequently, Wang Qing commenced his practice of this spell, and time passed swiftly. One day, while immersed in his training, he suddenly received a message through a communication jade, summoning him to the clan leader. Without delay, Wang Qing set off towards Zizhu Peak. Upon entering the Taixing Hall, he was met with the clan leader's furious expression, alongside his uncle, Wang Ziren. "What has transpired?" Wang Qing inquired respectfully. "Qing, you have arrived." The clan leader's countenance softened slightly upon seeing him, and he turned to his uncle, Wang Ziren, saying, "Ziren, please explain the matter to Qing." His uncle began to recount the events. A mortal town belonging to their clan had been attacked, resulting in the deaths of nearly 10,000 clansmen, including a nearby cultivator who had vanished without a trace. What? Not a single soul survived? Wang Qing's fury ignited at this revelation. Who possesses such audacity to assault our Wang family's mortal town? His uncle suggested, could it be the Wu family? After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader shook his head slightly. Unlikely. The Wu family has been quite restrained lately, and they would not dare to engage in such acts against a mortal town. Should we retaliate, they could not withstand the consequences. However, our clan must promptly dispatch some high-ranking cultivators to guard our other mortal towns, to prevent such tragedies from occurring again. The clan leader issued instructions to his uncle. Indeed, I will arrange for several late-stage qi refinement cultivators to oversee the mortal towns, his uncle responded swiftly. The clan leader then turned to Wang Qing, saying, "Qing, you must investigate Qingfeng Town and see if you can uncover any clues. But proceed with caution. If you encounter anything insurmountable, return immediately." "Understood," Wang Qing affirmed. After deliberation, he departed from Taixing Hall, heading towards the mortal town. Qingfeng Town, situated in the northeastern part of Ningyi County, predominantly housed descendants of the Wang clan. Upon arriving, Wang Qing was engulfed by rage at the hellish scene before him. Flames engulfed Qingfeng Town, with numerous houses reduced to ashes. As he descended on his sword, he observed countless clansmen sprawled in pools of blood. Clenching his fists tightly, he vowed, "Do not let me discover your identity, or you shall suffer the agonies of 1,000 fires." As he walked further, he noted the expressions of the deceased, all twisted in agony, as if their souls had been forcefully extracted. Suddenly, Wang Qing sensed an anomaly in the surrounding spiritual energy. tinged with an eerie aura that would have gone unnoticed without careful scrutiny. This energy is reminiscent of the demonic cultivators described in ancient texts. According to the records, several centuries prior, a demonic sect named the Ghost Spirit Sect had emerged in the Qianzhou region. This sect practiced soul extraction for cultivation, committing unspeakable evils by refining human souls into spiritual phantoms, which they controlled for combat. However, the Ghost Spirit Sect perished within a century due to its nefarious practices, facing the wrath of all cultivators, culminating in its annihilation by two golden core masters from the Qianyang sect. Upon further examination, the energy indeed bore similarities to the accounts of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Wang Qing summoned his Qi Jin Xianing, instructing it to trace the source of this energy. The eagle's keen senses led him to soar through the sky before heading in a specific direction. After hours of flight, they descended before a small mountain range. "This must be the place," Wang Qing murmured, as the malevolent energy intensified. He scanned the area, ultimately discovering several rudimentary structures nestled within a valley, concealing his presence. He approached and overheard a conversation between two individuals. "Gue Yin, regardless of your methods, you must procure another 100,000 souls for me. The Wan Gue fan will soon be complete, and there must be no errors," a chilling voice commanded. "Master Gue Mian, I have exerted my utmost efforts. But this is the domain of the Beast Master Wang family. That esteemed elder possesses purple mansion-level cultivation. If he discovers us, we will face dire consequences." A trembling voice replied, "Humph, I care not how you accomplish this. You must secure the 100,000 souls within half a month. Otherwise, you shall join them in my Wan Gue fan," the cold voice retorted indifferently. "But, Master," the other cultivator began to protest. "Is there a problem?" The figure known as Gue Mian's voice grew more menacing. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately," the frightened voice acquiesced, hastily attempting to leave the room. Yet, upon opening the door, he found a figure standing ominously in the doorway, exuding an intimidating aura. Wang Qing. Gue Yin appeared momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for the unexpected presence outside. Inside, Gue Mian, noticing Gue Yan's dazed state, grew impatient and snapped, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." Before he could finish, a flash of sword light severed Gue Yan's head from his shoulders. Gue Mian instantly reacted, summoning a knife-like artifact from his storage pouch. "Who goes there?" he demanded, just as Wang Qing stepped through the threshold. At that moment, Wang Qing beheld Gue Mian's appearance, confirming the fittingness of his name. The man known as Gue Mian had a ghastly pallor, devoid of any color, and with a grotesque visage reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. He possessed mid-stage foundation establishment strength. Upon sensing Wang Qing's presence, Gue Mian scrutinized him closely, realizing he was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, which allowed the tension in his expression to ease. "Seeking death, you dare to slay one of my Gue Mian's kin?" he snarled, launching his flying knife toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing stood resolutely, raising his right hand to effortlessly catch the blade. Gue Mian, aghast, attempted to reclaim control over the flying knife, only to find it no longer obeyed his command. "Are you human or ghost?" Gue Mian stammered, trembling in fear. "Humph, that question is better posed to you," Wang Qing retorted coldly. "Who are you? And why do you dare to harm the innocent of my Wang family?" Realizing Wang Qing was a member of the Wang clan, Gue Mian's expression darkened. He summoned a banner-like artifact adorned with depictions of various malevolent spirits and sinister deities, each image vividly lifelike, as if they might escape the banner and unleash darkness upon the world. As the banner waved, the surrounding air turned frigid and oppressive, as if an invisible force surged forth. Thousands of souls seemed to surge toward Wang Qing. In response, he conjured a strand of Pei Su Xianhua, igniting the banner artifact, which was reduced to ashes in an instant. Gue Mian stood frozen, aghast at the effortless destruction of his trump card. The sheer terror of Wang Qing's physical prowess, which could withstand a high-tier second-level artifact, coupled with his bizarre flames, left even the most seasoned cultivator bewildered. "What are you?" Gue Mian gasped, wide-eyed, pointing at Wang Qing. "Speak quickly. Who are you, and why do you target the innocents of my Wang family?" Wang Qing pressed, losing patience. "I cannot divulge," came the trembling reply. The ghostly visage seemed to recall something terrifying, and with palpable dread, spoke to Wang Qing. "If that is the case, then you shall perish." With that, Wang Qing summoned the Pei Su Xianhua, igniting it upon the ghost's form, which was instantly reduced to ashes. However, at the moment of death, a malevolent energy surged forth from the ghost, proclaiming, "You dare to kill my kin? You are doomed. I shall ensure you are transformed into a ghostly vessel, no matter where you attempt to flee." The voice gradually diminished, dissipating into the ether. "I await your return," Wang Qing retorted defiantly. It appeared that the ghost harbored formidable connections, and he needed to report back to his clan without delay. He then collected the storage bags of the two cultivators, opening them to find only a handful of spirit stones and elixirs, lacking anything of true value. What is this? Wang Qing uncovered a tome within the ghost's storage bag. The text was titled Lian Gui Zhanjia, and upon perusal, his brow furrowed. It was indeed a manual on ghost cultivation, detailing the methods for crafting souls to be controlled. With a grim expression, Wang Qing stowed the manual into his storage ring, cursing the beast for devising such a monstrous practice. Subsequently, he hastily mounted his sword and sped towards his clan. 2 hours later, Wang Qing returned to the clan and reported the incident to the clan leader. Upon hearing the account, the leader was exceedingly incensed, exclaiming, "How outrageous! To use members of the Wang family for soul crafting is utterly unforgivable." Then, a bell tolled thrice in the Lingwu Valley. In the ancestral hall, all clan members, except those on assignments, gathered. Among the foundational cultivators, apart from 4th Uncle Wang Zabin stationed at Cha Gufang City and 2nd Uncle Wang Zixin at Langyafang City, the remaining 8 foundational cultivators were present. Qing, please recount the events to everyone, the clan leader instructed once all were assembled. Wang Qing recounted his experiences, and upon conclusion, the faces of the clan members were etched with fury. Bang! The second elder slammed the table, exclaiming, "How preposterous! The Guiling sect was eradicated by the Qianyang sect a millennium ago. To think they have resurfaced." The first elder's expression darkened as he added, "In that case, we must promptly inform the Qianyang sect. I am uncertain how far they have progressed." The clan leader's face grew grave. According to Qing, the one behind the ghost is at least of Zifu cultivation, the first elder stated solemnly. Additionally, we must dispatch some high-tier cultivators to safeguard each mundane town, to prevent further tragedies. The clan leader proposed. Currently, we have 8 foundational cultivators. Let the first elder remain at the clan, while the other 8 serve as guardians in various mundane towns. The assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the foundational cultivators of the Wang family were assigned to their respective towns. Wang Qing naturally chose Qingfeng Town, and after preparation, the cultivators departed in different directions. Upon returning to Qingfeng Town, Wang Qing swiftly appeared in his courtyard, where several servants were tidying up. Upon his sudden arrival, they exclaimed joyfully, "Young master, you have returned. The young master is back. Master, madam, the young master is home." Within moments, Wang Qing's parents emerged from the house. Seeing them, he quickly bowed. "Father, mother, Qinger, how wonderful to see you." His parents exclaimed with delight. They then returned indoors. Wang Qing refrained from mentioning the ghost cultivators, primarily to spare his parents' worries, and settled in at home. For several months, Wang Qing encountered no sign of the so-called ghost cultivator, just as he began to believe that the threat had dissipated. One evening, while idly seated in his room, he suddenly sensed a wave of ghostly energy surging towards Qingfeng Town. "Here it comes," he thought, and promptly transmitted a warning to the other clan members. Swiftly, he took to the skies, heading towards the approaching energy. Within moments, he confronted an aged cultivator floating in midair, whose appearance was exceedingly sinister, gaunt, and frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet, he emanated a terrifying aura. A Zifu cultivator. Wang Qing's countenance darkened at the realization. Though his own cultivation was formidable within his tier, he had never faced a Zifu cultivator before. He hoped to endure until the first elder arrived, summoning all his magical artifacts. This time, he had to fight with all he had. After all, his loved ones and hometown were at stake. However, he had a wealth of hidden cards to play, and he felt confident he could hold off this ghost cultivator for a while. The ghost cultivator, noticing Wang Qing's refusal to flee and his summoning of artifacts, revealed a cold smile. "Ha ha ha. A young calf fears not the tiger. I, Gui Sha, relish in tormenting talents such as yourself. Young man, with your foundational strength at such a tender age, why not spare yourself the suffering and willingly become a spirit within my Wang Gui fan?" "Humph, old man, how dare you, in your frail state, presume to be a ghost cultivator? Aren't you afraid a mere breeze will sweep you away?" Wang Qing retorted boldly. "You seek death." Enraged by Wang Qing's insolence, Gui Sha summoned the Wang Gui fan to attack. Wang Qing quickly conjured the Li Huazhen Yuan Zhao to defend, but the Wang Gui fan, being a spiritual artifact, overwhelmed his defense in mere moments. Observing the dire situation, Wang Qing called forth Zixia, and instantly, a remarkably elegant six-tailed fox materialized. Gui Sha was taken aback, then smirked. "I didn't expect you to possess such a pet, but do you think this will be sufficient to withstand me?" As the ghostly energy from the Wang Gui fan surged forth, Wang Qing remained undeterred. "Zixia, activate the thunder armor to protect me." In an instant, A suit of thunderous armor enveloped Wang Qing, absorbing the ghostly energy, and soon after, a surge of lightning shot towards Guisha. Guisha, taken aback, did not anticipate that his Wang Gui fan could be so easily countered by a mere foundational junior. He swiftly activated a talisman, transforming himself into a wisp of ghostly energy, reappearing behind Wang Qing, brandishing a ghostly blade aimed at him. Sensing danger, Wang Qing attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade struck his shoulder. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the enormous ghostly blade penetrated merely half an inch. Both were momentarily stunned, not expecting Wang Qing's formidable physique. Now, seizing the opportunity, Wang Qing unleashed a surge of nirvana flame upon Guisha, which proved exceptionally effective against such foul and evil entities. However, Guisha reacted swiftly, avoiding the critical areas, resulting in the flames igniting his arm. He hastily attempted to extinguish the flames with a spell, but to no avail, as the fire only grew more intense. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely severed his own arm at the elbow. Witnessing this, Wang Qing was taken aback. This old fiend, a true ghost cultivator, was ruthless both to his enemies and to himself. Guisha, glaring at his severed arm, was consumed by rage. I never imagined that as a Zifu cultivator, I would be driven to such lengths by a mere foundational brat. This is an utter disgrace. Young man, you are doomed. Even a celestial being descending cannot save you. Guisha spat viciously. He then chanted a spell, and as the Wang Gui fan whirled wildly, spirits began to emerge from the artifact, surging towards Wang Qing. Each spirit bore the strength of the Qi refinement stage, interspersed with several from the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Wang Qing was shrouded in his thunder armor, and as the malevolent spirits made contact with the lightning, they were instantly dispersed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qing summoned a strand of ruins immortal fire, which ignited upon the body of the ghostly figure, causing it to wail in agony. However, being a Zifu cultivator, the ruins immortal fire did not exert as potent a restraining effect on the ghostly cultivator as the nirvana flame would have, and it was extinguished by the power of the spirits emanating from the Wanshan banner. After exchanging blows for several rounds, the ghostly figure, having gained not even a slight advantage over Wang Qing, was overtaken by the urge to flee. After all, this was the territory of the Wang family, and the potential consequences of encountering a Zifu cultivator from the Wang family were dire. Aware of this, the ghostly figure hesitated no longer, producing a black talisman. As the talisman ignited, it transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and departed swiftly. Before leaving, it uttered a chilling remark. "Wait for me, boy. I shall eventually refine you into a ghostly vessel." Observing the ghostly figure's retreat, Wang Qing did not pursue, although he could withstand its attacks through various means. Capturing it was altogether impossible. After remaining in place for a moment, a streak of azure light appeared in the distance, approaching at great speed. It was the Grand Elder. Wang Qing promptly bowed, addressing him as great-grandfather. Upon seeing Wang Qing safely standing there, the Grand Elder finally relaxed. "Qing, are you unharmed? What of that ghostly cultivator?" Reporting to great-grandfather, "The cultivator has escaped," Wang Qing replied nonchalantly. "What? You mean that Zifu cultivator has fled?" The Grand Elder exclaimed incredulously. For this was contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated Wang Qing would be the one fleeing. After receiving the transmission, he had rushed over, fearing for Wang Qing's safety, only to discover that it was the Zifu ghostly cultivator who had made an escape. Nevertheless, Wang Qing refrained from elaborating and instead informed the Grand Elder, "Great-grandfather, I possess a method to trace the whereabouts of this ghostly cultivator." "Oh, you have a way to track these ghostly cultivators?" The Grand Elder's spirits lifted immediately. Ultimately, after a discussion, it was decided that Wang Qing would follow the trail of ghostly energy to locate their lair, while the Grand Elder would return to gather other Foundation establishment cultivators. "Be cautious. Do not engage until we arrive," the Grand Elder instructed. "Rest assured, great-grandfather, Qing understands." Wang Qing bowed to the Grand Elder and summoned the Qijin Zhuangyin to soar in the direction of the ghostly energy. Meanwhile, after transforming into ghostly energy and making his escape, the ghostly figure dared not pause, flying for several hours until stopping deep within a canyon. Performing a hand seal, an invisibility array dissipated, allowing him entry. Within this valley, dark mist pervaded. Upon arriving at a cave, the ghostly figure encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator whose face was grim. And oddly, the cultivator was clutching half of his arm, blood streaming down. "My Lord Guisha, you have returned." The cultivator quickly bowed his head, not daring to meet the ghostly figure's gaze. The ghostly figure disregarded him entirely and proceeded into the cavern, which was vast and suffused with ghostly energy. Along the way, he encountered a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators who, upon seeing his return, greeted him with trepidation. Arriving at a specific chamber within the cave, the ghostly figure hurriedly activated the restrictions and began employing secret techniques to heal his wounds. At this time, Wang Qing had also reached the valley. Yet he understood that the area was likely protected by formations, so he refrained from acting rashly. Upon receiving Wang Qing's transmission, the Grand Elder promptly led a group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family towards the mountain range. 2 hours later, the Wang family members gathered at the entrance of the valley. Qing, what have you discovered? The Grand Elder asked eagerly. I followed the trail of ghostly energy to this point, where it appears to stop, but there is an invisibility array guarding the place, so I dared not act carelessly. Wang Qing replied. At this time, aside from the family patriarch guarding the clan and 2 Foundation establishment cultivators stationed at the market, all other Foundation establishment cultivators had converged. Xiao, it is now your turn. How long will it take to dismantle this array? The Grand Elder inquired of the third aunt, Wang Xiao, the family's only second-tier array master. Grand Elder, this is an ordinary second-tier invisibility array. With my current level, I can dismantle it in less than an hour. The third aunt answered truthfully. Speaking thus, she retrieved an array disc from her storage bag. Holding the array disc and performing hand seals, she finally ceased after an hour. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she said, Grand Elder, the array has been dismantled. Subsequently, the group entered the valley and arrived at the cave entrance, where they summoned their magical artifacts and spirit beasts to encircle the cave. Instantly, all cultivators within the cave sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from outside and rushed out. Who goes there? A Foundation establishment cultivator emerged from the cave, but before he could utter another word, he was pierced through the body by a sword from the Grand Elder. The remaining cultivators were immediately struck with panic, hastily retreating into the cave while shouting, My Lord Guisha, we are under attack. At that moment, the ghostly figure within the cave, healing his wounds, also heard the commotion outside. Damn it. They have found this place. Nevertheless, he summoned his magical artifact and charged outside, witnessing a throng of Wang family cultivators. His expression darkening. You Wang family possess considerable skill to locate this place. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. Humph. Spare us the chatter. Prepare to meet your end. He transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. Meanwhile, other Foundation establishment cultivators began seeking their opponents. Although the Wang family's cultivators were outnumbered, each possessed a spirit beast. The battle was about to erupt. In Chapter 50, Qianyang summons, Wang Qing summoned Zixiao, and with a flick of its tail, 6 bolts of lightning shot forth, instantly claiming the lives of 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. The Wang family members were left in shock. In no time, the remaining ghostly cultivators were surrounded and annihilated. Concurrently, the ghostly figure engaged in combat with the Grand Elder was also struggling. Having already lost an arm due to Wang Qing, he now faced 2 opponents, the Grand Elder and a third-tier striped spirit tiger. Particularly, this striped spirit tiger forced him to employ 3 ghostly talismans in a mere moment. This cannot continue, the ghostly figure thought to himself, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a pill from his storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely swallowed it. Since you all are pushing me so hard, let us perish together. With that declaration, the ghostly figure's aura surged dramatically. Moments later, he underwent a transformation, appearing as if he had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Witnessing the ghostly figure's desperate gamble, the Grand Elder's expression grew serious, and he continued to coordinate attacks with the striped spirit tiger. However, with the ghostly figure's newfound strength, the battle became evenly matched. Yet, the ghostly figure seemed anxious. Dissatisfied with the current situation, the Rashadan pill had a time limit, prompting him to contemplate retreat. Wang Qing appeared to discern the ghostly figure's intentions, secretly communicating with Zixiao. Just as the aerial battle intensified, a lightning net surged towards the ghostly figure. The ghostly figure, caught off guard by the unexpected ambush, was taken aback. Before he could react, a strand of nirvana flame raced toward him with astonishing speed, igniting upon contact. In an effort to prevent the ghostly figure's escape, Wang Qing also summoned the Wind Demon Banner, causing the flames engulfing the ghostly figure to intensify. The Ghost King will surely avenge me. The ghostly figure shrieked in despair, as the flames blazed ever brighter, leaving only a pile of ash scattered by the wind. Subsequently, the group began to clean up the battlefield, and Wang Qing's prowess left a profound impression on everyone present. Qing, has your fox bloodline undergone an evolution? The Grand Elder inquired curiously. Indeed, I obtained a dragon blood fruit from the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing replied honestly. Ha ha ha, you young lad have truly encountered a rare opportunity. The second elder remarked enviously. At this moment, the Grand Elder's expression turned grave as he spoke, Before his demise, the ghostly fiend mentioned the Lord of Ghosts. It appears he has allies lurking in the shadows. This matter is far from over. Indeed, the Qianyang sect has reported similar findings. Though it remains uncertain how they will respond, sighed the second elder. Upon returning to the clan, months passed with no further developments, and all seemed tranquil. Just when everyone believed the matter had temporarily subsided, a mortal town within the territory of a Zifu power in Qianzhou was attacked. Subsequently, a series of over a dozen assaults erupted, stirring turmoil throughout Qianzhou, and the Qianyang sect was incensed. However, these ghostly practitioners were elusive, vanishing without a trace after each attack. The Qianyang sect found itself at a loss, prompting them to issue a bounty for information regarding these specters. Yet, ordinary rogue cultivators who encountered these ghostly beings preferred to flee rather than provoke them. Upon learning that the Wang family had eradicated a ghostly stronghold, the sect dispatched personnel to inquire further, seizing the ghostly practitioners' storage bags in hopes of uncovering valuable clues. Alas, their efforts proved futile, for the Wang family had thoroughly combed through the bags, discovering nothing of worth beyond a few techniques and elixirs. Consequently, the Wang family resorted to stationing high-ranking cultivators of Foundation establishment and above in mortal towns to prevent further incursions by the ghostly fiends. Thus, several months passed with no progress, and the Qianyang sect gradually lost patience. Issuing a direct order to draw 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from each clan to form patrol teams tasked with scouring Qianzhou for traces of these specters, the Wang family convened to discuss the candidates for this summons, ultimately sending Wang Qing and his uncle Wang Zeshi. Both had awakened their spirit patterns and possessed 2 spirit beasts, significantly reducing their chances of encountering danger compared to others. After finalizing their selection, Wang Qing and his uncle set forth towards the Qianyang sect. At the Qianyang mountain range, all families with Foundation establishment cultivators in Qianzhou dispatched representatives. Upon identifying themselves, Wang Qing and his uncle were guided by a disciple of the Qianyang sect into the sect's premises. The main square before the main hall of the Qianyang sect was densely populated with practitioners. Suddenly, a cultivator clad in a golden robe appeared in midair. It was the esteemed Hingyang Jinren, who had previously battled the Thunder Flame Fighting Bear in the Tai Ao mountain range. Recently, wicked beings have openly defied the heavenly path, wreaking havoc upon the world, leading to the suffering of the souls in Qianzhou. We, the Qianyang sect, uphold righteousness and vow to eradicate such malevolence to restore the heavenly order and bring peace to the people. After these words, the assembled cultivators erupted in a fervor, calling for the extermination of ghostly practitioners to restore tranquility to Qianzhou. Many clans had already faced assaults from these specters, and even those untouched were gripped by fear. Ultimately, all cultivators were divided into small groups, each led by a Zifu cultivator accompanied by 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Qing found himself in one such group, led by an elder of the Qianyang sect. Esteemed Elder Qingyang, I am El Boitao from the El family of Zixia County, honored to meet you and all fellow cultivators, declared a handsome young practitioner. Upon hearing the El family name, Wang Qing felt a sense of familiarity. He recalled that the 2 individuals he had let escape in the Taigang secret realm belonged to the El family. I am Zhao Jitian from the Zhao family of Yunlin County. Pleased to meet you, esteemed elder and fellow cultivators, announced a middle-aged man with a square face. I am Yang Yinjie from the Yang family of Hongjiang County. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder and fellow cultivators. Introduced an elderly practitioner with graying hair and late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. I am Fong Jinghao from the Fong family of Liui County. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder and fellow cultivators, said a youthful cultivator. When it was Wang Qing's turn, he stated, I am Wang Qing from the Wang family of Zixia County. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder and fellow cultivators. After everyone had introduced themselves, Elder Qingyang nodded, very well. The sect has assigned us the patrol area encompassing 5 counties under Panshir County. If there are no objections, let us depart. No one dared voice dissent, promptly summoning their magical artifacts and soaring towards Panshir County. Chapter 51, The Initial Signs. Panshir County, located in the southernmost part of Qianzhou, is renowned for its rugged peaks and bizarre stones. Wang Qing soared through the air on his sword, gazing down to find that the peaks of Panshir County indeed resembled the legends. Not a blade of grass grew, only peculiar stones. Upon arriving in Panshir County, Elder Qingyang assigned each person a specific area to search independently, instructing them to inform others upon encountering ghostly practitioners. Wang Qing's area was located in the southwestern direction of Panshir County, known as Nakyu County. He summoned his spirit beast, Jinyu, to scout the surroundings. At this point, Jinyu had reached the 2nd tier of cultivation and moved with remarkable speed. its keen sense of smell allowing it to locate ghostly practitioners far more efficiently than Wang Qing could. Wang Qing himself settled into an inn in a mortal town within Zixia County, adopting the role of a carefree innkeeper. Wang Qing relished his leisurely life, exploring the local customs and culture for several days. Eventually, Jinyu returned to him, reporting no sightings of ghostly practitioners in Zixia County. However, it seemed that fate disapproved of Wang Qing's idyllic existence. One day, while he was leisurely wandering about, he received a message from Fang Jinghao, who informed him of an encounter with ghostly practitioners and urged Wang Qing to hurry. Fang Jinghao was the youthful cultivator who was 6 or 7 years older than Wang Qing at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Hailing from the Fang family of Liui County, a Zifu power in the region. Upon receiving the message, Wang Qing swiftly summoned his Qi Jin Xianing and soared towards Fang Jinghao's location. The residents of the mortal town witnessed Wang Qing suddenly ascend into the sky, prompting them to prostrate themselves in reverence. A celestial being. It is a celestial being, they exclaimed in awe, marveling at the sight of a divine figure descending to the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Wang Qing, this commotion was sparked by his arrival. The Qi Jin Xianing, having broken through to the second tier, moved with incredible speed, nearly outpacing Wang Qing's sword flight. Before long, he reached the area where Fang Jinghao was located, only to find him besieged by 3 ghostly practitioners, one at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and the other 2 at the initial stage. Fang Jinghao was struggling valiantly, and upon seeing Wang Qing arrive, his face brightened with hope. "Qing, my friend, come to my aid." Without hesitation, Wang Qing summoned his magical artifact and joined the fray. Jinyu engaged one of the ghostly practitioners, while Wang Qing confronted the mid-stage ghostly fiend, significantly alleviating Fang Jinghao's burden. Wang Qing wielded his flying sword, attacking the ghostly practitioner relentlessly, who countered with a myriad of ghostly energies from the Wangwufen. Suddenly, Wang Qing unleashed a spell, causing thousands of flying swords to coalesce in midair, shooting towards the adversary. The mid-stage ghostly practitioner was taken aback and hastily summoned a spiritual talisman, transforming into ghostly energy to escape. However, Wang Qing was determined not to let him flee. The thousands of flying swords remained locked onto their target. Eventually, the ghostly practitioner's talisman expired, revealing his true form, which was promptly pierced by the barrage of spiritual energy swords, leading to his demise. Meanwhile, Jinyu had also swiftly concluded its battle. Together, Wang Qing and Jinyu assisted Fang Jinghao in vanquishing the last remaining ghostly practitioner. After the battle, Fang Jinghao adjusted his disheveled attire and bowed to Wang Qing, saying, "Thank you, Qing, for your timely rescue." "No need for such formalities," Wang Qing replied nonchalantly. Just then, Wang Qing suddenly launched an attack, directing his flying sword towards Fang Jinghao. Caught off guard, Fang Jinghao narrowly dodged the strike, his expression filled with anger and confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "Ah, esteemed friend, your disguise is quite elaborate. I wonder why you have lured me here." "You must be aware of your own intentions," Wang Qing remarked coldly, his tone laced with a hint of chill. Upon being unmasked, Fang Jinghao shed his pretense, chuckling. "As expected of the one marked for death by the Lord of Ghosts, you are indeed extraordinary." "Humph, who exactly are you?" Wang Qing's voice carried an edge of impatience. In truth, he had just discovered that Fang Jinghao was a ghost cultivator. Upon arriving, he sensed something amiss. Despite engaging 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in battle, Fang Jinghao appeared unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. What piqued Wang Qing's curiosity was the absence of any ghostly aura around Fang Jinghao. Even Xiao Jin could sense such energy emanating from other ghost cultivators. "Haha, who else could I possibly be but Fang Jinghao?" Fang Jinghao boasted arrogantly. Observing this, Wang Qing abandoned his pursuit of useful information from the opponent and launched his sword towards Fang Jinghao. Unfazed, Fang Jinghao waved his hand, effortlessly summoning a ghostly shield to deflect the flying sword. "Haha, do not waste your efforts. You cannot harm me." Wang Qing, intrigued, replied with a peculiar smile. "Oh? Is that so?" No sooner had he spoken than a flame ignited on Fang Jinghao's body. Startled by the sudden blaze, Fang Jinghao's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, a wave of ghostly energy surged towards the flame, extinguishing it in mere moments. Nevertheless, the scorched area was left a gruesome mess. To Wang Qing's astonishment, Fang Jinghao's blood was green, truly bizarre. Enraged, Fang Jinghao was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Moments later, the ghostly aura dissipated, revealing a fearsome visage. He had transformed into a towering figure, muscular and robust, with skin of a deep green hue covered in scales, sharp fangs protruding from his lips, and nails as sharp as blades. His blood-red eyes burned with intensity, radiating a terrifying and malevolent aura. What is this? Wang Qing was equally taken aback. Despite having perused countless texts, he had never encountered such a grotesque creature. You have provoked me, and today I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the Rakshasa ghost god. Fang Jinghao snarled, his face contorted in rage. With that, he lunged at Wang Qing, who met the onslaught with fearless bare fists. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, causing both to stagger back. Damn, what kind of creature possesses such strength? Wang Qing muttered, shaking his somewhat numb fist. Fang Jinghao was equally astonished. His clan was renowned for their formidable physical prowess, yet this young human exhibited comparable physicality. What is your background, boy? Curiosity flickered across Fang Jinghao's grotesque features. Humph. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall reveal it to you, Wang Qing retorted coolly. Seeking death, Fang Jinghao transformed into a streak of light, charging at Wang Qing once more. The two clashed for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Chapter 52, Hengshui Fang Clan. Just as the battle raged on, a streak of light shot in from the distance. It was Xianxiaran. Sensing something amiss, Wang Qing promptly alerted Xianxiaran. Upon witnessing the fierce duel between Wang Qing and Fang Jinghao, Xianxiaran summoned his sword, directing it towards Fang Jinghao. With a resounding crash, the sword struck swiftly, leaving Fang Jinghao no time to evade, sending him hurtling back, blood gushing from his mouth. Cough, cough, damn it. Fang Jinghao had not anticipated Xianxiaran's arrival would be so swift. Grabbing a ghost talisman, he cast a furious glance at Wang Qing and Xianxiaran before transforming into a wisp of ghostly energy, fleeing the scene. Without hesitation, Xianxiaran pursued on his sword, leaving Wang Qing with a directive: you should regroup with the others. Moments later, Wang Qing gathered with several other Foundation establishment cultivators. The elderly cultivator, xianxiaaudiobooks, inquired curiously, "Where is Fang Jinghao?" Wang Qing recounted the earlier events, leaving the others aghast. What? Fang Jinghao is a ghost cultivator spy? Lu Buitao exclaimed in disbelief. I never imagined he could hide his true nature so deeply, xianxiaaudiobooks lamented. But we do not yet know if it is Fang Jinghao alone or if the entire Fang clan is compromised. Zhao Jitian, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Let us wait for Xianxiaran's return before making any decisions, Wang Qing suggested. After a brief pause, Xianxiaran returned on his sword, his expression notably grim. The others quickly understood that Fang Jinghao had escaped. Upon his return, Xianxiaran wasted no time, leading them towards the Fang clan in Liui County. The Fang clan was situated in Hengshui of Liui County, and after several hours of flight, they arrived. At the entrance of the Fang clan, Xianxiaran called out, "Where are the members of the Fang clan?" In no time, a figure emerged from within, a Foundation establishment cultivator who hesitated upon seeing the group. Esteemed friends, what brings you here? He inquired. I am Xianxiaran of the Qianyang sect. Is your ancestral elder present? Xianxiaran replied directly. Upon hearing the name, the cultivator quickly bowed. I am Fang Honyun of the Fang clan. I greet you, Xianxiaran. The elder is currently within the clan. I shall escort you. With that, they entered the Fang clan, arriving at the mountain peak where the ancestral elder resided. The elder, an elderly man with white beard, donned a white Taoist robe, exuding an air of sage-like wisdom. Upon seeing Xianxiaran, he rose, exclaiming, "Ha! Your presence truly brings honor to the Fang clan. You flatter me. But I have urgent matters to discuss. Where is Fang Jinghao?" Xianxiaran inquired straightforwardly. Oh, wasn't Jinghao summoned to the Qianyang sect? Has something happened to him? The elder's face shifted, growing serious. You have been in close association with Fang Jinghao. Are you aware that he is a ghost cultivator spy? Xianxiaran scrutinized the elder, hoping to glean some clues from his expression. However, he was disappointed. The elder's shock was palpable. What? This is impossible. Jinghao is a child I have watched grow up. How could he be a ghost cultivator? Humph. Can this matter be doubted? I now suspect your entire Fang clan to be spies. Xianxiaran's anger flared. Calm down, esteemed friend. There must be some misunderstanding. How could our Fang clan possibly be ghost cultivator spies? The elder hastily attempted to placate him. You had better not be. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. Should we discover any traces of ghost cultivators, report immediately. With that, Xianxiaran led the group away from the Fang clan. After flying several hundred kilometers, Xianxiaran turned to Wang Qing, saying, You must return immediately, conceal yourself around the Fang clan and keep watch. If you notice anything unusual, report at once. He then instructed the others, find a nearby location to stand by for support. I shall return to the sect to request assistance. The Fang clan is exceedingly suspicious, so proceed with utmost caution. Yes, the group replied in unison. Xianxiaran then vanished like a streak of light into the horizon, while Wang Qing concealed his presence, heading towards the Fang clan. Meanwhile, within the elder's cave, the elder mused, they departed so easily. This Qingyang surely suspects something. What? Elder, what shall we do now? If Qingyang brings reinforcements from the Qianyang sect, we are finished. Fang Hongyun's face paled in alarm. There is no need for alarm. We have yet to complete the task entrusted to us by the esteemed Lord of Ghosts. Moreover, the two Golden Core elders of Qianyang sect will undoubtedly refrain from intervening directly. At most, they will send a few Zifu cultivators, which we can easily manage, remarked the venerable ancestor of the Fang family nonchalantly. Fang Hongyun interjected, Ancestor, there is also news from Zhenghao. He has sustained severe injuries. Let him focus on recuperating. He need not concern himself with the family matters, the Fang ancestor said as he savored a sip of tea. Understood, Ancestor. With that, Fang Hongyun withdrew, but suddenly recalled that Fang Zhenghao had mentioned Wang Qing in his message, noting that this youth was quite peculiar and should be regarded with caution. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against sharing this information with the Fang ancestor, as Wang Qing was merely a fledgling at the initial stage of foundation building. Meanwhile, Wang Qing had found a concealed spot around the entrance of the Fang family and remained hidden. After 3 days of waiting without any sign of activity, the entire Fang family gate remained tightly shut, and Wang Qing had not observed a single cultivator entering or exiting. At last, he received a transmission stating that Xianxiaaudiobooks had arrived with a group, including 3 Zifu cultivators and over 20 foundation-building cultivators from Qianyang sect. Upon Xianxiaaudiobooks' return, he forcefully shattered the protective formation of the Fang family. A multitude of lights surged from the Fang family as the Fang ancestor led dozens of foundation-building cultivators to confront the invaders. Qingyang, what is the meaning of this? The Fang ancestor questioned darkly. You know full well what this means, fellow Taoist Fang. Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted coldly, summoning his artifact to strike at the Fang ancestor. In response, the Fang ancestor summoned his own artifact, and the foundation-building cultivators, including Wang Qing, also prepared their artifacts, creating a tense atmosphere. Out of respect for you as a Qianyang sect cultivator, I did not expect you to humiliate my Fang family in such a manner. Today, I shall fight you to the death. The Fang ancestor declared furiously. Today I, Fang Daoqing, will defend the Fang family, even if it costs me my last drop of blood. He shouted to the disciples behind him, who echoed his vow with a sense of tragic resolve. As the two sides clashed, various spells and talismans filled the sky. Wang Qing faced a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator from the Fang family, defeating him swiftly. Given the disparity in strength, several Fang cultivators fell within moments. The Fang ancestor, initially struggling against 4 Zifu cultivators, could no longer conceal his true power as he witnessed his kin falling. How unexpected that you Qianyang sect would force us so. Then, let all of you perish here. With that, the Fang ancestor enveloped himself in dark energy, transforming into a fearsome specter resembling Fang Zhenghao. The 4 Zifu cultivators from Qianyang sect exchanged glances, with Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaiming, It seems the Fang family indeed harbors great secrets. Once again, the atmosphere grew tense. While other foundation-building cultivators from the Fang family looked on in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. Simultaneously, several figures shot out from the Fang family, revealing 2 more Zifu cultivators and nearly 10 foundation-building cultivators, evening the odds. How deeply the Fang family conceals its strength. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened as he realized the extent of the hidden power. The Fang ancestor engaged in battle with 2 Zifu cultivators while the 2 newly emerged Zifu cultivators faced off against their Qianyang counterparts. Meanwhile, some unaware Fang family members began to withdraw, no longer participating in the conflict. Wang Qing summoned the Qi Jin Xianing, each engaging a foundation-building ghost cultivator. These ghost cultivators were relatively weak, unlike the Fang ancestor and Fang Zhenghao, who could transform into fearsome apparitions. Wang Qing faced a mid-stage ghost cultivator, deliberately avoiding the use of spiritual fire to prevent drawing attention from the Qianyang sect. The mid-stage ghost cultivator, underestimating Wang Qing as a mere novice, unleashed a barrage of spells. In response, Wang Qing executed a series of hand seals, summoning a flurry of spiritual energy, swords that swiftly pierced the enemy, ending his life. The Qi Jin Xianing, having awakened several innate spells after advancing, unleashed a volley of golden feathers, claiming the lives of several ghost cultivators in an instant. The tide of battle began to favor the Qianyang sect, but the ultimate victor would hinge upon the confrontation between Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Fang ancestor. Despite transforming, the Fang ancestor held his ground against 2 Zifu cultivators, while the other 2 Zifu ghost cultivators struggled, unable to transform like him. The aggressive techniques of the Qianyang sect proved particularly effective against these ghost cultivators. Within 2 hours, both Zifu ghost cultivators fell to the blades of their Qianyang opponents. The Fang ancestor, now the last standing ghost cultivator, could barely maintain his composure against two foes. As the battle intensified, he realized he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Seizing an opportunity, he transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and fled, pursued by the four Zifu cultivators. The remaining Fang family members were left in disarray. Unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded, shocked to learn that their venerable ancestor had transformed into a monster. They were even more astonished to discover the hidden presence of so many ghost cultivators among them, including their leader, Fang Hongyun. Hours later, Qingyang Shangren and the others returned to the Fang family, having failed to catch the fleeing ancestor. The remaining Fang family members quickly gathered, bowing in greeting. Your ancestor and clan leader are ghost cultivators in league with the enemy. What is the meaning of this? Qingyang Shangren demanded angrily. Please calm your anger. We do not understand what has transpired, replied a leading Fang family member, suddenly realizing, however, these two may not be our true ancestor and clan leader. He began recounting a tale from 2 years prior when their ancestor and clan leader had traveled to another state to auction a Xiangdan. Months later, they returned, and neither had progressed to the Zifu stage, exhibiting strange behavior since. The family member's face darkened with resentment as he continued. It must have been during that time that our ancestor and clan leader met their demise. Esteemed cultivators, we assure you that the Fang family is not in collusion with ghost cultivators. Please discern the truth. Speaking sincerely, he added, we, the remaining members of the Fang family, vow to this with our hearts. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyang Shangren exchanged glances with the others and said, there is no need for such oaths. Given the calamity that has befallen your family, I will report to the sect leader upon my return. Thank you, esteemed cultivator, the remaining Fang family members said, bowing deeply. With that, Qingyang Shangren and his companions departed, while Wang Qing and the others resumed their patrols, having anticipated capturing a significant target within the Fang family, only to find their leads severed once more. Upon learning of the affairs concerning the Fang family, the various factions within Xianzhou were thrown into a state of unease. With the ancestral artifacts used to test bloodlines swiftly sold out, everyone was fearful that their close kin might be impersonated by ghost cultivators. However, for several months, tranquility prevailed, as if all ghost cultivators had vanished without a trace, refraining from any further attacks. Witnessing the lack of progress, Qianyang's sect lost patience and recalled its wandering disciples. Nevertheless, Qianyang's sect understood that this matter was far from over, and thus did not disband the assembled cultivators, but rather instructed them to remain on standby. Wang Qing was finally able to return to his family. Chapter 54, The Assault on Chaoyuan Fengshe. Wang Zixia and his sixth uncle traveled together back to the family. Although ghost cultivators had temporarily settled down within Xianzhou, no faction dared to let down their guard. Almost all sects kept their gates tightly shut, with protective formations fully operational. After half a year of calm, everyone believed the ghost cultivator crisis had come to an end. One day, while cultivating in his cave dwelling, Wang Qing suddenly received a message from the clan leader and hastily made his way to Zizhu Peak. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to see his fourth uncle, Wang Zabin, gravely injured and looking disheveled. What happened, fourth uncle? Wang Qing inquired urgently. Sighing, his uncle replied. Chaoyuan Fengshe was suddenly besieged by a large group of ghost cultivators. This group is incredibly powerful, and even the Zifu cultivators stationed there perished on the spot. He continued with frustration. Fortunately, I retreated in time, and the family suffered minimal losses. What? Isn't there a protective formation at Chaoyuan Fengshe? How could it possibly be breached by ghost cultivators? Wang Qing asked incredulously. After a moment of contemplation, his uncle responded, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but these ghost cultivators acted with remarkable speed, breaching the third-tier formation at Chaoyuan Fengshe without any warning. I suspect there may be a traitor among us. A traitor? Wang Qing murmured to himself. The clan leader interjected, expressing his dismay. These ghost cultivators are indeed audacious. Chaoyuan Fengshe is guarded by the cultivators of Wanbage. Yet they dared to strike. We must remain vigilant, as we previously dismantled one of their strongholds, and it is inevitable that they will seek revenge on our Wang family. Indeed, his uncle nodded. However, given the ruthlessness of these ghost cultivators, it is likely that Xianyang's sect will not let this matter rest easily. As predicted, within 2 days, news of the assault on Chaoyuan Fengshe spread rapidly throughout Xianzhou. Upon receiving the report, the sect leader, Qingyang Zhenren, was furious and immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. After the breach, Chaoyuan Fengshe resembled a purgatory, with the ghost cultivators even sparing no effort in plundering Wanbage. Wanbage acted swiftly, joining forces with Qianyang's sect to send cultivators throughout Xianzhou in search of the ghost cultivators. Additionally, They issued a substantial bounty for any information regarding the ghost cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Qing departed from Lingwu Valley, heading toward Chaoyuan. After hearing his uncle's account, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Why would the ghost cultivators target Chaoyuan? And how could the third-tier formation have been breached without warning? The third-tier protective formation of Chaoyuan was not a mere ordinary formation of foundational families. Even 4 or 5 Zifu cultivators would require several hours to breach it. Wang Qing rode the Qi Jin Xianing and arrived at Chaoyuan in less than an hour. The scene within was rife with ghostly energy, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a hellish nightmare. The ghost cultivators had vanished without a trace. Wang Qing immediately communicated with Xiao Jin, instructing it to follow the trail of ghostly energy. After several hours of flight, the Qi Jin Xianing led him to an unexpected location, the Wu family in Huili County. Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Wu family had allied with the ghost cultivators? Upon further reflection, the possibility seemed quite high, as the Wu family was also one of the factions overseeing Chaoyuan. If they had indeed betrayed their post, the protection of Chaoyuan would be compromised. With this in mind, Wang Qing hastily transmitted a message to the clan leader. He could hardly believe the audacity of the Wu family to collude with ghost cultivators. The Wu family has certainly sealed their own fate. However, the gates of the Wu family were tightly shut, preventing him from entering. Thus, he found a concealed spot near the entrance to lie in wait. After a short while, he received a reply from the clan leader, instructing him to continue monitoring the area for useful information while he sent people to report to Qingfeng sect. Wang Qing remained at the Wu family's gate for several days, yet saw no cultivators entering or exiting. One day, while meditating, he noticed several figures flying out from the Wu family gates, prompting him to quickly conceal his presence. After the figures had flown a distance away, he stealthily followed them. After hours of flight, the group of cultivators landed in a valley. The cultivators approached a mountainside and, after confirming the vicinity was clear, performed a hand gesture, revealing a cave. They entered the cave, and Wang Qing recorded the entire event using a recording stone. It was evident that these individuals were indeed ghost cultivators, confirming his suspicions regarding the Wu family's collusion. Wang Qing refrained from alarming them. Although the initial group of ghost cultivators were all foundational stage, he could not be certain if there were higher-ranked cultivators within the cave. Wang Qing transmitted the location of the cave to the clan leader. A few hours later, the elder and the clan leader, accompanied by a group of foundational stage cultivators, arrived at the valley. Qing, what is the situation? The clan leader inquired eagerly upon arrival. The group is still inside the cave. I have been monitoring and have seen no one leave, Wang Qing reported promptly. The 4 individuals are all at the foundational stage, and they are certainly not members of the Wu family. Then let us breach the formation, the clan leader stated calmly. Subsequently, the group surrounded the cave and unleashed spells upon it. The mountainside trembled as the cultivators inside sensed the disturbance and immediately dismantled the cave's protective formation, emerging from within. A total of 9 figures appeared, 1 Zifu ghost cultivator and the rest at the foundational stage. Upon seeing the Wang family, the faces of the ghost cultivators turned pale with shock. Who are you? The leading Zifu ghost cultivator demanded menacingly. Humph. You ghost cultivators dare to hide in my Zixia County and still question our identity? The second elder replied with a grave tone. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Today, we shall act on behalf of justice. The Wang family charged at the ghost cultivators. 5 foundational stage cultivators from the Wang family participated, and with their beast companions, they held a numerical advantage. Wang Qing summoned his 2 beasts, Zixia and Jinyu, while he faced off against a foundational ghost cultivator. The ghost cultivator could not withstand a minute against Wang Qing's might, reduced to ashes by the ruin's fire. Soon after, Wang Qing turned his attention to the other ghost cultivators, and within half an hour, all of them lay defeated. The battle against the Zifu ghost cultivator also neared its conclusion, under the relentless assault from the elder and the patterned spirit tiger. The ghost cultivator struggled to hold his ground. In a moment of desperation, he was ultimately struck down by the patterned spirit tiger. Chapter 55, Collusion with Ghost Cultivators. After vanquishing the ghost cultivators, the elder led the group to the gates of the Wu family, which remained tightly shut. Prior to their arrival, the clan leader had informed Qingfeng sect of the Wu family's collusion with ghost cultivators. After waiting a brief moment, the cultivators dispatched by Qingfeng sect finally arrived. Although the Wang and Wu families were sworn enemies, Qingfeng sect took the report seriously. With ghost cultivators on the loose, there was no room for negligence. Thus, they sent 3 Zifu cultivators and 10 foundational stage cultivators to the Wu family. The Grand Elder addressed the leading Zifu cultivator, saying, Wang Jia Wang Shu He. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoists. The leading Zifu cultivator from Qianyang sect responded, Qianyang sect, Hanyang Shangren greets you, fellow Taoists. Qianyang sect, Xingyang Shangren. Qianyang sect, Jingyang Shangren. After the introductions were completed, Hanyang Shangren spoke. Let us first address the matters concerning the Wu family. He then instructed a foundation establishment cultivator to activate the Wu family's protective formation. Moments later, a Qi refinement cultivator darted out from within the Wu family. Initially taken aback upon seeing the assembly, he quickly spoke upon noticing the patterns on their robes. Esteemed seniors, what brings you to the Wu family? Hanyang Shangren directly replied, I have come to discuss an important matter with the Wu family's ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Wu family cultivator promptly said, Esteemed seniors, please wait a moment. I will inform the ancestor immediately. He then transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the interior of the Wu family. At that moment, within the Wu family's council hall, the ancestor and the last two foundation establishment cultivators were present. Wu Guangxing, the family head, wore a complex expression. Ancestor, they have already delivered the Xiang Dan to us, and I have inspected it. There are no issues. The Wu family ancestor, who was resting with his eyes closed, slightly opened them upon hearing Wu Guangxing's words. Since there are no issues, you may proceed with the breakthrough. In such tumultuous times, an additional Zifu cultivator grants us more opportunities. However, can we truly trust those ghost cultivators? What if they turn against us once we have served their purpose? Wu Guangxing expressed his concerns. The Wu family ancestor sighed softly. Whether we trust them or not, does the Wu family have any other choice? Just months prior, this group of ghost cultivators had suddenly approached, claiming that if the Wu family assisted them, they would exchange Xiang Dan. After the conflict with the Wang family, the Wu family's power had significantly waned. Initially hesitant, Wu Guangxing was ultimately persuaded by the ancestors' decisive agreement to collaborate with the ghost cultivators. As they were discussing, a cultivator entered to report, Ancestor, a group of cultivators from Qianyang sect has arrived outside the mountain gate, claiming they have important matters to discuss. And they are accompanied by members of the Wang family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Wu family members changed dramatically. What? The Wu family ancestor quickly inquired. How many of them are there? There are over a dozen from Qianyang sect, and the Wang family has nearly the same number. I observe that all possess cultivation levels above foundation establishment, and the three leading figures seem to be Zifu cultivators. The Wu family member noted, sensing something was amiss given the expressions of the family head and grand elder. The Wu family's collusion with ghost cultivators was known only to the three remaining foundation establishment cultivators. It seems our time has come. I did not expect the Qianyang sect to be so well informed, the Wu family ancestor bitterly remarked. Guangxing, you must hurry and flee from the back mountain, taking all our family legacies with you. Find a place to rebuild the Wu family far from Qianzhou. I will delay them for a time. The Wu family ancestor spoke with calm resolve. Ancestor, Wu Guangxing exclaimed, tears in his eyes. Hurry. We must ensure the continuation of the Wu family bloodline. The Wu family ancestor suddenly shouted. Yes, ancestor. Wu Guangxing immediately rose and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away from the back mountain of the Wu family. After Wu Guangxing departed, the Wu family ancestor finally rose and flew towards the mountain gate, albeit at a slow pace, intending to buy time for Guangxing. Moments later, the tightly shut protective formation of the Wu family opened once more, and the ancestor emerged. Fellow Taoists, what brings you here? The Wu family ancestor inquired with a hint of surprise. Wu family ancestor, we from Qianyang sect have received information that your Wu family is colluding with ghost cultivators. Do you have anything to say? Hanyang Shangren stated forthrightly. Upon hearing this, the Wu family ancestor was enraged. Nonsense. The Wu family has always acted with integrity. How could we engage in such deeds? Who is spreading rumors to tarnish our reputation? This is clearly malicious intent. Humph. Wu Lingchun, calamity is upon you. Yet you still choose to feign innocence, the grand elder retorted angrily. Wang Shuhe, you old scoundrel, our two families' grievances were already resolved through the mediation of Qianyang sect. Who would have thought you would resort to petty schemes to frame my Wu family? The Wu family ancestor replied without reservation. He continued addressing Hanyang Shangren, fellow Taoists. With the threat of ghost cultivators, I did not expect the Wang family to seek revenge through these accusations against my Wu family. I implore you to discern the truth. Hearing this, even Hanyang Shangren regarded the Wang family with a look of suspicion. Humph. Wu Lingchun, do you truly believe we lack evidence? The Wang family's grand elder sneered. Chongqing, present the evidence. At this command, Wang Chongqing produced a stone. Upon seeing the stone, the Wu family ancestor's expression changed drastically. Luiying Shi. This Luiying Shi is a remarkable item, exceedingly valuable, and can only be used once. Wang family. The Wu family ancestor glared at the Wang family members. His teeth clenched in rage, wishing to take them down with him. Wang Qing infused the Luiying Shi with spiritual power, projecting an image into the air depicting several ghost cultivators exiting the Wu family mountain gate. The image continued to follow them until it reached a valley, where Wang family cultivators subsequently annihilated those ghost cultivators. After viewing the evidence, the Wang family's grand elder coldly stated, "Wu Lingchun, do you have anything else to say?" At this moment, Hanyang Shangren's expression also darkened significantly. "Wu Lingchun, do you acknowledge your crime?" The Wu family ancestor, after witnessing the evidence, appeared ashen. Moments later, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, Wang family, how I loathe you. I did not expect my Wu family to be destroyed by your machinations. Had I known, I would have annihilated your Wang family long ago. Ha ha, I regret it." With that, he unexpectedly charged towards the Wang family members, seeking to take a few down with him before his demise. However, with so many cultivators present, his intentions were thwarted as several Qianyang sect cultivators and the Wang family's grand elders swiftly intercepted him. Under the assault of 4 Zifu cultivators, the Wu family ancestor could not hold out for long and ultimately perished in despair. Following the execution of the Wu family ancestor, Hanyang Shangren ordered the annihilation of the Wu family, thus erasing their name from history. Moreover, even the mundane offspring of the Wu family fell to the status of refugees. And without the protection of cultivators, it would not take long for them to face extinction. After handling the affairs of the Wu family, the cultivators from Qianyang sect returned to their sect, and the matter of the ghost cultivators seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. However, following these events, the ghost cultivators appeared to be thoroughly enraged. One day, while Wang Qing was in meditation, the protective formation of the Wang family came under attack. Sensing the commotion, Wang Qing hastily arose and rushed towards the mountain gate, where all the Wang family cultivators were emerging from their seclusions. The assailants attacking the Wang family mountain gate consisted of 3 Zifu ghost cultivators and over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, outnumbering the Wang family. These attackers were relentless, focusing solely on breaching the protective formation. Upon seeing the members of the Wang family emerge, they momentarily halted their assault. "How dare you attack the Wang family mountain gate? You seek death." The Grand Elder glared furiously at the ghost cultivators and released a splendid spirit tiger from his beast pouch. The other members of the Wang family summoned their spirit beasts as well, and a fierce battle was imminent. Although the opponents had the numerical advantage, the combined forces of the Wang family and their spirit beasts managed to achieve a tenuous equilibrium. However, the Wang family's disadvantage lay in the predominance of Zifu cultivators among the attackers. Even with the Grand Elder and his spirit beast, they were at a disadvantage. Without delving into the conflict between the Zifu cultivators, on the side of the Foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Qing summoned 2 spirit beasts. With a flick of the tail, one of his spirit beasts unleashed a thunderbolt, obliterating a Foundation establishment cultivator before he could react. Meanwhile, Jin Yu faced off against a mid-Foundation establishment ghost cultivator, maintaining the upper hand as he swiftly propelled himself toward the opponent. The monk barely had time to deploy his defensive measures before a crimson gash appeared on his neck, causing him to plummet from the sky, his eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. The clan leader and his second uncle, each accompanied by 2 spirit beasts, were relentlessly besieged, resulting in the continuous demise of several foundational cultivators. Meanwhile, the battle among the ZF cultivators in the sky was exceedingly intense. The Grand Elder faced off against a ZF ghost cultivator alone, while the brilliantly striped spirit tiger held its ground against 2 adversaries. At that moment, one of the ZF cultivators, witnessing the relentless slaughter of their foundational cultivators, could no longer bear it. He shouted to another, "Damn it, these useless fools. Guwai, hold on for a moment, I will assist them." This ZF ghost cultivator then soared towards Wang in GQing's direction. Upon noticing this, Wang in GQing promptly summoned Z11O. Despite still being a second-tier demon beast, Z11O, having evolved into a 6-tailed fox, could hold its own against a ZF cultivator for a while. Z11O understood that its opponent was a rank higher and quickly enveloped itself in a protective thunder armor, unleashing a barrage of thunderous spells at the foe. However, the ZF cultivator, being of a higher rank, effortlessly countered the thunderous force. Subsequently, the ghost cultivator summoned his spirit spear, launching it at Z11O. Z11O swiftly employed lightning escape to evade the attack, leaving the cultivator astonished, as he had not anticipated that the fox could dodge his lethal strike. Recognizing the peculiar nature of this fox, the cultivator decided to unleash his full power, summoning flames that engulfed the sky in crimson, trapping Z11O in an inferno and preventing its escape. Instantly, the flames consumed Z11O, and despite the protection of the thunder armor, it sustained severe injuries. Wang and GQing, witnessing this, was filled with rage. Z11O, he shouted in alarm. Upon hearing the commotion, the Grand Elder's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently commanded the brilliantly striped spirit tiger to finish the battle swiftly. The tiger, upon receiving the order, intensified its assault, and its opponent began to falter, struggling against the tiger's relentless attacks. In desperation, he cried out, "Gu Wai, hurry up! I can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Gu Wai, engaged in combat with Z11O, felt an overwhelming urgency, humiliated to be delayed by a mere foundational demon beast. Meanwhile, Z11O, besieged by flames, was gravely injured despite the Thunder Armor's protection. Observing this, Gu Wai prepared his spirit weapon for a final strike. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes widened in terror as he bellowed, "Z11O, bloodline reversion." Instantly, a terrifying energy radiated from Z11O, and a nine-tailed fox materialized, emanating formidable, thunderous power. As Gu Wai's spear attack approached, Z11O vanished from its original position. With a swift flick of its 9 tails, 9 bolts of lightning surged towards Gu Wai, sealing off all avenues of escape. Gu Wai had no choice but to absorb a lightning strike with his body. Upon impact, the bolt exploded, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Damn it! Gu Wai roared in fury, shocked that a mere second-tier demon beast had forced him to such an extent. In a fit of rage, he consumed a pill, his aura surging dramatically. Z11O did not relent, continuing to unleash lightning towards Gu Wai, but the latter, empowered by the pill, withstood the thunderous onslaught. Z11O unleashed the lightning net. Wang commanded loudly. In response to Wang's order, Z11O released a lightning net, ensnaring Gu Wai. Wang then hurled the Nirvana flames towards Gu Wai, which ignited upon contact with his body. Simultaneously, Wang wielded the Wind Demon Banner, unleashing fierce winds as the flames grew ever more fierce. Gu Wai's complexion paled as he sensed the approach of death. His face transformed in horror as he desperately attempted to extinguish the flames with spells. But none of his incantations had any effect on the Nirvana flames. The Nirvana flames possessed a potent restraining power over ghost cultivators. Gu Wai's anguished cries gradually diminished, and within mere moments, nothing but ash remained. After vanquishing Gu Wai, Wang dispelled Z11O's bloodline reversion state, hurriedly feeding it several pills to replenish its vitality before returning Z11O to the beast control space. The ghost cultivator still battling the brilliantly striped spirit tiger, upon witnessing Gu Wai's fate, was instantly struck with dread. Chapter 57, Prelude to the Great War. Seizing the moment, the brilliantly striped spirit tiger surged forth, aiming for the neck of the ZF ghost cultivator. In an instant, this ZF ghost met his demise at the tiger's paws. At this point, the battles among the foundational cultivators had concluded. Only the ZF cultivator engaged with the Grand Elder remained. Alarmed, the ghost cultivator contemplated fleeing, but the Grand Elder would not grant him such an opportunity, swiftly joining forces with the brilliantly striped spirit tiger to subdue him. Within moments, the hapless cultivator was overwhelmed, meeting his bitter end. After disposing of the ghost cultivator's corpses, the group returned to their clan. Upon their return, they received news that the ghost cultivators had not only attacked the Wang clan, but had also besieged many families within Xianxiaaudiobooks. In the clan's council hall, aside from the second uncle stationed at El Ingi Square, all foundational level cultivators had gathered. They had anticipated that the ghost cultivators would behave as they had in the past. But this large-scale assault indicated a far more sinister motive. Clan leader Wang Sh's brow furrowed in concern. The actions of Qi New Yorking sect have been too sluggish. We do not know what the masters are thinking, the second elder exclaimed in frustration. The clan leader then spoke. We just received a request for support from the SN clan. What are everyone's thoughts? We must provide assistance. The SN clan has always been a loyal ally of the Wang clan. Out of both obligation and reason, we should send help, the Grand Elder interjected. In that case, I shall go, Wang volunteered. The clan leader recognized Wang's strength, knowing that few could harm him at the foundational level. Very well, let Xianxiaaudiobooks go. The ghost cultivators attacking the SN clan are all of foundational strength. The clan leader nodded after a moment of contemplation. He added a caution, however, do exercise caution. Afterward, Wang departed from ZZH Peak, hastening towards the SN clan. Once Wang left, the remaining members of the Wang clan did not disperse. Alas, in such tumultuous times, we must strive to enhance our strength, the clan leader sighed. You have already reached the late foundational stage. You are likely not far from achieving full foundational completion. Make haste to break through and request a Zying pill from Qi New Yorking sect, the Grand Elder advised. The clan leader nodded in agreement. Indeed. I am but a step away from full foundational completion. I shall enter seclusion immediately. After parting from Ngw Valley, Ngqing summoned J New York and soared towards the SN clan. Several hours later, in Qingfeng County, the SN clan's protective mountain formation was under siege by dozens of foundational cultivators. Just as the protective array was on the verge of shattering, Ngqing appeared abruptly, commanding J New York to charge towards a foundational cultivator. In a flash of golden light, a fatal cut appeared on the cultivator's neck, and he plummeted from the heights. The remaining ghost cultivators were instantly thrown into a panic. Yet, Ngqing did not halt. He leaped from J New York's back, drawing forth his flying sword to strike at another cultivator, resulting in yet another foundational cultivator's demise. At this moment, the members of the SN clan sensed the battle outside, and 5 figures emerged from the clan, revealing several foundational cultivators of the SN clan. Upon encountering Wang Qing, a moment of astonishment struck him. Why was there only one person arriving to provide assistance? Nevertheless, they did not hesitate, promptly summoning their magical artifacts. Wang Qing and Jinyu relentlessly hunted down these foundation establishment cultivators, despite being of the same cultivation level. The disparity between them and Wang Qing was as vast as the heavens. Meanwhile, Jinyu's feathers proved to be as sharp as a second-tier superior magical artifact, and with remarkable speed, several ghostly cultivators met their demise in mere moments. Wang Qing summoned 2 streams of spiritual fire, the nirvana flame continuously assaulting the enemy, while the ruin-slaying celestial fire exhibited a terrifying spatial ability, burning the foes without a means of resistance. At last, witnessing the formidable prowess of Wang Qing and his beast, the remaining ghostly cultivators harbored thoughts of retreat, ceasing their attacks and fleeing into the distance. However, Wang Qing would not allow them to escape so easily. He swiftly executed a spell, instantly conjuring thousands of spiritual swords that shot towards the fleeing ghostly cultivators, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. These cultivators, eager to flee and without any defenses, were all pierced through by the flying swords. In an instant, the members of the Sun family stood frozen in place. We are immensely grateful for the assistance of our young friends. A voice finally broke the silence, awakening the onlookers. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Wang Qing quickly waved his hand and stated, "Since this matter has concluded, I shall return to my family to report." Just as he was about to depart, the ancestor of the Sun family unexpectedly called out, "Young friend, please wait. Since you have come to aid my Sun family, we cannot let you leave empty-handed. Although we possess no treasures of great value, please accept this fire-melting crystal as a token of our gratitude." Upon seeing the fire-melting crystal, Wang Qing's eyes brightened. It was an exceptional material for crafting top-tier fire attribute spirit artifacts. "Thank you, my friend," he replied without pretense, accepting the crystal graciously. After departing from the Sun family, Wang Qing made his way back to his own clan. After a period of time, a shocking piece of news spread throughout Xianzhou. This group of ghostly cultivators had seized control of a county in northern Xianzhou, named Wuchang County. In Wuchang County, all affiliated forces of the Qianyang sect had been overrun by the ghostly cultivators, with the remaining few either submitting or barely surviving. Upon receiving this news, the Qianyang sect was infuriated, announcing an alliance with the Wanbao Pavilion and initiating a massive call for cultivators to exterminate the ghostly cultivators in Wuchang County. However, since these ghostly cultivators had emerged, they were undoubtedly well prepared, as it was rumored that among them were 3 golden core cultivators, even more formidable than those of the Qianyang sect. The Qianyang sect, unwilling to be outmatched, sought the assistance of the Wanbao Pavilion, which agreed to dispatch 2 golden core masters to aid them. In an instant, a storm swept across Qianzhou, affecting nearly everyone. Naturally, the Wang family, as an affiliated force of the Qianyang sect, could not escape the turmoil, and an unprecedented battle was on the horizon. Qianzhou had not witnessed a conflict between golden core masters for thousands of years. The ghostly cultivators had concealed themselves so deeply that their ambitions must have been grand. In the Wang family, clan leader Wang Shaoji successfully broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and the Qianyang sect honored its promise by bestowing upon him a Xiang pill. After receiving the Xiang pill, the clan leader immediately entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Meanwhile, Wang Qing took this opportunity to venture into the Tai Ao mountain range. After utilizing the bloodline return technique, Zixia had fallen into a state of weakness. Wang Qing intended to hunt some beasts in the Tai Ao mountain range to replenish Zixiao's lost blood essence. Chapter 58. clan leader reaches the Purple Mansion, Tai Ao mountain range. At this moment, the outskirts of the Tai Ao mountain range had seen the number of beasts gradually recover after years of development. Wang Qing fixed his gaze upon a beast, a second-tier mammoth, which he refrained from using spiritual fire on, instead attacking with magical artifacts to preserve its flesh for Zixia. However, the mammoth's thick skin and robust defenses rendered the damage from the second-tier superior flying swords negligible. Enraged by Wang Qing's assaults, the mammoth charged forward, causing the earth to tremble beneath its massive form. As the mammoth approached, Jinyu spread its wings and confronted it, its sharp feathers slicing through the mammoth's flesh. With a thunderous roar, the mammoth bore a gash, blood seeping from the wound. Seeing that Jinyu's attack was effective, Wang Qing was overjoyed and urged Jinyu to continue its assault. Moments later, the mammoth was covered in numerous wounds, before it collapsed with a mighty thud. Wang Qing promptly approached and extracted the mammoth's tusks, which served as excellent materials for crafting. He then disassembled the mammoth with his flying sword and stored it in the beast-taming space. Inside, Zixia lay weakly on the ground, gradually consuming the flesh and blood. And only after devouring the entire mammoth did it begin to recover. Wang Qing spent several days in the Tai Ao mountain range, continuously hunting second-tier beasts, until Zixia finally replenished its lost blood essence and regained peak condition. Thus, Wang Qing departed from the Tai Ao mountain range, heading back to his clan. Upon his return, he learned that the clan leader had emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, becoming the second Purple Mansion cultivator of the family. Simultaneously, the Qianxiang sect's summons had been issued, calling for 1 Purple Mansion cultivator and 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wang family. Everyone understood that the Qianxiang sect had been thoroughly provoked by the ghostly cultivators, and this might well be the final battle. Should they fail to eradicate these ghostly cultivators once and for all, the Qianxiang sect's prestige, built over thousands of years in Qianzhou, would be obliterated. Wuchang County, situated at the northernmost part of Qianzhou, bordered the endless ice plains, a forbidden zone for the human race. At this moment, Wuchang County had been completely controlled by the ghostly cultivators, who had even revived the ghost spirit sect within its borders, coercing all cultivators in Wuchang County to practice ghostly cultivation techniques, transforming the area into a veritable ghost domain. The Qianxiang sect regarded these ghostly cultivators with greater urgency than the beast tides. All forces within Qianzhou were mandated to dispatch cultivators. The Qianxiang sect also sent invitations to other sects with which they had friendly relations, and cultivators from neighboring states also arrived to provide support. Although the origins of these ghostly cultivators were unknown, it was certain they were not native cultivators of the Xianxiang Immortal Domain. While vast, the Xianxiang Immortal Domain was home to righteous sects, and any appearance of ghostly cultivators would prompt a collective response from all factions. Qingfeng County, the region with the largest border shared with Wuchang County, was located to the south of Wuchang County, where cultivators from all over Qianzhou gathered. The Qianxiang sect dispersed the summoned cultivators into small teams, each led by a Purple Mansion cultivator with Foundation Establishment cultivators as team members. Each team consisted of 6 individuals, 1 captain and 5 Foundation Establishment members. In Wang Qing's team, the captain was also a family cultivator, with 2 members from the Qianxiang sect and the remaining 3 from various regions of Qianzhou. After spending several days in Qingfeng County and becoming familiar with the other team members, the Qianxiang sect had completed the summons and made thorough preparations. The Qianxiang sect equipped each team with a second-tier spiritual ship. After boarding, the ship set sail towards Wuchang County. Gazing up, Wang Qing was awestruck by the sight of countless spiritual ships dotting the sky, a breathtaking spectacle unlike any he had ever witnessed. As tens of thousands of spiritual ships surged into Wuchang County, they scattered in all directions, racing towards various locations within the county. According to the Qianxiang sect's strategy, they would first reclaim the remaining territories in Wuchang County before engaging in a final confrontation with the Ghost Spirit sect. Wang Qing's spirit ship arrived at a place called Anchang County, which is under the jurisdiction of Wuchang Jun. This land originally belonged to a foundational family. But after the fall of Wuchang Jun, the family was exterminated by the Gui Ling sect, and their ancestral gate was seized by a group of ghostly cultivators. Mount Lupan is the mountain gate occupied by these ghostly cultivators. The ship docked at the entrance and gently descended, with Wang Qing and his companions transforming into streaks of light as they flew out from the spirit ship. Subsequently, the leading Zifu cultivator waved his hand, and the spirit ship quickly shrank into a storage pouch. The group approached the mountain gate, where the Zifu cultivator summoned a spiritual artifact and unleashed a powerful strike against the mountain protecting formation. With a thunderous sound, the second-level mountain protecting formation responded. Hearing the commotion, several figures flew out from the formation, led by another Zifu cultivator, followed by 5 foundational cultivators. Prior intelligence received by the Qianyang sect indicated that after occupying a force, these ghostly cultivators typically dispatched only one Zifu cultivator to maintain control unless they possessed particularly significant resources. Upon meeting, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and both sides summoned their artifacts to confront each other, with Wang Qing soaring towards a foundational ghostly cultivator. This particular foundational ghostly cultivator, at mid-foundational level, looked upon Wang Qing's youthful visage and initial foundational strength with a hint of disdain. "Kid, do you dare to come out and seek death with such cultivation?" Wang Qing paid no heed to the provocation. In his eyes, the opponent had already become a corpse. However, he refrained from directly annihilating the ghostly cultivator, instead engaging in a playful cat-and-mouse game. After several exchanges, the ghostly cultivator, unable to gain any advantage, grew increasingly anxious. He had not anticipated that a mere foundational novice could prolong the encounter for such an extended duration. Meanwhile, observing that the battles of the others were evenly matched, Wang Qing lost patience. He soared into the air on his sword, summoned the wind demon flag, and unleashed numerous wind blades toward the opponent. Upon witnessing this, the foundational ghostly cultivator's expression changed dramatically. He hastily produced a spiritual talisman to defend himself, but the wind blades were exceedingly swift. One of the blades sliced through his arm, severing it. Instantly, the ghostly cultivator let out a wretched scream, yet Wang Qing showed no hesitation, directing his sword straight for the opponent's heart. The flying sword pierced through the ghostly cultivator's heart, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Wang Qing before plummeting from the air. Chapter 59, Ghostly God Altar. Seeing Wang Qing conclude his battle, the expressions of the remaining ghostly cultivators shifted drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at the next foundational cultivator, and under the assault of the two, this foundational ghostly cultivator could withstand only for a brief moment before Wang Qing seized an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The remaining 3 foundational ghostly cultivators immediately contemplated fleeing. However, they found themselves encircled, and within a short span of time, they all perished. As for the confrontation between the Zifu cultivators, the foundational cultivators were utterly incapable of intervening. Although Wang Qing could assist to a degree, he did not wish to reveal his trump cards. The 2 Zifu cultivators exchanged blows, invoking the energies of heaven and earth, with various spells and talismans exchanged back and forth. After several dozen exchanges, both sides began to deplete their spiritual power, and the urgency in the heart of the ghostly Zifu cultivator grew. At that moment, the Zifu cultivator allied with Wang Qing seized an opportunity, employing a 3rd-level wood attribute talisman to immobilize the ghostly cultivator and then drove the artifact forward, resulting in the ghostly Zifu cultivator's immediate demise. After the battle concluded, according to the regulations of the Qianyang sect, all spoils of war were to be claimed by the victors. Ultimately, after discussions, Wang Qing received 2 shares of the spoils. After tidying up the battlefield, the Zifu cultivator summoned the spirit ship once more, setting course for the next location. Months later, the conflict in Wuchang remained stalemated, with both sides continually sending cultivators into battle. Yet the exalted Jindanzhenren had yet to make an appearance. After Wang Qing's squad had successively captured several ghostly cultivator strongholds, they began to attract attention from the enemy. After taking over a stronghold, Wang Qing and his companions rested for a few days, preparing to journey to the next stronghold, when 3 spirit ships appeared from the distance. Before they had time to react, the spirit ships encircled them. Figures surged forth from the ships, and upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Qing's expression hardened. 3 Zifu and 15 foundational cultivators approached aggressively, initiating the attack without hesitation. The disparity in power was evident, and the Zifu cultivator on Wang Qing's side quickly sent a telepathic call for reinforcements. 3 foundational cultivators closed in on Wang Qing. He summoned Zixia, encasing himself in a protective thunder armor. The 3 foundational cultivators hurled their respective artifacts at him, all of which were repelled by the thunder armor. In this critical moment, Wang Qing did not hold back, unleashing several bolts of lightning from Zixia. The opponents, in a panic, activated their defensive artifacts, but as the thunder surged in, their defenses shattered, and the lightning struck their bodies, swiftly draining their life force. Although Wang Qing easily dealt with his adversaries, the situation of the others was far from optimistic. The Zifu cultivator was overwhelmed by the 3 equivalent ghostly cultivators and was on the brink of death. As Wang Qing had feared, within moments, he fell to their relentless assault. Recognizing that the battle was nearing its conclusion, Wang Qing no longer lingered. The 3 ghostly Zifu cultivators were beyond his ability to contend with. He swiftly retracted Zixia into his beast space, summoned Jinyu, and in a flash, appeared upon its back, transforming into a streak of golden light as he fled into the distance. The three ghostly Zifu cultivators gave chase, but the speed of Jinyu surpassed even that of the Zifu cultivators. Wang Qing rode Jinyu for an indeterminate duration, eventually shaking off the pursuit of the three Zifu cultivators. He found himself in an unfamiliar territory, having seen no mortal towns along the way, uncertain whether they had been eradicated by ghostly cultivators or if they had never existed. After several hours of flight, Jinyu suddenly sensed approaching cultivators, prompting Wang Qing to order a descent to conceal their presence. Shortly thereafter, a group of ghostly cultivators swept through the skies. To Wang Qing's astonishment, two familiar figures were among them, the elder of the Feng family and Feng Zhenghao. There were over 20 ghostly cultivators in total, 3 Zifu, and the rest foundational. Wang Qing sensed something amiss. With so many cultivators gathered, they were evidently mobilizing for a significant purpose. He concealed his presence and trailed them, ensuring that Jinyu remained 10 miles behind to avoid detection. Finally, the group halted in a valley where a mysterious altar stood, adorned with various bizarre carvings. 2 Zifu cultivators guarded the altar, and after the assembly, the leading Zifu cultivator spoke first. Everyone, the Qianyang sect is advancing aggressively. The ghostly god altar will be completed in 3 days. Once the powerful beings of the Tianma realm descend, the Xianyang immortal domain will be firmly within our grasp. A minor world with only Yuanying Xinjuan at its peak. Had it not been for the protection of the realm's spirit, it would have been breached long ago by my Rakshasa clan, the elder of the Feng family remarked coldly. What is the Tianmo realm and the Rakshasa clan? Wang Qing pondered, having overheard something momentous. At this critical juncture, we must safeguard the ghostly god altar. Even if the power of our Tianma realm's strong ones is suppressed to the pinnacle of the Xianyang immortal domain, we will be able to establish our foothold here. The leading Zifu cultivator declared solemnly. Then we shall proceed with our plans. After a brief discussion, the group dispersed but remained within 100 meters of the altar. Wang Qing, after listening to their words, began to comprehend certain truths. Although he was unaware of the exact location of the Tian Mou, he was certain that these ghost cultivators did not belong to the Xianyang Xianyu. He resolved that it was imperative to devise a plan to destroy this wretched altar. Wang Qing thought to himself that if they were allowed to establish this altar, not only would Qianzhou suffer, but the entire Xianyang Xianyu would be plunged into despair. Subsequently, he concealed his presence, attempting to approach the altar. Yet these individuals remained exceedingly vigilant, leaving Wang Qing without an opportunity. As the day of the altar's completion drew nearer, his anxiety grew immensely. After some time, Wang Qing finally discerned a sliver of opportunity. The adversaries congregated once more, and the leader, a Zifu cultivator, spoke first. Damn it. The Qianyang sect's old masters have gone mad. The front lines are faltering. The Ghost King has commanded that some cultivators be dispatched for support. We are situated far in the rear and need not worry about Qianyang sect cultivators infiltrating here. We only require 3 Zifu cultivators to remain behind. The elder of the Feng family interjected. After deliberation, the elder of the Feng family, accompanied by another Zifu cultivator, departed, taking along 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing their discussions, a look of joy emerged on Wang Qing's face. Truly, heaven was assisting him. Chapter 60, The Rakshasa Clan. A day later, Wang Qing continued to conceal his presence, remaining in place. Once he was certain that the cultivators had completely vacated the area, he felt that an opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment when these cultivators were distracted, Wang Qing cautiously approached the altar, where a blood pool bubbled ominously, as if it were incubating a formidable demon. When within 50 meters of the altar, he unleashed a ruined fire upon it. In an instant, he surrounded the altar and summoned 2 beasts, releasing a nirvana flame to ensure the altar's destruction, employing every secret technique at his disposal. To intensify the flames, he even summoned a wind demon banner. At that moment, the ghost cultivators guarding the altar reacted. You dare, thief! A furious roar echoed. The elder of the Feng family glared at Wang Qing, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. He immediately summoned a spiritual weapon directed at Wang Qing. In response, Wang Qing produced a 3rd-tier defensive talisman from his storage ring. As it ignited, it transformed into a golden light shield enveloping him. Simultaneously, the nirvana flame blazed fiercely, while Zixia unleashed thunder. The altar was constructed from various precious treasures. As the nirvana flame engulfed the blood pool, the blood within evaporated instantaneously, an eerie sight. The surrounding ghost cultivators glared at Wang Qing in furious disbelief. Their eyes filled with a desire to annihilate him. Protected by the 3rd-tier talisman, Wang Qing was impervious to their various attacks. while the elder of the Fong family was in a state of utter desperation, transforming into a ghastly figure. Wang Qing had witnessed this form multiple times. And as the nirvana flame grew ever more vigorous, the blood in the pool continued to evaporate. Suddenly, a chilling scream emanated from the blood pool. "Ah! You human brat dare to harm me, seeking death. Quickly eliminate him." Upon hearing this, the ghost cultivators were struck with terror, hastily unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Wang Qing. After half an hour, the effect of Wang Qing's third-tier talisman expired, and by that time, the blood pool had long since dried up. Within the pool remained a horrifying flesh lump. Observing this, Wang Qing was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and directed a nirvana flame towards it. A piercing scream erupted from the lump. "Ah, little ghost, wait until I reach you. I will shred you to pieces. You useless fools, don't you hurry to save me." Yet, in less than a moment, the large mass of flesh was reduced to ashes by the nirvana flame. At this moment, fear etched itself upon the faces of the other ghost cultivators. As they envisioned their grim fate, such a crucial matter had been mishandled, and the mere thought of the Ghost King's wrath was enough to send shivers through their souls. Soon, they regained their composure, directing their rage towards Wang Qing, vowing that before their demise, they would drag him down with them. Following the destruction of the altar, Wang Qing soared onto the back of Jinyu, and with a flash of golden light, he fled into the distance. The other cultivators pursued him, but how could they match the speed of Jinyu? In mere moments, they were left in the dust. After destroying the altar, Wang Qing headed towards Taixingjun, aiming to reunite with the other cultivators of the Qianyang sect, at the Ghost Spirit sect, within a grand hall. "What? You say the altar has been destroyed?" exclaimed a middle-aged cultivator clad in black robes, incredulity saturating his voice. Below, the group of cultivators assigned to guard the altar trembled, too fearful to speak. The elder of the Fong family was the first to break the silence. It was that Foundation establishment cultivator named Wang Qing, who unexpectedly appeared around the altar. The elder's face turned pale as he explained, "Ghost King, although that brat is merely a fledgling Foundation establishment cultivator, his attacking methods are exceedingly strange. You worthless fools. You can't even handle this simple task. What use are you?" The Ghost King's expression was dark and brooding, yet he restrained the urge to eliminate them, considering their backgrounds. "You are aware of how crucial this altar is to our plans, are you not? Luoji," the Ghost King bellowed furiously. The cultivators below were nearly suffocated by the oppressive aura, collapsing to the ground. "Now that the Qianyang sect's masters are lurking outside, you tell me the altar has been destroyed?" The Ghost King's mood was as bleak as death itself. At that moment, a gaunt elderly cultivator standing to the left spoke up. "Enough, Ghost King. Since the altar has been destroyed, we should focus on how to confront the Qianyang sect. However, Luoji, having committed such a grievous error, will not be dealt with for now due to his identity as a member of the Rakshasa clan. You will have the opportunity to redeem yourself. Once we return to the Tian MOU, we will report to the Ghost God and await further instructions." The elder of the Fong family, or rather Luoji, revealed a glimmer of joy. "Yes, I will certainly work to redeem myself." The Ghost King, suppressing his inner fury, spoke in a deep tone. "Since the altar has been destroyed, we have lost our retreat. Luoyi, you shall not participate in the final battle against the Qianyang sect. Depart immediately for Wuchangjun. Continue to disguise yourself as a human. Should we fail, it is best to leave an opportunity for a resurgence." Below, Fong Jinghao raised his head and responded, "Yes, Ghost King. Additionally, search with all your might for that human brat named Wang Qing. Capture him alive. I want him to beg for death." The Ghost King roared, his face contorted with rage. "Yes." After Wang Qing destroyed the altar, he hastened towards Taixingjun, hoping to rendezvous with other cultivators of the Qianyang sect. However, the Ghost Spirit sect moved with remarkable speed, and along the way, Wang Qing encountered wave after wave of ghost cultivators searching for him. As a result, he could only move stealthily, constantly evading, and thus far had not encountered any Qianyang sect cultivators. "Sai, have you heard?" came a voice. It was a mid-stage Foundation establishment ghost cultivator. Accompanying him was another Foundation establishment cultivator. It was indeed peculiar for them to mobilize such forces for a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. "I heard that this brat destroyed the painstakingly constructed Ghost God altar," the first ghost cultivator remarked. The Ghost King must be infuriated beyond measure. "What? The Ghost God altar has been destroyed?" exclaimed another. "Ah, Luoji is truly a fool. Even while acting as an undercover agent within the Fong family, he managed to expose himself, and now he cannot even guard the Ghost God altar," a ghost cultivator said with a sense of schadenfreude. Indeed, if it weren't for his identity as a member of the Rakshasa clan, having committed so many blunders, anyone else would have already been refined into a ghost fetus. Chapter 61, The Final Showdown. As the group engaged in conversation, several flames suddenly appeared around them, igniting instantaneously. Ah, who is it? Startled, they hastily attempted to extinguish the flames enveloping them, but their efforts were futile, and within moments, they were reduced to ashes. Wang Qing emerged. Realizing that this infernal fire was indeed a formidable weapon of the spectral entities, striking without any warning. Subsequently, Wang Qing continued his flight towards Taixingjun, where he eventually encountered fellow cultivators from his side. After confirming their identities, Wang Qing temporarily joined this small team, which, after several battles, now consisted of only one Zixia cultivator and 3 foundational cultivators. Upon regrouping, they hastened towards the next location, as the battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate. Indeed, the strength of these ghostly cultivators paled in comparison to the Qianyang sect, which had been established in Qianzhou for thousands of years. The ghostly cultivators were limited in number, while Qianyang sect boasted abundant reserves. After months of fierce combat, both sides exchanged blows. The number of ghost spirit sect cultivators dwindled, and their ghost king, not being foolish, promptly consolidated their forces, summoning all cultivators back to the ghost spirit sect to prepare for the final confrontation against Qianyang sect. Beichuan County, originally the northernmost county in Wuchang-jun, served as the stronghold of the ghost spirit sect. Meanwhile, the other counties within Wuchang-jun had been occupied by Qianyang sect. However, Qianyang sect was not in haste to launch a final assault. Rather, they continuously summoned cultivators, aiming to secure absolute advantage for the impending showdown. Months later, countless cultivators arrived from various regions, surrounding Beichuan County so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. After meticulous preparations, Qianyang sect commenced arrangements for the ultimate battle. A multitude of cultivators surged towards the gates of the ghost spirit sect, filling the sky and creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, the ghost spirit sect was enveloped by a 4th-tier protective formation, with not a single ghostly figure visible outside, as if they had all retreated like turtles into their shells. Tens of thousands of cultivators gathered before the gates of the ghost spirit sect when suddenly, the protective formation began to activate. Streams of ghostly mist surged forth, painting the surrounding area black, resembling a scene from hell. Eerie screams echoed from within the black mist, causing the faces of all cultivators to change drastically as they retreated in panic. Wang Qing, witnessing this, also turned pale and summoned Jinyu, who carried him away from the ominous mist. The ghost spirit sect had indeed proven to be cunning, having concealed a 4th-tier offensive formation. Witnessing his unfruitful endeavor, the morale of Qianyang sect plummeted. Finally, the Jindanjinren could no longer remain idle. A middle-aged cultivator in a golden robe appeared out of thin air, a golden cauldron hovering above his head. This was Hingyang Jinren, who had previously battled Lei Yindo Xiong in the Tai Ao mountain range. Upon his arrival, Hingyang Jinren raised a finger, causing the golden cauldron to enlarge dramatically and begin absorbing the black mist. Moments later, the mist was almost entirely consumed. Hingyang Jinren then directed the golden cauldron towards the ghost spirit sect's protective formation. With a thunderous crash, the formation trembled violently but showed no signs of cracking, absorbing the impact of the attack without yielding. Observing this, Hingyang Jinren's expression shifted slightly. What seemed to be a simple strike had utilized 70% of his power, augmented by the absorbed mist, yet it failed to inflict any damage on the protective formation. Suddenly, an elderly Taoist with white hair appeared in midair, wielding a feather duster. With a gentle wave, a seemingly light spiritual force surged toward the formation. To everyone's astonishment, a crack appeared in the otherwise indomitable 4th-tier formation. Hingyang Jinren then continued to wield the golden cauldron against the formation, and after a brief struggle, the formation shattered. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized in the sky. Among them was a middle-aged cultivator in black robes, the ghost king of the ghost spirit sect, accompanied by an emaciated old ghostly cultivator devoid of color in his face. And finally, a rugged middle-aged cultivator. These were the 3 Jindan cultivators of the ghost spirit sect. Simultaneously, 2 figures emerged from the Qianyang sect side as well. Reinforcements they had summoned. One was Guyu Jinren, whom Wang Qing had previously encountered, and the other was a middle-aged female cultivator. Instantly, the highest combat powers of both sides converged. The rugged middle-aged ghostly cultivator from the ghost spirit sect snorted disdainfully. "You think your reinforcements will save you?" With that, he executed a spell, summoning forth a figure resembling a middle-aged cultivator, though peculiarly, this figure bore an exceptionally pale complexion, akin to that of a corpse. With all parties present, they ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, as battles between Jindanjinren could easily result in the demise of countless foundational cultivators with mere gestures. Thus, they ascended into the air to engage in combat. Meanwhile, The battle below had commenced, with tens of thousands of ghostly cultivators surging forth from the ghost spirit sect. A chaotic melee involving tens of thousands of cultivators was about to erupt. Wang Qing summoned two of his spirit beasts, facing off against a late foundational ghostly cultivator. He swiftly executed a spell, conjuring a barrage of spiritual swords that shot towards the opponent. The cultivator, unfazed, unleashed a defensive spiritual talisman to counter the assault. As their exchanges continued, when the defensive talisman's effect waned, Wang Qing skillfully maneuvered several spiritual swords to cut off the opponent's escape route. One spiritual sword shot forth, and the late foundational cultivator met his demise in an instant. Meanwhile, Zixia effortlessly harnessed the power of thunder, unleashing devastating strikes upon the enemies, resulting in the swift downfall of several foundational ghostly cultivators beneath the terrifying might of the lightning. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, Zixiao's relentless hunting attracted the attention of the opposing Zifujing cultivator. This individual was Luo Ji, who had been seeking Wang Qing since the outset, harboring an intense hatred towards him. Having suffered 2 defeats at Wang Qing's hands, he was acutely aware that had it not been for his unique status, he would have perished numerous times already. Failing to protect the ghost god altar this time, he feared the punishment awaiting him upon his return. The thought of that figure's method sent shivers down Luo Ji's spine, even as a descendant of that lineage. Therefore, he was determined to find a way to atone for his mistakes, intending at the very least to capture the instigator to redeem himself. Upon catching sight of Zixiao, Luo Ji's eyes sparkled with intent as he summoned a spiritual weapon and charged towards him. As Zixiao was engaged in hunting foundational ghostly cultivators, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent approaching. He quickly conjured a protective thunder armor, which successfully repelled Luo Ji's spiritual weapon. This beast, Luo Ji cursed angrily, then without hesitation, transformed into his Rakshasa form and charged at Zixiao. Chapter 62, The Battle of Jindan. Wang Qing also noticed the danger Zixiao was in and hurriedly summoned Jinyu to rush towards him. Upon spotting Wang Qing, Luo Ji's face lit up with joy. "You little beast, you finally showed up," he exclaimed, lunging at Wang Qing. Wang Qing quickly unleashed a third-tier defensive talisman, blocking Luo Ji's attack. Enraged, Luo Ji shouted at Wang Qing, "Humph! Let us see how long you can evade." Just as the two were embroiled in their clash, a Zifujing cultivator from Qianyang sect observed the scene, appalled that a distinguished Zifujing cultivator would bully the weak. With that, the Zifujing cultivator soared over to confront Luo Ji. Luo Ji cast a resentful glance at Wang Qing before defending against the attacks of the opposing Zifujing cultivator. Meanwhile, high above, the battle among the Jindan Jinren was equally fierce. The opponent of Qianyang Jinren was none other than the Ghost King, the leader of the Ghost Spirit sect, and the clash between these two formidable entities was a relentless exchange of power. The treasure of the Ghost King is a remarkable Wan Gui fan, which, in comparison to the inferior versions wielded by foundational cultivators, is evidently superior. Its appearance is strikingly unique and enigmatic, adorned with deep and mottled colors that seem to bear the traces of time. Intricate depictions of spirits and demons are embroidered upon it, while a soft green luminescence emanates from the banner, with countless ghosts swirling and howling upon its surface, evoking a chilling awe. With a wave of his hand, the Ghost King commanded the multitude of spirits to surge toward Jinren Qianyang. Calmly, Jinren Qianyang waved his dust whisk, causing the spirits to dissipate entirely. An exchange of probing attacks ensued between the two sides. Meanwhile, Jinren Hingyang faced an emaciated elder from the Ghost Spirit sect, known as the King of Hell. The ancient figures Guyu Jinren and Jing Shui Jinren confronted the remaining 2 golden core cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect. It soon became apparent to all that the pale golden core cultivator was, in fact, a corpse, controlled by a burly middle-aged cultivator named Jinren Tianshi. Jinren Tianshi wielded a coffin as his magical artifact, intricately inscribed with various strange runes, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura, as if harboring a formidable fiend within. Guyu Jinren manipulated his lunar treasure, unleashing a wave of icy mist toward Jinren Tianshi, revealing his extremely rare ice attribute, Spiritual Root. Sensing a bone-chilling energy, Jinren Tianshi hastily summoned his coffin to defend against it. Both sides, seasoned masters of several centuries, unleashed their hidden cards, engaging in a fierce battle of hundreds of rounds without any casualties. As the struggle intensified, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Jinren Tianshi's eye. In an instant, dark energy surged from the coffin, conjuring another zombie seemingly from thin air, dramatically altering the battlefield's dynamics. Guyu Jinren's expression hardened as he attempted to summon his lunar treasure for defense. However, the zombie closed in at an alarming speed, striking Guyu Jinren and sending him flying. Regaining his composure in midair, Guyu Jinren could not suppress the internal injury and coughed up blood. Meanwhile, the other Golden Core cultivators were drawn to the unfolding events. Senior Brother Guyu, Jing Shui Jinren exclaimed in desperation, sending a stream of spiritual water from a jade bottle toward Guyu Jinren. He swiftly caught the water and consumed it, which alleviated his injuries somewhat. Damn it! Guyu Jinren glared furiously at Jinren Tianshi, who had not felt the sting of injury for many years. Then, Guyu Jinren performed a hand gesture, causing his lunar artifact to expand dramatically, illuminating the ground like a bright moon. A chilling aura enveloped the area, causing the flora and fauna to wither. Jinren Tianshi and his zombie were soon covered in frost, and upon witnessing this, Jinren Tianshi was taken aback, hastily employing his techniques. The zombie began to exude demonic energy, recklessly countering the cold. Subsequently, Jinren Tianshi continued to manipulate the coffin, which expanded and charged toward Guyu Jinren with surprising speed. Upon reaching Guyu Jinren, a vortex materialized at the center of the coffin, generating an immense suction force that sought to draw Guyu Jinren inside. His face paled as he hurriedly spun the lunar treasure to resist the pull. However, the coffin's bizarre nature rendered his efforts futile. Moments later, Guyu Jinren was ultimately engulfed by the coffin. Jinren Tianshi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Once inside my futon coffin, you shall never escape. You will obediently become my third heavenly corpse. The remaining Golden Core cultivators from Qianyang sect were immediately alarmed. Jinren Hingyang ceased his engagement, directing his golden cauldron to smash the coffin, attempting to shatter it. However, the cauldron made no discernible impact upon the coffin. Jing Shui Jinren, feeling an overwhelming urgency, called out, "We beseech you, true monarch, to take action." Just then, a sound of breaking air was heard, as a colossal golden seal appeared, crashing down toward the coffin. Boom! The once unbreakable golden seal exploded. At that moment, a figure emerged in midair, Jinren Tianbao. The Golden Core cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect turned pale with alarm. "Yuan Jinren," they exclaimed, instantly scattering in flight without hesitation. Jinren Xianyang and the others attempted to pursue, but Jinren Tianbao halted them, coldly snorting. In an instant, the fleeing figures of the Ghost King and his cohort exploded in place. The lower-tier cultivators engaged in battle were momentarily stunned, recognizing the might of a Yuan Jinren. Even Wang Qing felt a shiver of trepidation at the effortless annihilation of several Golden Core cultivators. The Ghost Spirit sect's practitioners were utterly horrified, losing all desire to continue fighting, desperately seeking escape. Yet, their intentions were thwarted as the cultivators of Qianyang sect pursued relentlessly. With Wang Qing and his two beasts acting like merciless harbingers of death, hunting down the remnants of the Ghost Spirit sect. Witnessing this, Luo Ji's rage boiled as he glared at Wang Qing, wishing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. However, he was dragged away by a purple mansion cultivator, unable to pay any mind to Wang Qing. After an intense battle, the Ghost Spirit sect's forces were annihilated, and those attempting to flee could not escape with Golden Core cultivators present. Ultimately, Luo Ji fell in defeat under the combined assault of several purple mansion cultivators. The battlefield was soon cleared as Qianyang sect decreed that all spoils, save for the ghostly cultivators' techniques and artifacts, would belong to the victors. Under the scrutiny of the Golden Core cultivators' consciousness, the remnants of the ghostly cultivators were meticulously collected, with no one daring to entertain any ulterior motives, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Several hours later, the cultivators began to withdraw from Wuchang County, departing like a great tide, leaving the county to languish in the aftermath of such calamity. After reuniting with the clan leader and others, Wang Qing set forth to return to his family. Although the gains were modest, the experience had honed Wang Qing's combat skills. At this juncture, he was merely a step away from reaching the mid-foundational stage, prompting him to prepare for seclusion and breakthrough. Days later, within his cave dwelling, spiritual energy began to surge and converge, a terrifying aura erupting before dissipating almost instantaneously. Finally, Wang Qing attained the mid-foundational stage, yet the elevation in his cultivation offered negligible enhancement to his combat prowess. He had long been invincible among his peers, rendering distinctions between the early and late foundational stages inconsequential. Following the expulsion of the Wu family due to their collusion with ghostly cultivators, their territory was divided between the Wang and Sun families. The spiritual minds once belonging to the Wu family now belonged to the Wang family. Notably, the ancestor of the Sun family had recently achieved a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage, enabling their rise as a Purple Mansion family. The Wang family's development gradually aligned with the proper course. Shortly after returning from Wuchang County, all cultivators of the Wang family gathered in the ancestral hall to initiate numerous reforms. The Grand Elder was promoted to the position of Supreme Elder, while the clan leader, citing a desire to focus on cultivation, retired to become the supreme second elder. Ultimately, following a vote, Wang Qing was appointed as the new clan leader, with the previous elder positions shifting upward accordingly, elevating the second elder to the grand elder role. To ensure Wang Qing could better grasp the family situation, the clan leader began to mentor him closely. Subsequently, Wang Qing took up residence on Zixia Peak, where he began to learn from the clan leader about the governance of the family, while also gaining insight into the family's specific circumstances. Currently, the Wang family's assets are roughly divided into 3 locations. One is the Daitai building situated in Langyafang City, while the reconstruction of the Taiyao Fang City is a joint effort between the Wang and Sun families. Additionally, there is a Qi-Jing iron mine and a spirit stone vein that originally belonged to the Wu family. The Gung-Jing mine still belongs to the Qianyang sect, from which the Wang family receives a mere 10% of the profits. The family also currently raises several beasts, including the 3rd-tier Qi-Yin Sanwei fox, 2nd-tier beasts like the Banlan spirit tiger and Ba Huang Taiyun rhino, and 1st-tier beasts such as the multicolored Jinling fish, Jin Mao He Zhu, Xian Shui Gui, and Hui Yin Ho. The multicolored Jinling fish and Jin Mao Ling Zhu are supplied to the Daitai building. The Wang family's mortal towns include 9 in total: Qingfeng Town, Mingyue Town, Baiyun Town, Yuya Town, Yong'an Town, Tianshui Town, Weishui Town, Taohua Town, and Taiping Town. After 3 months of learning with the clan leader, Wang Qing gradually became familiar with all of the Wang family's assets and the responsibilities of the clan leader, allowing him to independently manage family affairs. For the Wang family, the immediate priority is the reconstruction of Qingfeng City. After discussions with the Sun family, it was decided that the Qianyang sect would retain 40% of the profits from Qingfeng City, while the 2 families would each claim 30%. 2 months later, the reconstruction of Qingfeng City was in full swing, and the Qianyang sect also sent personnel to re-establish the protective formations. Once 3 shops reopened, Qingfeng City began to return to normal operations. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and upon witnessing Wang Qing's ability to handle matters independently, the clan leader set off towards the Taiyao mountain range, intending to hunt 2 third-tier beasts in order to refine blood-cleansing elixirs for his spirit beasts, enabling them to break through to the 3rd tier. Upon understanding the family's financial situation, Wang Qing realized that while the Wang family's income was satisfactory, their expenditures were alarmingly high. To put it plainly, the monthly salaries for all cultivators within the family represented a significant sum, with 9 foundation-building cultivators alone, and several clan uncles already at the 9th level of Qi refining, likely to soon ascend to foundation-building status. Moreover, the costs associated with raising spirit beasts were equally staggering, as those above the 2nd tier consumed more resources daily than a foundation-building cultivator. Examining the family accounts, Wang Qing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although he possessed a substantial quantity of spirit stones, he hesitated to spend them, for his spirit stones were of medium quality or higher. While using 1 or 2 might be acceptable, widespread expenditure could attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to calamity for the Wang family. Alas, to possess wealth yet be unable to spend it is truly vexing. Wang Qing found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Presently, the Wang family's primary sources of income remained the Daitai building and the 10% profit from the Gung-Jing mine. Since Wang Qing had ceased to supervise the alchemy shop, business had reverted to its former state. Although his second uncle and the elder were both 2nd-tier alchemists, their skills were rather ordinary, making it impossible to rely on elixirs to turn the tide for the time being. Sigh, there is indeed a lack of talent. Wang Qing mused to himself. The Wang family currently lacked high-level cultivators, but there was a severe shortage of individuals skilled in the myriad arts of cultivation. The alchemy aspect was somewhat better, but in terms of formations, only his 3rd aunt, a 2nd-tier formation master, remained, and there was not a single 2nd-tier blacksmith. Considering this, Wang Qing began to contemplate how to cultivate more talent. Currently, the younger generation of the Wang family only had access to basic cultivation knowledge through the school established within the clan during their youth, lacking any structured program for talent development. This thought sparked an idea in Wang Qing's mind. He decided to approach the Grand Elder to discuss his proposal. Upon seeing Wang Qing, the Grand Elder greeted him with a hint of a smile and asked, "Qing, what brings you here?" "Granduncle, I have a matter I would like to consult with you about," Wang Qing stated directly. The Grand Elder's curiosity piqued. "Oh? Speak on it, what is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing replied earnestly, "Granduncle, I believe our clan currently lacks talent proficient in various arts of cultivation. When we were merely a foundation-building force, it was manageable. However, now that we have ascended to the level of Zifu power, the current number of talents is insufficient to sustain the normal operations of the family." Chapter 64, Initial Reforms. After hearing Wang Chongqing's words, the Grand Elder fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke. You make a valid point. How do you propose we address this issue? Wang Chongqing expressed his belief that the current system for talent cultivation within the family required reform. He articulated his thoughts clearly. At present, the family's private school only teaches the basic knowledge of cultivation, while the other arts rely solely on personal comprehension. I propose expanding the family's private school to include foundational knowledge of various arts of cultivation, allowing children of suitable age to learn a specific art based on their interests. After Wang Chongqing finished speaking, the room fell into a lengthy silence. Moments later, the Grand Elder finally spoke. Your idea is indeed feasible. However, it requires the consent of others. Here's what we will do. You shall now send a message to gather others at the family council hall to inquire about their opinions on this matter. 2 hours later, at the family council hall, all the foundation building and higher-ranking cultivators of the family had gathered. Clan leader, why have you summoned us? The elder Wang Shuxing inquired first. Wang Chongqing then recounted the discussion he had with the Grand Elder. For a moment, the council hall was enveloped in silence, with those present exchanging glances. Indeed, the clan leader raises valid points. I believe this matter is feasible. The elder finally broke the silence. Consequently, the assembly began to express their views, with many agreeing, and ultimately, the proposal was formalized. Upon returning to Zizhu Peak, Wang Chongqing commenced preparations for this initiative. After several days of contemplation, he began to remodel the family's private school. Initially, he established 5 courses: alchemy, blacksmithing, beast mastery, formations, and spirit botany, with instructors sourced from among the family's chi refining cultivators who were familiar with these disciplines. There was no use in rushing this matter. It could only be approached gradually. Wang Chongqing meticulously copied all the cultivation manuals from the Xianxiao sect and the Tai Gang sword sect, placing them in the family's library, along with foundational knowledge of various arts of cultivation and various secret techniques. At the same time, he sought out several spells for himself, as his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking, primarily relying on 2 types of spirit fire for attacks, which was rather monotonous. His defensive equipment, the Li Huazhen Yuan Zhao, had already been damaged, leaving him to rely on defensive spirit talismans or the lay armor of Zixia for protection. After several hours, Wang Chongqing finally selected a few suitable spells. These included a second-tier defensive spell, Fire Barrier, which forms a shield of fire attribute spiritual energy to block enemy attacks. The second-tier spell, Fire God Step, which is a fire-based teleportation technique from the Tai Gang sword sect, slightly faster than ordinary fire teleportation. And the second-tier spell, Flame Divine Power, which creates a fire manifestation around the body, greatly enhancing one's strength. Additionally, Wang Chongqing learned a sword formation called the Tai Gang Zhu Mo sword formation, which cooperates with the Tai Gang sword control technique to wield spirit swords and form a formidable sword array. Subsequently, Wang Chongqing also sought a second-tier defensive magical artifact known as the Zijin Xianhu, which can absorb all magical attacks from opponents and can reflect absorbed attacks back at them, an exceedingly profound item. Finally, Wang Chongqing placed all first-tier magical artifacts acquired from the Tai Gang sword sect's secret realm into the family treasury, which he now managed as the clan leader. Months have swiftly passed, and the affairs of the clan have been progressing in an orderly manner. At this juncture, the former clan leader, Wang Xiaoji, who is now the esteemed second elder, returned to the family. After handing over 2 third-tier demon beast inner cores to Wang Chongqing, he commenced the refinement of the blood refinement pill. 2 hours later, Wang Chongqing presented the elixirs to the esteemed second elder. It is noteworthy that after breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, the esteemed second elder was once again able to contract a pet beast using spirit control runes. The clan's Qi Yin San Wei who, having been nurtured, had given birth to 2 new offspring, one of which was naturally contracted by the esteemed second elder, while the other was bestowed upon Uncle Wang Zishur. At this moment, Wang Chongqing suddenly realized that he too could contract a pet beast using a standard contract method. With this thought, he rose and made his way to the clan's spirit beast garden, where the third elder was meticulously imparting knowledge about spirit beast care to several younger clan members. The young descendants listened attentively, and upon noticing Wang Chongqing's entrance, they hurriedly saluted, greeting him as the clan leader. No need for such formalities. Wang Chongqing waved his hand, noting that he was of the same generation as these individuals. At this point, the third elder spoke. Chongqing, as the clan leader, you must be quite busy with your duties. What brings you here? Elder, I came to see if there are any surplus spirit beasts available for me to contract. The third elder immediately comprehended Wang Chongqing's intent and replied. As for surplus spirit beasts, would you prefer to contract an 8 Desolation Cloud Horned Rhino or a colorful spirit tiger? Currently, there are no newly born colorful spirit tigers in the clan, but there are indeed a few 8 Desolation Cloud horned rhinos. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qing opted not to choose the 8 Desolation Cloud horned rhino. Both of his existing pet beasts were of the offensive type, and this time he desired to contract a support-type beast. Alas, the current number of spirit beasts in the clan is still somewhat scarce. It seems we must cultivate additional varieties, Wang Qing lamented. Subsequently, he glanced at several other first-tier spirit beasts and was suddenly struck by an idea. He could use bloodline-enhancing elixirs to nurture several first-tier bloodline demon beasts into second-tier bloodlines. Wang Qing promptly shared this thought with the third elder, who concurred that the idea was feasible. However, enhancing the bloodline of an entire population is a challenge of considerable magnitude. Augmenting a single beast's bloodline merely requires the consumption of an elixir, whereas elevating an entire population's bloodline is far more complex. Wang Qing then returned to Zixia Peak to begin researching. There are many elixirs capable of enhancing first-tier demon beast bloodlines. After perusing several ancient texts, he discovered a gentle method for enhancing the bloodline potential of low-tier demon beasts. The texts detailed a type of herb known as dragon bloodgrass, which can enhance the bloodline potential of low-tier demon beasts without causing any adverse side effects. Despite its extraordinary name, dragon bloodgrass is merely a first-tier spirit herb, capable of large-scale cultivation using the essence of demon beasts that possess dragon bloodlines. Thus, while dragon bloodgrass is rare, it is not extinct. Wang Qing cultivates several within his spirit beast space. Chapter 65, The Rock and Soil Dragon Turtle. Wang Qing entered his spirit beast space, located the area where dragon bloodgrass was cultivated, and harvested some to present to the third elder, intending to conduct an initial experiment to observe its effects. Since Wang Qing became the clan leader, he has been quite busy, but fortunately, after establishing his foundation, he only needs to practice for 2 hours each day. Days later, the expansion of the family academy was completed, and courses such as alchemy were temporarily taught by late-stage qi refinement cultivators from the clan, gradually getting back on track. Meanwhile, good news arrived from the third elder. After cultivation, a xianxia turtle had successfully elevated its bloodline to the second tier. Wang Qing also inspected the spirit beast garden, where the first-tier xianxia turtle had evolved into a He Shui Xian turtle. However, it would take considerable time to evolve the entire xianxia turtle population into He Shui Xian turtles. Concurrently, Wang Qing announced a bounty within the clan to seek suitable demon beast populations for cultivation. The variety of spirit beasts raised by the clan remains insufficient, failing to match the status of the Wang family within the Purple Mansion powers. Wang Qing desired to add several types of demon beasts to provide clan cultivators with more choices. Surplus spirit beasts could also be sold in the Spirit Beast Pavilion established within the marketplace. Currently, the income from the clan's Spirit Beast Pavilion comes solely from the sale of fire pattern monkeys and xianxia turtles, both of which are merely considered average among first-tier beasts and do not attract many buyers. Ordinary scattered cultivators cannot afford them, nor do they find it necessary, as their own cultivation resources are scarce. How could they have spare spirit stones to purchase pet beasts? The clan's cultivators also look down upon these ordinary first-tier pets. In truth, if the clan could sell 8 Desolation Cloud horned rhinos and colorful spirit tigers in the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it would likely yield substantial profits for the clan. But unfortunately, there are not enough clan members to contract these 2 pets. Half a month later, both of the clan leaders' pet beasts had also broken through to the third tier, thus establishing the Wang family's dominance among the Purple Mansion powers. Although on the surface, only 2 Purple Mansion cultivators were present. With the addition of the 2 esteemed elders' pets, the clan's combat power had reached 5. One day, while Wang Qing was attending to clan affairs, a clan member, appearing travel-worn, rushed in. "Clan leader, I have important news to report." Wang Qing looked up and inquired, "Oh, what important matter do you wish to convey?" The individual, named Wang Xiao, a member of the Chang generation with mid-stage qi refinement cultivation, excitedly replied, "Clan leader, while passing by a small island in the endless sea, I discovered traces of a rock and soil dragon turtle." "What?" Wang Qing exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. The rock and soil dragon turtle is a third-tier bloodline demon beast, adept in earth-based spells with astonishing defensive capabilities, and within it lies a trace of dragon blood, albeit extremely faint. Nevertheless, this quality distinguishes the rock and soil dragon turtle as a remarkable third-tier beast. However, at that moment, a troubled expression appeared on Wang Xiao's face. Noticing this, Wang Qing curiously asked, "What troubles you? Is there a difficulty?" "The island is located near the 7-star archipelago," Wang Xiao replied, his face betraying his concern. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing immediately grasped the implications. The 7-star archipelago consists of 7 large islands, surrounded by numerous smaller ones. situated in a sea area to the northwest of Zixia County, nearly 10,000 miles from the land of Qianzhou. However, this distance is not insurmountable. The critical issue is that the Seven-Star Archipelago is occupied by a rogue cultivator faction known as the Seven-Star Pavilion, which, while referred to as a rogue cultivator faction, is in truth a band of pirates that survives by plundering and occasionally harasses Zixia County, seizing cultivation resources. Wang Qing began to ponder the rumors surrounding the Seven-Star Archipelago. There are 3 Purple Mansion cultivators stationed there, along with over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. The Wang family has significantly improved and is no longer intimidated by them. Nonetheless, this matter requires consultation with the 2 esteemed elders. Wang Qing subsequently transmitted this information to the 2 esteemed elders. After discussion, the esteemed elder made a decisive decision to capture the rock and soil dragon turtle. However, before proceeding, Wang Qing still needed to send someone to gather intelligence on the Seven-Star Archipelago. Ultimately, it was learned that the Seven-Star Archipelago was indeed guarded by 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. After deliberation, Wang Qing, accompanied by the esteemed second elder, his uncle, his third aunt, and his 6th uncle, a total of 5 individuals, set out. The esteemed second elder, possessing 2 pet beasts, conveniently matched the 3 Purple Mansion combatants, while the others, along with their respective pets, would be sufficient to handle the Foundation establishment cultivators on the Seven-Star Archipelago. This is the dwelling place of the rock and soil dragon turtle. On the small island, several Wang family cultivators floated in midair, although it was called a small island. Its area spanned thousands of square kilometers. On this small island, dense and towering trees were scattered throughout. After everyone came to a halt, the third aunt began to set up a concealment formation, a decision that had been reached in advance to avoid attracting the attention of the wandering cultivators from Qingfeng. Although the Wang family's strength was sufficient to confront them, it was unnecessary to invite trouble, for their main objective on this journey was the group of Yintalongwei. After several hours, the third aunt finally completed the concealment formation, and everyone commenced their search for the Yintalongwei on the island. Shortly after dispersing, Wang Qing heard a furious roar from the other side of the island and hurried towards the sound. He found his 6th uncle, Wang Zixia, being pursued by a third-tier Yintalongwei, struggling to fend off the earth-based spells unleashed by the creature. This Yintalongwei was immense, its body a deep brown, covered in a hard, rock-like shell that emanated an unyielding aura, akin to a mountain standing tall. Its shell was adorned with intricate patterns and raised designs, and its limbs appeared robust and powerful. The Yintalongwei, in a fit of rage, continuously unleashed earth-based spells to attack, while the 6th uncle deftly evaded its strikes using his sword. Meanwhile, the other members of the clan rushed over, and the Grand Elder summoned his 2 third-tier demon beasts to rescue the 6th uncle. Upon seeing the Wang family, the Yintalongwei let out a deafening roar, and another third-tier Yintalongwei emerged from a rocky cave within the mountain. The Grand Elder commanded his golden-winged lion to engage one of the Yintalongwei, while the Ba Huang Taiyun she faced the other alone. Both sides commenced their battle with full force. The Grand Elder summoned his spiritual artifact flying sword and thrust it towards the Yintalongwei's head. The Yintalongwei responded by conjuring a wall of rock to shield itself, causing the flying sword to bounce off harmlessly. Indeed, the Yintalongwei was renowned for its defensive capabilities. The Grand Elder ordered the golden-winged lion to pounce at the Yintalongwei, while simultaneously calling forth all of his spiritual artifacts. After several exchanges, they still failed to breach the Yintalongwei's defenses. Observing this, the clan leader performed a hand seal, channeling a golden light onto the flying sword as it pierced towards the rock wall. However, this too proved ineffective, as the golden-imbued sword only penetrated half an inch. At that moment, the Yintalongwei shook its body and unleashed an earthen spike that appeared right beneath the Grand Elder's feet. He quickly employed a movement technique to evade the attack. Thus, after nearly 10 rounds of combat, it became apparent that neither side could gain the upper hand. The Yintalongwei's formidable defenses were unlike any beast the onlookers had ever encountered. While the Grand Elder unleashed spells to attack, he pondered strategies to turn the tide. Wang Qing and the others stood helplessly by, knowing that even a Purple Mansion cultivator like the Grand Elder could not penetrate the Yintalongwei's defenses, let alone them. The standoff continued until suddenly, the Yintalongwei emitted a thunderous roar. Wang Qing emerged from the rocky cave, prompting the enraged Yintalongwei to unleash spells at him. Sensing the loss of its offspring, Wang Qing swiftly activated the Fire God steps to evade the attacks and shouted towards the Grand Elder, "Retreat." In an instant, the Grand Elder understood, and the Wang family members took to the skies on their swords to escape. Wang Qing also summoned his golden feather and flew into the distance. Half an hour later, They stood on the sea surface, 10 miles from the island, still hearing the Yintu Longue's furious roars. The members of the Wang family exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder inquired, "Chongqing, what is the outcome?" Wang Chongqing smiled slightly. "We have secured a total of 6 Yintu Longue, all first-tier juveniles." Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Although they had not defeated the Yintu Longue, the final result was still immensely satisfying. The thought of the Yintu Longue's terrifying defensive abilities sent shivers down their spines. Subsequently, they began their journey back to the clan. Upon returning, Wang Chongqing released the Yintu Longue from the beast control space and handed them over to the third elder. However, he retained one for himself, as its remarkable defenses perfectly aligned with his needs. Wang Chongqing immediately contracted this Yintu Longue using a standard contract method. Days passed in this manner. After assuming the role of clan leader, Wang Chongqing found his days exceedingly monotonous, filled with either cultivation or administrative duties. Meanwhile, the family acquired another type of beast, known as Bai Shui Ling Lu, a first-tier water attribute demon beast, which a clan cultivator had captured after Wang Chongqing sent someone to gather intelligence. This Bai Shui Ling Lu excelled in water-based spells and could also serve as a mount, proving to be quite practical. Wang Chongqing planned to place these Bai Shui Ling Lu for sale in the clan's Spirit Beast Pavilion once their numbers increased. One day, while in the beast control space, Wang Chongqing was drawn to a spiritual plant. The peculiar seed had finally sprouted, resembling a vine. However, despite searching through countless tomes, he could find no information relating to this vine. Ultimately, he had to abandon his inquiry. Upon exiting the beast control space, Wang Chongqing was about to continue handling clan affairs when he suddenly received a message via a sound transmission talisman. After reading the message, his expression darkened instantly. According to the transmission, the wandering cultivators from Qingfeng Town had somehow learned of the Wang family's acquisition of the Yintu Longue. They sent someone demanding the Yintu Longue, boasting that the island belonged to Qingfeng Town and that everything on it was theirs. How outrageous! Wang Chongqing slammed his hand on the table in anger. He then rushed towards the clan's mountain gate, where a member of the Wang family was standing on his sword opposite a Foundation establishment cultivator. Upon Wang Chongqing's arrival, the Wang family member quickly saluted him. "Greetings, clan leader." No need for formalities. Wang Chongqing waved his hand casually. The opposing cultivator, seeing Wang Chongqing's youth, wore a disdainful expression. "So, you are the clan leader of the Wang family? I never expected your family to appoint a mere child as the leader." Wang Chongqing's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, is that so? Pray tell, what brings you to my Wang family?" The Foundation establishment cultivator arrogantly declared, "I am a direct disciple of the Tianling master from Qixing Pavilion. Here to inform you that your Wang family must surrender the Yintu Longue obtained from our Qixing Town." Wang Chongqing, now filled with righteous indignation, replied with a mocking smile, "And what if we refuse to comply?" The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "Umph. Do not think that just because your Wang family has the protection of the Qianyanzong and a purple mansion cultivator, you can disregard Qixing Pavilion. If the elders of Qixing Pavilion take issue, your Wang family will not escape unscathed." After hearing this, Wang Chongqing regarded the cultivator with the disdain reserved for the dead. "In that case, I shall see how your Qixing Pavilion compels my family to bear the consequences." As he spoke, flames ignited spontaneously around the cultivator, who was taken aback and desperately attempted to extinguish the fire. Yet, the ruin's fire was beyond his means to quench, and within moments, he was reduced to ashes. After dealing with the cultivator, Wang Chongqing turned to the stunned Wang family member and said flatly, "Let us depart." He then transformed into a streak of light, returning to the clan. Upon arrival, Wang Chongqing informed the other clan members of the incident, and they gathered to discuss how to respond to the situation. After the murder of this monk, the Wang family had completely become enemies with the Qixing Pavilion. Inside the family council hall, the great elder spoke with fiery anger. "Well done. How dare this group of bandit cultivators from the Qixing Islands act so audaciously? We must now discuss how to respond to this matter." Wang Chongqing interjected, "In my opinion, since we have thoroughly severed ties with the Qixing Pavilion, we might as well launch a direct assault on the Qixing Islands." The great elder directly proposed. "I concur with the great elder's opinion. Rather than waiting for the Qixing Pavilion to come to us, we should catch them off guard," said Wang Xiaoheng, the sixth elder. After pondering for a moment, the second elder also spoke. "I believe this plan is feasible. In that case, let us decide on this course of action. Prepare well, and we shall set off tomorrow to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." The grand elder nodded in agreement. On that day, the cultivators of the Wang family set out in full force towards the Qixing Islands, ensuring a thorough approach by nearly emptying their ranks of high-level cultivators. Meanwhile, at the Qixing Islands, within a grand hall of the Qixing Pavilion, 3 purple mansion cultivators sat on mats. A middle-aged cultivator in a black robe, appearing gaunt and troubled, spoke. Tianlang, I have a foreboding feeling. The Wang family will not easily surrender the Yin Tu Long Gui. The elder, a venerable figure with white hair, revealed a sinister expression as he responded, They wouldn't dare. If they, having just ascended to the Purple Mansion, were to oppose my Qixing Pavilion, we would annihilate them outright. To the left sat a rugged and burly cultivator who dismissed the black-robed man's concerns. Qixia, you're becoming increasingly timid. Our pavilion master is in the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion, and with the two of us, how could the Wang family's great elder, a newly ascended Purple Mansion cultivator, pose any threat? That brat Decoy has likely already returned with the Yin Tu Long Gui. Reassured by the words of the other two, Qixia felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, I was overthinking it. The Wang family's great elder, being merely a Purple Mansion cultivator, is not a cause for concern. In truth, they had long coveted the Yin Tu Long Gui on that small island, but had never been able to overcome the two third-tier Yin Tu Long Guis guarding it. Nonetheless, they had been monitoring the small island closely, and upon learning that the Wang family had obtained the young of the third-tier Yin Tu Long Gui, they began to plot. They believed the Wang family only had the Grand Elder as a newly ascended Purple Mansion cultivator. While they were enjoying their conversation, a thunderous boom erupted, shaking the entire island and abruptly silencing their laughter. What is happening? Qixia's expression changed dramatically. Let us go outside and see who dares disturb the peace here, Tianlang suggested. The group swiftly transformed into streaks of light, racing outside. On Tianlang Island, the largest island of the Qixing Islands, a multitude of Wang family cultivators hovered in the air on their swords. 3 streaks of light shot out from Dan Island, swiftly approaching the gathered crowd. Upon recognizing the individuals adorned with the Wang family's emblem, the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators' pupils constricted. The atmosphere turned heavy and silent. Tianlang, after collecting his thoughts, addressed the newcomers. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Qixing Islands? Are you still feigning ignorance at this juncture? The Grand Elder retorted coldly. Tianlang's face shifted between various emotions. I do not understand your meaning. Your Qixing Pavilion sent someone to demand the Yin Tu Long Gui from my Wang family. Now that we have arrived, what is your explanation? The Great Elder exclaimed in anger. Tianlang's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. He was indeed aware of the situation, but upon seeing 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Wang family, he realized the gravity of the moment. Damn it! How does the Wang family possess 2 Purple Mansion cultivators? He cursed inwardly. While 2 newly ascended Purple Mansion cultivators were not enough to intimidate him, he understood that the Wang family must possess some hidden trump cards. The Wang family was known for their beast-taming lineage. Realizing this, Tianlang quickly adjusted his expression, feigning sincerity. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. Perhaps someone is misusing the name of my Qixing Islands. As a cultivator who had clawed his way up to the Purple Mansion from a humble background, Tianlang quickly grasped the stakes. Rest assured, esteemed friends, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. There is no need for that. The Wang family has already uncovered the truth, the Grand Elder said with indifference. The Wang family's determination to confront the situation meant they would not retreat easily. Subsequently, the Wang family cultivators summoned their magical artifacts and spirit beasts. Upon witnessing this, Tianlang's expression darkened. Qixia, unable to contain his fury, declared, The Wang family is being excessively tyrannical. If it is to be so, let us settle this with our strength. As he spoke, the cultivators from the Qixing Islands also summoned their magical artifacts. The Grand Elder, accompanied by the bicolor spirit tiger, confronted Tianlang, while the second elder faced Qixia, with his 2 spirit beasts challenging the remaining Purple Mansion cultivator from the Qixing Pavilion. Wang Qing charged at a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with his 2 spirit beasts. In a brief moment, this cultivator was reduced to ashes by the ruin's immortal fire, while on the other side, 6 tails danced like ribbons, shredding 2 foundation establishment cultivators into pieces that fell into the sea. The power levels of both sides were not of the same caliber. Within a short time, the foundation establishment cultivators from the Qixing Islands were decimated. The Wang family cultivators then flew towards other islands, aiming to capture the Qixing Pavilion completely. Witnessing this from his battle with the Grand Elder, Tianlang's eyes widened in fury. Wang family, I will not rest until we have settled this. He began to weave his magical techniques, and a surge of blood energy coalesced on his spiritual weapon long knife, which he then swung towards the Grand Elder. The blood-red knife radiated a terrifying aura, and the bicolor spirit tiger roared as it charged forward, meeting the blood-red knife with its massive claws. With a thunderous clash, the tiger's claws remained unscathed. Tianlang was momentarily stunned. The Tianlang blade technique was his strongest trump card, and he never expected it to be easily countered. He had long heard of the fierce reputation of the Wang family's bicolor spirit tiger, but to find it had evolved into a third-tier demon beast was shocking. Damn it! Regret surged within Tianlang. He should not have provoked the Wang family. However, he had no time to ponder as the bicolor spirit tiger lunged at him with its razor-sharp claws. Tianlang hastily activated his defensive spiritual talismans. But he had only a few left. If the battle continued for a few more rounds, he would likely meet his end at the claws of the tiger. The other two Purple Mansion cultivators were also in dire straits, especially Pujuan, who was on the brink of a mental breakdown under the relentless assault of the two spirit beasts. He hastily wielded his magical artifact for defense, fully aware that death was imminent. I am willing to submit to the Wang family. Please spare my life. Pujuan's heart raced with fear. As a first-tier loose cultivator who had painstakingly reached the Purple Mansion stage, he did not wish to die. Pujuan, you! Tianlang shouted in anger, shocked that Pujuan, the loudest in the Grand Hall, was the first to yield. However, the Wang family cultivators paid no heed to Pujuan's pleas for mercy. Instead, the Flame Lion seized the opportunity and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Pujuan, engulfing him instantly. Wang family, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Pujuan's cries were abruptly silenced moments later. As for the remaining two, their faces changed dramatically upon witnessing Pujuan's death. The pressure they faced escalated sharply. Wait! You cannot kill me. I am a registered disciple of the Xinghai Alliance's Xinxiajanren. If you kill me, my master will surely avenge me. Tianlang hastily exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the two esteemed elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Grand Elder nodded slightly, resuming their assault on one another. At this juncture, having reached such a critical point, how could they show mercy? Not to mention the disciples of Xinxiajanren. Even their closest students would meet their demise today. Subsequently, the sure-killing master fell in the face of the combined onslaught by the second elder and two loyal beasts. At that moment, only the greedy wolf master remained, who realized that the Wang family would undoubtedly not spare him. Thus, he resolved to fight desperately, seeking to take someone down with him. He produced a pill, consumed it, and his aura surged dramatically as he charged at the Grand Elder. The blood-burst pill. The Grand Elder would not grant him this opportunity. Upon seeing him consume the pill, he promptly retreated, avoiding a direct confrontation with the greedy wolf master. Instead, he let the variegated spirit tiger advance. However, even with the enhancement from the blood-burst pill, the greedy wolf master could merely hold his ground against the variegated spirit tiger. With the second elder's beast joining the fray, the greedy wolf master found himself unable to withstand the assault, helplessly watching as the effects of his blood-burst pill waned, ultimately meeting his end at the jaws of the tiger. Thereafter, the Grand Elder collected the storage bags and magical artifacts from the three, while Wang Qing and the others returned, having eliminated the remnants of the Qixing Pavilion. Elders, the remnants of the Qixing Pavilion have all been vanquished, the uncle reported first. Indeed, now that the Qixing Pavilion has been obliterated, from this day forth, the Qixing Islands shall serve as a stronghold for our Wang family. The Grand Elder continued. Before his demise, the greedy wolf master invoked the name of Xinxiajanren. What do you think of this matter? The second elder spoke at this moment. We shall confront whatever comes our way. If the greedy wolf master truly was a named disciple of Ziwei Jinren, we will report this to Qinyang sect. They would surely not wish for the influence of the Xinghai Alliance to extend so far. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder articulated. The Xinghai Alliance is a loose cultivation sect within the Endless Sea, yet its stronghold lies far from Qianzhou, in a region southwest of Qianzhou. If this is indeed true, Qinyang sect will certainly not let this matter rest easily. Of course, it is also possible that the greedy wolf master invoked the name of Xinghai Jinren in a desperate attempt to save his own life. Subsequently, the group began their return to the family, leaving the second elder and the sixth uncle behind to guard the stronghold. Now that they had decided to claim the Qixing Islands as their own, it was imperative to devise a thorough plan. Upon returning to the family, the Grand Elder handed the storage bags of the greedy wolf master and others to Wang Qing. After a brief inspection, Wang Qing was astonished to discover that the Qixing Pavilion was remarkably affluent. Within the storage bags of the several individuals, there were over 500,000 spirit stones, along with various pills, spirit talismans, and manuals. However, the manuals were of a rather low tier, which Wang Qing found unworthy of his attention, yet he accepted them nonetheless, depositing them into the family's repository. With the influx of 500,000 spirit stones, the family's financial situation improved somewhat. Additionally, within the storage bag of the greedy wolf master, there was a treasure that thrilled Wang Qing immeasurably, a spirit measuring artifact. While it may not be considered exceedingly precious, akin to a foundation establishment pill, its value far exceeded its tier for various reasons. The Wang family had previously possessed a spirit drawing artifact, but it had been confiscated by Qinyang sect. The reason Xianyang sect placed such significant emphasis on the spirit-drawing artifacts was that they pertain to the rise and fall of a sect. The most crucial element for any sect is its talents. Without talent, even a nascent soul sect will eventually decline. After securing the spirit stones and the spirit measuring artifact, Wang Qing busied himself, dispatching a group of family cultivators to the Qixing Islands. The Qixing Islands housed a third-tier spirit vein, and with proper development, it could yield considerable benefits for the family. A few months later, the Qixing Islands began to flourish. Due to the insufficient number of cultivators within the Wang family, only a small group was stationed there. Meanwhile, Wang Qing was preparing for another matter, the auction at the Wanbao Pavilion in the Langya market. He had received a message from Master Guanyu, indicating that there would be numerous valuable items at the upcoming auction, inviting him to attend. Consequently, as the date of the auction approached, Wang Qing set forth towards the Langya market. Upon arriving at the Langya market, his first stop was the Datai building, which he had visited when it was originally established. The Datai building within the Langya market was located on the main street. While its position was decent, its size did not compare to that of the Datai building in the Kyogo market. However, upon reaching the entrance, Wang Qing noticed a steady stream of cultivators entering and exiting. Following the flow of people inside, a young attendant promptly approached him, welcoming him. "Greetings, elder." The attendant was a member of the Wang family, named Wang Changyun. "Where is the second uncle?" Wang Qing inquired. Wang Changyun quickly responded. "The fifth elder is currently in meditation. In that case, please prepare a room for me," Wang Qing stated directly. "Certainly." With that, Wang Changyun led Wang Qing to a private room on the third floor. Wang Qing settled into the Langya market, with 2 days remaining until the auction. One day, while Wang Qing was meditating, a knock sounded at the door, prompting him to rise and open it. He found his second uncle, Wang Zixin, waiting outside. "Greetings, elder." Wang Qing waved his hand. "Uncle, you flatter me. Please continue to call me Qing." He welcomed his uncle into the room and brewed a pot of Lingyu mist tea. "Qing, the family affairs are quite busy. What brings you here?" his uncle asked after taking a sip of tea. "I heard that the Wanbao Pavilion in the Langya market would be holding an auction soon, so I came to take a look," Wang Qing explained. After hearing this, his uncle nodded and said, "I see. It seems your sources of information are quite reliable." Wang Qing elaborated. "I have a good rapport with Master Guanyu from the Wanbao Pavilion. He mentioned that there would be several valuable items at this auction. Do you have any news, uncle?" After a moment of contemplation, his uncle sheepishly replied, "Alas, I have been focused on my cultivation lately and have not paid much attention to these matters." Chapter 69, Soul Stones. After sharing a few cups of tea, Wang Qing and his uncle parted ways. 3 days later, the day of the auction arrived. Having visited the Wanbao Pavilion multiple times, Wang Qing was quite familiar with it. Upon his arrival, the attendant at the entrance greeted him warmly. Since winning first place at the alchemy competition on behalf of the Langya Market branch, Wang Qing had become a valued guest at the Wanbao Pavilion. As Master Guanyu had specifically instructed this, "Young Master Wang, Master Guanyu is inside. I will take you to see him right away," the attendant said, leading Wang Qing inside. Master Guanyu was engaged in conversation with other guests, and upon seeing Wang Qing enter, a smile broke across his face. "Qing, it has been a long time. You have finally come." Wang Qing felt equally pleased upon seeing Master Guanyu. "Now, I should address you as Master Guanyu, should I not?" Upon encountering Master Guanyu, Wang Qing sensed his cultivation level had indeed reached that of a Zifu cultivator. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for such formalities between us," Master Guanyu laughed heartily. "Speaking of which, my breakthrough to Zifu was greatly aided by you. Had it not been for your victory at the alchemy competition, I would not have acquired the Xiang pill. You are too humble, Master Guanyu. Even without me, the Xiang pill would not have been a challenge for you." Wang Qing replied modestly. However, his statement held some truth. Even without Wang Qing's assistance, the Xiang pill would have merely required more time for Master Guanyu. After reminiscing for a while, Wang Qing finally spoke. "Master Guanyu, may I ask what remarkable treasures are featured in this auction that warranted your personal communication?" "Oh, how could I forget the matter at hand? Speaking of the upcoming auction, there is an item of considerable value to you." Master Guanyu feigned mystery. Wang Qing's face revealed a look of curiosity. "Oh, might I inquire what treasure Master Guanyu refers to?" "The Soul Stone," Master Guanyu replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing the term Soul Stone, a look of deep emotion crossed Wang Qing's face. The Soul Stone is the fundamental material for crafting soul tokens, which are of immense significance to any faction. Should a clan member encounter peril during their ventures, the family would be instantly alerted. Even within the Qianyang sect, only inner disciples are privileged to utilize it. "See, I have not exaggerated," Master Guanyu said, a subtle smile gracing his features. Understanding the importance of the Soul Stone to a newly ascended Zifu power, Indeed, the soul stone is vital to my Wang family. I express my gratitude to you, Master. Wang Qing said as he bowed respectfully to Master Guanyu. Ah, you need not be so formal. Master Guanyu quickly interjected, supporting Wang Qing's arm. Come, I shall escort you to the private room. With that, Master Guanyu led Wang Qing to a private chamber, where they engaged in casual conversation. Before long, the time for the auction arrived, and a young woman clad in white appeared on stage. I, Yin Yu, shall be the host for this auction. Thank you all for your esteemed presence. We shall now commence with the first item up for bid, a Tier 3 medium-grade spirit tool, the Xianxiaaudiobooks, crafted personally by a Tier 3 refiner from our Wanbao Pavilion. The starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 1,000 spirit stones. The inaugural item was indeed a Tier 3 spirit tool, which ultimately fell into the hands of a cultivator in the private room to Wang Qing's left. The second item was a vial of Tier 2 Dan medicine, the Foodie Dan, with a starting price of 10,000 spirit stones and a minimum increment of 500 spirit stones. The 15th item was an egg of the Tier 3 monster beast, the Ruiguang Xianha. The starting bid was set at 100,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing the Ruiguang Xianha egg, Wang Qing sat up straight. As eggs from Tier 3 monster beasts are quite rare. 105,000 spirit stones, a voice called from another private room. 110,000 spirit stones. 120,000 spirit stones. Soon, the price of the Ruiguang Xianha egg reached 150,000 spirit stones. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Qing chose to refrain from bidding, realizing he had no available slots for contracted pets and could not cultivate a Ruiguang Xianha, rendering the purchase futile. He still needed spirit stones for the soulstone auction. Ultimately, the Ruiguang Xianha egg was sold for an astonishing 220,000 spirit stones, leaving Wang Qing pondering the Wang family's future emphasis on the Beast Pavilion. Following a few more items, it finally came time for the Soul Stone, which Wang Qing had longed for. The 23rd item, a Soul Stone. The benefits of this item are self-evident. The starting bid is 150,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the auction hall ignited, sparking a flurry of discussions. A Soul Stone. How many years has it been since one has been auctioned? Indeed. But this Soul Stone holds little value for us wandering cultivators. It is the great clans that will contend for it. 160,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, bids began to pour in. 170,000 spirit stones. 180,000 spirit stones. In an instant, the price of the Soul Stone surged to 200,000 spirit stones. In one of the private rooms, a middle-aged cultivator turned to an elderly man with white hair. Ancestor, this Soul Stone is a rare find, and if we miss this opportunity, who knows when we shall see another? The elderly man sighed in response, alas. I am acutely aware of the Soul Stone's significance. However, 200,000 spirit stones equate to several years' worth of family income. How many cultivation resources could that procure? While the Soul Stone would allow clan disciples to alert the family in times of danger, what use is that knowledge without strength? After hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged cultivator fell into deep contemplation. Outside the private room, the bidding intensified. 250,000 spirit stones. Even the auctioneer, Yin Yu, displayed a hint of excitement. This esteemed friend bids 250,000. Is there any further bidding? 250,000. Going once. 250,000. Going twice. 270,000 spirit stones. Wang Qing finally raised his voice. Instantly, Yin Yu's expression brightened further. This esteemed friend bids 270,000 spirit stones. 280,000. Another voice from a different room countered. 300,000 spirit stones. Wang Qing declared boldly. Upon hearing Wang Qing's bid, the previous cultivator refrained from continuing, and ultimately, the Soul Stone was secured by Wang Qing. Ha! Congratulations, Qing. I knew you would not let this Soul Stone slip away, Master Guanyu exclaimed, stroking his beard with delight. Shouldn't I be congratulating you, Master Guanyu? Your Wanbao Pavilion has certainly profited handsomely from this auction, Wang Qing replied. His spirits lifted as he jested with Master Guanyu. Ha! Congratulations to us both. Moments later, a servant girl entered with a tray. Chapter 70. Dragon Essence Elixir. Wang Qing handed over 300,000 spirit stones directly to Master Guanyu. Holding the Soul Stone in his palm, he noted its considerable size, sufficient for crafting numerous soul tokens. Master Guanyu, I wish to craft soul tokens. Might you have a way to assist me? Wang Qing inquired directly. Unfortunately, the Wang family lacks expertise in the art of refinement. We do not even have a Tier 2 refiner, he thought to himself, realizing he would need to learn about refinement in the future. This is not an issue, however. Regarding the costs, Master Guanyu said, knowing well that he would not refuse a business opportunity. Let us adhere to the market price. Wang Qing replied straightforwardly. Considering our relationship, that is unnecessary. My suggestion is that you merely compensate the refiner for their service, Master Guanyu remarked, not genuinely wishing to impose a fee. He simply needed to account for the expenses of engaging a refiner from Wanbao Pavilion. That is no problem, Wang Qing readily agreed. Subsequently, he handed the soul stone to Master Guanyu, along with 5,000 spirit stones, noting that while the soul tokens might not be of high grade, the crafting costs would be comparable to those of a Tier 3 spirit tool. After departing from Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing returned to the Tai Lu, knowing that the crafting of the spirit tools would take approximately half a month. Half a month later, while meditating and cultivating in his cave residence, Wang Qing received a message from Master Guanyu, informing him that the soul tokens had been successfully crafted. Wang Qing promptly set off for Wanbao Pavilion. Ha ha ha, Qing. Here are the crafted soul tokens, 175 in total. Please take a moment to verify, Master Guanyu said, presenting a storage bag. Wang Qing took the bag and, with a sweep of his divine sense, addressed Master Guanyu. Thank you, Master Guanyu. There is no need for such formalities between us. Master Guanyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. Since our business is concluded, I shall return to the family, Wang Qing said, preparing to take his leave. As he exited the Langya Fengshe, Wang Qing distributed several soul tokens to his relatives at the Tai Lu. The method for utilizing the soul tokens was quite simple. One merely needed to drop a drop of their blood upon it, binding the token to its owner. Wang Qing then brought the soul tokens back to the family. In the event of danger, these soul tokens would react, and should a family member meet with misfortune, the token would shatter. Upon returning to the family, Wang Qing distributed the soul tokens to each family member. Currently, the Wang family boasted over 100 cultivators, and these soul tokens were sufficient for their needs. Time flies swiftly. 3 months later, Wang Qing was occupied with family affairs when the communication jade suddenly became exceedingly hot. He quickly retrieved it, and after reading the information inscribed, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mix of emotions. Half an hour later, in the cave of the Grand Elder. Qing, why this sudden urgency? The Grand Elder inquired with curiosity. The second Grand Elder has discovered a pool of dragon essence elixir over at the Qixing Islands. When Wang Qing spoke these words, his expression was exceedingly grave, and upon hearing them, the Grand Elder's countenance instantly stiffened. What? The tremor in the Grand Elder's voice was palpable. I, too, had just received a transmission from the second Elder. Wang Qing found it hard to believe. The long sui xianxia. That is truly the long sui xianxia. If one were to say that the long shuegua Wang Qing obtained earlier was valuable yet scarce, then the long sui xianxia is priceless and beyond market value. It is a treasure that even Yuanying Xinjuan would covet. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the Grand Elder finally regained his composure. Who else must know of this matter? According to the second Elder, this long sui xianxia is located at the bottom of the Qixing Qiundao, and judging by the footprints at the scene, it appears that the likes of Tanling Shangren have not discovered this pool of long sui xianxia. At present, only he and Lu Shu are aware of it. Wang Qing stated candidly. Ha! Excellent, excellent, excellent. It seems that it is indeed time for the Wang clan to rise. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder let out a long sigh of relief, repeating the word excellent thrice, and then turned to Wang Qing, saying, You should first head to Qixing Qiundao and discuss matters with the second Elder. I will guard the clan here. Yes, I shall go at once. With that, Wang Qing departed from the cave dwelling, hastening towards the direction of Qixing Qiundao. It is not without reason that the Grand Elder was so agitated. The long sui xianxia is exceedingly extraordinary. This long sui xianxia contains the essence of true dragons. After undergoing the transformative process of the long sui xianxia, not only can one prolong their lifespan, but their physical strength would also become as formidable as that of a true dragon. This is merely the most fundamental effect. What is even more astonishing is that after the transformative process, there exists a chance to awaken a true dragon clan's innate divine ability. The innate divine abilities of the dragon race. Which one is not a method of defying the heavens and slaying immortals? Wang Qing summoned Jinyu, and after several hours of flight, he arrived at Qixing Qiundao. As soon as Wang Qing flew to Qixing Qiundao, he was greeted by 2 late-stage qi refinement cultivators from the Wang family. Upon seeing Wang Qing, the 2 promptly bowed, saying, We greet the clan leader. No need for such formalities. Where is the Grand Elder? Wang Qing inquired directly. The Grand Elder is within the island. One of the clansmen respectfully replied. You may continue to keep watch here. I will enter myself. With that, Wang Qing transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the interior of the island. After several months of development, Qixing Qiundao had been meticulously organized, presenting a scene reminiscent of an otherworldly paradise. Wang Qing flew to a grand hall on the island and entered directly. The second elder and Lu Shu were seated within the hall, and upon seeing Wang Qing enter, they hastily rose to their feet. "Qing, you have arrived." The second elder appeared still shaken by the revelation of the Longshui Xianxia, his excitement evident on his face. Indeed, the news of the Longshui Xianxia is truly astounding. "I came personally to witness it," Wang Qing expressed. Who could have imagined that such a divine item would exist on this island? Even the typically composed Lu Shu could hardly contain his inner excitement. "Come, I will take you to see it," the second elder said, already rising to his feet. Under their guidance, Wang Qing arrived at a lake within the island. The lake spanned several thousand kilometers, with dozens of small islands scattered across its surface. They flew to a small island in the lake, and then employed a water avoidance technique to submerge beneath the surface. The lake's bottom was strewn with bizarre rocks, inhabited by various spirit fish, crabs, and other low-tier demon beasts. "What kind of demon beast is this?" Wang Qing exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing a six-horned strange fish. "Longjiaolingyu," the second elder explained to Wang Qing. "This Longjiaolingyu is an exceedingly rare spirit fish, residing only in the seas where true dragons dwell. Few can recognize this fish. Our Wang family has only a few scattered records in an ancestral compendium. I happen to have perused that ancestor's writings, and upon seeing the Longjiaolingyu at the lake's bottom, I personally came to investigate, which led me to discover the Longshui Xianxia." As they submerged into the lake, they swam to a stone forest, where, under the guidance of the second elder, they navigated through the rocky terrain and eventually halted before the entrance of a cave. The cave was modest, concealed by a natural formation, and as they ventured deeper, the space within the cave opened up magnificently. A pool appeared before Wang Qing. The liquid within the pool shimmered like amber, crystal clear, radiating a faint golden light. One could clearly see threads of luminous energy flowing within, resembling the veins of a dragon, exuding a mysterious and potent force. The aura of the Longshui Xianxia was exceptionally unique, carrying a subtle fragrance that seemed to blend the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, evoking a sense of tranquility upon inhalation. "This is the Longshui Xianxia?" Wang Qing stared blankly at the pool before him. According to records, the transformative process of the Longshui Xianxia is said to yield numerous miraculous effects. One wonders if it is true. The second elder marveled. "We shall ascertain its authenticity through experimentation," Wang Qing stated decisively. "If that is the case, you should be the first to enter," the second elder responded. "Very well, but I request both elders to protect me during this process." With that, Wang Qing leaped into the pool. Upon entering the pool, Wang Qing felt an overwhelming energy surging towards his body, a tearing sensation on his skin. Fortunately, his physique had been tempered by two types of spiritual fire, rendering him extraordinarily robust, thus he did not experience significant pain. The energy of the Longshui Xianxia continuously washed over Wang Qing's skin, penetrating through his cells and coursing through his meridians. Suddenly, Wang Qing sensed an unfamiliar entity manifesting within his dantian, prompting him to quickly introspect. What is this? He beheld a seed materializing at the location of his dantian. As his consciousness probed within, a surge of information flooded in, and upon receiving this information, a look of elation spread across Wang Qing's face. This was indeed a seed of the dragon clan's innate divine ability, known as Zhenlong Bio, capable of summoning dragon souls for combat in a short span of time. However, due to Wang Qing's insufficient strength, he could only utilize this innate divine ability for a limited duration, and using the dragon soul's possession would leave him in a prolonged state of weakness. "Isn't this akin to a blood explosion pill?" Wang Qing murmured to himself. Subsequently, he assessed his body's condition. His physical strength had significantly increased, although his previous strength was already comparable to a high-grade second-tier magical artifact. Now, he had yet to reach the level of a third-tier spiritual artifact, likely residing between the two. It could be said that with his current physical prowess, even a Zifu cultivator would find it challenging to overcome him in a short period. Simultaneously, his dantian's meridians had expanded more than twice, allowing him to accommodate a greater volume of spiritual energy. Even more astonishingly, Wang Qing's cultivation had ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment. As for the legendary longevity extension, he did not perceive any changes, perhaps due to his youth. After some reflection, Wang Qing emerged from the pool. The second elder and Lu Shu hurried forward to inquire, "How was it?" "The legends are indeed true. This Longshui Xianxia is truly extraordinary," Wang Qing replied directly. "However, the transformative process is exceedingly painful. Even with my physical strength, I could clearly feel discomfort. If one were not a body cultivator, they would likely find it difficult to endure." The second elder pondered for a moment and remarked, "What if one were to consume a hupaden?" That should suffice. But this matter must remain confidential. The fewer who know, the better, Wang Qing contemplated before speaking. Next, Zixia, you should go down. The second elder turned to say. Yes. With that, Lu Shu wasted no time and leaped into the pool. Wang Qing and the second elder stood quietly awaiting his return. Half an hour later, a figure sprang from the pool. How was it? The second elder asked eagerly. Indeed, as Qing mentioned, my physical strength has now reached the level of a mid-tier second-grade magical artifact. Lu Shu's face radiated joy, for he had diligently practiced the body-refining technique. Di Hui Duan Ti Jing. Now, with the aid of the long sui xianyi, which purged his bones and cleansed his marrow, his physical strength was formidable. Moreover, he had awakened a dragon lineage innate divine ability, Long Lin Hu Ti. As he spoke, his skin transformed into scales resembling those of a dragon, each piece appearing exceedingly bizarre. Oh, such a marvel exists? Exclaimed Taishang Erzhong Lao, his excitement palpable. It seems the rumors hold truth. I had not anticipated your fortune to be so exceptional. Filled with elation, he continued, in that case, I shall also descend to experience it. Though my cultivation is not in body refinement, I fear I may require the protection of Hu Mai Dan to endure it. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing promptly produced a vial of Hu Mai Dan and handed it over. Taishang Erzhong Lao accepted the pill, consumed it, and then leaped into the pool. Wang Qing's expression was one of concern, uncertain whether Taishang Erzhong Lao's physical strength could withstand the agony of bone purging and marrow washing. After half an hour, Taishang Erzhong Lao emerged, transformed unlike Wang Qing or Lu Shu. The dragon essence had rejuvenated him. The grayness from his years of toil had vanished, replaced by a lustrous black, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly, as if he had reverted to his youthful days. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, feeling countless years of youth restored to him. Congratulations, Taishang Zhonglao. Wang Qing and Lu Shu hurriedly offered their respects. The pain of bone purging and marrow washing was indeed excruciating. Had it not been for the Hu Mai Dan provided by Qing, he might not have endured it. Recalling the torment, Taishang Erzhong Lao expressed his regret. Alas, I have not awakened the dragon lineage innate divine ability. Wang Qing and Lu Shu were at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. After a moment of reflection, Taishang Erzhong Lao regained his composure and stated, since we have confirmed the efficacy of Long Sui Xianyi, let us arrange for the other clan members to undergo the bone purging and marrow washing. Indeed, I believe we should first allow the clan uncles, who have achieved full qi refinement but have surpassed their lifespan, to undergo the procedure. If they extend their lifespans, they may also consume the Zhu Ji Dan, thereby adding more foundational cultivators to our family, suggested Lu Shu. Taishang Erzhong Lao pondered for a moment before responding. You are indeed thoughtful. It is wise to let them proceed first. Very well, let Qing make the arrangements for the family. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing promptly agreed. Currently, there were 3 qi refinement practitioners in the Wang family, all of whom were from the Shao generation and had grown quite old, their bodily functions significantly diminished. If they were to forcefully consume Zhu Ji Dan to break through, the chances of success were slim. Without the Long Sui Xianyi, they might never have a chance to ascend to the foundational level in their lifetimes. Chapter 72. Xing Hai Lianming. Upon returning to the family, Wang Qing quickly conveyed the news about the Long Sui Xianyi to the clan members above the foundational level, including the 3 elder clan uncles. Half an hour later, in the Wang family council hall, the eldest elder inquired, Qing, what urgent matter summons us? Wang Qing slowly recounted the events surrounding the Long Sui Xianyi. The room fell into an immediate hush. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. The expressions of the elders froze, as if they could hardly believe their ears. What? The eldest elder gasped. This truly is a blessing for our Wang family, exclaimed Luya, overwhelmed with emotion. Everyone, silence. Taishang de Zhong Lao commanded. I trust you all understand the significance of this matter for our Wang family. Therefore, all present must swear to keep this information confidential. Of course, everyone nodded in agreement. Taishang de Zhong Lao raised his hand for quiet, and the room fell silent. Since we have confirmed this, Qing, please share your plans. Following Lu Shu's suggestion, Wang Qing proposed that the elder practitioners first undergo the bone purging and marrow washing, which would help add more foundational cultivators to the family. Taishang de Zhong Lao nodded approvingly. Indeed, your uncle is correct. We shall proceed accordingly. However, our actions must remain discreet, lest we attract unwanted attention. Understood. I shall ensure it, Wang Qing replied. Subsequently, he led several elders towards the Qixing Chuandao. Upon arriving at Qixing Chuandao, Wang Qing guided the elders to the Long Sui Xianyi pool. The elders took turns undergoing the bone purging and marrow washing. And given their advanced age, Wang Qing prepared Humai Dan and Qi Shui Dan for each of them. After several hours, the elders emerged from the pool. Their appearances significantly transformed, reverting to their middle-aged selves. They exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. They had thought they would never have the opportunity to ascend to the foundational level. Yet here was an unexpected chance for the Wang family. Wang Qing then led the elders to the main hall, presenting them with Zhu Ji Dan. Since acquiring the Tianling Guoshu, the production of Zhu Ji Dan had become manageable for the Wang family. The only pity was that they too had not awakened the dragon lineage innate divine ability. Months passed, and the elders successfully broke through to the foundational level. Wang Qing continued to bring clan members for the bone purging and marrow washing. However, given the potency of the long sui xianyi, it was decided, after consulting with the two Taishang elders, that only those at the late Qi refinement stage could undergo the bone purging and marrow washing. Months later, all foundational level practitioners in the Wang family had undergone the treatment, and predictably, only two had awakened the dragon lineage innate divine ability, though such outcomes could not be forced. The Wang family resolved to fully develop Qixing Qiundao, elevating it to a position of equal importance as Ling Wushan Gu, leaving half of the foundational cultivators stationed there. Simultaneously, Wang Qing began experimenting to see if the long sui xian yi could also benefit beasts. He first tested it on his own pet, and indeed, all three pets underwent significant changes post-treatment. However, perhaps due to the high bloodline rank of Wang Qing's beasts, they did not evolve to the fourth-tier bloodline. Thus, Wang Qing tested it on the beasts of other clan members, yielding exceedingly favorable results. After the bone purging and marrow washing, second-tier beasts could evolve to the third tier. Upon hearing this news, the clan members were ecstatic, even more so than for their own treatments, as beast mastery was the foundation upon which the Wang family stood. Soon after, the Wang family became busy facilitating the bone purging and marrow washing for their beasts. After several months, the family's Banlon Ling Hu and Bahuang Taiyun she successfully evolved to the third-tier bloodline. As for first-tier beasts, there was no need for them to undergo the long sui xianyi. Long shui chao could achieve the same effect. However, as fortune would have it, just as the Wang family was in high spirits, an unforeseen event loomed. In the boundless ocean, there lay a vast silent island, which, rather than being merely an island, resembled a continent capable of supporting millions of mortals. At the center of this island, atop a mountain range, stood a grand hall inscribed with the words Wan Xing Dian. Within sat an elderly cultivator with flowing white hair, murmuring to himself, "It has been months since Tan Lang has delivered the offerings." He then addressed someone outside the hall. "Di Sha, go to Qixing Qiundao and see if something has befallen Tan Lang." A middle-aged foundational cultivator outside the hall promptly replied, "As you command, master." After receiving the order, he hastily made his way towards Qixing Qiundao. Fortunately, this island was located far from Qixing Qiundao, and even foundational cultivators required a month's journey. Meanwhile, the Wang family was engrossed in their endeavors, constructing fervently at Qixing Qiundao. Apart from the family ancestral hall, the area was equipped with everything found in Ling Wushan Gu. To ensure absolute security, Wang Qing even summoned his third ant to set up a concealment array for the long sui xianyi, enhancing it with the original natural concealment array for double protection. Subsequently, Wang Qing selected a secret technique from the inheritance of the Taigang sword sect. Mastery of this technique would enable one to prevent soul searching, as he was concerned about the potential leakage of the secrets surrounding the long sui xianyi among his fellow clan members. In short, Wang Qing devised a series of methods to eliminate potential risks. After adequately addressing the matters concerning the Qixing Islands, he returned to the Lingwu Valley. However, not long after his return, a peculiar situation unfolded at the Qixing Islands. Di Sha, wielding his sword in the air, gazed upon the scene before him, feeling a strange mixture of familiarity and strangeness. He had visited the Qixing Islands several times, yet its current appearance was vastly different from his memories. Sensing something amiss, Di Sha hastily prepared to depart. Being naturally cautious, he refrained from seeking out the greedy wolf, Master Ren, and instead intended to report the situation to Jinren Xinghai. However, while he lingered at the Qixing Islands, the Wang family cultivators became aware of his presence. Just as Di Sha was about to leave, a streak of light approached him. "Please stay." The newcomer was none other than his uncle, Wang Zixia. Di Sha, startled and nearly losing his composure, quickly adorned his face with a smile. "What brings you here, esteemed friend?" "That question should be posed to you. What are you doing sneaking around the Qixing Islands?" Wang Zixia replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Di Sha's heart sank, yet his smile remained intact. "Esteemed friend, I am merely a first-tier loose cultivator, and I have long admired the fame of the Qixing Islands, which is why I came to pay my respects." "Oh, then allow me to show you around the island," Wang Zixia said, a benevolent smile gracing his face. However, This smile sent a shiver down Disha's spine. Disha forced a smile. That won't be necessary. I suddenly recalled other matters to attend to. If there is an opportunity, I shall visit again. With that, he attempted to turn and leave. Just then, a flame creature materialized from thin air, its tail flicking and sending 3 fireballs towards Disha. Realizing the danger, Disha quickly summoned a defensive artifact. Bang! The 3 fireballs were repelled by the artifact. What is the meaning of this? Disha's expression darkened. Wang Qing paid him no mind, instead summoning a long knife artifact and advancing towards Disha. After several exchanges, Disha's spiritual energy dwindled, panic setting in as he turned pale and pleaded, "Why do you pursue my demise?" "Humph. Who sent you?" Wang Qing scoffed. "I implore you. Let me go?" Disha, desperate to preserve his life, exclaimed. "Speak first." Wang Qing's expression remained calm. Seizing the opportunity, Disha quickly responded, "If you swear by your heart demon to let me leave, I shall divulge what I know." However, upon hearing this, Wang Qing coldly declared, "If you refuse to speak, then perish." With that, he channeled his energy into the long knife, which surged violently before cleaving towards Disha. Disha's defensive artifact shattered under the blow, and in a frantic moment, he activated a defensive spirit talisman, barely managing to withstand the strike. Nevertheless, he was still sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. "Do not kill me, I will speak. I am a disciple of Zhenren Xinghai from the Xinghai Alliance. I beg you to spare me." Disha, lying on the ground in a state of weakness, implored. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "Zhenren Xinghai? What is your relationship with Master Ren?" "Master Ren is a formally recognized disciple of my master," Disha hastily replied. "Is the reach of your Xinghai Alliance so extensive? Do you not fear offending the Qianyang sect?" Disha, now exceedingly worried about being silenced, could only hope that the name of Zhenren Xinghai would intimidate his assailant. "My master fears offending the Qianyang sect, which is why no one knows of the connection between the Qixing Islands and the Xinghai Alliance." Wang Qing mused to himself. Realizing that what Master Ren had suggested was indeed true, the Xinghai Alliance was the force behind the Qixing Islands. Disha, noticing Wang Qing deep in thought, dared not interrupt. After a moment, Wang Qing organized his thoughts and addressed Disha. "In that case, you may leave, but remember not to set foot in the Qixing Islands again." Upon hearing this, Disha quickly rose and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life. I shall never return to the Qixing Islands." He then hurriedly departed, but had scarcely covered 10 meters when a blade of light flashed from the sky. Disha was cleaved in two, his expression one of disbelief as he faced his demise. "What?" The second elder's face turned grave as he turned to Wang Qing and urged, "We must inform Wang Qing immediately." At that moment, Wang Qing, occupied with family matters, suddenly received a transmission. After reading the message, his countenance darkened instantly. In the Wang family council hall, all members wore solemn expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Calm down. I do not believe this situation is dire. Although the Xinghai Alliance is a loose cultivator force, with Zhenren Xinghai, a golden core cultivator, the Qianyang sect will not idly stand by as they extend their influence into Qianzhou," the Grand Elder reassured the clan members, noticing their despondency. "I concur. We should promptly report this to the Qianyang sect, allowing them to negotiate." Wang Qing, as the clan leader, began to comfort his kin. After some deliberation, a resolution was quickly reached. They would report the situation to the Qianyang sect. Subsequently, the family continued its operations, and upon learning of the news, the Qianyang sect exhibited no reaction, merely advising the Wang family to remain calm. Months passed without a word from the Xinghai Alliance. Wang Qing set the matter aside and focused on developing the family. Following the refinement of Long Sui Xinya, the Wang family flourished. Most notably, the population of Bai Shui Ling Lu increased significantly, prompting the family to sell them at the Spirit Beast Pavilion in the Chang'e market. To everyone's surprise, the Bai Shui Ling Lu were an instant sensation, with 10 young spirit deer selling out almost immediately. Renowned for their proficiency in water-based spells, they served as excellent auxiliary spirit beasts and could also be used as mounts, attracting cultivators from various counties. Naturally, the price of the Bai Shui Ling Lu was exorbitant, affordable only to the families of cultivators. When determining their price, Wang Qing referenced the market rate for second-tier demonic beasts, setting it at 20,000 spirit stones each, bringing in an income of 200,000 spirit stones for the family. Unfortunately, the yield of Bai Shui Ling Lu was limited, producing only one batch every 6 months, roughly 15 in total, with 5 reserved for clan members. Nevertheless, this still generated an annual income of 400,000 spirit stones for the family, making it the second largest economic pillar after the Datai Lu. Currently, the Wang family's primary source of income stemmed from 2 Datai Lu, with the one located in the Langya market generating the highest revenue of 500,000 spirit stones annually, while the one in Sangye market yielded approximately 350,000. Additionally, a 10% share from the Gongjing mine brought in another 200,000 spirit stones each year. As for the income from the Wang family's pill shop, it had plummeted since Wang Qing could no longer devote time to alchemy, resulting in only 50,000 spirit stones of revenue annually. Despite the Wang family's impressive income, their expenses were equally staggering. Just the salaries for the foundation-building cultivators alone cost 500,000 spirit stones a year, not to mention the costs of raising numerous spirit beasts and the salaries of other clan members, leaving the family finances only slightly more than adequate. Next, Wang Qing continued to offer rewards within the family for suitable pets, recognizing the lucrative potential of the Bai Shui Ling Lu. Previously, few cultivators were willing to purchase spirit beasts, leading the Wang family to undervalue the spirit beast pavilion, which was a grave oversight. Given the high prices of pets, even a first-tier demonic beast required a substantial investment, making them less appealing for typical loose cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivation value of lower-tier demonic beasts was limited. In truth, high bloodline demonic beasts have never faced difficulties in sales. One might even say they are valuable yet scarce in the market. For instance, the Ruwei Guang Xinhe that Wang Qing encountered at the Wanbao Pavilion in Langyafang was ultimately auctioned off at a price far exceeding its market value. A few months later, through Wang Qing's relentless efforts, the Wang family added two more second-tier demonic beasts, the Qingyanmeng and the Highland Songlong, both of which are among the most formidable in their tier. Furthermore, the third elder successfully cultivated the originally first-tier xianxiaaudiobooks into a second-tier heishui xiangui. Days passed, and Wang Qing spent his time either training or managing family affairs. Wang Chongling began her studies in alchemy, occasionally seeking guidance from Wang Qing. Initially, he patiently taught her, but as he became increasingly busy, he handed over the alchemical summary from the Xianyao sect for her to study independently. At this moment, within the Wanqing Hall of the Xinghai Alliance, a loud bang echoed. How outrageous! A mere purple mansion force dares to act so brazenly, exclaimed Xinghai Zhenren, filled with fury. Below in the hall stood dozens of cultivators, most of whom were purple mansion practitioners. Sensing Xinghai Zhenren's wrath, they lowered their heads in trepidation, fearful of incurring his ire. At that moment, an elderly cultivator with white hair lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings before speaking first. Master, could it be that the Qianyang sect is instigating this? Upon hearing this, Xinghai Zhenren's anger intensified. Humph. Regardless of who is behind this, the Wang family will pay the price. Tian Kuei, have you determined the number of purple mansion cultivators in the Wang family? The elderly cultivator promptly replied, Master, I have found that the Wang family possesses one purple mansion cultivator, but it seems the Qianyang sect has recently granted them a Xiang Dan, which should mean they now have two. However, it is said that the Wang family is renowned for their beast mastery, so they likely possess 4 purple mansion combatants. Otherwise, it would not explain the breach of the Qixing Pavilion. After listening, Xinghai Zhenren fell into deep contemplation. Humph. Indeed, it is the Qianyang sect. But so what? Those who dare to kill my ancestor will face my wrath, even if they are from the Qianyang sect. Although Xinghai Zhenren's words were somewhat exaggerated, had he truly been unafraid of the Qianyang sect, he would not have secretly sent a registered disciple to develop power in the Qixing Islands. Nonetheless, while he dared not confront the Qianyang sect directly, venting his frustrations on an affiliated Purple Mansion force posed no issues. The Qianyang sect would not trouble themselves over a single Purple Mansion force. As long as he did not take action himself and allowed his Purple Mansion disciples to annihilate the Wang family, what could the Qianyang sect do? With this thought in mind, Xinghai Zhenren spoke directly. Tian Kuei, I will assign you 5 Purple Mansion cultivators and 20 Foundation establishment practitioners to annihilate the Wang family. Should you fail, do not return. Tian Kuei quickly complied. I shall obey the master's orders. Meanwhile, the Wang family continued to fervently develop their strength. Although aware that Xinghai Zhenren would not easily relent, the lack of action over the past few months allowed them to relax slightly. Half a month later, on the Qixing Islands, a sudden loud crash resonated from the protective formation, startling the Wang family members. The second elder, currently in meditation, immediately changed countenance, soaring into the air while sending a message to the family. Upon receiving the transmission, Wang Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened to inform the other family members. On the Qixing Islands, the second elder stood in midair, gazing at the group of opponents with a grave expression. There were 6 Purple Mansion cultivators and 20 Foundation establishment practitioners on the opposing side. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed friends? The second elder initiated. The leader, Tian Kuei, revealed a sinister expression. No need for pretense. Your Wang family has audaciously dared to harm my disciple, Tan Lang. With that, He summoned his artifact and launched an attack against the second elder. In response, the second elder quickly summoned 2 demonic beasts to intercept. Tian Kuei was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the presence of 2 third-tier beasts. As the Lian Quangshu appeared, flames engulfed the sky, surging toward Tian Kuei. Observing this, the other Purple Mansion cultivators hastened to assist Tian Kuei, while the second elder found himself besieged by 2 Purple Mansion practitioners, with each of his beasts facing off against another. In the midst of this chaotic battle, various artifacts and spirit symbols surged through the air. Fortunately, the second elder, having undergone rigorous training, possessed a physique surpassing that of his peers, allowing him to contend evenly with his 2 opponents. Meanwhile, the Lian Quangshu and Bahuang Tianyangxi demonstrated superior prowess, effortlessly engaging the 2 Purple Mansion practitioners and even beginning to gain the upper hand. After several exchanges, neither side could claim victory, and Tian Kuei grew increasingly anxious. The Wang family had 3 Foundation establishment cultivators stationed on the Qixing Islands, namely the 6th uncle and a few newly promoted members of the Shao clan. They engaged with the Foundation establishment practitioners from the Qinghai Alliance. Just as the fierce battle escalated, streaks of light appeared from the distance, led by the Grand Elder, accompanied by a multitude of Wang family cultivators. Upon their arrival, they joined the fray. Wang Qing raised his finger, and a beam of sword light flashed, sending a Foundation establishment practitioner plummeting into the sea. Seeing the Wang family's reinforcements arrive, Tian Kuei's expression changed drastically. In mere moments, several of their Foundation establishment practitioners fell. The battle among the Purple Mansion cultivators also began to tilt. Initially, they had barely maintained an advantage in their 2-on-1 skirmishes, but with the Grand Elder and his beast, the Mandala Spirit Tiger, joining the fight, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. After several exchanges, one of the Purple Mansion cultivators found an opening and struck a fatal blow to another, resulting in instantaneous death. The remaining Purple Mansion practitioners were seized by panic, a flicker of retreat igniting within their hearts. Tian Kuei produced a spirit talisman, activating it to transform into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. The other Purple Mansion members, cursing under their breath, also began to utilize their means to escape. However, even so, only 3 of the 6 Purple Mansion cultivators managed to escape, while the other 3 remained forever in this maritime expanse. As for the fleeing trio, the Wang family chose not to pursue further. After collecting the storage bags of these cultivators, they returned to the island. In a grand hall on the island, the Wang family cultivators gathered. Wang Chongqing's expression was solemn. I did not expect the Qinghai Alliance to act so swiftly. With the deaths of their 3 Purple Mansion cultivators, they should refrain from further actions in the near future. The second elder spoke up. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Indeed. But one must fear that Qinghai Jinren may come personally. How shall we defend ourselves then? At this moment, Wang Chongqing suddenly interjected. That should not be the case. Qinghai Jinren would likely not dare to act personally. After all, the Qixing Islands belong to the Qianyang sect, and should Qinghai Jinren come here in person, the Qianyang sect would certainly not stand idly by. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chongqing makes a valid point. However, we must not let our guard down. Having failed to achieve their objective this time, they will certainly return. In the Wanqing Hall of the Qinghai Alliance, Qinghai Jinren glared at Tian Kuei and the others below, his expression dark and foreboding. Tian Kuei and the others knelt in fear, sensing a profound terror. Tian Kuei, feeling that he might not leave the hall alive without speaking, hastily implored, Master, please spare us. No one anticipated the Wang family to be so well concealed. Besides the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, they also possessed 3 third-tier demonic beasts. Humph. Even so, you 6 Purple Mansion cultivators, can you not contend with them? Qinghai Jinren coldly retorted. The strength of the Wang family's 3 beasts is exceedingly formidable, able to face 2 opponents without faltering. Tian Kuei dared to glance at Qinghai Jinren, before lowering his head even further. Qinghai Jinren narrowed his eyes in contemplation and, after a brief moment, spoke. I shall grant you this opportunity. You may withdraw. Upon hearing this, Tian Kuei Shangren and the others were instantly elated. Thank you, Master. They hurriedly scurried away from the Grand Hall, leaving Qinghai Jinren alone to ponder. Meanwhile, the Wang family continued their normal operations. Despite the looming threat, none dared to relax. Wang Chongqing practiced diligently each day, with Qinghai Jinren standing like an immovable mountain. Although he speculated that Qinghai Jinren would not take direct action, he did not dare to let his guard down. Thus, months passed without any movement from the Qinghai Alliance, and the Wang family gradually shifted their focus back to development. The monotony of daily life was shattered only when they received a transmission from the second elder. This communication bore no relation to the Qinghai Alliance, but rather, without hesitation, Wang Chongqing rose, summoned Jinyu, and hastened toward the Qixing Islands. At that moment, the once tranquil surface of the sea around the Qixing Islands began to stir, with tides surging and waves crashing, creating a tremendous commotion. Numerous Wang family cultivators took to the skies on their swords, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a mysterious and ethereal figure emerged from the depths of the sea, causing the Wang family to widen their eyes in astonishment, struggling to believe what lay before them. Could this truly be real? One clan member stood in shock. Before them was an immense creature, resembling a whale but magnitudes larger. Its size could easily engulf the entirety of the Qixing Islands, rendering the onlookers as insignificant as ants. The whale's body was adorned with enigmatic patterns, and its eyes shone like two full moons. The second elder stood upon the water's surface, sensing that the creature's aura was even more formidable than that of a Jindanjinren. Was this a fifth-tier demon beast? Fortunately, the whale bore no malice toward the Wang family, swimming playfully in the sea like a frolicking infant. Each breath it took seemed to reverberate throughout the entire expanse of water, creating ripples across the surface. Occasionally, it emitted a melodious call, deep and resonant, reminiscent of an ancient symphony that inspired awe. At this moment, Wang Qing flew in from the distance, astonished by the scene before him. The second elder, noticing Wang Qing's arrival, quickly reassured him, "Do not panic. This whale appears to harbor no ill intent." Just as Wang Qing was conversing with the second elder while observing the spectacle, the whale unexpectedly swam toward them, creating waves in its wake. "Quick, retreat. The whale is coming." The sudden movement startled everyone, causing them to scatter. Wang Qing also darted away in another direction. But the whale seemed to sense their fear and grew slightly agitated, letting out a clear, ringing call. It then swam toward Wang Qing once more, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had never encountered this whale before and had done it no wrong. What was happening? Wang Qing hastily took flight in another direction. But the whale appeared determined not to let him escape easily, pursuing him vigorously. This peculiar chase unfolded, an unusual sight of man and beast. What is going on? Does that whale recognize Qing? The second elder, too, was perplexed. After half an hour, the whale, sensing Wang Qing's continued evasion, seemed to grow frustrated. It let out a bellow, causing all present to feel as though their heads had been struck by a massive hammer, leaving them dazed. Wang Qing also covered his ears. But when the whale approached him again, he ceased his flight, sensing that it bore no ill will. As the whale swam beside him, it turned in circles before surfacing. Wang Qing felt as though the creature wanted to play with him, much like a human child. However, its immense size was disconcerting. He felt minuscule in comparison. With his form dwarfed by the creature's eye, the whale blinked, and upon seeing Wang Qing respond to it, seemed exceedingly pleased, bringing its enormous head closer. Wang Qing, feeling bold and sensing no hostility, gradually landed atop the whale's head. The whale emitted a bright and melodious call, then dove beneath the waves, swimming joyfully, leaving the Wang family cultivators in a state of shock. "Second elder, do you think the clan leader will be all right?" Sixth uncle asked with concern. The second elder remained rooted in place, the events that had transpired exceeding his comprehension. Based on his feelings, the whale's presence was more imposing than that of a Jindanjinren. It was undoubtedly a fifth-tier demon beast. Such a creature was equivalent to a Yuanying Jinjuan among humans, representing the pinnacle of combat power in this realm. Yet, this whale exhibited an extraordinary friendliness toward humans, devoid of any typical beastly malice. What was even more perplexing was that the waters surrounding the Qixing Islands were located at the outermost fringe of the Endless Sea, where even third-tier demon beasts were rarely seen. Yet here was a fifth-tier demon beast. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, the second elder reassured them, "Fear not. This whale seems to harbor no ill intent." Meanwhile, Wang Qing, under the whale's guidance, began to appreciate the beauty of the sea. The whale swam with remarkable speed, and after half an hour, it appeared fatigued, bringing Wang Qing to an unknown small island. Wang Qing gazed at the unfamiliar scenery, realizing just how far they had ventured from the Qixing Islands. After a brief rest, the whale flicked its broad tail in the water, sending up splashes, and resumed swimming with Wang Qing. Chapter 76. Breakthrough to Zifu. Wang Qing, unsure of where the whale intended to take him, quickly asked, "Can you take me back?" The whale seemed to comprehend his words, surfacing with a dejected expression, its moon-like eyes drooping. Nonetheless, it obeyed Wang Qing's request and swam toward the Qixing Islands. Seeing this, Wang Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. After another half hour, the whale returned him to the Qixing Islands. Wang Qing descended from the whale's head and waved goodbye. The whale, as if understanding his farewell, flicked its tail in response, then opened its mouth wide, causing a surge of panic in Wang Qing, who feared it might be angry and attempt to swallow him. However, That was not its intention. Instead, it expelled an object that hovered before Wang Qing. What is this? Wang Qing felt a familiar sensation as he beheld the item, which triggered the automatic operation of the Wan Hua Fun Tianju. This was indeed a treasure that could be refined into spiritual fire. The object was triangular, resembling a scale from some demon beast, occasionally crackling with electricity. Is this a gift for me? Wang Qing inquired of the whale. The whale blinked its eyes, displaying an expectant gaze directed at Wang Qing. Taking the scale into his hand, he confirmed it could indeed be refined into spiritual fire. Thank you. Wang Qing expressed his gratitude to the whale. Upon witnessing Wang Qing accept the treasure, the whale emitted a cheerful call and prepared to leave, glancing back occasionally as if reluctant to part. After the whale departed, Wang Qing made his way toward the island, pondering why the creature had shown such kindness. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter too much. Qing, you have returned. The second elder exclaimed with relief upon seeing Wang Qing return safely. Although he understood that the whale posed no threat, it was still a fifth-tier demon beast, and Wang Qing's strength was too feeble in comparison. If the whale so desired, a mere sneeze could obliterate the entire Qixing Islands. In recent times, what news has emerged from the Xinghai Lieming? Wang Qing nodded, and then proceeded to discuss pertinent matters. No, it has been several months. They have yet to send anyone here. Upon hearing the mention of Xinghai Lieming, the expression of the second elder of Taishang instantly grew solemn. He then addressed Wang Qing. You have now reached the late stage of foundation establishment. It would be wise to hasten your cultivation to the Purple Mansion stage, as this would somewhat alleviate the pressure on the family. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am but a step away from achieving complete foundation establishment. Henceforth, I shall enter seclusion. After departing from the Grand Hall, Wang Qing instructed his associates to arrange a cave dwelling for him, commencing his seclusion. Months passed, and a formidable aura emanated from the cave, signifying his breakthrough to complete foundation establishment. It was now time to advance to the Purple Mansion stage. Thus, he prepared to muster his energy and directly break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Wang Qing cleared his mind, holding his breath and concentrating as he began to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. The Purple Mansion stage represents the third realm of cultivation. Upon achieving complete foundation establishment, one can utilize their spirit to open the Purple Mansion. Spiritual energy continuously converged towards the cave where Wang Qing resided, and all the cultivators on the island sensed it. The second elder of Taishang promptly ordered all clan members in cultivation to emerge from their seclusion. However, Wang Qing's capacity to contain spiritual energy was several-fold greater than that of typical cultivators of the same level. Thus, even after absorbing all the spiritual energy on the island, he still felt insufficient. In a hurry, he retrieved a mid-grade spiritual stone from his storage ring. After absorbing the entire mid-grade spiritual stone, he finally sensed an abundance of spiritual energy within and began to mobilize it to open the Purple Mansion. Several hours later, a thunderous sound erupted. A Purple Mansion was finally formed within him. Wang Qing opened his eyes, and a wave of pressure surged forth. He had successfully advanced to the Purple Mansion realm. Upon introspection, he discovered that his spiritual consciousness had expanded to over 5,000 zhang. Simultaneously, his beast mastery space had expanded several dozen times. Subsequently, Wang Qing took out the precious scale gifted by the whale, preparing to absorb and refine it to produce his third type of spiritual fire. Placing the scale before him, he fully activated the Wanhua Finianju. After half an hour, the entire scale was refined and absorbed. A spiritual fire was formed within him, and upon completing the refinement of the scale, Wang Qing learned of its origin. It was a genuine dragon's reverse scale. Due to its association with the thunder attribute of the true dragon, the refined spiritual fire was named Xinlong Leigang Yen. This Xinlong Leigang Yen possessed immense power. It could not only attack enemies, but also form a protective barrier. Wang Qing then proceeded with the 3 trials of body burning. Having already undergone this twice and possessing the nirvana fire, he did not experience much pain. Following the body burning, his physical strength reached that of a high-grade, third-tier spiritual weapon, and even surpassed it. Raising a finger, a flame appeared, shimmering in purple gold, with a dragon's silhouette flickering within. The reverse scale of the dragon and the dragon essence liquid from the 7-star islands made him ponder if there was a connection between the two. These two items, regardless of their nature, were exceedingly rare treasures in the Xianyang immortal domain, yet both had appeared near the 7-star islands. His intuition suggested that this matter was not simple. However, he did not dwell on it for long. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qing decided to emerge from his seclusion. Outside, the second elder of Taishang and others had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Wang Qing, a smile broke across the elder's face. The clan members began to express their congratulations. Congratulations, Patriarch, on achieving the Purple Mansion. Ha ha ha, Chongqing. You have finally broken through to the Purple Mansion. The second elder was also overjoyed. Wang Qing was naturally elated. A Purple Mansion cultivator in the Xianyang Immortal Domain was indeed a formidable figure. I have arranged a banquet to celebrate your achievement today, he remarked as they all proceeded to the Grand Hall on the island. Subsequently, after spending a few days on the Seven-Star Islands, Wang Qing returned to the clan. Following his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, he had many matters to attend to. The most crucial being to replace the second-tier magical tools he had previously used with third-tier spiritual weapons. Spiritual weapons possessed a semblance of sentience, once recognized by a master. They could be wielded with precision even without the use of magical power. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Qing went directly to the Zixia Peak, where only 3 third-tier spiritual weapons remained in the clan treasury. Among these, one was a mid-grade third-tier longsword. Another was a mid-grade third-tier flag-type magical tool known as the xianxiafan, and the last was a high-grade third-tier defensive spiritual weapon in the form of a cauldron. Ultimately, Wang Qing chose the xianxiafan, as he preferred flying swords over sword-type magical tools, and the defensive weapon was of little use to him. His physical strength already surpassed that of high-grade third-tier spiritual weapons, especially now that he possessed the Jinlong Legang Yan. Chapter 77. The Return of the Onslaught. After refining the xianxiafan, Wang Qing erased his spiritual consciousness from the magical tool he had previously used and placed it back in the treasury. As for the spiritual weapon flying sword, he would have to wait for another opportunity. Leaving the treasury, his next task was to select several third-tier spells. Wang Qing rummaged through his storage ring for a moment and ultimately selected several upgraded versions of the spells he had previously used. The most pressing matter was to elevate Jin Yu and Zi Xiao to the third tier. Both of them were originally high-grade second-tier beasts and only required some nurturing pills for their advancement. As for Ao Gue, the Earth Dragon Tortoise, it had just broken through to the second tier and had a long way to go before reaching the third tier. In the following period, Wang Qing consolidated his cultivation while refining some second-tier nurturing pills for his 2 beloved beasts. 2 months later, both Jin Yu and Zi Xiao successfully broke through to the third tier. One day, while Wang Qing was meditating in cultivation, a figure entered. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Qing asked in surprise. "Patriarch, it is time for the clan's 5-yearly spirit testing conference, and the elder has sent me to inquire about this matter," his uncle Wang Zuren replied. Hearing this, Wang Qing fell into deep thought. Since his arrival at the clan, there had been several spirit testing conferences, and logically, this one should also proceed as usual, inviting the cultivators from Xianyang sect to conduct the spirit testing. However, now that he possessed a spirit testing magical tool, the question arose whether the Wang clan should conduct the testing themselves or invite Xianyang sect. Wang Qing found himself in a quandary. Conducting the testing independently might provoke suspicion from Xianyang sect, although it was not a significant matter for them. Once the seed of doubt was sown, it could potentially lead to future complications. Ultimately, he resolved to continue inviting Xianyang sect for the spirit testing, as the Wang clan's possession of a spirit testing magical tool must remain undisclosed. After pondering for a moment, Wang Qing finally spoke. It would be best to continue inviting Xianyang sect to oversee the spirit testing. "Very well, I shall arrange this immediately." His uncle, upon hearing Wang Qing's words, had no further questions and proceeded to act. Wang Qing did not concern himself with the matter any further until several days later when his uncle returned with 9 children in tow. "Patriarch, these are the children who have been tested for spiritual roots, a total of 9. Wang Qing rose and looked down at the 9 tender children, 6 boys and 3 girls, who appeared quite obedient. Seeing the bewildered children standing below, a tender expression appeared on Wang Qing's face, reminiscent of his own arrival at Lingwu Valley over 20 years ago. His uncle introduced each child. "This time, we have 1 with 3 spiritual roots, 2 with 4, and 6 with 5. Wang Qing nodded. The presence of a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots was indeed a commendable outcome. "Please arrange their accommodations, and let them join the ancestral hall tomorrow." "Understood. I will take care of it right away." His uncle led the 9 children away from Zixia Peak. Days passed in such a manner until one day Wang Qing received another transmission from the second elder of Taishan. Finally, the Shanghai Alliance has taken action. Wang Qing, who was busy with official duties, quickly rose to inform the Taishan Dazhanglo and others who were in the midst of their cultivation. He then promptly set off towards the Qixing archipelago. After breaking through to the third tier, Jin Yu's speed had increased significantly, allowing him to arrive at the Qixing archipelago in less than half an hour. At this moment, 15 Zifu cultivators were attacking the protective island formation above the archipelago. Observing that the formation was on the verge of collapse, The Taishang Erzanglo flew out from within the island, a cold glint in his eyes. Humph. Last time we let you escape, yet you remained so audacious. The leader, Tian Kuei Shangren, immediately darkened in countenance. How audacious you are in the face of impending disaster. He then summoned his spiritual weapon and launched an attack at the Taishang Erzanglo. With 15 Zifu cultivators against him, even with 2 pet beasts, the Taishang Erzanglo was at a stalemate. Fortunately, after only a few exchanges, Wang Qing arrived on the scene. He summoned the Tianhua fan, and flames erupted, illuminating the entire sky in a fiery red hue. Subsequently, Zixia appeared, its tail flicking to unleash 6 bolts of lightning towards the adversaries. In an instant, the Zifu cultivators from the Xinghai Alliance were taken aback, hastily employing defensive measures to withstand the onslaught. Jin Yu, utilizing his terrifying speed and formidable physique, wove through the skies. The tides of battle shifted dramatically. Wang Qing showed no mercy, 3 strands of spiritual fire hovering around him, relentlessly attacking the enemy. The particularly sinister Pei Su Xianhua, with its uncanny spatial abilities, rendered their various defenses futile. In just a few exchanges, 3 Zifu cultivators fell to Wang Qing's spiritual fire. Tian Kuei Shangren, now alarmed, gritted his teeth and clutched a spiritual talisman in hand. Die? He envisioned Wang Qing being shredded by this 4th-tier talisman. Wang Qing's eyes narrowed as he sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the talisman. As it ignited, a colossal golden sword materialized from thin air, hurtling towards him. With a resounding crash, the golden sword collided with the Jinlong Lei Gang Yen, producing a thunderous explosion. Although the Jinlong Lei Gang Yen barely managed to deflect the golden sword, the residual force still caused Wang Qing to spit blood, seeking death. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a surge of fury welled within him. It had been quite some time since he had been harmed. On the other side, Tian Kuei Shangren was utterly astonished. The talisman bestowed by his master was a 4th-tier talisman, equivalent to a full-force strike from a Jindan Jinren. Yet it had only inflicted such minor damage. Realizing this, Tian Kuei Shangren lost the desire to continue the fight and sought to escape. Although his master had issued a death order, he reasoned that if he could flee, he could simply find a distant place to hide. However, Wang Qing would not grant him such an opportunity. A strand of Pasu Xianhua ignited on Tian Kuei Shangren's body. The flames rapidly intensified, engulfing him. And despite his frantic attempts to extinguish the fire, it was futile. In an instant, Tian Kuei Shangren was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. At that moment, the Taishang Dazhanglo finally arrived, and a one-sided massacre commenced. An hour later, the remaining cultivators had all perished in this maritime domain. After clearing the battlefield, joy illuminated Wang Qing's face. The treasures of the 15 Zifu cultivators were exceedingly rich. Chapter 78, Return Home. Wang Qing counted the spoils. Simply the spiritual weapons from these 15 Zifu cultivators amounted to over 20 pieces. The accumulated spiritual stones in the storage bags exceeded 1 million. However, it was to be expected, as the Xinghai Alliance was indeed a loose cultivator alliance. Alas, it seems that Xinghai Jinren wishes to eradicate my Wang family. The Taishang Dazhanglo lamented in the hall. There is no need for concern. Following this, there will likely be few Zifu cultivators left in the Xinghai Alliance. The Taishang Erzanglo replied optimistically. As for Xinghai Jinren, he will certainly not take action himself. Wang Qing nodded in agreement. If Xinghai Jinren were to act personally, the nature of the situation would change entirely. The Qianyuan sect would undoubtedly intervene. Subsequently, Wang Qing selected a gold element flying sword and a realm-type spiritual weapon from the spoils. The realm-type spiritual weapon resembled the functionality of the Tai Dingshin mirror he had previously utilized. Following this, Wang Qing and the Taishang Dazhanglo made their way back to the family. Wang Qing then immersed himself once more in the development of the family. During this period, the Wang family had added 3 more foundation-building cultivators, bringing their total to 13. The first-tier bloodline demon beasts they had nurtured had also all broken through to the second tier. After discussions, the Wang family decided to open a spirit beast pavilion in the Langya market to sell their pets. The Langya market, being close to the Tai Ao mountain range, served as a crucial route into the mountains, thereby boasting a larger scale than the Tsangyi market. On the day of the Spirit Beast Pavilion's grand opening, Wang Qing personally attended the event. Master Guanyu, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Wang Qing expressed his gratitude with a bow to Master Guanyu, who had come to support the opening. Master Guanyu looked at Wang Qing with a broad smile, and upon sensing his aura, a hint of surprise crossed his face. I did not expect you to have attained Zifu. Congratulations. Master Guanyu was astonished by Wang Qing's rapid advancement. The first time he had met Wang Qing, he was merely a newly advanced foundation-building cultivator. He had marveled then at Wang Qing achieving foundation building at such a young age, assuming he hailed from a significant power. Now, less than a decade later, Wang Qing had remarkably advanced to Zifu. Master Guanyu mused privately. Could it be that he possesses a Tianling Jin? If not, how could he cultivate at such an accelerated pace? The thought startled him. Tianling Jin was exceedingly rare in the Xianyang immortal domain, even within their Wanbao pavilion. A Yuanying force, they had only heard of one Tianling Jin cultivator. Though he speculated, his demeanor remained calm. This was ultimately someone else's private matter. If Wang Qing truly possessed a Tianling Jin, it would be of substantial significance. As for the Wang family's concealment from the Qinyuan sect, that was none of his concern. He would not offend Wang Qing over matters unrelated to him. Unaware of Master Guanyu's thoughts, Wang Qing welcomed him into the shop, guiding him through the offerings. Upon reaching a beast egg, Wang Qing eagerly introduced, "This is the egg of the Heishui Xingui." "I did not expect you to have this Heishui Xingui egg," Master Guanyu exclaimed, his face lighting up with astonishment. The Heishui Xingui excelled in water-based spells and was considered a rare species among second-tier bloodline demon beasts. It was an unexpected acquisition, Wang Qing replied nonchalantly, refraining from disclosing that it was bred by them. Master Guanyu continued to peruse the entire shop, seemingly impressed. "I must say, the pets nurtured by your Wang family are quite commendable," he remarked, having seen more demon beasts in this shop than in their Wanbao Pavilion's Langyu branch. "You flatter me." Master Guanyu, Wang Qing humbly responded, knowing well that the primary business of Wanbao Pavilion was not dedicated to pet breeding, but rather occasional acquisitions for resale. Nonetheless, the quality of the pets at Wanbao Pavilion was commendable. His own Qijin Xianing and the Ruiguang Xian he had seen previously were all exceedingly rare. After a brief chat with Master Guanyu, Wang Qing excused himself, as Master Guanyu, being the head of the Wanbao Pavilion branch, had pressing matters to attend to. Subsequently, Wang Qing meticulously tallied the day's earnings, having sold a total of 50 first-tier beast eggs and 8 second-tier beast eggs. Each second-tier beast egg was valued between 20,000 and 30,000 spirit stones, resulting in a remarkable income of 500,000 spirit stones for that day. However, Wang Qing was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of their business. Under normal circumstances, selling even a single beast egg in a day would be deemed a success. After attending to matters at the shop, Wang Qing returned to the family, leaving the spirit beast pavilion in the capable hands of his fifth uncle, Wang Ziyu, who was assisted by a disciple from the family skilled in qi refining. Upon returning to the family estate, Wang Qing first visited his sister's cave dwelling. At this moment, Wang Chongling had blossomed into a graceful figure, having recently reached the 8th level of qi refining. Upon noticing her brother's arrival, she eagerly rose and exclaimed, "Brother." Wang Qing nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging her progress. "Indeed, you have reached the 8th level of qi refining. Strive for perfection soon, so you may advance to foundation establishment." Wang Chongqing's expression turned awkward as his sister continued. "You've been so busy lately that you haven't returned home. When I last visited, our parents were still talking about you." This comment brought a wave of embarrassment to Wang Qing, as his responsibilities as clan leader had severely limited his free time. "Very well. I shall take you back to visit them," he replied, summoning Jinyu and setting off towards Qingfeng Town with his sister. In no time, they arrived at Qingfeng Town, where the residents were beginning to unwind in the evening. The sudden appearance of a colossal golden bird startled them, prompting a flurry of panic. After landing, Wang Qing quickly recalled Jinyu. A figure appeared riding a sword, greeting Wang Qing with a respectful bow. "Greetings, clan leader. There's no need for such formality. Please go and reassure the townsfolk," Wang Qing replied nonchalantly. The cultivator complied and swiftly departed on his sword. Wang Qing and his sister entered the courtyard, where their parents emerged upon hearing the commotion, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of their children. "Father, mother," Wang Qing greeted them warmly. His mother, with reddened eyes, beckoned him. "Come in, Qing, let me have a good look at you." A wave of guilt washed over Wang Qing, for since taking on the role of clan leader, he had been consumed with family affairs and had not returned in quite some time. Although his parents enjoyed a tranquil life in the mortal realm, their advancing years were evident in the fine lines that graced their faces, particularly on his father, Wang Shan, whose hair had begun to show signs of gray. Alas, the divide between the immortal and mortal realms was vast. Despite Wang Qing's efforts to extend their lifespans with gentle longevity pills, the lifespan of mortals was limited to just over 100 years. After spending a few days at home, Wang Qing returned to the family estate with his sister. As they arrived at Zixia Peak, they were greeted by the presence of his sixth uncle waiting at the hall. "Qing, you have finally returned." Wang Qing, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Uncle, what has happened?" "The Grand Elder has asked me to summon you," his sixth uncle replied directly. Curiosity piqued. Wang Qing followed him to the Grand Elder's cave dwelling, where the Grand Elder was already seated in the hall. Greetings, great-grandfather. Wang Qing bowed respectfully. The Grand Elder nodded, gesturing for him to sit. What is the reason for your summons? Wang Qing asked directly. A secret realm has appeared in Zhongzhou, the Grand Elder stated matter-of-factly. A secret realm? Wang Qing's interest was immediately piqued. Indeed, it is said to be a secret realm from ancient times, discovered only after a sudden leak of spiritual energy. This realm is exceedingly mysterious. It took the combined efforts of 4 Yuanying Xinjuan from Zhongzhou to open a small entrance. Almost all cultivators from the Xianyang immortal domain are now flocking to Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing felt a stirring sense of anticipation. What arrangements do you have, great-grandfather? It is said that this secret realm can only accommodate cultivators below the Zifu level. If you wish to go, you may do so. Wang Qing began to ponder. After a moment he added, but what about the Qinghai Alliance? Wang Qing was still concerned about potential troubles from the Qinghai Alliance. The Grand Elder shook his head. There is no need for concern. The Qinghai Jinren will not take action personally, and his subordinates currently lack any other Zifu cultivators available. Ultimately, Wang Qing decided to make the journey. Zhongzhou was quite distant from Qianzhou, requiring him to traverse both Yuanzhou and Xianzhou. Even with Jin Yu's maximum speed, it would take more than half a year. Thus, he opted to use the teleportation array. In all of Qianzhou, only Qianyang Sect and Wanbao Pavilion possessed teleportation arrays. Several dozen days later, at the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion in Qianzhou, Wang Qing, having visited once before, decided to utilize their teleportation array. The cost for a single use of the array was 10 mid-grade spirit stones. As he approached the teleportation array, Wang Qing was taken aback. What had previously been an unremarkable scene was now bustling with a long queue, predominantly composed of Zifu cultivators. It was important to note that 10 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a substantial sum for ordinary Zifu factions. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Wang Qing's turn. He presented a storage bag containing 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The attendant counted them and instructed Wang Qing to step onto the teleportation array. The array could transport 10 individuals at once, and once everyone was in place, it activated, revealing a portal of spatial transmission. The group stepped through the portal together. After a brief bout of dizziness, Wang Qing opened his eyes to a completely different scene, finding himself in a bustling square. The number of cultivators present was considerable, with Zifu cultivators easily visible, showcasing the immense allure of this ancient relic. The layout of the square bore a striking resemblance to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion in Xianzhou, situated within a marketplace known as Bailan Fangshi. Esteemed Elder, you possess an extraordinary presence. You must be here for the ancient relic as well. I have detailed information regarding the relic, obtained through my distant cousin's connections with Taichu Xianzong. Would you be interested? As Wang Qing stepped out of the teleportation array, a cultivator approached him eagerly. This cultivator had an unremarkable appearance and seemed to have recently broken through to Foundation establishment. Wang Qing halted, intending to explore the marketplace for information regarding the relic. Oh, what is the cost for this detailed information? Seeing Wang Qing's curiosity, the cultivator beamed. Only 100 low-grade spirit stones, and I will share everything my cousin has learned. Wang Qing pondered for a moment, then produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the cultivator. Here are 100 spirit stones. Should you deceive me, you will bear the consequences. The cultivator eagerly accepted the spirit stones, a look of delight spreading across his face. Rest assured, esteemed elder, you are so young, yet have attained the Zifu level. How could I dare to deceive you? He then began to speak rapidly. It turned out that after the leak of spiritual energy within the relic, it was sealed off by Taichu Xianzong, a formidable Yuanying power in Zhongzhou. Taichu Xianzong boasted over 20 Jinan Jinren and 5 Yuanying Xinjuan, earning the title of the foremost immortal sect in Zhongzhou. After sealing the relic, the 5 Xinjuan collaborated to open a fissure at the source of the leaked spiritual energy, allowing only Zifu-level cultivators to enter. However, other Yuanying factions soon caught wind of the news. Under pressure, Taichu Xianzong eventually relented, allowing other factions to send cultivators into the relic. Ultimately, Taichu Xianzong and the other factions negotiated to each send 10 Zifu cultivators into the relic. But the fissure created by the 5 Yuanying Xinjuan could only remain open for a few months before it would close. Ordinary loose cultivators were not entirely without opportunities to enter the relic. In 10 days, Taichu Fangshi, under Taichu Xianzong, would auction off 10 spots for entry into the relic. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's brow furrowed in contemplation, and noticing his expression, the cultivator grew anxious. Esteemed elder, I have shared all that I know. Wang Qing regained his composure and continued to inquire. How far is Taichu Fengshe from here? Upon hearing this, the cultivator finally felt at ease. Taichu Fengshe lies to the east of Bailan Fengshe. With your esteemed cultivation at the Purple Mansion level, you could reach it in about 2 days by sword flight. After listening to this, Wang Qing was no longer anxious. After all, there were still 10 full days until the auction, allowing him ample time to explore Bailan Fengshe further. Wang Qing then commenced his exploration of the vast Bailan Fengshe, which, according to the cultivator's introduction, housed hundreds of thousands of practitioners. After 3 days of wandering, he had traversed the entirety of the market but had not encountered any remarkable treasures that caught his eye. Consequently, he set off towards Taichu Fengshe. Perched upon Jinyu, he marveled at the scenery of Zhongzhou, which was predominantly flat with an extraordinary charm, devoid of prominent mountains or lakes. Along the way, he occasionally brushed past other cultivators, some soaring on swords while others, like Wang Qing, rode spirit beasts. Jinyu's speed was astonishing, compressing what would have been a 2-day journey into a single day. At last, Wang Qing arrived at Taichu Fengshe, which loomed grandly before him, vast and impressive, far larger than Bailan Fengshe. The Taichu Xinzong truly deserved its reputation as the sovereign of Zhongzhou. Chapter 80, The Relic Token. Wang Qing instructed Jinyu to descend slowly, and he observed a long queue at the entrance of Taichu Fengshe. After half an hour, he finally gained entry into the bustling market. Perhaps due to the anticipated auction of the relic, the throngs of people in Taichu Fengshe far exceeded those in Bailan Fengshe, with nearly every space packed. Wang Qing first secured a cave residence and then began to roam about the market. However, similar to Bailan Fengshe, he found no treasures that piqued his interest. While idly wandering, he suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder and quickly turned around. "Chongqing, is that really you?" exclaimed the newcomer in delight. It was Lu Feng, whom he had met at the alchemy conference in Wanbage. "It's you." Wang Qing instantly recognized him. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lu Feng had indeed left a lasting impression with his loquacious nature. After some time apart, Lu Feng had also advanced to the Purple Mansion stage. "Brother Chongqing, I didn't expect you to come to Zhongzhou as well." After a long absence, Lu Feng was eager to converse. "We must share a few drinks today, since we missed the opportunity last time." The two made their way to a tavern and seated themselves. "Brother Lu, are you also here for the relic?" Wang Qing asked directly. Lu Feng poured a cup for Wang Qing and replied, "Indeed. How could I miss such a grand event?" They clinked their cups and drank heartily. Wang Qing then inquired, "Are you aware of the specifics regarding the relic?" Lu Feng sighed. "According to the elders in my clan, even the Taichu Xinzong might not fully understand the relic's origins. We will only know more once we enter." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing was taken aback. Lu Feng, not much older than him, had already reached the Purple Mansion stage, indicating a notable background. "Brother Lu, are you here for the auction as well?" Lu Feng shook his head. "Not exactly. My clan already possesses the qualification to enter the relic." Wang Qing nodded silently, recognizing Lu Feng's unusual lineage. "Chongqing, are you here for the auction?" Lu Feng expressed surprise. He had assumed that someone as young as Wang Qing, who had reached the Purple Mansion stage and was talented in alchemy, might belong to a prominent faction. "Yes. I wonder how many spirit stones are required for the qualification to enter the relic." Although Wang Qing possessed a considerable number of spirit stones, he pondered how he might acquire more should the entry fee be exorbitant. Seeing Wang Qing's expression, Lu Feng began to understand. "From what I've gathered, the starting bid for the entry into the relic is 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Wang Qing was momentarily stunned, contemplating, as 1 million spirit stones seemed acceptable. If necessary, he could resort to using mid-grade spirit stones. Given the distance from Qianzhou, he need not worry about drawing attention for using mid-grade stones. After some casual conversation, they parted ways, agreeing that if Wang Qing secured a spot to enter the relic, Lu Feng would accompany him to lend a hand. 10 days later, the day of the auction finally arrived, held at Wanbage, reportedly with the permission of Taichu Xinzong. Wang Qing arrived early at Wanbage and, as expected, even with his early arrival, a long queue awaited him. After about an hour, he finally gained entry into the auction hall. Due to the necessity of spending mid-grade spirit stones, Wang Qing opted to spend 10,000 spirit stones for a private room. Wishing to avoid unnecessary attention in the main hall, the private room was located on the second floor, providing an unobstructed view of the entire auction venue, which was immense. With 4,000 to 5,000 seats, half of which were already occupied. After several hours, the auction commenced. A middle-aged cultivator in a purple robe, adorned with the words Taichu on his chest, stood on the stage. "Welcome, fellow Taoists. I trust you understand the purpose of this auction, so I shall not waste time. The auction officially begins now." The cultivator was brisk and direct, unveiling the red cloth covering a tray beside him to reveal 10 tokens. The first relic token starts at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction hall erupted in excitement. 1,010,000, 1,020,000. In a short time, the price soared to over 130 million. Having participated in several auctions before, Wang Qing recognized that the bidding for this relic token would resemble previous experiences with Foundation establishment pills. Typically, the prices for the last few items would be significantly higher than earlier ones, but he also understood the importance of not bidding too early to avoid attracting attention. After half an hour, the first relic token was sold for 180 million spirit stones, igniting the atmosphere in the auction hall. The second token followed suit, selling for 190 million. The third token fetched 200 million spirit stones, with prices continually escalating, leaving Wang Qing astonished. He decided to bid on the fourth token, wondering just how high the subsequent prices might rise. The auction for the fourth relic token began with a starting price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 1,005,000, 1,020,000. In no time, the price reached 190 million spirit stones. 200 million spirit stones. Wang Qing boldly declared, "The esteemed Taoist bids 200 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there any further interest?" The auctioneer's excitement was palpable. 210 million spirit stones. A cultivator from another private room interjected. 220 million spirit stones. Wang Qing immediately countered without hesitation. This time, the other private room fell silent, and ultimately, the fourth relic token was secured by Wang Qing. In less than half a stick of incense, a maid entered the private room, carrying a tray. "Esteemed young master, here is the relic token you won. Please take a look." Wang Qing unveiled the red cloth, holding the token in his hand. It appeared neither entirely gold nor entirely jade. This token was crafted by the artifact master of Taichu Xianzong and is a third-tier spirit artifact. You may refine it, and it contains a spell capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a purple mansion cultivator, the maid explained. Wang Qing handed her a storage bag filled with the 220 mid-grade spirit stones he had prepared in advance. The maid took the storage bag, opened it, and scanned its contents with her divine sense, momentarily stunned to find it filled entirely with medium-grade spirit stones. However, being a cultivator from the Taichu Xianzong, she quickly regained her composure, thanked Wang Qing, and left the private room. Chapter 81. Entering the Ruins. Wang Qing lingered in the room for a short while. Before the auction concluded, he stealthily slipped away. The entrance to the ruins was located within the Zixia County of Zhongzhou, with 3 days remaining until the ruins opened. The entrance was already firmly controlled by the Taichu Xianzong. Although the slots for entering the ruins were limited, there were still numerous onlookers gathering to observe the event. The 3 days passed swiftly, and finally, the day of the ruins opening arrived, with a long queue forming at the entrance. Just as Wang Qing was waiting, a flash of sword light shot through, and a figure hovered in midair, causing a stir among the crowd. Was this the prodigy from the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan? Indeed, he possessed an extraordinary presence. It was said that he had awakened a long-standing bloodline supernatural ability of the Li family and wielded an exceptionally powerful sword technique. Furthermore, he was a metal-type Tianling root and had remarkably reached the Purple Mansion stage at such a young age, which was truly terrifying. Wang Qing looked up to see a striking young cultivator standing atop a golden longsword. The youth had a square face and exuded an imposing aura, akin to a peerless sword standing tall. The young cultivator descended slowly on his sword, seemingly indifferent to the murmurs of the crowd, and stood calmly at the back of the line. Moments later, dozens of streams of light flew in from the distance, igniting further discussion among the onlookers. Leading them was a gold core cultivator accompanied by 10 Purple Mansion cultivators. Among them was one Wang Qing recognized, the Xianxia fairy, whom he had encountered previously, and she belonged to a Nascent Soul power. Subsequently, more cultivators from various major factions arrived, including the Tai Xianzong, Xianyu Xianzong, Fa Xiang Temple, Wanbao Pavilion, and Xianyao. These were all renowned Nascent Soul forces within the Xianyu, several of which had significant ties to Wang Qing. Except for the sword cultivator from the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, all other major forces were led by their family elders. Wang Qing also spotted a familiar face, Lu Feng. Although he had long been aware of Lu Feng's extraordinary identity, he was surprised to learn that he belonged to a Nascent Soul faction, the Lingmu Lu clan. Wang Qing was astonished and wondered if Lu Feng had awakened the bloodline supernatural ability of his family. Once all the major factions had arrived, the ruins finally opened. The host, Taichu Xianzong, entered first, led by a youthful Purple Mansion cultivator. The scattered cultivators who had won the tokens in the auction naturally followed behind. Just as the queue advanced, Wang Qing's expression suddenly sharpened. He felt a familiar aura and turned to see its source, an unremarkable young cultivator. This aura was unforgettable to Wang Qing. It belonged to the Luocha clan. He suddenly recalled that during the assault on the headquarters of the Guiling Zone, he had not seen Fang Jinghao, which likely meant he had already departed from the Guiling Zone at that time. Wang Chongqing's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Fang Jinghao would be hiding and had now reached the Purple Mansion stage, managing to obtain a token for the ruins, intending to infiltrate. However, Wang Chongqing did not make a fuss. The significance of the ruins was paramount, and even if Fang Jinghao had reached the Purple Mansion stage, what could it matter? Moments later, it was finally Wang Chongqing's turn to enter. Fang Jinghao, standing at the back of the line, also spotted him, as Wang Chongqing had not disguised himself. Humph. I didn't expect you to be here. This time I will make sure you stay. Fang Jinghao's gaze was icy as he watched Wang Chongqing's back. If it were not for Wang Chongqing's destruction of their Guiling Zone altar, perhaps the Xianxiaaudiobooks would have long since fallen into their hands, and he would not have been reduced to such a state. The entrance to the Fissure of the Ruins was exceedingly small. Had it not been for the combined efforts of several Nascent Soul true monarchs from the Taichu Zone, even Purple Mansion cultivators would not have been able to enter. Wang Chongqing approached the fissure and stepped inside, and with a flash before his eyes, he found himself in another world. The surrounding environment was lush and green, identical to the outside world. Upon entering, the cultivators from the other factions had already gathered, leaving only the 10 cultivators who had won tokens to fend for themselves. The young Purple Mansion cultivator leading the Taichu Zone team spoke directly. We know nothing about the conditions within these ruins. It would be wise for everyone, given our lack of strength, to join forces with us. This was naturally directed at Wang Chongqing and his companions. The cultivators exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place, unable to make a move. After a moment, an elderly cultivator stepped forward to address the Taichu Xinzong group. If it weren't for the Xinzong's token, we would have no chance of entering here. I am willing to join. With a leader stepping forward, the scattered cultivators began to follow suit, joining the Taichu Xinzong team. Only Wang Chongqing and Fang Jinghao remained rooted in place. Fang Jinghao glanced at Wang Chongqing, noticing he did not move, and continued to stand still. The young disciple from the Taichu Xinzong, seeing that Wang Chongqing and Fang Jinghao were not moving, inquired, "What are your intentions, gentlemen?" Just as Wang Chongqing was about to speak, a voice interjected, "I say, Yu Su, my friend Chongqing, and I have already come to an agreement. He will accompany us." The speaker was none other than Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Yu Su was momentarily taken aback and clasped his hands towards Lu Feng, saying, "Since you two have made arrangements, I shall no longer press the matter." Yu Su then turned to Fang Jinghao and asked, "And what about you, fellow cultivator?" Fang Jinghao's face revealed a hint of apology. "My apologies. I am accustomed to going solo, so please do not take offense." After hearing this, Yu Su ceased his invitation and returned to the Taichu Xinzong group. Wang Chongqing naturally joined Lu Feng's team, leaving only Fang Jinghao and the sword cultivator from the Lingshu Li clan standing alone. The Lingshu Li cultivator had remained silent throughout, as if everything here was of no concern to him, and no cultivators approached to invite him. Thus, the group commenced their journey to explore the ruins. Lu Feng introduced Wang Chongqing to the other cultivators of his clan. "Fellow clan brothers and sisters, this is my good friend Wang Chongqing. Chongqing, these are my clan brothers and sisters. Do not feel overly restrained." A cultivator from the Lu clan stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Wang Chongqing. "Chongqing, I am Lu Yun of the Lu clan." Subsequently, the Lu clan cultivators introduced themselves in turn, and Wang Chongqing reciprocated the gestures. After everyone had introduced themselves, Lu Feng finally spoke. "We have no information about this ruin, so we will have to explore on our own. If anyone has suggestions, please feel free to share, and we can discuss together." Lu Feng's clan brother, "Since the elder has said that you will lead this expedition, all decisions rest with you," Lu Yun remarked. The other Lu clan cultivators nodded in agreement. "Since my clan brothers and sisters have given me this respect, I shall not be modest." Lu Feng first offered a respectful bow to the other Lu clan cultivators and then turned to Wang Chongqing. "Do you have any suggestions, my friend?" "There is no need for formalities, Brother Lu. I am equally in the dark regarding this ruin. I leave the next course of action to you," Wang Chongqing replied promptly. Chapter 82, The Mysterious Murals. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng no longer held back. "Since everyone trusts me, let us first explore the surroundings." With that, Lu Feng led the group away from their current location. Half an hour later, once they could no longer see the figures of others, they finally stopped. Before anyone could speak, Lu Feng stood still, his eyes suddenly shining with golden light as a mysterious rune appeared within them. He then surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment, closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the original rune had vanished. Lu Feng, now looking exceedingly weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, hurriedly took out a pill to replenish his vitality and pointed in a direction, instructing the group, "Let us go this way." The remaining members of the Lujia clan seemed accustomed to the situation, following Lu Feng closely. Although Wang Qing harbored some suspicions, he chose to remain silent. The group flew on their swords for 2 hours, yet they found no traces of human habitation within the ruins. The space appeared akin to a desolate wilderness inhabited by the demon race. Lufeng, seemingly aware of their destination, proceeded without hesitation in a particular direction. At last, after another half-hour of flight, they finally discovered signs of human habitation. It was a vast expanse of ruins, long abandoned and steeped in antiquity. This was it. Upon seeing the ruins, joy illuminated Lufeng's face. The area was extensive, and the group began to search through the remnants. Regrettably, even after scouring the entire site, they found little of value, discovering only a few jars and bottles adorned with peculiar patterns in some of the grand halls. However, these artifacts exhibited no signs of magical energy, not even qualifying as first-tier magical tools. "Everyone, come and take a look," a voice called out, prompting all to gather once more in a grand hall, where the walls were adorned with numerous strange paintings. The illustrations depicted humans with unusual tattoos battling bizarre half-human, half-beast creatures. Intriguingly, the tattooed humans did not seem to employ spells but engaged in close combat, exchanging blows with the half-beast entities. Wang Qing was astonished to notice that some of these half-beast creatures bore a resemblance to the form his sixth uncle assumed after utilizing the dragon scale guardian. "What manner of beings are these?" one of the Zixia clan members exclaimed in astonishment. It was not surprising, considering that even Wang Qing, despite perusing various texts, had never encountered such creatures. The only beings he found somewhat familiar were the half-beasts. His sixth uncle's divine ability was born from the bone refinement of dragon essence. But what were these beings depicted in the murals? Wang Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation. The others, unable to discern the meaning, continued their exploration, discovering more murals as they ventured deeper. Eventually, they came across another mural, causing Wang Qing's gaze to narrow. There, he beheld a creature depicted with deep green skin. Its body covered in scales, sharp teeth visible at the corners of its mouth, and flames enveloping it. It was unmistakably a member of the Rakshasa clan, which Wang Qing had seen before. To his further surprise, the individuals with strange tattoos and the half-beast creatures were no longer in combat, but were instead surrounding and attacking the Rakshasa. As he continued to observe, he saw that the Rakshasa clan was ultimately vanquished by the combined efforts of the two factions. At this moment, Wang Qing felt a sense of bewilderment. Having witnessed the Rakshasa clan firsthand, he knew they had not been annihilated. After examining the murals in this grand hall, Wang Qing proceeded to another hall. Although he still found no useful treasures, he was captivated by the content of the murals. His intuition suggested that the murals chronicled the history of the Xianyang immortal domain, though he was uncertain which era they belonged to. As he delved further, he became somewhat numbed by the shock of what he discovered. He saw a group of individuals with familial spirit beasts, their foreheads marked with the Wang family's bloodline ability. The Yulingwen, standing in the grand hall, he felt a chill in his limbs. The humans adorned with Yulingwen commanded various spirit beasts, from true dragons to divine birds, an array of fantastical creatures, engaging in battle against the previously encountered tattooed race. This race was remarkably belligerent, as Wang Qing had noted several murals depicting them in conflict with others. Suddenly, he recalled the legends recorded in the clan's texts regarding bloodline abilities such as Yulingwen, which were said to belong only to the descendants of primordial deities from ancient times. Could it be that the figures in the murals were indeed primordial deities, reputed to possess extraordinary powers? Upon completing his examination of all the murals in the grand halls, Wang Qing encountered numerous races, including one that, like Lufeng, possessed the divine ability of spiritual sight, and another that wielded divine swords. Capable of flattening colossal mountains with a mere sword strike, he speculated that this must be the bloodline ability of the Li clan from Lingxiu. After their search concluded, Wang Qing and the members of the Zixia clan gathered together, exchanging glances of bewilderment. They had thoroughly scoured the place, yet found no treasures. Did these ancient beings truly engage in hand-to-hand combat without weapons? Lufeng exclaimed in frustration. "Did you all see that mural? Our Zixia bloodline ability was depicted within it." "Indeed. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would have thought it a mere prank," another Zixia clan member remarked. "Unfortunately, I have already used my spiritual sight. The soonest I could use it again would be in 3 days," Lufeng lamented, surprised that the direction indicated by his ability yielded nothing. At this juncture, Wang Qing, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Fellow friends, I wish to explore alone." Wang Qing had his own considerations. After all, he was still unfamiliar with many of the Zixia clan members, and sharing any discoveries would be complicated, even with his amicable rapport with Lufeng. Additionally, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate Feng Zhenghao, and being in the company of Zixia clan members offered little opportunity for that. After a moment of contemplation, Lufeng decided not to insist on keeping him, saying, "In that case, we shall part ways here. If anything arises, simply send me a message." Wang Qing nodded in agreement, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. When we next meet, we shall surely celebrate together." After their farewells, Wang Qing summoned his Jinyu and soared off in search of other locations. Chapter 83, Exploring the Ruins. After Wang Qing departed, a Lujia clan member remarked, "Brother, what is so special about Wang Qing that you treat him so?" Lufeng squinted in the direction Wang Qing had taken. "My intuition tells me that this individual possesses extraordinary fortune." "Fortune?" the Lujia member murmured. "Yes, each person has their own destiny. Yet I cannot discern Wang Qing's fortune with my spiritual sight," Lufeng confirmed. "Moreover, did you not see the mural? The humans commanding spirit beasts bore the same markings as Wang Qing. What? Could it be that Wang Qing's clan possesses a bloodline ability?" the member exclaimed. "But I have not heard of any power under the name Wang in the Xianyang Immortal Domain. The Xianyang Immortal Domain is vast. How many places have you truly explored?" Lufeng countered. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, after departing, aimlessly soared atop Jinyu. The expanse of this ruin was immense. After flying for another 2 hours, he finally stumbled upon another site. This new ruin differed slightly from the previous one, as evidenced by its architectural style. Wang Qing commenced his search, but most of the buildings yielded nothing of interest. Upon reaching a grand hall, he discovered that one of its rooms was protected by a restrictive array. Lacking knowledge of formations, he resorted to brute force to breach the array. A flame of nirvana ignited upon it, rapidly intensifying until the array shattered. Pushing open the door, he entered, finding shelves adorned with jade slips and peculiar artifacts. Wang Qing eagerly grasped a jade slip, but alas, as soon as his fingers touched it, it crumbled to dust. Clearly, the passage of time had rendered them fragile. Reluctantly, he examined each jade slip, but none remained intact. Such a pity. Wang Qing sighed. Approaching the oddly shaped artifacts, he was relieved to find that they were all in pristine condition. Wang Qing casually picked up a square object with a circular hole in the middle, and was suddenly taken aback. This item was crafted from starfall iron, yet the refining technique employed was remarkably crude, rendering the exquisite material utterly wasted. It is known that starfall iron is a prime material for forging spiritual treasures, yet this had merely been fashioned into a spiritual artifact. Subsequently, Wang Qing examined the other items present. Among them, only a few tripod-like artifacts were familiar to him, while the rest were completely unknown. Like the starfall iron, these objects were also made from superior materials, such as ZYO copper essence, alongside various other materials that Wang Qing had never encountered before. He stored these items in his storage ring. Although the refining methods were exceedingly simplistic, these materials could be re-refined. After thoroughly scouring the entire ruin, Wang Qing's harvest was incredibly bountiful, including the discovery of white jade, immortal gold, and golden flame stones, materials capable of forging the innate spiritual treasures used by Yuanying Xinjuan. After completing his search, Wang Qing prepared to leave the site. To his surprise, he had not encountered any of the wall paintings seen earlier. However, as he summoned Jinyu to depart, several streaks of light rushed toward his direction. Wang Qing paid them no mind and directed Jinyu to leave promptly. With a swift whoosh, Jinyu transformed into a golden beam, carrying Wang Qing several kilometers away. The recently arrived cultivators, witnessing this scene, wasted no time in pursuing him. Alas, they were no match for Jinyu, and within moments, their figures vanished from sight. Cursed, this individual must have obtained some treasure. One young cultivator, filled with fury, shouted toward the direction Wang Qing had fled. Did anyone catch a glimpse of his appearance? The others exchanged glances, remaining silent. By the time Wang Qing was several kilometers away, they had no opportunity to discern his visage. Noticing the silence, the young cultivator's expression darkened. "Do not let me discover who you are." Meanwhile, having shaken off his pursuers, Wang Qing resumed his exploration of the ruins, sensing that this space still held potential rewards. As for those earlier individuals, he bore them no ill will. It was simply unnecessary to provoke trouble, as no one in the ZF stage could harm him. After several hours of searching, he eventually stumbled upon another ruin. However, upon arrival, he sensed something amiss. This site had evidently been previously accessed by others, yet Wang Qing began his search nonetheless. Just as he prepared to open the first door, a sound of air being sliced through reached his ears. Sensing danger, he swiftly employed his escape technique, narrowly avoiding an explosion that reduced the entire ruin to rubble. Remarkably, Wang Qing emerged unscathed. The explosion was merely triggered by a third-tier talisman, insufficient to harm him. However, the dust from the explosion left him somewhat disheveled. Soaring into the air, Wang Qing sought to identify his assailant. "Humph, I did not expect you to be so resilient. 10 figures emerged from all directions. Upon closer inspection, they were all cultivators from the xianxiao sect. I bear no enmity with any of you. Why do you attack me? Wang Qing stated coldly. One cultivator, after hearing Wang Qing's words, scoffed. Humph. Do we need a reason to act against you? You, a rogue cultivator, dare to enter the ruins and rob us, truly ignorant of your own insignificance. Brother, why waste breath on him? Another cultivator, lacking patience, summoned a spiritual weapon and shot it toward Wang Qing. Seeing the xianxiao sect cultivators act in such a manner, Wang Qing was filled with indignation. No wonder Jinren-su Nexen chose to leave the xianxiao sect and retreat into the mountains. Wang Qing immediately unleashed the true dragon thunderfire to counter their assault, and without hesitation, summoned 2 of his beast companions, while his spiritual weapons, the flying sword and the heavenly fire banner, hovered around him. Upon witnessing Wang Qing effortlessly deflect their attack, the xianxiao cultivators were momentarily stunned. They had initially thought Wang Qing was merely lucky to have escaped the explosion caused by the talisman, but they soon realized he was far from ordinary. Consequently, they summoned their spiritual weapons, no longer holding back. Wang Qing commanded the heavenly fire banner to unleash a stream of fiery attacks against them, while Jin Yu and Z11O, witnessing their master being besieged, were filled with rage. Z11O flicked its tail, sending forth bolts of purple lightning toward the attackers. Startled, several xianxiao cultivators hurriedly deployed defensive measures to shield themselves. Meanwhile, Jin Yu exhibited remarkable speed and physical prowess, deftly maneuvering with its sharp wings, occasionally striking with its claws to attack. After several exchanges, one xianxiao cultivator, caught unawares, had his throat slashed by Jin Yu's wings. The xianxiao cultivators had never encountered such a scene. They had assumed Wang Qing was merely a rogue, yet within mere minutes, they had lost a comrade. The leader of the xianxiao sect cultivators was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a pill from his storage bag. Accept your fate. As soon as the words left his lips, a massive fire dragon surged toward Wang Qing. Little did he know that Wang Qing was a master of fire. The shield formed from true dragon thunderfire enveloped him entirely, absorbing the fire dragon's attack. Meanwhile, the lightning power unleashed by Z11O intensified, and within a few breaths, their defensive shield shattered. Before they could react, a barrage of attacks descended upon them, resulting in the deaths of 3 cultivators in an instant. The leader of the xianxiao sect was struck with alarm and hastily attempted to flee, but Jin Yu denied him that opportunity, unfurling its wings to unleash a flurry of golden blades. Half an hour later, all the xianxiao sect cultivators lay lifeless on the ground. After collecting their storage bags and spiritual weapons, Wang Qing waved his arm, igniting the nirvana flames upon their bodies, reducing them to ashes. Upon opening the storage bags, he found them filled to the brim, a testament to their status as Yuanying forces. After taking a moment to organize his spoils, Wang Qing sat down to rest before rising and heading toward another location. Meanwhile, within the xianxiao sect's mountain gate, in the Soul Guard Hall, 10 soul tokens shattered simultaneously. A cultivator meditating in the hall was suddenly jolted from his trance. Upon glancing at the broken tokens, he was filled with dread and hastily flew toward another peak. The cultivator stumbled into the hall, and the sect's headmaster's expression immediately darkened. What is the matter? Why the disarray? The cultivator hurriedly replied, Headmaster, a grave situation has arisen. All 10 soul tokens of the brothers who went to the ruins have shattered. Upon hearing this, the headmaster was momentarily stunned. What? He quickly regained his composure, disregarding the cultivator and transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the Soul Guard Hall. Upon reaching the hall and seeing the shattered soul tokens in the ZF area, he erupted in rage. Who did this? Who is responsible? He immediately sent a message to the Golden Core cultivator leading the expedition to the ruins, losing 10 ZF cultivators, most of whom were elite members of the sect and future pillars of the xianxiao sect, including a direct descendant of a supreme elder, would have significant repercussions. After sending the message, the headmaster personally approached the entrance of a cave dwelling on the sect's back mountain, which was enveloped by protective formations. Supreme Elder, there is urgent business to report from xianxiao. After a moment, the cave's restrictions were lifted, and a calm voice beckoned. Come in. The headmaster of xianxiao entered the cave anxiously, respectfully addressing. xianxiao pays its respects to the Supreme Elder. What matters require your attention? The Supreme Elder, an elderly man with graying beard, inquired directly. Xianxiaaudiobooks hesitated, trembling with apprehension, unwilling to speak. For the deceased was a beloved descendant of the esteemed Taishang Lao. Observing Xianxiaaudiobooks' reluctance to voice the matter, the Taishang Lao swiftly lost his patience, demanding, Speak. What has transpired? If you truly cannot handle this, it seems we must consider appointing a new sect leader for Xianyao Zone. Upon hearing this, Xianyao Zhenren stammered, Yin Hao. His soul tablet has shattered. The expression on the Tai Shang Zhang Lao's face instantly froze. What did you say? Xianyao Zhenren bowed his head low, unable to meet the gaze of the Tai Shang Zhang Lao. The ruins in Zhongzhou were a place he insisted on visiting. Before Xianyao Zhenren could finish his words, an overwhelming aura descended, causing him to drop to his knees in fear, paralyzed. Find out. Who killed Hao Er? I shall annihilate his entire clan. The icy voice of the Tai Shang Zhang Lao echoed, prompting Xianyao Zhenren to nod vigorously. Yes. I will investigate personally. He then stumbled to his feet and rushed out of the cave dwelling. After departing, he utilized the teleportation array to arrive at Zhongzhou, swiftly heading towards the ruins. Unbeknownst to Wang Qing, he summoned Jin Yu to continuously search for Fang Zhenghao's whereabouts. After tracing Fang Zhenghao's aura for several hours, Wang Qing arrived at another ruin where Fang Zhenghao's presence ceased. Wang Qing did not conceal his aura, and Fang Zhenghao, searching within the ruins, immediately sensed Wang Qing's approach. With a cold smile, he exited the Great Hall, soaring into the air to meet Wang Qing's gaze. I knew you would recognize me. I wasn't prepared to confront you yet, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Fang Zhenghao's tone dripped with disdain, as if Wang Qing was already a fish on the chopping block. Is this your final words? Wang Qing retorted without an ounce of courtesy. Just empty bravado. Fang Zhenghao wasted no time, transforming into the essence of the Rakshasa clan, charging at Wang Qing barehanded. He was aware of Wang Qing's strength. Few among the same tier could harm him, thus he unleashed his most formidable techniques. The Rakshasa clan was known for their physical prowess and exceptional close combat skills, rivaled only by the tattooed race depicted in murals, yet still deemed inferior compared to the anomaly that was Wang Qing. Wang Qing met his charge with bare fists, and with a resounding clash, their fists collided. Fang Zhenghao quickly winced, cursing inwardly, damn. Is this the physical strength of a human cultivator? If all humans were this formidable, what need would there be for other races? However, before he could ponder further, Wang Qing's next punch was already descending upon him. Fang Zhenghao hastily summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself, yet Wang Qing's relentless strikes pounded against the artifact, forcing Fang Zhenghao to retreat in alarm. In that moment, he regretted provoking this madman. Realizing he was outmatched, Fang Zhenghao transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and fled into the distance. Wang Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, summoned Jin Yu and pursued. Despite Fang Zhenghao's rapid escape, he was no match for Jin Yu's speed, who quickly closed the gap. Fang Zhenghao, glancing back, noticed the golden light pursuing him and was instantly filled with dread, exerting all his efforts to employ his ghostly escape. Yet Wang Qing seemed to toy with him, matching his speed step for step. Chapter 85, Slaying Fang Zhenghao. Fang Zhenghao quickly discerned Wang Qing's intentions. Cursing inwardly, he halted, realizing that if he did not stop, his internal ghostly energy would deplete, leaving him defenseless. Why have you ceased your flight? Wang Qing's face bore a mocking expression. Fang Zhenghao, lacking the mood for banter, summoned a long blade that shot forth. Wang Qing, refusing to waste words, summoned Zixia, encircling Fang Zhenghao. Under the combined assault from three directions, Fang Zhenghao hurriedly defended himself, sustaining several injuries in mere moments. Although the Rakshasa clan possessed decent physical strength, they were no match for Jin Yu and Wang Qing. While Zixia relentlessly unleashed lightning nets to restrain Fang Zhenghao. After half an hour, Fang Zhenghao appeared desperate. Seizing the opportune moment, Wang Qing summoned the Nirvana Flame and directed it toward Fang Zhenghao. The Nirvana Flame possessed formidable purifying powers, particularly effective against those cultivating ghostly energies. Fang Zhenghao transformed into a figure engulfed in flames, screaming, "Ah, Wang Qing, you will surely meet a miserable end. The Lord of Ghosts will avenge me." After a fragrant stick burned down, Fang Zhenghao's cries gradually ceased, and when the Nirvana Flame extinguished, it left no trace except the acrid scent of charred air. Once the matter was settled, Wang Qing rummaged through his storage pouch, finding no communication artifacts, allowing him to relax. Fang Zhenghao was likely the last of the ghostly cultivators. After a brief rest, Wang Qing retracted Zixia and continued his search with Jin Yu. Half an hour later, he arrived at a vast lake, where he suddenly detected several fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the center. He flew toward the middle of the lake, discovering a small island where two groups of cultivators were engaged in battle. As Wang Qing landed on the island, a cultivator in the robe of Tai Chu Xian Zone blocked his path. This island has been claimed by our Tai Chu Xian Zone. We are attending to personal matters. We kindly ask you to leave. The cultivator spoke politely, yet Wang Qing was not one to be easily dissuaded. Oh, We all entered together. The treasures within this ruin are unclaimed. Why should I depart? Wang Chongqing's tone was frosty. Seeing Wang Chongqing's refusal to leave, the cultivator's expression turned cold. Since you refuse to depart, then you shall remain here forever. The two sides clashed. Wang Chongqing summoned his beast companion, momentarily stunning the opposing cultivator. The combatants noticed the commotion and ceased their fighting. Wang Chongqing finally discerned the factions. One was indeed Tai Chu Xianzong, while the other consisted of Zheng family cultivators, led by the enchanting Xianxiazi. Upon recognizing Wang Chongqing, Xianxiazi was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the young Wang Chongqing who had secured first place at the Wan Baogu alchemy competition, leaving a lasting impression on all. The leader of the Tai Chu Xianzong, Yusu Shangren, darkened his expression. Why do you oppose our Tai Chu Xianzong? I have no interest in opposing you. All items within this ruin are unclaimed. Since your sect sold me the ruin token, do you expect me merely to take a stroll? Wang Chongqing replied with indifference. Yusu, did you suddenly attack the Zheng family to incite conflict between our factions? I shall report this to my elders upon my return. Xianxiazi's face was icy. Yusu Shangren found himself at a loss for words. He dared not deal fatal blows to the Zheng family cultivators, but he could afford to make them suffer. If the two sides truly engaged in mutual destruction, even if they gained the upper hand, it would be of no benefit. Should anything happen to Zheng Xianxia, his sect would not be able to protect themselves. Everyone, let us not waste our strength in internal strife. Since this island was discovered together, why not search collaboratively? Yusu Shangren's thoughts shifted in response to Wang Chongqing's sudden interference. Collaborative discovery? We were the ones who found this island first. A furious Zheng family cultivator exclaimed. Yusu Shangren and the others from Tai Chu Xianzong were rendered speechless, caught in an awkward silence. Zheng Xianxia furrowed her delicate brows in contemplation. The situation between both parties had reached a stalemate. Although Wang Chongqing had unexpectedly intervened, she could not ascertain whether he would betray them. I have agreed. Let us explore this small island together. Despite her myriad of reservations, Zheng Xianxia found herself with little choice at that moment. Consequently, everyone halted their activities, formed groups, and commenced their search across the island. Wang Chongqing, however, ventured alone, soaring towards the island's heart. Just as a cultivator from the Tai Chu Xianzong was about to intervene, he was halted by Yusu Shangren. Upon reaching the center of the island, they discovered a cluster of structures, exuding an ancient aura. Unlike other ruins, these edifices were constructed entirely of solid lapis lazuli, a display of opulence. Lapis lazuli is a precious stone capable of absorbing spiritual energy, utilized in the arrangement of formations. It was astonishing that such grand buildings were erected from solid lapis lazuli. Wang Chongqing felt a surge of excitement within him and began to search the premises. However, after circling several outer buildings, it appeared as though the former inhabitants had methodically evacuated, leaving the premises in pristine condition without a trace of their belongings. The cultivators from Tai Chu Xianzong and the Zheng clan acted swiftly, soon catching up to him. As if by design, Wang Chongqing entered a room, closely followed by a cultivator from Tai Chu Xianzong. Unperturbed, he continued his exploration until he reached the grand hall at the center. Upon pushing the door open, an unexpected force sent the cultivator behind him flying back. It was as if an invisible barrier existed within the hall. Yet this cultivator had failed to perceive the presence of any formation. How peculiar. In haste, he called out to his companions, and shortly thereafter, all the cultivators from Tai Chu Xianzong gathered outside the grand hall. The Zheng clan members, sensing the commotion, rushed over as well. A cultivator from the Zifu level, undeterred by the earlier incident, attempted to enter the hall, only to be met with an invisible wall that sent him sprawling backwards. Subsequently, the invisible barrier vanished from view, imperceptible to all. Yusu Shangren was equally perplexed. Are you certain he entered the grand hall? The cultivator who had followed Wang Chongqing, still recovering from the shock, replied, I witnessed him enter with my own eyes. How could this be? Why can he enter while we cannot? Yusu Shangren subsequently instructed the remaining members of Tai Chu Xianzong to attempt entry. Yet they too were repelled by the invisible barrier, as was he. Chapter 86, The Yuling Clan. Yusu Shangren was filled with indignation. Yet despite the combined efforts of all the Tai Chu Xianzong cultivators, the wall remained unbroken. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Chongqing within the grand hall was unaware of these developments. The hall was vast, evidently the core of the ruins, though aside from some tables and chairs, there was nothing of particular note. Just as Wang Chongqing began to feel a sense of oddity, the Yuling one, on his forehead suddenly radiated a golden light. A thunderous sound erupted as a section of the wall at the back of the hall unexpectedly opened. He hurried over, revealing a secret chamber. Yet he pondered the connection between this chamber and the Yuling one. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside the chamber, which was quite spacious. At the entrance stood a bamboo rack, astonishingly crafted from Rue Jinju. Rue Jinju is a material capable of forging fourth-tier spiritual treasures, exceedingly rare. It was surprising that someone had fashioned a bookshelf from it. On the shelf rested a jade slip, composed of an equally precious material known as Bai Xianjin. Wang Qing picked up the jade slip and began to peruse its contents. After a brief moment, he finished reading. So that's it, he murmured. This island's ruins were once the abode of his ancestors. His ability to enter the secret chamber was due to the presence of the Yuling one. According to the jade slip, his ancestors referred to themselves as the Yuling clan, one of the most formidable clans during the chaotic era of the ancient 100 clans. However, the jade slip provided no introduction to other races within the ruined space, nor did it elucidate the tribulations faced during ancient times. Wang Qing carefully stored the jade slip and continued deeper into the chamber, which felt quite empty, save for an egg lying in the center. This egg was golden, oval-shaped, with a smooth surface, radiating a colorful glow that appeared extraordinarily mysterious. Wang Qing approached the egg and gently touched its shell, sensing an overwhelming vitality emanating from it. This egg was alive. Given the countless years since the ancient times, if it were truly a living egg, it should have hatched long ago. Had someone placed it there later? He pondered silently. The jade slip offered no details about the egg, and Wang Qing chose not to dwell on it. Since the egg exhibited signs of life, it could be contracted. Having just broken through to the Zifu level, he could indeed contract another beast. However, he found himself torn over the decision. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the contract. Convinced that an egg placed in a secret chamber by his ancestors must belong to an extraordinary beast. With that thought, he squeezed a drop of his blood onto the egg's shell, and a complex pattern emerged. Contract complete. However, after completing this action, the egg remained utterly still, leaving Wang Qing momentarily bewildered. What could this mean? After half an hour passed without any change, he decided against further deliberation and directly stored the egg within his beast space. After scanning the chamber for any overlooked items, he departed. Outside, the other cultivators were anxiously awaiting his return. Brother, why hasn't this fellow emerged yet? Could he have perished inside? A Zifu cultivator exclaimed impatiently. That is unlikely. While we do not know why only he could enter, it seems. Just as Yusu Shangren spoke, a disturbance at the Grand Hall's entrance heralded Wang Qing's appearance before them. You, what treasures did you acquire inside? Hand them over. A Tai Chu Xianzong cultivator rushed forward, surrounding him. Wang Qing, still in a daze, was perplexed. What treasures? What are you speaking of? Do not feign ignorance. You are the only one who could enter this hall. Quickly surrender the treasures you obtained within. At this moment, the cultivators of Tai Chu Xianzong had completely encircled him. Realizing that he alone could access the Grand Hall, Wang Qing maintained an expression of calmness. Treasures rightfully belong to those who are fated to possess them. Are you, Tai Chu Xianzong, the foremost power in Zhongzhou, resorting to coercion? Yusu Shangren's face darkened at this statement. The Tai Chu Xianzong, a dominant force in Zhongzhou, valued its reputation highly. Cease this at once. What do you intend to do? We, Tai Chu Xianzong, are the foremost celestial sect in Zhongzhou, yet you seek to shame our sect. Yusu Shangren interjected firmly. He then softened his demeanor, addressing Wang Qing. Esteemed friend, please do not take offense. They are merely curious about how you could access the Grand Hall. Our Tai Chu Xianzong would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Truly. One cannot be a harlot and still seek to establish a facade of propriety. A Zheng clan cultivator interjected. Upon hearing this, Yusu Shangren's expression darkened, and the other cultivators of Tai Chu Xianzong erupted in anger. What do you mean by that? Are you seeking to instigate conflict? Yusu Shangren retorted angrily. Silence, all of you. Esteemed friend, if you could share the method of entering the Grand Hall and the items acquired within, I shall report to the sect leader upon my return, allowing you to join Tai Chu Xianzong. How does that sound? YXSHNGRN once again addressed WNCHNGQing, invoking the esteemed name of T.Ich Xianxiang. After all, T.Ich Xianxiang stands as the foremost immortal sect in ZHNGZHU, a titan within the entire Su N Ying XianY. Thus, the number of cultivators aspiring to join T.Ich Xianxiang is beyond measure. Indeed, upon hearing such generous terms, the scattered cultivators who had entered with T.Ich Xianxiang displayed expressions of envy. If it were them, they would have readily accepted. For joining such a prestigious force as T.Ich Xianxiang is a dream cherished by many. However, WNCHNGQing was no ordinary individual. He shook his head decisively and replied, No need. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any sect. Upon hearing this, YXSHNGRN's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a blunt rejection from Wang Qing. You insolent brat. Our sh11ing has shown you favor, and yet you are so ungrateful, exclaimed another disciple of Xianxiaaudiobooks, visibly angered. Indeed. Hand over your storage bag immediately, or this island shall become your grave. In an instant, the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks began to clamor, as if Wang uttering even a hint of refusal would provoke an immediate assault. Wang expression turned icy. Oh, I would like to test the strength of a disciple from the illustrious first immortal sect of xianxiaaudiobooks. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides bristled for conflict. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop! You Xianxiaaudiobooks are behaving disgracefully, abusing your power." The speaker was none other than Zixia New York. Chapter 87. Investigation. Are you truly seeking to oppose Xianxiaaudiobooks? The cultivators of Xianxiaaudiobooks remained undaunted, their pride as the foremost sect of xianxiaaudiobooks evident. The tension in the air thickened once more. Enough! A clear and decisive voice interjected. It was YXSHNGRN. Since you do not wish to join Xianxiaaudiobooks, I shall not press further. We shall take our leave. YXSHNGRN cast a deep glance at Wang and turned to depart. The other disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances, ultimately following YXSHNGRN out. Thank you, fellow cultivator, Wang said, bowing slightly to Su New York. Although he did not regard the disciples of Xianxiaaudiobooks highly, he appreciated that Su New York had spoken on his behalf. Su New York smiled warmly. No need for formalities. We have met before at the WNBOG Alchemy Conference, and your alchemical skills left a profound impression on me. Thank you for your kind words, fair maiden, Wang replied humbly. Xianxiaaudiobooks, since you have already entered this grand hall, I presume you have obtained what lies within, Su New York stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang. Sensing that he might misinterpret her words, she quickly added, do not worry, fellow cultivator. The treasures within this relic belong to those with fate. If you have already acquired the treasures from the hall, we shall not intrude. After a moment of contemplation, Wang responded, yes. There is nothing else of note within the hall. He refrained from explicitly stating that the treasures had been claimed by him. Upon hearing this, Su New York understood and said, in that case, let us depart. Would you care to join us, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Wang furrowed his brow and replied, thank you for your kind offer. But I have other matters to attend to. Hearing this, Su New York did not press further and led the other disciples of the Zixia family away. Wang then summoned JNY and continued his search within the relic space. Half a month passed, and while he discovered some remnants, he yielded no significant rewards. Nevertheless, Wang made an intriguing observation. The expanse of this relic space was remarkably vast, despite flying for so long. He had yet to glimpse its boundaries. With time drawing near, he began to make his way toward the entrance through which he had entered. Upon his arrival, the other forces had already agreed to a 1-month time frame, and now that period was almost over. JNY moved with great swiftness, transforming into a golden streak across the sky, reaching the entrance in just a few hours. At that moment, no other cultivators were present. It was unclear if they had already exited. Outside the relic space, Su New York remained calm. This is the territory of xianxiaaudiobooks. We cannot allow you to act recklessly. A venerable cultivator, silver-haired yet resolute, spoke with an even tone. Opposite him stood an irate elder, the renowned Su New York of Su New York Ziying. Tixio. How can I remain calm? All 10 of my ZF disciples have perished within this relic space. These are the pillars of our future. Su New York's face radiated with immense fury. Hearing this, Tixio felt the situation grow precarious. He glanced at YXSHNGRN, transmitting a thought. What transpired here? YXSHNGRN, equally astonished, had barely exited the relic space and had not yet reported back to Tixio when Su New York began to interrogate him. He hurriedly communicated, SHSH. I am unclear on the details. Xianxiaaudiobooks has not engaged in any conflict with Su New York Ziying. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that all the cultivators dispatched by Su New York Ziying had fallen within the relic space. It was noteworthy that these were 10 ZF cultivators, not mere cabbages. How could they all have perished? Had they inadvertently triggered some offensive formation within the relic? After witnessing the remarkable protective formation of the Grand Hall on the island, he deemed this possibility highly likely. As for the notion that the Su New York Ziying cultivators had clashed with others and been slain, he found it improbable and did not entertain such thoughts. Upon receiving YXSHNGRN's transmission, Tixio's apprehension dissipated, and his expression returned to normal. Dear Su New York O, I implore you to remain composed. I understand this is a significant blow to you, yet this is our first foray into the relic space. We possess little knowledge of its conditions, and any unexpected occurrence is possible. However, Su New York O offered no gratitude. How can I know that it was not your sect that committed foul play? I must uncover the truth today. Otherwise, how can I face the elder? Tixio continued to counsel. Such words are misguided. The cultivators of our Su New Yorking Xian have always upheld peace and mutual assistance. How could we engage in such treachery? Enough of your empty words. All cultivators emerging from the relic must be searched by me. Su New York O was no longer patient and was unwilling to continue debating with Tixio. If you refuse, I have grounds to suspect that you have slain our Su New York O's disciples. Faced with Su New York O's obstinacy, Tixio felt somewhat helpless. However, since it was already established that the disciples of Xianxiafans were not to blame, he consented to the search. Subsequently, the disciples of Xianxiafans began to hand over their storage rings for Su New York O to examine. After a moment, once the examination concluded, Su New York O's expression darkened. It appeared that Xianxiafans was not responsible. Yet, he did not feel disheartened, as other forces had yet to emerge. However, as further cultivators from other factions appeared one by one, Su New York O's mood gradually soured. Su New York O, I told you so surely. It was merely misfortune that befell your disciples, who stumbled into some forbidden area. But this is not your fault. Had it happened to another sect, they would have acted likewise. Tixio consoled, though his tone bore a hint of schadenfreude. Just as Su New York O was about to retort, the entrance to the relic space trembled once again, and Wang emerged. Alone, he instantly drew the attention of all present. Su New York O's eyes brightened, and he swiftly appeared before Wang, his tone aggressive. You there? Hand over your storage ring. Wang was taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation. Ha ha ha. I speak of Xianyao. Have you become muddled in your old age? Could a mere fledgling in the early stages of Zifu possibly vanquish the 10 esteemed members of your Xianyao sect? The speaker was a gold core cultivator from Wanbao Pavilion. Upon hearing these words, Xianxiao's countenance darkened, and he felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Chapter 88, Framed. At this moment, Wang Qing instantly grasped the situation. However, his expression remained placid, betraying not a hint of vulnerability. Casually, he handed over his storage ring to Xianxiaozinren, for all his precious belongings were securely housed within his beast-taming space, rendering it inconsequential for him to allow Xianxiaozinren to search it. Indeed, after Xianxiaozinren took the ring and scanned it with his divine sense, he found nothing of note and could only return the ring to Wang Qing with a sullen face. He scrutinized Wang Qing slightly. Apart from his youth, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Enough, Xianyao. I truly sympathize with the plight of your sect. Yet since it has been established that this matter does not concern any cultivators from our Xianyang immortal domain, why not consider it closed? At this moment, Tai Xiaozhenren interjected. We at Xianyao sect shall certainly uncover the truth behind this matter. However, Xianxiaozinren showed no respect and coldly snorted before departing. As Xianxiaozinren left, the other cultivators, having lost interest in the spectacle, began to disperse. Wang Qing was also preparing to depart when a sudden shout halted him. Wait, you think you can run after stealing our Tai Chu Xian sect's treasures? The speaker was a Zifu cultivator from Tai Chu Xian sect. Several onlookers who had been eager to leave paused, surprised that there was still more to come. Oh, what treasure did I steal from you? Wang Qing was taken aback by the unfounded accusation made in front of the crowd. You clearly stole my Tai Chu Xian sect's treasure and still dare to deny it. The cultivator stammered, realizing that his words lacked credibility, but once spoken, they could not be taken back. Tai Xiaozhenren's expression turned peculiar as he inquired through voice transmission, what exactly transpired? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, the cultivator trembled and recounted the events that occurred within the relic space. Nonsense. Tai Xiaozhenren erupted in anger. Not because he was irate at the disciple's baseless framing of another, but rather because such accusations in a public setting without substantial evidence could severely tarnish his own reputation. In a moment, Tai Xiaozhenren contemplated various strategies to address the situation and donned a benevolent smile as he addressed Wang Qing. I perceive that this young friend possesses an extraordinary demeanor, uncharacteristic of a thief. I am confident that this young friend would not steal from my disciple. However, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, might this young friend relinquish his storage ring for a brief inspection? Wang Qing inwardly cursed, you old scoundrel. How could he possibly hand over his storage ring for their examination? What if they unjustly claimed one of his treasures as their own? Since your disciple insists that I have stolen his belongings, why not let him specify what was lost? Could it be he does not even know what he has misplaced? Upon hearing this, Tai Xiaojinren found himself in a predicament, contemplating how such a troublesome situation could arise today. Yu Cheng, since you so adamantly assert that this young friend has stolen your belongings, could you enlighten us as to what exactly has gone missing? The cultivator named Yu Cheng's face stiffened, unprepared for his elder's sudden questioning. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind, and his eyes brightened. Reporting to the elder, that treasure was initially discovered by me and my fellow disciples. However, he suddenly appeared and took the treasure away. Hence, I am unaware of what the treasure truly is. The cultivator declared indignantly. The assembled cultivators finally understood. It was merely a dispute that had occurred. Tai Xiaojinren's expression shifted to one of realization. I see. Since this young friend acquired the treasure after it was discovered by my sect's disciples, it is indeed illogical for you to claim theft. Wang Qing observed the unfolding drama with an impassive heart. The opponent's tactic of retreating to advance was indeed skillful. They first admitted ignorance of the treasure's specifics, seemingly placing themselves at a disadvantage. Yet they then claimed that the treasure had been sighted by them first, a statement that was impossible to substantiate. However, for the other onlookers, the matter of the treasure's ownership was of little interest. They were mainly inclined to criticize Tai Chuxian's sect for their bullying tendencies. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected, "Humph. Preposterous. You Tai Chuxian sect insist that the treasure was first seen by you. Do you have proof?" The speaker was Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from Tai Chuxian sect immediately darkened their expressions. Lu Feng, you are no different from him. What qualifications do you have to speak? Yu Su Shangren retorted sharply. Just then, another melodious voice rang out. What about me? The speaker was none other than Xianxiafan's, who gracefully stepped forth from the ranks of the Zheng family cultivators, her green gown billowing like a celestial maiden descending to earth. I can attest that Dao friend Chongqing did not steal the treasures of Tai Chuxian's sect. Rather, it was your side that, upon witnessing Dao friend Chongqing obtaining the treasure, harbored covetous intentions to seize it. Zheng Xianya's words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, imbued with a palpable firmness. Her statement was startling, sending ripples through the crowd as she openly declared her stance. Even Tai Xiaojinren could no longer maintain his long-held composure. His face darkened significantly. I did not expect Tai Chuxian's sect to act in such a manner. Indeed, despite being the foremost sect of Zhongzhou, their conduct is indistinguishable from that of rogue cultivators. Shoo, do not speak too loudly. These people are petty-minded and might seek revenge afterwards. The gathered cultivators began to murmur among themselves. You rascals! Tai Xiaojinren, an old fox of hundreds of years, swiftly regained his composure and called out to his disciples. Alas, it seems I have wronged this young friend. Who would have thought such ill-mannered cultivators would arise within our sect? I shall certainly report this matter to the sect leader upon my return. Subsequently, Tai Xiaojinren addressed his disciples. Why are you not hastening to apologize to Dao friend Chongqing? The leading Yu Su Shangren attempted to voice a protest, but was silenced by Tai Xiaojinren's fierce gaze. Reluctantly, the Tai Chuxian sect cultivators stood before Wang Qing and bowed in apology. Following this, Tai Xiaojinren, disinterested in lingering, led his disciples away. With their departure, the commotion finally concluded. However, Wang Qing's heart grew heavy, for he had provoked a behemoth like Tai Chuxian's sect, and he feared that the ensuing days would not be tranquil. Yet he did not dwell on the matter excessively, believing that one must face challenges as they come. Chapter 89, Prisoner Niu. Wang Qing bowed to Lu Feng and Zheng Xianya, expressing his gratitude. Thank you both for your assistance. Lu Feng waved his hand. No need for such politeness between us. Zheng Xianya replied, I merely acted as was proper. After a brief exchange, Lu Feng suddenly spoke. You must be cautious of those from Tai Chuxian's sect in the future. Wang Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Feng then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Wang Qing pondered for a moment. I shall remain in Zhongzhou for a while longer. It is time for me to return. After a moment of casual conversation, they each took their leave. What is it, Xianya? A middle-aged cultivator clad in the attire of the Zheng family addressed Zheng Xianya, who was lost in thought as she gazed in the direction Wang Qing had departed. Oh, it's nothing, she replied, coming back to her senses. What? Have you taken a liking to some young man? The middle-aged cultivator spoke directly, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Zheng Xuanya's originally fair and delicate visage flushed with a faint hue, akin to the first light of dawn. How could this be? Third uncle, you are speaking nonsense again. Zheng Xuanya vehemently denied. The middle-aged cultivator, undeterred, remarked, if you truly fancy him, simply bring him to me as a son-in-law of the Zheng family. Zheng Xuanya's face turned crimson. If you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall inform great-grandfather. Upon hearing her invoke the name of the elder, the middle-aged cultivator promptly sealed his lips and ceased his teasing. Meanwhile, Wang Qing had temporarily returned to the realm of Wanbao Pavilion's Bailanfang City, for he dared not venture to Taichifang City. Upon his return, he meticulously reviewed the spoils from his expedition, beyond the refining materials acquired within the relic space. He also possessed the remnants of Feng Jinghao and the cultivators from the Xianxiao sect. This venture had yielded considerable gains, but it had also incurred the ire of the formidable Taichu Xianzhou. Although Wang Qing was justified in his actions, the humiliation suffered by the sect left them with an uncertain disposition towards potential retaliation. As for the Xianxiao sect, it was unlikely they would uncover the events that transpired within the relic, as the remains of their cultivators had been incinerated by his nirvana flames, leaving not even a trace of ash. Subsequently, Wang Qing selected a spirit artifact for himself in Lingbaofeng City. He dared not use the spirit artifacts left behind by the Xianxiao sect, nor would he sell them, for the risk of drawing their attention was not worth the potential loss. Ultimately, he chose a fire-attributed spirit sword, replacing the temporarily used metal sword. After a few days in Lingbaofeng City, Wang Qing suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the Beastmaster space and promptly delved in to investigate. He beheld the contracted beast egg nearing hatching, its shell developing cracks. A golden energy radiated from the egg, exuding an aura of nobility and gentleness. Half an hour later, the fissure widened, and suddenly a small head broke through the shell. To his astonishment, the head bore a pair of dragon horns. Wang Qing was taken aback. Could it be that he had contracted a true dragon? As the creature fully emerged, its resemblance to a true dragon was undeniable. Yet it bore an air of elegance akin to a terrestrial beast. Its scales shimmered with a golden luster, imparting a sense of nobility and mystery. Most striking were its dragon horns. Though diminutive, they appeared exceptionally graceful. Wang Qing stood transfixed before this being, which seemed to embody the essence of a true dragon, albeit with distinctions. He was further astonished to discover that this spirit beast was born as a third-tier demon beast, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. What caliber of bloodline must this creature possess to emerge with such power? Even a fifth-tier bloodline beast would not typically possess third-tier strength at birth. Could it be that the prolonged duration of the egg's incubation within the relic space had contributed to this extraordinary outcome? The little creature, just emerging from its shell, began to consume its remnants. Moments later, a voice resonated in Wang Qing's mind. "Master." An immediate thrill surged within him, and he quickly responded through the Beastmaster mark. "Who are you? This little golden beast?" "Master, I am not just a little golden beast. I am Xianxiao, the firstborn of dragons." The little golden beast seemed displeased with its diminutive title, retorting in Wang Qing's mind. "Xianxiao, firstborn of dragons?" Wang Qing pondered. It was no wonder it bore such resemblance to a true dragon. "Very well, from now on, I shall call you Xianxiao." Although he had never heard of such a creature as Xianxiao, the fact that it possessed a direct dragon lineage and emerged as a third-tier demon beast was understandable. "What abilities do you possess?" Wang Qing inquired with curiosity. "Master, according to the memories within my bloodline, my abilities encompass not only the innate divine powers of the dragon clan, but also a unique talent, music. My voice can heal injuries and also launch attacks against the souls of my enemies." Upon hearing Xianxiao elucidate its capabilities, Wang Qing was utterly astonished. It was akin to a transformed true dragon. Not only did it possess the innate abilities of its kind, but it also wielded its own extraordinary powers. Wang Qing then asked, "Do you know what tier of bloodline you possess?" Suddenly, Xianxiao fell silent, and after a brief pause, responded, "I am unsure. My bloodline memories do not contain this information." Wang Qing decided to refrain from further inquiries, recognizing that answers would only come with time. At this moment, he had 4 spirit beasts: Zixia, Jinyu, Ao Gui, and Xianxiao. Among them, Ao Gui was contracted through ordinary means, while the other 3 were bonded via the bloodline technique, the Beastmaster mark. Jinyu and Ao Gui had reached the upper limits of their bloodline levels, and any further advancement would necessitate an elevation of their bloodline tier. Zixia and Jinyu, however, were progressing slowly via the Beastmaster mark, and perhaps after Wang Qing broke through to the Jindan stage, both Zixia and Jinyu could achieve a 4th-tier bloodline. As for Ao Gui, its current strength was the lowest among Wang Qing's spirit beasts, sitting at merely 2nd-tier upper grade. A breakthrough to 3rd tier would likely take some time. Furthermore, he would need to seek out treasures that could help it transcend its bloodline limitations. However, there was no rush, as Wang Qing had just begun his journey in the Zifu stage. Transitioning to the Jindan stage would take decades, at the very least. It was time to return to the family. As for when the Yuanying Jinjuan would emerge to reopen the relic, that remained uncertain. With family affairs demanding his attention, Wang Qing did not linger in Lingbaofeng City and promptly utilized the teleportation array to return to Qianzhou. Upon his return to the family, Wang Qing swiftly sought updates on their recent circumstances. All was well. Since the loss of the 15 Zifu cultivators, the Qinghai alliance had remained quiet. Nevertheless, Wang Qing cautioned his kin to exercise caution while traveling. For having offended a Jindan cultivator, he could not afford to be lax. During his absence of several months, the family had experienced no significant changes. The Qixing Islands had been fully developed into another domain for the Wang family. It was time to begin relocating some of the mortal kin to the islands. Currently, the Wang family's mortal members were distributed across 9 towns within Zixia County, totaling approximately 700,000 individuals. However, relocating them to Qixing Islands was no simple task, given the considerable distance of 10,000 miles from Zixia County, necessitating large spirit ships. In truth, mortal vessels could also be employed, though their speed was far too slow for mass relocation. Only spirit ships could facilitate such an endeavor. Wang Qing entrusted the acquisition of spirit ships to his second uncle, knowing that they would undoubtedly be for sale in the Langyafang city. Simultaneously, the family's private academy was gradually being perfected. Thanks to the cultivation inheritance Wang Qing had provided, many young talents had emerged as refiners and alchemists. He even made time to offer guidance at the academy when possible. A few days later, Wang Qing received a message from his second uncle, confirming that Wanbao Pavilion in Langyafang City indeed had spirit ships available for purchase. Each spirit ship was priced at 100,000 spirit stones and could accommodate 200 individuals. Wang Qing fell into contemplation, weighing the options of using spirit ships versus large mortal vessels. The mortal ships could hold up to 1,000 passengers, and although their speed was exceedingly slow, constructing several of them would suffice. Mortal ships were not precious items for cultivators and were readily obtainable, despite the speed advantage of spirit ships. Their limited capacity due to the precious materials involved made them less appealing. Wang Qing ultimately decided to utilize the mortal vessels for transportation, calling for 5,000 able-bodied mortals from each town. After half a month, 50 massive mortal ships departed from Qingfeng Town, making their way towards Qixing Islands. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Wang Qing assigned a Qi refinement practitioner to each ship and a foundation establishment practitioner to escort the entire fleet. The journey of thousands of miles would take over a month for these mundane vessels to reach their destination. At this moment, Wang Qing was unaware that a storm was silently approaching him. In Central State, at the Taichu Xianzong, within a cave dwelling, the venerable Yusu sat in the main seat. "Have you uncovered the origins of that Wang Qing?" he inquired. Beside him, Yu Cheng replied, "According to the information I have gathered, Wang Qing arrived in Central State via the teleportation array of the Wanbao Pavilion in Qianzhou." "Qianzhou?" Yusu pondered for a moment before asking. "Qianzhou is quite remote, a resource-poor small state, with only the Qianyang sect as a golden core force within its borders. Could it be that Wang Qing is a member of the Qianyang sect? I'm not entirely sure. But I also found out that during the alchemy competition held by the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Qing secured first place," Yu Cheng replied. "First place in the alchemy competition?" Yusu's expression revealed astonishment. A practitioner from the remote Qianzhou possesses such talent, having broken through to the Purple Mansion at such a young age, and is also proficient in the art of alchemy. It seems he must have encountered a significant opportunity. Indeed, this young man is quite enigmatic. In the relic space, the Grand Hall was inaccessible to all of us, yet he seemed unfazed. There must be a great fortune associated with him. Yu Cheng concurred. Yusu furrowed his brow in contemplation and, after a moment, said, "Send someone to Qianzhou to investigate further. We shall deliberate on this matter. If he is indeed a practitioner of Qianyang, things could become troublesome." "Understood. I will take care of it right away." Yu Cheng nodded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Yusu, feeling uneasy, cautioned, "Ensure that you send a trusted person, avoiding drawing the attention of other brothers within the sect. If this young man truly possesses a great opportunity, the fewer who know, the better." "I understand." Yu Cheng left the cave without looking back. In the Lingwu Valley, Wang Qing was inspecting the spirit beast garden. At this time, the Wang family's third-tier bloodline spirit beasts included the Yinta Longgui and the Qian Sanwei fox. Additionally, there were the Bahuang Tanyun rhino and the Banlon Linghu, which had been promoted to third-tier bloodlines through the Longshui Xianxia. The second-tier bloodline spirit beasts present included the Bai Shui Linglu, the Qingyan Mang, and the Highland Songlong. There were also the Heishui Shuanggu and the Shuiyan Ho, which had evolved to second-tier bloodlines via the Longshui Xianxia. Furthermore, there were the special varieties of Wucai Jinlingyu and Jinmao Lingzhu, cultivated and sold in Datai Tower. Thus Wang Qing did not elevate their bloodline levels. The Longshui Xianxia could only enhance a spirit beast's bloodline level once, with a maximum elevation to third tier. Beyond that, it could only strengthen their physical prowess. Currently, the family only marketed the Bai Shui Linglu, Heishui Shuanggu, and Shui Yunho, which were reasonably strong among second-tier bloodline spirit beasts. Although they could not compare to the previously mentioned Banlan Linghu and Bahuang Tanyan Rhino, whose bloodlines had already reached the third tier. After leaving the spirit beast garden, Wang Qing suddenly recalled that his other two spirit beasts had yet to undergo the cleansing with long sui xianxia. While this would not elevate their bloodline level, it would still enhance their physical strength, which was better than nothing. Moreover, the family's development had reached a stable phase, and it was time for him to check on the construction status of the Qixing Islands. Thus, Wang Qing summoned Jinyu and prepared to head towards the Qixing Islands. Upon emerging from the spirit beast space, Jinyu shot Wang Qing a glance with its golden pupils, as if to express its disdain for being treated merely as a means of transportation. Wang Qing felt somewhat awkward at Jinyu's expression. After all, ever since Jinyu broke through to the third tier, its speed was several times that of his own sword flight, befitting a spirit beast with the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. Half an hour later, Wang Qing had already arrived at the Qixing Islands, where he also encountered the Wang family's grand fleet, which had only just covered a distance of a few dozen miles. Upon reaching the Qixing Islands, and after a brief meeting with the second elder, Wang Qing proceeded directly to the Long Sui Xianxia pool. This area was surrounded by several formations, and Wang Qing immediately released Ao Gui and Xianxiao. After half an hour, Ao Gui emerged first. Following the cleansing, its defensive capabilities had significantly strengthened, and it was merely a step away from breaking through to a third-tier spirit beast, likely achieving this in no time. Shortly thereafter, Xianxiao also exited the Long Sui Xianxia. Master, I never expected you to possess such a treasure. Xianxiao's excited voice resonated within Wang Qing's mind. After the cleansing, its strength had also seen some improvement. Chapter 91, Ruiguang Xianha. Over a month later, the Wang family's fleet finally arrived, simultaneously constructing a town named Qingfeng Town on a nearby subsidiary island, ensuring all the mortals were properly settled before Wang Qing returned to Lingwu Valley. At the Zizhu Peak, within the Taxing Hall, Wang Qing had just finished handling family affairs and was preparing to rest when a figure entered. Uncle, what brings you here? Wang Qing asked upon recognizing the visitor. There has been a sudden surge of news throughout Xianzhou. A group of third-tier spirit beasts, the Ruiguang Xianha, has been sighted in the Taiyao mountain range. His uncle stated directly. A group of Ruiguang Xianha? Wang Qing expressed mild surprise. He had previously witnessed a Ruiguang Xianha egg at an auction in the Langyafang Shi, which had fetched an exorbitant price of 250,000 spirit stones. Yes, it is said there are about 5 or 6 of them, his uncle confirmed. The entire Qianzhou is abuzz with this news, and many practitioners have gone to the Taiyao mountain range in hopes of capturing one. The Ruiguang Xianha was considered an elite among third-tier spirit beasts, adept in both wind and water spells. It was already a stroke of luck to encounter even a single one, let alone 5 or 6 at once. It is said that among this group, 2 possess third-tier strength, while the others are their offspring, his uncle continued. I understand, Wang Qing said after a moment of contemplation. The Ruiguang Xianha is indeed worth pursuing. Our family currently lacks flying spirit beasts, and if we could capture a few to cultivate, it would undoubtedly benefit the family. After his uncle departed, Wang Qing set off alone towards the Taiyao mountain range. With his strength, he could adequately handle this group of Ruiguang Xianha, provided no one else intervened. Several hours later, Wang Qing arrived at the outskirts of the Taiyao mountain range, encountering numerous practitioners along the way, including some low-tier loose cultivators, family disciples, and even many adorned in the robes of the Qianyang sect. Hey, did you just see a golden flash of lightning pass by? A middle-aged practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement queried his companion. No, are you seeing things? Or have you been to the mortal realm's flower-picking establishment too many times? Get lost. I've been cultivating for the past 2 months. When would I have gone? Wang Qing, perched atop Jinyu, was moving at an astonishing speed, unnoticed by most Qi refinement practitioners, with only a few purple mansion cultivators catching sight of him riding the red gold Xianing. Who is that? Riding a third-tier spirit beast? A purple mansion practitioner pondered. Moments later, Wang Qing finally reached the area where the outskirts and the central region of the Taiyao mountain range intermingled. Here, high-tier spirit beasts became increasingly prevalent, with most being second-tier. Wang Qing even observed numerous human practitioners engaged in battle with spirit beasts in various locations. Yet, he still had not spotted any traces of the Ruiguang Xianha. Suddenly, he recalled that Ruiguang Xianha favored watery locales, prompting him to begin his search. It must be noted that the Taiyao mountain range spanned an extensive area, with the outskirts alone covering the size of several counties like Zixia. However, despite its vastness, there was only one 4th-tier spirit beast, making the occasional disturbances it caused not a significant issue for the Qianyang sect, which was bolstered by 2 golden core practitioners. After several hours of flight, traversing the various lakes scattered throughout the central region of the Tai Ao mountain range. Wang Qing was still unable to catch a glimpse of the Rui Guang Xianhe. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a magnificent waterfall cascading down from a peak towering 1,000 meters high. Wang Qing promptly directed Jinyu to ascend towards the summit of the waterfall, where, indeed, several Rui Guang Xianhe were frolicking amidst the waters. Upon noticing Wang Qing, the group of Rui Guang Xianhe froze, halting their playful antics. In an instant, the leader of the flock opened its beak, unleashing a powerful jet of water. A true dragon's thunderfire manifested, transforming into a protective spirit barrier that enveloped Wang Qing entirely. The robust water column evaporated instantly upon contact with the true dragon's thunderfire, turning into vapor. Wang Qing summoned Zixia and Xianxiao, and in a flash, 3 third-tier demon beasts materialized, encircling the Rui Guang Xianhe. Among the group, only 2 had reached the 3rd tier, while the remaining 4 were 1st tier, rendering them hesitant and wary under the siege of 4 purple palace-level combatants. The 3rd-tier Rui Guang Xianhe, which had been the first to attack, immediately refrained from further action, its eyes reflecting a profound sense of sorrow and indignation. Wang Qing had no intention of annihilating them. After all, he was the only one who had discovered their location, and he was acutely aware of the need for haste. If other cultivators were to arrive, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications, especially from the Qingyang sect. Observing the human-like emotions in the creature's eyes, Wang Qing spoke, "I harbor no desire to slay you. Simply submit to me." The Rui Guang Xianhe, having attained a degree of intelligence, exhibited a flicker of struggle in its gaze after comprehending Wang Qing's words, occasionally calling out to another Rui Guang Xianhe as if in consultation. After a few moments, the leader finally nodded in agreement. Wang Qing discerned its intent and continued, "Excellent, now that you have acquiesced. The next step is to refrain from resistance and relax your minds. I shall escort you to another location." Upon hearing this, the Rui Guang Xianhe nodded, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in its eyes, uncertain of where Wang Qing intended to take them. Approaching the creature, Wang Qing activated the Yuling Wen on his forehead, drawing the Rui Guang Xianhe into the beast-controlling space. Just as he prepared to depart, he heard a voice, "Friend, have you discovered anything here?" The speakers were 2 cultivators, one stout and the other slender, both possessing purple palace-level prowess. Upon hearing their voices, Wang Qing felt a jolt of apprehension, though he was somewhat relieved to realize they were not from the Qingyang sect. The taller cultivator bore an unfamiliar emblem on his chest, while the other appeared to be a loose cultivator without any insignia. "Fellow cultivators, I have found nothing of interest here and was just about to leave," Wang Qing replied with an unperturbed demeanor. The 2 scrutinized him with skepticism for a moment before the stout one said, "Very well, if that is the case. We shall take our leave." The 2 then prepared to depart on their swords. Just as they turned to leave, Wang Qing smirked coldly and summoned Jinyu. With a swift flap of its wings, Jinyu soared behind the 2, unleashing several golden feathers that pierced through them before they could react, resulting in their demise. Chapter 92. The Storm Rises. The 2 had likely not anticipated Wang Qing's sudden aggression before their demise. In truth, their murderous intent had long been sensed by him. After seizing their storage rings, Wang Qing ignited their corpses with nirvana fire and then departed the scene. To avoid drawing suspicion, he did not head back directly, but continued to search the central region of the Tai Ao mountain range. After feigning a search for several days, Wang Qing finally resolved to leave, having gathered a substantial quantity of various spiritual herbs during his time. Upon exiting the Tai Ao mountain range, he hastened back to the Lingwu Valley. Upon returning to the family, he entrusted the 4 Rui Guang Xianhe hatchlings to his 3rd aunt for rearing. The 2 third-tier Rui Guang Xianhe remained in the beast-controlling space. Although their nature was gentle, he was reluctant to release them without proper taming. Thus, a month passed in tranquility, and the cultivators still searching the Tai Ao mountain range gradually dispersed. At the Tai Chu Xian zone, Yu Qingshangren excitedly approached the cave dwelling of Yu Sushangren. After a moment, Yu Sushangren, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes and dispelled the cave's restrictions. "Senior brother, I have uncovered something," Yu Qingshangren exclaimed as he entered the cave in a frenzy. Yu Sushangren settled into a nearby chair and inquired, "Oh, speak plainly." According to the information, Wang Qing is not a disciple of the Qingyang sect, but belongs to a purple palace power within the Qianzhou territory, Yu Qingshangren reported with excitement. Moreover, the Wang family only ascended to a purple palace power a few years ago, and there are only 3 purple palace cultivators in total, including him. "What?" Yu Sushangren's expression shifted, becoming highly agitated. "It seems our suspicions were correct. Wang Qing must possess significant fortune. Senior brother, let us hurry there." If we can obtain his fortune, we may advance further. Yu Qingshangren's expression had become somewhat uncontrolled. Yu Sushangren, being more composed, furrowed his brow in contemplation. No need to rush. Although the Wang family has only 3 purple palace cultivators, it will not be easy for us to deal with them. We must devise a plan to draw him out of his family. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshangren appeared doused in cold water, lowering his head to ponder. After a moment, he looked up and said, "You are right, senior brother. I have been rash. But how can we entice him out?" Yu Sushangren gently shook his head. "No need to rush. Now that we know his background, he cannot escape our grasp." Concurrently, the storm surrounding Wang Qing was not solely confined to the Tai Chu Xian zone. At the Qianyang sect, in the Qianyang hall, "Master, you summoned me. Is there a matter at hand?" Upon entering the hall, Dan Yangshangren was greeted by the grave expressions of the only 2 golden core true people of the Qianyang sect seated solemnly. "What is the situation with the head of the Wang family?" Qianyangzhenren's face was particularly grim. "The head of the Wang family? Is it not Wang Xiaoji? What has happened to him?" Dan Yangshangren inquired, perplexed. Wang Xiaoji is no longer the head of the Wang family." Heng Yangzhenren scoffed. "The head of the Wang family is a member named Wang Qing, who, at just over 30 years of age, has already reached the Purple Palace stage." Qianyangzhenren did not keep them in suspense and spoke directly. "What?" Dan Yangshangren was taken aback. "How is this possible?" Suddenly, Dan Yangshangren seemed to realize something. "No wonder I thought the Wang family had been so extravagant for an outer sect disciple. It seems you understand now. Had it not been for your prior connections with Wang Shu He, the master would not have let this matter slide so easily," Heng Yangzhenren remarked coldly. Dan Yangshangren smiled bitterly. "It is my fault. Alas, I cannot blame you entirely. It is my own oversight." Qian Yangzhenren sighed. "What should we do about this matter now?" Dan Yangshangren asked. "I say we eradicate the Wang family, making them understand the consequences of attacking disciples of our Qianyang sect," Heng Yangzhenren declared angrily. Sigh. Qian Yangzhenren sighed deeply. To reach the Purple Palace stage at such a young age, it seems he must possess a heavenly spirit root. There is no other explanation. What a pity. What does it matter if he has a heavenly spirit root? The Wang family has defied us, and they dare to strike against our disciples. If we do not make an example of them, our Qianyang sect will lose its prestige. Heng Yangzhenren fumed. Indeed, they must pay the price for this. Qian Yangzhenren nodded, then turned to Dan Yangshangren and asked, "What are your thoughts?" The serene expression on Dan Yangshangren's face revealed his resolution. "Following this incident, my relationship with Wang Shu He has come to an end, and I will support all decisions made by the sect. However, what shall we do with the disciples from the Wang family within the sect?" Upon hearing this, Heng Yangzhenren furrowed his brow. Just then, amidst the silence of the 3, a figure rushed in with urgency. "Zhang Jiao, a grave matter has arisen," he exclaimed, flustered and lacking decorum. "Zhang Jiao, elders, trouble has struck. The Tai mountain range has erupted once more. Reports indicate that a 3rd-tier demon beast has broken through to the 4th tier." Ignoring Heng Yangzhenren's reprimand, the cultivator continued. The entire hall fell into an instant hush. "What did you say?" Heng Yangzhenren could hardly believe his ears. "I speak nothing but the truth. The one that has ascended to the 4th tier is the Qing Yining, which has apparently consumed some heavenly treasures, resulting in its bloodline evolution," the cultivator affirmed. "Bloodline evolution? That beast possesses a trace of Qi Yin Tian Ing bloodline," Heng Yangzhenren said with a grim countenance. At this moment, Qian Yangzhenren regained his composure. "Have they commenced their offensive?" "Not yet. Only that Qi Yin Tian Ing has flown out of the Tai mountain range, circling the skies before returning." Qian Yangzhenren's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, the wrinkles on his face deepening as a serious expression emerged. Silence enveloped the hall. "Xixiao, how should we address this matter?" Heng Yangzhenren could no longer contain his impatience. "Quickly send people to summon cultivators from various locations. We must first withstand the initial wave of the beast tide," Qian Yangzhenren instructed after a moment of contemplation. "And what of the Wang family?" Dan Yangshangren interjected. "Let that matter rest for now. Additionally, in this summons for cultivators, specifically call upon Wang Qing," Qian Yangzhenren declared without hesitation. "But Xixiao, won't this alert the enemy? What if he flees?" Heng Yangzhenren questioned, puzzled. Qian Yangzhenren shook his head, feigning mystery. "No. Simply inform them that if they can achieve merit during this beast tide, they shall be spared." Chapter 93, A Blood-Soaked Battle. In the Wang family's conference hall, all but those still at the 7-Star Isles gathered in silence. After a brief moment, Wang Qing broke the stillness. "Since Qian Yangzong has made this matter clear, I shall go." The Grand Elder frowned deeply. "But what if they turn against you?" Wang Qing pondered for a moment. "They likely won't. With 2 4th-tier demon beasts in the Tai mountain range, They have enough on their plate. They won't act against me until this situation is resolved. Sigh. It seems we have no other choice, the Grand Elder lamented. Ultimately, the Wang family decided on the personnel to confront the beast tide. With Wang Qing leading 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, he summoned his 6th uncle back from the 7 Star Isles, while the other 4 included his elder uncle Wang Ziran, 3rd Aunt Wang Ziyao, 5th uncle Wang Ziyu, and 7th uncle Wang Zikong. The group set off directly towards the Tai Ao mountain range. At this time, the outer perimeter of the Tai Ao mountain range was teeming with demon beasts, their roars resonating in a cacophony that sent chills down the spines of the cultivators present. The skies were also filled with cultivators rushing in from various parts of Qianzhou, creating a dense formation. Suddenly, a roar erupted from deep within the Tai Ao mountain range, igniting the demon beasts as they charged towards the human cultivators. The Qi refinement cultivators on the ground promptly unleashed various spells and talismans to defend themselves, painting the sky in a riot of colors. After several rounds, the ground was littered with the carcasses of demon beasts, their blood filling the air with a pungent scent, provoking the ferocity of the remaining beasts, which howled wildly as their attacks intensified. After the duration of an incense stick, the leading demon beast finally reached the human cultivators, and close combat ensued, showcasing the unique abilities of the beasts. In an instant, various magical artifacts and talismans filled the sky in a breathtaking display. At that moment, second-tier demon beasts surged forth from the Tai Ao mountain range, charging towards the human cultivators in the sky. The Foundation establishment cultivators swiftly engaged them. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, awakening the latent ferocity within the human cultivators, who were not to be underestimated as a race capable of standing against demon beasts. The clash was monumental, while Wang Qing and the other Zifu cultivators continued to observe the splendid battle scene from above, refraining from intervening until the same-ranked demon beasts from the opposing side took action. Half an hour passed, and the intensity of the battle showed no signs of waning. In fact, it grew even more exhilarating. On the ground, various demon beasts and human cultivators clashed fiercely, while figures occasionally plummeted from the sky, falling straight down. The atmosphere turned crimson, saturated with the scent of blood, yet the definitive outcome of this war had yet to unfold. After another half hour, the demon beasts could no longer contain themselves, as dozens of third-tier beasts soared out from within the Tai Ao mountain range at incredible speed. The human cultivators of the Zifu class finally surged forward to meet them. Wang Qing summoned Jinyu, wary of revealing the existence of his other contracted beasts in such a scenario. His opponent was a massive mammoth, towering like a mountain before him. They exchanged blows, with the mammoth employing its enormous trunk to strike at Wang Qing, who adeptly wielded his spiritual weapon to defend himself. The Tianhuafan hovered in front of Wang Qing, flames engulfing the sky as massive fireballs cascaded towards the mammoth, yet they seemed ineffective. The mammoth's thick hide absorbed the flames with little damage inflicted, while Wang Qing skillfully wielded his flying sword to counter the beast's attacks. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Wang Qing was cautious not to reveal his other abilities, acutely aware of a divine sense lingering around him. And without needing to think, he already knew the identity of its owner. After half an hour of combat, the mammoth, sensing that Wang Qing was toying with it, erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar as spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Wang Qing's feet. Realizing the imminent danger, Wang Qing acted swiftly, employing the fire god step to evade the attack. At this moment, the mammoth's trunk was marred with various superficial wounds, with no blood flowing. Wang Qing, wielding his spiritual sword, caressed its blade as flames enveloped it. With a fiery sword thrust, he pierced the mammoth's eye, causing it to roar in agony and shake its head violently. Wang Qing maintained an unperturbed demeanor, continuing to dodge the mammoth's attacks, while numerous sword marks covered its colossal body. After yet another half hour, the mammoth finally succumbed to exhaustion, crashing down from the sky. Wang Qing gently descended, using his sword to dissect the mammoth's body and retrieve its core before soaring towards another beast. Thus, the battle raged on for an hour, with the human cultivators gradually gaining the upper hand. A deafening roar echoed from within the Tai Ao mountain range as the 2 fourth-tier demon kings could no longer restrain themselves and emerged from the depths of the mountains. One was the previously encountered Lei Yin-Do-Xiong, while the other was a massive crimson eagle shrouded in flames. The enormous eagle spread its wings, casting a shadow over the sky, and even from a great distance, Wang Qing could feel the heat radiating towards him. Meanwhile, the 2 golden core Zhenren from Qianyangzong revealed their true forms. Qianyang Zhenren waved his whisk, dispelling the heat wave. Upon seeing Qianyang Zhenren, the Lei Yin-Do-Xiong's eyes flared with rage as it transformed into a streak of light, charging towards him, while Hengyang Zhenren summoned his artifact to attack the Qi Yin Tianying. In the vast expanse of the sky, two combatants clashed at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. The Lei Yindoxiong raised its paw, unleashing a flame infused with the power of thunder directly at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Unfazed, Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his dust whisk, conjuring a curtain of water that thwarted the fiery onslaught. Observing this, the Lei Yindoxiong let out a furious roar, abandoning its spells to charge at Xianxiaaudiobooks, intent on overpowering him with sheer physical strength. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks, well acquainted with the Lei Yindoxiong, deftly evaded its advance, denying it the opportunity it sought. Enraged, the Lei Yindoxiong began to pound its chest, as the two titans engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Meanwhile, on the side of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the Qingfeng, a massive golden cauldron hovered above Xianxiaaudiobooks' head, its golden aura cascading down to repel the attacks of Qingfeng. Regardless of whether Qingfeng employed spells or brute force, none could breach the formidable defenses of the cauldron. Chapter 94, The Fall of the Beast King. The battle raged on for several hours, with slaughter becoming instinctual. Yet, the number of demon beasts showed no signs of dwindling. Instead, it seemed as if they multiplied with every clash. The low-level cultivators understood that the true determinant of victory lay high above, at altitudes exceeding tens of thousands of meters. Neither of the two fourth-tier demon kings nor the golden core cultivators from the Qianyang sect bore any injuries, their assaults easily neutralized by their adversaries. As time passed, both sides began to exhaust their spiritual energy. Just as they prepared to retreat in unison, a crescent-shaped magical wheel suddenly materialized. The Lei Yindoxiong felt a shiver run down its spine, sensing a wave of coldness. Having battled Xianxiaaudiobooks for many years, it understood the man's treachery all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, it attempted to flee, but it was already too late. An elder appeared in the sky, none other than Guyu Zhenren. With a swift motion of his right hand, the moon wheel behind him spun relentlessly, casting darkness across the sky, causing even the sun to vanish. The moon wheel behind Guyu Zhenren expanded, transforming into a luminous moon suspended in the heavens. The fleeing Lei Yindoxiong found its movement sluggish and felt a surge of dread. Its spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Failure to escape would spell its doom. Qianyang, you vile old man, how despicable! The Lei Yindoxiong roared towards the heavens. Humph, wretched beast, do you think you can escape today? Xianxiaaudiobooks replied coldly. As he spoke, a talisman materialized in his hand, radiating a terrifying energy. As the talisman ignited, a colossal golden seal descended upon the Lei Yindoxiong's head. With its spiritual energy nearly exhausted, the beast relied on its physical strength to withstand the impact of the seal, but a thick layer of frost had already formed on its exterior, rendering it incapable of channeling its remaining energy. Suddenly, the energy from the golden seal surged violently, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that echoed through the heavens. A blinding golden light enveloped the sky, forcing all cultivators to shield their eyes. Moments later, as the golden radiance faded, the Lei Yindoxiong plummeted from the sky, prompting all cultivators below to hastily scatter. With a resounding crash, the Lei Yindoxiong landed heavily on the ground, resembling a colossal meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact. The once sluggish Qingfeng was struck with terror, yet it was frozen in place by the frost and could not escape. Its magical power long since depleted. Xianxiaaudiobooks summoned a magnificent golden sword, wielding an overwhelming might as he thrust it towards Qingfeng, which, lacking in defense, was impaled by the blade. Thus, the last two fourth-tier demon kings of the Tai Ao mountain range met their demise. Guyu Zhenren retracted the moon wheel, restoring the sky to normalcy, witnessing the fall of their king. The remaining demon beasts lost their will to fight and fled towards Tai Ao mountain. After a prolonged battle, the human cultivators also found their spiritual energy depleted and were disinclined to continue the fight. Upon returning to his clan, Wang Qing was burdened with heavy thoughts. No one knew what awaited him, and he contemplated numerous strategies. Should he seek assistance from Wan Baoge? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that he had no ties to them, and they would not risk offending the Qianyang sect on his behalf. What about seeking Lu Feng? Wang Qing pondered. This could be a viable option, yet despite their amicable relationship, it was uncertain whether Lu Feng could persuade a golden core cultivator within his clan. What should he do? Wang Qing furrowed his brow as various plans raced through his mind, only to be discarded one by one. Just then, he received a message. His eyes lit up upon reading it, and he promptly set off towards the Qixing Island. Half an hour later, Wang Qing arrived in the waters near Qixing Island. Having received word that the whale had reappeared in the vicinity, he quickly thought to seek the whale's assistance, for it was a fifth-tier demon beast, and the two golden core cultivators of the Qianyang sect would be no match for it. Indeed, upon his arrival at Qixing Island, he spotted the whale. The whale seemed to recognize him, emitting a clear call as it swam towards him, appearing exceedingly excited to see Wang Qing, circling him playfully in the water. Wang Qing gently descended, standing firmly atop the whale's head, as it swiftly carried him through the sea. This whale was peculiar, despite its fifth-tier power. It behaved like a child, reveling in play. Though unaware of why the whale treated him with such kindness, Wang Qing chose not to dwell on it. "What is your name?" he inquired while seated atop the whale. "Yu Hailan Jing." The whale responded with a call, and a message materialized in Wang Qing's mind. "Yu Hailan Jing?" Wang Qing mused, realizing that even though the Wang family's records included countless demon beasts, this name was unfamiliar to him. Whales were inherently rare among demon beasts, especially those of high bloodlines, and he had never heard of one reaching 5th tier. "Then I shall call you Yu Hai from now on," Wang Qing declared. Yu Hai joyfully responded with a chirp, indicating agreement. After several hours of swimming in the sea, as they prepared to part ways, Wang Qing finally voiced his request. Without hesitation, Yu Hai agreed to assist him. Wang Qing felt a weight lift from his shoulders as he returned to his clan. Thus, half a month passed without incident from the Qianyang sect, until one day, they dispatched a purple mansion cultivator to summon Wang Qing to their mountain gate. Wang Qing, however, was not foolish enough to comply blindly and rudely refused. The Qianyang cultivator left in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, at the Qianyang sect, Hingyang Zhenren exclaimed, "Brother, this is outrageous. Wang Qing has defied us repeatedly, and now you invite him, only for him to outright reject." Qianyang Zhenren, however, wore a grave expression. "Strange. Does he possess some hidden support?" "Humph." Hingyang Zhenren scoffed dismissively. "What does it matter? This boy is a heavenly root. Can we simply allow him to grow unchecked?" "Well, you make a valid point. In that case, let us pay a visit to the Wang family. No matter what support he may have, it will not deter us," Qianyang Zhenren decisively stated. Chapter 95, The Storm Calms. The two golden core cultivators arrived at the Wang family in less than half an hour. With a casual wave, Qianyang Zhenren shattered the protective mountain array. In mere moments, the Supreme Elder emerged at the mountain gate. "We humbly welcome the esteemed presence of the two venerable cultivators." The esteemed Taishang Elder maintained a calm demeanor, respectfully clasping his hands as he spoke. "Humph." The cold snort of Hingyang Zhenren echoed. "Your Wang family possesses an audacious spirit." The Taishang Elder felt an overwhelming aura bearing down upon him, prompting him to swiftly channel his spiritual energy to withstand the pressure. Had it not been for the purging of bones and marrow, he might have already plummeted from the sky under such force. "Where is Wang Qing? Bring him forth." Hingyang Zhenren commanded directly. "He is not present," the Taishang Elder replied. "Perhaps you two esteemed ones could step inside and sit for a moment." The Taishang Elder was uncertain whether Wang Qing could summon the Weihai blue whale, and thus, he sought to delay time for Wang Qing as best he could. Hingyang Zhenren's expression shifted in confusion. He could not comprehend the Taishang Elder's intentions. "Then let us proceed. We shall sit inside for a while," Qianyang Zhenren interjected suddenly. In the Wang family's reception hall, the two Zhenrens took their places at the main seats. "Your Wang family has truly grown wings. How dare you slay a disciple of my Qianyang sect, all for a mere Tianling root?" Hingyang Zhenren immediately questioned upon sitting down. "You jest, esteemed ones. How could our Wang family possess a Tianling root?" The Taishang Elder vehemently denied. "Humph. Do you think we would believe such nonsense? If it were not a Tianling root, how could Wang Qing's cultivation speed be so astonishing?" Hingyang Zhenren remained skeptical of the Taishang Elder's words. As the Taishang Elder sought to stall for time, a colossal figure emerged above the Wang family estate, casting a shadow over the entire sky. This immense silhouette was none other than the Weihai blue whale, with Wang Qing standing atop its head. The Qianyang Zhenren and his companions, engaged in conversation, noticed the sudden dimming of the sky and stepped outside. "What is this?" Upon seeing the enormous figure above, Hingyang Zhenren's expression changed dramatically. "A 5th-tier demon beast," Qianyang Zhenren articulated slowly, his countenance turning grave in an instant. "Qing has come to meet the two esteemed Zhenrens." Wang Qing spoke with an unflappable tone while standing atop the Weihai blue whale. "You, how is this possible?" Hingyang Zhenren exclaimed in disbelief. "Two esteemed Zhenrens have traveled such a distance to visit my Wang family. Qing has failed to extend a proper welcome. I hope you will forgive me." Wang Qing understood the need to leverage the situation to his advantage and thus decided to feign an air of grandeur. "This is impossible. It must be a trick. Wang Qing, you cannot deceive me." Hingyang Zhenren refused to accept the scene before him, incredulous that a Zifu cultivator stood upon a 5th-tier demon beast, which showed no signs of reluctance. Hingyang Zhenren summoned the golden cauldron, hurling it towards Wang Qing. However, before the cauldron could reach Wang Qing, it was intercepted by a massive barrier of light, unable to advance any further. The Weihai blue whale let out a roar. sending the golden cauldron hurtling back towards Jinren. His face paled as he attempted to regain control over the cauldron, only to find it slipping from his grasp. In a moment of shock, he remained frozen, staring as the cauldron approached. It was Jinren who reacted first, flicking his feather duster to conjure a water shield that protected Jinren. With a resounding crash, the golden cauldron struck the shield, shattering it instantly. Jinren was sent flying, spitting blood, and fell unconscious on the spot. Observing this, Jinren rushed to Jinren's side, checking for a pulse. Finding a faint breath, he hastily produced a pill and placed it in Jinren's mouth. "Please spare us, esteemed senior," Jinren implored, utterly disbelieving that Wang Qing was a Zifu cultivator. In his view, Wang Qing must be the reincarnation of a powerful being or perhaps had been possessed by one. "Begone, should you dare to return. The existence of your Xianyang sect will be rendered unnecessary," Wang Qing stated coldly, fully aware that the other party had addressed him as senior. He decided to play along. Wang Qing had considered the idea of having the Yuehai blue whale eliminate the two Xinrens, but upon reflection, he chose against it. After all, the Xianyang sect had operated in Qianzhou for many years. Any disturbance to them would disrupt the peace in Qianzhou and draw in forces from other states, which would not bode well for the Wang family. More importantly, the Yuehai blue whale was not his pet and could not be summoned at all times. Jinren, taken aback by Wang Qing's words, hurriedly lifted Jinren and departed the area, as if fearing that Wang Qing might strike again. After their departure, Wang Qing knelt beside the Yuehai blue whale, saying, "Yuehai, thank you." In the days that followed, tranquility reigned, and the Qianyang sect no longer provoked the Wang family. A few months later, the Qianyang sect relinquished 40% of the profits from the Qingfeng to the Wang family, even ceding their share of the Gongjing mine. Upon hearing this news, Wang Qing was overjoyed, realizing that fortune had come from adversity. It was noteworthy that the Gongjing mine yielded over 200,000 spirit stones a year, significantly enhancing the Wang family's income, alongside the considerable profits from the 40% share in Qingfeng. The burden that had weighed upon Wang Qing's heart finally lifted, allowing him to focus on managing family affairs, while the Wang family expanded its efforts. Ninth Uncle Wang Zixia successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, bringing the total number of foundation establishment members in the Wang family to 15. Among them, the Grand Elder had even advanced to the late foundation establishment stage, while the second and third elders reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. One day, during a family meeting, the Grand Elder suggested, "Patriarch, our family's various affairs have matured. It is time to expand the scale of Datai Lu and Ling Shougo." Hearing this, Wang Qing contemplated the matter. "Indeed, we should establish another Datai Lu. If anyone has suggestions, please share. I believe we should open a store in the Qianyang Fangshi, which is under the jurisdiction of the Qianyang sect, as well as at the headquarters of Wan Baogu." Uncle Wang Ziren proposed first. "What are the estimated costs for these two locations?" Wang Qing inquired after a moment of thought. "The price for a store in Qianyang Fangshi ranges from 1.5 million to 3 million spirit stones, depending on the location," Uncle Wang Ziren explained, having thoroughly researched the market conditions in Qianzhou. The store prices at the Wan Baogu headquarters in Qianzhou are somewhat higher, ranging from 2 million to 4 million spirit stones. Such exorbitant costs. Wang Qing frowned. "Currently, our family has only 360,000 spirit stones. Shall we purchase one store for now?" the Grand Elder suggested. Wang Qing did not respond immediately, but instead pondered deeply. "Since the Qianyang sect has chosen to relinquish the profits from the Gongjing mine, could we not ask them for a store without cost?" Uncle Wang Ziren suddenly interjected. Wang Qing's eyes brightened at this prospect. This is indeed feasible. Half a month later, all preparations were complete. The Wang family spent 3 million spirit stones to purchase a store at Wan Baogu and successfully negotiated for a store from the Qianyang sect. Situated in an excellent location, Wang Qing first sent someone to assess the site, and once everything was ready, both Datai Lu establishments opened simultaneously, with the Qingfeng location managed by third aunt and the Wan Baogu location overseen by fifth uncle Wang Ziyu. On the opening day, Wang Qing personally attended to the event. As for Ling Shougo, there were currently no plans to expand, as the scale of spirit beast cultivation had yet to rise. It was essential to ensure that the Wang family could adequately provide for its own members' contracts, as well as supply the 2 Ling Shougu stores for sale. The only constraint on the family's development was the population issue. The Wang family currently boasted over 500 cultivators, while the Mortal Clan comprised over 1 million individuals. For a Zifa-level force, such a meager population severely limited the family's growth. The next step was to find ways to increase the population. As a family force, it differed from those sects. When sects faced a shortage of members, they could simply recruit more disciples. However, family cohesion relied on blood relations, necessitating population growth through childbirth. Uncle, do you have any effective strategies to increase our population? In Tai Xingdian, Wang Qing addressed Wang Zuren, who sat opposite him. Increasing the population? He pondered. I have contemplated this matter as well. The primary approach to boost the population is to stimulate the reproductive enthusiasm of mortals. I believe we could establish some incentives for them, his uncle suggested. Wang Qing nodded, finding merit in his uncle's words. What kind of reward should be offered? He inquired. Simply gold and jewels from the mortal realm, his uncle replied without hesitation. Days later, a proclamation echoed throughout the Wang family's town in the mortal realm. For every newborn, a bounty of 10 taels of gold would be awarded, a substantial sum for an ordinary mortal, sufficient to sustain a family for over a decade. Furthermore, Wang Qing announced the establishment of a private school in the town, where anyone under the age of 16 could attend, with all expenses covered by the family. Upon hearing this news, the mortals of the Wang family were elated. It was a monumental blessing for them. Those already married and capable of bearing children eagerly began to contribute to the family lineage, while unmarried members hastily sought introductions, hoping to wed soon. At that moment, in Zixia County, Wang Qing discreetly departed from his family and arrived at his destination, the endless ice field, situated in the northern region of Qianzhou. The endless ice field was vast, nearly comparable to the boundless ocean. Wang Qing's purpose for venturing there was to locate a hidden realm associated with the Tai Gang Sword sect. After his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, he could sense the location of this secret realm through the Tai Gang Sword Order. However, he had been preoccupied with various family matters until now, when the affairs of the Wang family had stabilized, allowing him to finally take leave. Wang Qing had previously visited Zixia County, the former stronghold of the Ghost Spirit sect. In its pursuit of growth, the sect had nearly exterminated all mortals in the county. Following the sect's demise, the Qingyang sect had relocated some mortals from other regions. And after years of development, the area had begun to flourish once more. Wang Qing arrived at the periphery of the endless ice field, a forbidden zone for humanity, seldom visited by cultivators. Despite the absence of humans, various other beings thrived here, including mystical beasts adept in ice magic. Perched upon Jinyu, he had soared over the endless ice field for an hour. Through the Tai Gang Sword Order, he sensed that he was half an hour away from the hidden realm. Suddenly, he detected a surge of spiritual energy. An ice shard was hurtling toward him. Jinyu, with its acute senses, reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to evade the trajectory of the ice shard. As Wang Qing surveyed the source of the attack, he beheld a snow-white ape, a third-tier mystical beast. Upon realizing that its assault had been effortlessly countered, the ape's human-like expression reflected disappointment. It then stomped its foot and retreated. It cannot be that simple, Wang Qing thought, prompting him to command Jinyu to pursue. In mere moments, the ice ape was overtaken. Realizing it could not escape, the beast leaped into the air and lunged at Wang Qing. Wang Qing summoned his flying sword, engulfing it in flames as he thrust it toward the ice ape. Startled, the ape quickly encased its arm in a thick layer of ice. The sword struck the ice, penetrating only half an inch. The ice ape smirked, yanked the sword free, and attempted to stab Wang Qing with it. Wang Qing was taken aback by the creature's intelligence but did not flinch. Instead, he crouched and met the attack with his fist. The sword clashed against his hand without inflicting any damage. Rather, the ice ape's arm went numb from the impact. Astonishment washed over the ape's face as it realized the formidable strength of the man before it. With a cry, it discarded the sword and fled. Finding Wang Qing too perplexing, Jinyu flapped its wings and soared after the ice ape, unleashing a barrage of golden feather blades. The angles of the feather blades were cunningly precise. The ice ape quickly donned a thick frost armor, but the blades pierced through, with one striking its nape. In an instant, the ice ape fell lifeless. Wang Qing retrieved the beast's inner core and continued toward the hidden realm. Half an hour later, he finally approached the vicinity of the secret space. Hovering in midair, the Tai Gang Sword Order floated around him. Moments later, a spatial rift materialized, and Wang Qing swiftly entered the secret realm. Once inside, he promptly sealed the rift behind him. This place bore a striking resemblance to the previous hidden realm of the Tai Gang Sword sect. Wang Qing made his way to the spatial treasury within a magnificent hall. The hall was adorned in resplendent gold, and as he entered, he spotted 3 chests. He approached the first chest and opened it. A chilling gust surged forth, causing the temperature to plummet. Inside lay a block of ice emanating a frigid aura. As he grasped the ice, a thick layer of frost formed on his hand, extending up to his arm. Suddenly, the Wanhua Funtianju activated automatically, causing Wang Qing to pause in surprise. This was yet another material suitable for refining spiritual fire. He stored the stone and opened the second chest, which contained a medicinal vial. Upon inspection, He saw the words Yang Shendan inscribed on it, a pill designed to enhance one's spirit. After securing the pill, he approached the third chest, which housed a jade plate. He picked up the jade plate, but was uncertain of its origins. Attempting to bond with it, he dripped his blood onto the plate, and its purpose immediately flooded his mind. It was a jade plate for breaking formations, a spiritual artifact capable of swiftly dismantling arrays, albeit limited to those below the third tier. After taking the jade plate, Wang Qing surveyed his surroundings but found no other treasures. He promptly exited the hidden realm. Although the treasures within were scarce, the acquisition of the chilling stone alone justified his journey. After leaving the secret space, Wang Qing summoned Jinyu for his return. However, just as he prepared to depart, several figures emerged before him. 3 ice apes had appeared, and upon detecting Wang Qing's presence, they screeched and charged menacingly. Unfazed, Wang Qing summoned his artifact to confront them as the ice apes lunged with their sharp claws. He unleashed the Nirvana flame at the first ice ape. Upon contact, the flames engulfed the beast, which screeched in agony, desperately releasing cold air to extinguish the fire, yet to no avail. The other 2 ice apes hurried to assist, exhaling cold air, but it was futile. They could only watch as their comrade was reduced to ashes. Wang Qing then hurled the Nirvana flame toward another ice ape, which, terrified, swiftly leaped aside. Amidst the chaos, another figure appeared before Wang Qing, a remarkably robust human. As the figure approached, Wang Qing finally discerned the visage of his counterpart. He was a remarkably simple-dressed human, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy, resembling a common farmer from the mortal realm. However, Wang Qing would not be so naive as to regard him as an ordinary peasant, for they were in the boundless icy expanse, a realm where mere mortals could not tread. Upon sighting the newcomer, the 2 ice apes instantly displayed expressions of terror, as if confronted by a harbinger of doom, and fled without a backward glance. Observing their hasty retreat, Wang Qing refrained from making any rash movements and fixated his gaze intently on the approaching human. "Are you of the human race?" the stranger inquired suddenly. Wang Qing was taken aback. "Are you not?" He did not respond to the question, and the individual continued. "Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions." As he spoke, he glided slowly towards Wang Qing, who still sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, compelling him to maintain his vigilance. When the stranger stood before him, Wang Qing observed that his body was wrapped in plain cloth, and astonishingly, his arms were bare amidst the frigid surroundings. To Wang Qing's amazement, the man was adorned with mysterious tattoos that struck him as eerily familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the murals in the secret realm of Zhongzhou, depicting humans with similar tattoos, who were known for their martial prowess and had left a profound impression on him. "Who are you?" Wang Qing asked directly. The stranger responded with a warm smile, seemingly attempting to alleviate Wang Qing's wariness. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Zhan, a member of the Huang clan of the Endless Icy Plains." "Huang clan?" Wang Qing inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, the Huang clan, renowned for our physical prowess, are the indigenous people of these boundless icy expanses," Huang Zhan elucidated. Then, taking a closer look at Wang Qing's forehead, he remarked, "I recognize the Yuling pattern upon your brow. You belong to the Yu clan, do you not?" Wang Qing was startled, and then curiously asked, "Yu clan? What is that?" This time, it was Huang Zhan who appeared astonished. "You truly do not know what the Yu clan is?" After scrutinizing Wang Qing further, he confirmed that the Yuling pattern on his forehead was indeed genuine. "While I do bear the Yuling pattern, I have not heard of the Yu clan," Wang Qing admitted candidly. He was aware that his ancestry was extraordinary. Yet neither the clan's records nor the secret realm of Zhongzhou had revealed any specifics regarding the Wang family's origins. Huang Zhan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before stating, "Very well. It seems that your lineage's heritage is even more fragmented than ours in the Huang clan. Since you are unaware, I shall enlighten you." He then commenced his narrative. In ancient times, before the rise of humanity, the world was inhabited by nearly 100 tribes, each possessing unique abilities distinct from humans. Thus, these ancient tribes referred to themselves as descendants of the divine. We, the Huang clan, are one of these ancient tribes. The tattoos on my body signify our unique ability known as Huang Wen, which grants us formidable physical strength and allows us to replenish our vitality through these markings, endowing us with the capacity to grow stronger with each battle. As he spoke, a proud expression emerged on Huang Zhan's face, and his tattoos suddenly radiated a golden light, making him resemble an ancient war god. He continued, "Now, let us discuss your Yu clan. Your unique ability is represented by the Yuling pattern upon your forehead. I need not elaborate on its specific functions. The Yu clan is also one of the ancient tribes, and in ancient times, the bloodlines of the beasts and demons were immensely powerful. Your clan possessed the ability to command these beasts, making you one of the most formidable factions among the ancient tribes. You clan, Wang Qing murmured to himself before continuing. If these ancient tribes were so powerful, how did they fall into decline? Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Huang Zhan's face. He sighed deeply before replying. Alas, our clan has no records of this matter. We only know that a great war transpired during ancient times, after which the ancient tribes began to decline, allowing humanity to ascend to the stage of history.